Kai knew the convoy was going to be attacked. Not because he could see the future. Not because he had awakened some legendary ability. And definitely not because anyone in command had trusted him. He knew because the numbers were wrong. 3 hours ago, he had submitted a route correction report. 2 hours ago, the report had been rejected. 1 hour ago, Convoy 17A entered the Lumerous Drift exactly as scheduled. Now dozens of military transports carrying engine cores worth hundreds of millions of credits were flying blind through a violet nebula where long-range sensors weakened, communication signals bent, and pirate territory waited less than 2 jumps away. Kai sat in Navigation Chamber 3 of Vera Station, staring at the holographic route map floating above his workstation. The convoy icons continued moving, blue, orderly, unaware, like prey walking calmly into a trap. Around him, life continued as usual. Junior analysts chatted over stimulant drinks. Traffic officers processed docking requests. A military broadcast played on the central screen, celebrating another glorious Solaris Empire victory somewhere far from here. The narrator's voice boomed through the chamber. Yesterday, the 3rd Solaris Expeditionary Fleet successfully eliminated Crimson Corsair raiders near the outer frontier, proving once again that Imperial strength protects civilization. Several officers applauded. Someone whistled. Someone else laughed and said, "Now that is a real fleet. Not like us rude rats." More laughter followed. Kai did not laugh. He enlarged the Lumerous Drift sector and pulled 3 layers of data over the convoy path. Radiation fluctuation. Sensor interference. Known raider activity. The red lines overlapped almost perfectly. It was so obvious that it became painful to look at. A convoy with expensive cargo. A route with poor visibility. A nearby pirate corridor. A fuel reserve margin of only 3%. This was not strategy. This was an invitation. Kai rubbed his tired eyes. The galaxy was not held together by heroes. It was held together by routes. By fuel depots, by gateway schedules, by repair windows, by cargo manifests, and traffic timing and tiny decisions that no one remembered unless something went wrong. But to most people, routes were boring. Logistics were boring. Numbers were boring. Until a ship ran out of fuel in enemy space. Until a gateway failed during evacuation. Until a convoy disappeared inside a nebula and everyone suddenly wanted to know who had approved the route. A notification appeared in front of him. **** Commander Dane requests analyst presence. ***. Kai stared at the message for a moment. Then he sighed. Of course. He saved a private copy of his report before standing. Navigation Chamber 3 stretched wide beneath cold blue light. Hundreds of route lines curved through the air like glowing threads, connecting star systems across the Orion frontier. Some lines were bright and stable. Some flickered. Some were broken, abandoned, or marked with old warning symbols that most officers no longer bothered to read. Beyond the reinforced windows, Vera Station rotated slowly above a dead gray moon. It was not beautiful. It was not famous. It was a military logistics station at the edge of civilized space, where ships came to refuel, convoys came to be scheduled, and ambitious officers came to complain until they could transfer somewhere more impressive. Kai had worked here for years. For years of star maps. For years of route calculations. For years of watching commanders treat distance like an inconvenience instead of a law of the universe. He crossed the chamber under the glow of the central broadcast. On screen, Imperial battleships drifted through space in perfect formation, hulls shining silver and gold. The image was magnificent, clean, heroic, completely edited. The public would never see the fuel tankers that followed behind them, never see the overworked repair crews, never see the route analysts who spent sleepless nights making sure those glorious warships arrived at the battle instead of drifting uselessly between stars. The door to Commander Dane's office slid open. Warm golden light spilled out. Inside, the air smelled faintly of expensive tea. Commander Dane stood beside a polished desk, wearing a uniform too decorated for a man who had never commanded anything beyond paperwork. Beside him stood a young noble officer with a solar crest pinned to his collar. Kai saluted. "Commander." Dane did not return the salute. Instead, he flicked his fingers, and Kai's rejected report appeared in the air between them. "Another objection, Kai." His tone was mild. That made it worse. Kai kept his expression calm. "A risk assessment." Dane smiled thinly. "You recommended delaying a military convoy by over 4 hours." "Yes, because of possible interference." Confirmed interference, Kai corrected. 3 civilian ships reported navigation distortion in the Lumerous Drift within 6 months. 1 mining convo lost contact for 27 minutes. Gateway Guild maintenance records also showed route instability before the warning was removed. The noble officer chuckled. Removed because it was not serious. Kai looked at him. Or removed because no one important died yet. The smile disappeared from the noble officer's face. Dane's eyes narrowed slightly. Kai lowered his gaze. He had said too much. Again, Dane walked around the desk and stopped in front of the projected map. Convo 17A is carrying Imperial engine cores to Hulda 9. The Frontier Garrison is behind schedule on ship repairs. The fastest route is required. The fastest route is also the most predictable. Predictability is not always weakness. In a sensor-disrupted nebula near pirate territory, it usually is. Silence fell. For a brief moment, the only sound in the office was the faint hum of the projection. The noble officer stepped forward. You route analysts always think war is mathematics. Kai glanced at him. No. War is worse than mathematics. Mathematics gives correct answers when people don't like them. The noble officer's face darkened. Dane raised a hand before he could speak. Enough. Kai stopped. Dane stared at him with the patient disappointment of a man who had already decided the outcome before the conversation began. You are skilled with maps, Dane said. No one denies that. The command requires more than calculations. Morale matters. Authority matters. The Empire cannot crawl through back corridors every time a junior analyst grows nervous. Kai felt something cold settle in his chest. With respect, Commander, ships do not survive on morale. Dane's expression hardened. Convo 17A proceeds on schedule. You will mark your warning as review and resolve. Kai's fingers tightened once at his side. Reviewed. Yes. Resolved. No. The noble officer let out a soft laugh. Dane stepped closer. Do not mistake stubbornness for integrity. Kai met his eyes. He thought of refusing. He thought of sending the report above Dane's head. He thought of every transfer request that had disappeared into silence, every promotion given to someone with a brighter family name, every warning buried because reality was inconvenient. Then he thought of his rank, his debt, his lack of allies, and the simple truth that people like Dane did not fall when mistakes happened. They found someone lower to absorb the impact. Kai lowered his head. Understood. Dane smiled again. There. That wasn't difficult. Kai left the office without another word. The door slid shut behind him. The nose of the navigation chamber returned all at once. Comms chatter. Warning pings. Soft laughter. The heroic music of the broadcast. Kai walked back to his workstation and sat down. The convo icons continued advancing toward the heart of the Lumerous Drift. He opened the clearance file. His report waited there, flagged in red. For several seconds, he did not move. Then he copied the full warning into his private archive. Only after that did he mark the command file. **review. Not resolved. Never resolved. The work cycle dragged into night. One by one, analysts left their stations. The broadcast ended. The central lights dimmed. Vera Station settled into its quieter rhythm, the hour when only long-distance cargo traffic and emergency monitoring remained active. Kai stayed. He often did. There was comfort in the mat after everyone else left. Without voices, without orders, without politics, the galaxy became honest. Distances were distances. Fuel was fuel. A broken route did not pretend to be safe because a noble officer wanted it to be. Kai leaned back and stared at the vast holographic star field. The Orion frontier glimmered before him like cracked glass. Modern trade lanes shone silver. Military routes pulsed blue. Gateway connections burned white where they remained stable. And beneath them, almost invisible, lay the abandoned routes. Gray, broken, forgotten. Most analysts ignored them. Kai never did. A dead route was never just a dead route. It was a story. A colony that failed. A war that cut supply lines. A gateway that stopped responding. A trade corridor abandoned because someone found a more profitable path. Civilizations did not always die in explosions. Sometimes they died quietly, one broken connection at a time. Kai expanded an old frontier layer. The projection flickered. He paused. A thin line appeared at the edge of the map. Gold. Not blue. Not silver. Not any color used by Solaris navigation standards. Gold. It vanished almost immediately. Kai sat forward. He replayed the data. There it was again, a faint golden pulse buried beneath centuries of corrupted route records. His tiredness disappeared. What are you? He pulled up historical traffic logs. Nothing. Gateway Guild Registry. Nothing. Military archives. Restricted. That made him frown. He bypassed the filter using an old analyst tool meant for route reconstruction. A cluster of dead coordinates appear. 3 abandoned stations. 2 mining moons. 1 region labeled non-viable. The golden line curved through all of them with strange precision. Too precise to be corruption. Too clean to be random. Kai layered gravitational data over it. To route avoid radiation pockets. Avoid unstable gravity wells. Avoid modern patrol corridors. It was not the fastest path according to current maps, but according to old stellar drift calculations. Kai stopped breathing for a second. If the data was correct, this route could reduce travel time across the outer frontier by nearly 17%. 17%. For a civilian merchant, that meant profit. For a military fleet, that meant surprise. For an isolated colony, that could mean survival. Kai checked the numbers again. Then again. They remained impossible. A strange sensation crawled across the back of his neck. The station lights flickered. The golden line pulsed. Once, twice. Like a heartbeat under buried stone. For half a second, the entire galaxy map changed. The modern routes vanished. The military corridors disappeared. The Gateway Guild network dimmed like dying stars. In their place, countless golden pathways spread across the darkness. Vast, elegant, ancient. They connected stars in patterns too complex for Kai to understand, stretching far beyond the Orion frontier, beyond Solaris space, beyond every border he had ever studied. It was not a map of territory. It was a map of connection. Then it was gone. Kai stood so quickly his chair rolled backward and struck the console behind him. The chamber was empty. No alarm, no warning. No one else had seen it. His pulse thundered in his ears. On his screen, the faint golden route remained. A line of unfamiliar text appeared above it. Kai did not recognize the language, yet somehow, he understood. Asterisk asterisk connection instability detected. Asterisk asterisk. The words dissolved. Another line appeared. Asterisk asterisk candidate observation threshold reach. Asterisk asterisk. Kai stared at the screen. What candidate? Before the map could respond, the entire chamber exploded in red light. Emergency alarm screamed. Every sleeping console awakened at once. The main display flashed with a military distress signal. Asterisk asterisk convoy 17A under attack. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk location. Luminous drift. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk sensor interference severe. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk escort formation broken. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk multiple transport vessels damaged. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's blood turned cold. For a moment, all he could do was stare. The convoy icons scattered across the nebula like frightened sparks. Communication lines blinked in and out. Escort ships turned blindly. Transport vessels broke formation. Exactly as predicted. Exactly where predicted. Exactly when it was too late. Doors opened across the chamber as night shift officers rushed in. Someone shouted for Commander Dane. Someone else tried to establish a clean signal. The noble officer from earlier appeared on a side channel, face pale, demanding an updated tactical route as if the map itself had betrayed him. Kai did not move. His rejected report glowed in his private archive. Every warning was there. Every number. Every ignored pattern. The galaxy had spoken plainly. No one had listened. Then the golden route pulsed again beneath the emergency map. Faint, hidden, waiting. Kai slowly looked from the dying convoy to the impossible path buried under forgotten data. His hands tightened over the edge of the console. For the first time, he felt the shape of something larger than a single mistake. A convoy under attack. A route that should not exist. A message written in a language he had never learned. And somewhere beyond the blue alarms and red warnings, something ancient had finally noticed him. The golden text appeared once more. This time, only 3 words formed. Asterisk asterisk restore the connection. Asterisk asterisk. The words remained on the screen for only 3 seconds. Asterisk asterisk restore the connection. Asterisk asterisk. Then they vanished. Kai stood in the middle of navigation chamber 3, surrounded by screaming alarms, flashing red warnings, and officers shouting over one another as the emergency channel collapsed into chaos. For a brief moment, He forgot how to breathe. The golden route was still there, faint, hidden beneath the official map. It pulsed once under the red emergency overlay, like a quiet heartbeat beneath a battlefield. Then the military distress feed expanded across the central display, and reality slammed back into him. Convo 17A was dying. The luminous drift filled the main projection, a violet cloud of charged particles and unstable electromagnetic waves. Inside it, the convo markers blinked erratically, appearing and disappearing as the nebula twisted their signals. Escort ships had broken formation. Transport vessels drifted away from their assigned lanes. Several icons were already flashing orange. Damaged, not destroyed. Not yet. Why are they scattered? Someone shouted. Long-range sensors are useless. Where's Commander Dane? Signal delay is increasing. The escort commander is requesting a clean exit route. Kai's fingers moved before anyone ordered him to. He pulled the combo formation data toward his console and layered it with LEV interference patterns. Most of the information was incomplete. The nebula swallowed signals, bent them, spat them back out in distorted fragments. But incomplete information was still information. He did not need a perfect picture. He needed a pattern. Convo 17A had entered in standard military column formation. The escorts should have formed a defensive shell around the transports, but the sensor disruption had caused them to widen their spacing. That looked safer to inexperienced officers. It was not. Wider spacing meant weaker mutual coverage. Weaker coverage meant pirates could strike from blind angles. Kai highlighted the last stable sensor returns. 3 faint signatures had appeared near the convoy's rear left side before disappearing. Not asteroids. Not interference. Ships. Small ones. Fast ones. Pirate raiders. They're not attacking the lead ships, Kai muttered. A young traffic officer beside him looked over in panic. What? Kai enlarged the map. They're hurting the convoy. Hurting? Look at the damaged escorts. Rear left, outer right. Then the communication ship. They're not trying to destroy everything. They're pushing the transports deeper into the drift. The traffic officer stared blankly. Kai didn't blame him. Most people saw ships. Kai saw movement. A fleet was not just a collection of vessels. It was a body. Damage one limb, and the whole body shifted. Pressure one side, and the formation moved away. Pirates understood that better than many Imperial officers did. A new transmission burst through the static. This is Convo 17A escort command visibility compromised. We are attempting emergency withdrawal through route line 3. Repeat. Route line 3. Kai's eyes widened. No. Route line 3 looked like the nearest exit. It was also exactly where he would place an ambush. He dragged the nebula density layer across the display. There. A narrow region of low interference near the northern edge. Too clean. Too convenient. The kind of gap pirates would leave open on purpose. His voice sharpened. Tell them not to use route line 3. No one answered. The chamber was too loud. Officers ran between consoles. Emergency coordinators shouted into comms. The noble officer from earlier was on the command screen, face pale, demanding solutions from people he had ignored hours ago. Kai turned toward the nearest communications officer. Attach me to convoy escort command. The officer looked at him as if he were insane. You're not authorized. Then patch anyone authorized and tell them route line 3 is a trap. Command channel is restricted. People are going to die. The officer hesitated. That hesitation cost 3 seconds. On the central display, 2 escort ships turned toward route line 3. Kai swore under his breath. He opened a local route simulation. There was no time to ask permission. The convoy needed an exit. Not the fastest one. The one the pirates would not expect. He scanned the outer edge of the drift, pulling every abandoned navigation layer he had been studying earlier. Old routes. Mining paths. Decommissioned survey lanes. Most were useless. Too narrow, too unstable, too far. Then he saw it. A maintenance corridor used decades ago by guild repair drones. Officially abandoned. Too small for a full military formation. But not too small for damaged transports if they reduce speed and tighten spacing. Kai ran a pressure calculation. Risky. Fuel cost high. Navigation difficulty terrible. But it avoided the clean gap. It avoided the ambush. And more importantly, it passed through a region where the nebula's interference would hide them from pirate pursuit for exactly 9 minutes. 9 minutes was not safety. 9 minutes was a chance. Kai sent the simulation to the emergency command queue. Rejected. He sent it again under technical advisory priority. Rejected. He looked toward Commander Dane's office. The lights were on now. Dane had arrived. Through the glass, Kai saw him surrounded by officers, shouting orders, while staring at the map like a man trying to intimidate the universe into obedience. A moment later, Dane's voice thundered across the chamber. All route proposals are to go through command authorization. No independent recommendations. Kai stared at the office, then at the convo markers, then at the hidden corridor glowing on his screen. He understood, with chilling clarity, that Dane would rather preserve command structure than admit a junior analyst had seen the battlefield correctly. The convo had less than 4 minutes before entering the trap. Kai made his choice. He switched to an auxiliary maintenance channel. It was old, half forgotten, used mostly by repair drones and civilian traffic when main channels overloaded. But military ships still monitored it in emergencies. At least, they were supposed to. Kai opened the channel and transmitted the route packet. Convo 17A escort command. This is Vera Station route analysis. Do not use route line 3. Repeat. Do not use route line 3. Radar signatures indicate probable ambush. Alternate extraction path attached. Maintenance corridor K9. Reduce formation width. Tighten spacing. Travel at controlled burn. You will have 9 minutes of interference cover. Static answered. Then a broken voice. Identify yourself. Kai hesitated for half a second. If he gave his name, there would be consequences. Then he looked at the damaged transport icons again. This is Kai, Interstellar Route Analyst, Vera Station. The voice crackled. Route not listed, because it was decommissioned 31 years ago. Your official route is compromised. Command clearance. Kai's jaw tightened. No clearance. Just math. For a moment, there was only static. Then another explosion flared inside the nebula. One of the escort markers turned red and vanished. Destroyed. The chamber fell silent for one terrible heartbeat. Even Dane stopped shouting. On the auxiliary channel, the convoy escort commander's voice returned. Route packet received. Attempting correction. Kai exhaled slowly. It was not relief. Not yet. The convoy icons began turning. Not all of them. Some were too damaged, some were too slow. That the core formation shifted away from route line 3. Immediately, 3 pirate signatures appeared near the clean gap, waiting. The traffic officer beside Kai went pale. You were right. Kai didn't answer. Being right had never felt so useless. The pirates reacted quickly. Their trap had failed, but not their attack. Fast radar vessels emerged from the interference, sleek black shapes barely visible in broken sensor fragments. They accelerated toward the convoy's flank, trying to cut off the new path before the transports entered the maintenance corridor. Kai's eyes moved across the map. Distance, speed, fuel, nebula density, pirate acceleration, transport turning radius. The numbers were ugly. They won't make it, the traffic officer whispered. Kai heard fear in his voice. Not the dramatic fear of broadcasts. Real fear. Quiet, human. The kind that came when blue icons on a map stopped being symbols and became people trapped inside metal hulls, praying someone somewhere knew what to do. Kai enlarged the maintenance corridor. There was one more possibility. A dangerous one. Tell escort command to detach the ships and burn hard toward the southern interference pocket. The traffic officer stared. That leads away from the exit. Exactly. You want them to abandon the convoy? No. I want the pirates to think they are. Understanding dawned slowly. The southern pocket had higher interference. If 2 escort ships fled that way, the pirates might believe they were damaged vessels trying to escape with valuable cargo data or engine core control modules. Pirates did not just chase ships. They chased profit. Kai opened another route overlay. If the pirates split pursuit, the convoy reaches K9. And if they don't, Kai looked at the map. Then those 2 escorts probably die. The traffic officer swallowed. War was always easier when spoken of as victory and glory. Much harder when strategy required choosing who took the risk. The order was transmitted. Seconds crawled by. 2 escort ships broke away from the formation and accelerated south. The pirate raiders hesitated. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then half of them changed direction. Kai closed his eyes briefly. The convoy slipped into the maintenance corridor. Inside the luminous drift, the violet nebula swallowed their signals. For 9 minutes, they disappear. The chamber went quiet. No one cheered. No one breathed easily. They simply waited. 9 minutes became a lifetime. Commander Dane emerged from his office, face dark enough to frighten the nearest officers, who transmitted an unauthorized route packet. No one answered. The traffic officer beside Kai froze. Kai remained seated, Dane's gaze swept the chamber until it landed on him. Of course it landed on him. Kai looked up. Commander. Dane walked toward him slowly. Around them, every analyst pretended to focus on their consoles while listening to every word. Did you send unauthorized instructions to an Imperial convoy? Kai could have denied it. The channel logs would prove otherwise. Yes. Dane's voice turned cold. Do you understand what you have done? Kai glanced at the central display. The convoy was still invisible. I gave them an exit route. You violated command protocol. The approved route was compromised. That was not your decision to make. Kai finally turned fully toward him. No. It was yours. 3 hours ago. Dane's face went still. The chamber became dangerously silent. Then the central display pinged. Once, a blue icon appeared beyond the edge of the luminous drift. Then another. Then another. One by one, the convoy markers reappeared outside the nebula. Damaged. Scattered. Alive. A broken transmission came through the main channel. This is Convoy 17A Escort Command. We have exited the drift. Multiple vessels damaged. Casualties confirmed. Core transports intact. Requesting emergency escort and medical support. No one spoke. Then the traffic officer beside Kai let out a shaky breath. Someone in the back of the chamber whispered, "They made it." The words spread softly. Not cheers. Not celebration. Just stunned disbelief. They made it. Kai stared at the surviving icons. Some ships had not returned. The 2 escorts sent south were still missing. The victory felt heavy. Dane recovered first. His voice lowered. This does not excuse insubordination. Kai did not respond. He was too tired to argue. Too angry to apologize. Too aware that being correct had saved lives, but would still place him in danger. Dane leaned closer. You will submit a full explanation. Until command review is complete, you are suspended from active route authorization. The punishment landed quietly. A career knife between the ribs. Kai had expected it. That did not make it easier. Understood, he said. Dane turned away. The chamber slowly resumed motion. Emergency crews redirected rescue vessels. Medical ships launched from the lower docks. Traffic officers restored order to the surrounding routes. Kai sat in silence, his access privileges disappeared one by one. Route authorization. Restricted convoy data. Military advisory channel. Advanced simulation tools. Red locks appeared across his console. For an interstellar route analyst, it was almost the same as being blinded. A message flashed privately on his screen. *** unauthorized action recorded. Pending disciplinary review. ***. Kai leaned back. The station lights reflected in his eyes. He should have felt regret. He didn't. Only exhaustion. And beneath that, something else. The golden route. During the crisis, he had nearly forgotten it. Now, as the chamber settled and his official tools locked around him, the abandoned route layer flickered again. Cold light pulsed beneath the disabled interface. Not blocked. Not restricted. Not part of the station system at all. Kai sat forward. The military console had frozen his access, but the golden text appeared over it anyway. *** connection preserved. ***. A second line followed. *** candidate response recorded. ***. Kai's pulse quickened. The letters dissolved into countless tiny points of light. Then a new interface unfolded before him. It did not look like Solaris software. It did not look like Gateway Guild architecture. It looked like a piece of the galaxy itself had opened. Dark background. Golden lines. Soft white symbols. A circle formed in the center of the screen, surrounded by branching pathways. At the top, words appeared. ***, Cosmic Exchange System ***. Kai stared at them. For several seconds, he could not move. Then the interface shifted. ***, initializing candidate access. ***, rank. Unverified. ***, authority. None ***. Available function. Observation. Not because it was funny. Because after everything that had happened tonight, the universe had apparently decided to give him an interface with no authority. Then another line appeared. ***, preliminary reward issued. ***, low rank intelligence report. 1***. Kai's tired expression slowly changed. An intelligence report. The system did not give him money. It did not give him power. It did not clear his disciplinary record. It gave him information. And to Kai, information had always been more valuable than glory. The golden circle expanded. A route map appeared. Not the full galaxy. Not even the full frontier. Only a small corner of space beyond Vera Station. Several known routes glowed faintly. Then one unknown point lit up near the outer edge. A forgotten coordinate. A dead station. A name appeared beside it. Asterisk asterisk Horizon Salvage Yard asterisk asterisk. Kai frowned. He had never heard of it. The report continued. Asterisk asterisk opportunity detected. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk classification. Low rank asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk type. Asset acquisition asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk risk. Moderate asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk estimated time window. 72 hours asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk note. Decommissioned transport asterisk asterisk. Kai's breathing slowed. A transport vessel. His access to official route systems had just been suspended. His career might collapse by morning. And now, at the edge of the frontier, some impossible ancient system was pointing him toward a ship. The final line appeared in gold. Asterisk asterisk recommended action. Investigate before connection is lost. Asterisk asterisk. By morning, everyone on Vera Station knew Kai had been suspended. News traveled faster than cargo ships. Faster than emergency broadcasts. Faster than truth. By the time the station lights shifted from night blue to artificial dawn white, the story had already changed shape 3 times. In one version, Kai had recklessly interfered with military command and nearly caused a second disaster. In another, he had embarrassed Commander Dane in front of half the navigation chamber. In the most popular version, he had somehow hacked an Imperial convoy channel, insulted a noble officer, saved the convoy, and then sat there like nothing happened. That last version was the closest to the truth, which meant no one in command liked it. Kai walked through the Eastern Transit Corridor, with his uniform collar slightly loose and a disciplinary notice glowing on his wrist terminal. The corridor was crowded with station workers changing shifts, mechanics in grease-marked jackets, cargo handlers pulling magnetic pallets, young officers carrying coffee bulbs and pretending not to stare. A pair of junior analysts fell silent when he passed, then immediately began whispering after he moved away. Kai heard enough. That's him. The route guy. Didn't he save Convoy 17A? Saved them? He got suspended. So, both. Kai almost smiled. That was Vera Station's favorite kind of truth. Complicated enough to gossip about. Simple enough to ignore. He stepped onto a moving walkway that curved along the station's inner ring. Through the transparent wall beside him, the docking yard stretched across the void like a city of steel ribs. Ships hung in magnetic berths. Repair drones crawled over damaged hulls. Fuel tankers moved slowly between anchor points, their warning lights blinking red in the dimness of space. Far beyond them, the Orion frontier spread into darkness. The official maps made it look organized. Routes, sectors, patrol zones, guild lanes. But Kai had seen that hidden layer now. The golden pathways beneath the silver ones. The forgotten routes beneath the approved routes. The galaxy behind the galaxy. He had slept for less than 2 hours. Every time he closed his eyes, the words returned. Asterisk asterisk cosmic exchange system asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk low rank intelligence report. 1 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Horizon Salvage Yard asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk recommended action. Investigate before connection is lost. Asterisk asterisk. The message had vanished before any security scan could detect it. His console logs showed only static corruption from the emergency broadcast. No golden interface. No unknown system. No impossible report. If Kai had been someone else, he might have convinced himself it was exhaustion, stress, a hallucination caused by too much overtime and too little sleep. But the coordinates remained. Not on the station map. Not in military records. In his memory. Clear. Precise. Waiting. Kai stepped off the walkway near Administrative Deck 7. The disciplinary review chamber was a narrow room with gray walls, 3 chairs, and a table polish until it reflected faces badly. It looked less like a tribunal and more like a place where careers were quietly reduced. Commander Dane sat at the center. Beside him was the noble officer from last night, his uniform immaculate, his expression carefully arranged into something between irritation and wounded dignity. A third seat was occupied by an older woman from personnel administration. She did not look angry. That was worse. She looked tired. Kai saluted. No one invited him to sit. Dane opened the hearing with practiced calm. Interstellar Route Analyst Kai, you are under preliminary disciplinary review for unauthorized transmission of tactical route instructions to Convo 17A during an active military emergency. Kai stood straight. Yes, Commander. The noble officer leaned back slightly. You admit it. I transmitted an alternate extraction route, without clearance, with insufficient time to obtain clearance. Dane's eyes narrowed. That is not your determination to make. Kai said nothing. The personnel officer tapped her screen. Convo 17A Escort Command has confirmed that your route reduced losses. Dane's expression did not change. The noble officers did. Only slightly. A flicker of annoyance. The personnel officer continued. However, the same report states that the convo entered a decommissioned maintenance corridor without full safety verification. Kai looked at her. Full safety verification would have taken 20 minutes. They had less than 4. Dane's voice cooled. Again, you speak as if the issue is whether your calculation was correct. Kai looked at him. Wasn't it? The room went silent. The personnel officer stopped typing. The noble officer sat forward. Dane's face hardened. No. The issue is whether an analyst may override command channels whenever he believes himself correct. Kai's jaw tightened. He wanted to answer. He wanted to say that command channels had failed before the pirates ever fired. He wanted to ask why a route warning became meaningful only after people die. He wanted to ask why the Empire valued obedience more than survival. But anger was expensive, and Kai was not rich, so he breathed once, then said, I understand. Dane leaned back, satisfied. Until the full investigation concludes, your route authorization remains suspended. Your access to military convo planning is revoked. You will be reassigned to archive validation and obsolete route cleanup. The noble officer smiled faintly. Archive validation, obsolete route cleanup. It was the kind of assignment given to people command did not want to fire yet, but no longer intended to promote. Kai lowered his head. Understood. The review ended in less than 12 minutes. A career could survive for years of hard work can still be wounded in 12 minutes. When Kai left the chamber, the corridor outside felt colder. His wrist terminal updated automatically. Asterisk asterisk access level reduced asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk active route authorization. Revoked asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk convo advisory status. Suspended asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk new assignment. Archive validation asterisk asterisk. Kai stared at the notice. Then another line appeared beneath it. Asterisk asterisk report to historical navigation archive. Deck 12. Asterisk asterisk. For a long moment, he simply stood there. Then he laughed softly. Not happily. Not bitterly. Just once, under his breath, obsolete routes. Of all the punishments Dane could have chosen, he had sent Kai directly toward the one thing he needed. Maybe the universe had a sense of humor, or maybe connections had strange ways of restoring themselves. The Historical Navigation Archive occupied one of the oldest sections of Vera Station. Most officers never came here. There were no panoramic windows, no elegant holographic walls, no military broadcasts celebrating noble victories. Only rows of data towers, aging servers, dim lights, and the faint smell of overheated circuits. The air felt older here, quieter. As if the station itself had forgotten this place existed. A short maintenance drone rolled past Kai's boots, beeped at him once, then continued pushing a cart of dusty storage cores. At the entrance desk, an elderly archivist looked up from behind a stack of cracked data tablets. She had silver hair tied into a loose knot, thick glasses, and the expression of someone who had spent decades watching ambitious officers ignore history until history punished them. Her name tag read, Myra. She looked Kai up and down. You're the one who made command angry. Kai paused. Apparently. Good. He blinked. Myra pushed a tablet toward him. Sign in. Kai signed. She studied him for another second. Archive validation is boring work. I assumed. It is also where the Empire stores everything it doesn't understand, doesn't need, or doesn't want to admit losing. Kai looked past her toward the rows of data towers. That sounds less boring. Myra's mouth twitched. Don't get excited. Most of it is tax routes, failed mining surveys, and noble family claims over rocks no one wants. Most. Her smile deepened slightly. "You're an analyst. You tell me." Kai accepted the access tablet. His assignment was simple on paper. Review obsolete frontier navigation records. Identify corrupted files. Mark unrecoverable routes for deletion. Clean the archive. A punishment disguised as maintenance. But as Kai walked deeper between the data towers, the old golden coordinates burned quietly in his mind. Horizon Salvage Yard. No military record. No public route. No guild registry. Yet the system had pointed to it. He found an isolated terminal near the back of the archive, where the lights flickered faintly and one wall panel buzzed every 30 seconds. Perfect. No one important liked uncomfortable corners. Kai sat down and began working through the official archive validation queue. For the first hour, he did exactly what he was assigned. Old fuel schedules, expired traffic maps, broken route fragments, a century-old dispute between two mining companies over a moon that no longer had an atmosphere. Then, slowly, carefully, he began searching around the coordinates from memory. Not directly. Direct searches were locked. Instead, he searched nearby abandoned stations. Then old maintenance corridors. Then salvage permits. Then pre-guild navigation surveys. Piece by piece, faint traces appeared. Not Horizon Salvage Yard. Never the full name, but fragments. A docking license issue 87 years ago. A repair route deleted from modern maps. A debt claim filed by a company that no longer existed. A warning about unstable gravity tides near a dead moon. Kai leaned closer. The location was real. Buried. Forgotten. But real. His pulse quickened. He pulled up a surrounding star map. The official route to that coordinate was terrible. Too long. Too exposed. It passed near a minor pirate observation zone. That the golden route from last night. Kai hesitated, then opened the corrupted route layer. For a moment, nothing happened. Only gray lines and broken data. Then a single golden pulse appeared. His terminal did not log it. The system was not inside the station network. It was using the station screen like a window. The golden interface unfolded silently. Asterisk asterisk observation access active asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk low rank intelligence report available asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk opportunity. Horizon Salvage Yard asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk time window remaining. 61 hours asterisk asterisk. So you are real. The interface did not answer. Of course it didn't. Instead, more information appeared. Asterisk asterisk asset. Decommissioned transport vessel asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk condition. Damage asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk auction type. Debt liquidation asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk estimated competition. Low asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk hidden value. Unknown asterisk asterisk. Kai's eye stopped on the final line. Unknown. Not hide. Not rare. Not guarantee. Unknown. That one word made the report feel more credible than any miraculous treasure description could have. The system did not promise him a legendary warship. It did not claim the vessel would change his destiny. It simply pointed at something overlooked. An opportunity. Nothing more. Kai rubbed his chin. He checked his personal finances. The number was ugly. Not tragic. Ugly. Years of salary, reduced by debt payments, living expenses, and station fees. Enough to survive. Not enough to buy a ship. Definitely not enough to buy even a damaged transport vessel at market value. The debt liquidation auctions were different. If no one wanted the asset, the opening bid could be low. Low did not mean affordable. Kai opened freight databases. A ship, even a damaged one, came with costs. Docking fee, transfer tax, fuel reserves, temporary crew, maintenance inspection, insurance bond. A ship was not freedom. A ship was a hole in space where credits went to die. Kai stared at the numbers, then looked at the golden report again. Time window remaining, 61 hours. He needed capital. Fast. Not millions. Not enough for a fleet. Just enough to place a bid and survive the first round of fees. Kai opened local trade requests around Vera Station. Most were ordinary. Spare components, medical shipments, processed food, fuel additives. Then one request caught his eye. A small agricultural dome on Reth for urgently needed emergency water purification filters. Their regular supply shipment had been delayed because of the Lumerous drift incident. Kai almost laughed. Connections. One route failure had created a shortage somewhere else. Not a galaxy-shaking opportunity. Not a miracle, a small crack in the network, and cracks created value. The dome was offering above market payment for delivery within 24 hours. Problem: Kai had no ship. He checked local inventory. Vera station had filters available. Problem: the station vendor refused Frontier delivery due to insurance restrictions. Kai checked civilian courier listings. Too expensive. Then he looked deeper. Docking Bay 6 had 3 independent shuttle pilots waiting for cargo work. One had poor reviews. One had engine trouble. One had no military clearance, but excellent short-range delivery history. Kai compared routes. If the shuttle avoided the main traffic lane and used an old inspection path near the moon's shadow, it could reach REF for faster and cheaper than standard route estimates. Risk moderate, profit small, but enough to begin. Kai's mind shifted into familiar rhythm. Not fantasy. Not destiny. Work. Find supply. Find demand. Find route. Reduce risk. Take margin. Repeat. He contacted the vendor, then the dome administrator, then the shuttle pilot. The first two tried to dismiss him. The pilot laughed outright. "You want me to carry filters through an inspection path no one uses anymore?" Kai replied calmly, "No. I want you to carry filters through a path that traffic control forgot to price correctly. That sounds illegal. It is inefficiently regulated. That's the same thing with better shoes." Kai almost smiled. The pilot's name was Juno. Her voice sounded young, sharp, and permanently unimpressed. She demanded half the profit. Kai offered 30%. She insulted him. He explained fuel savings. She insulted him more creatively. He offered 35% and covered docking priority. She went quiet, then said, "You route people are weird." Yes. 40. 37. 39. 38. "And I give you the return cargo, Lee." A pause. "Fine. But if pirates appear, I'm haunting your terminal. It's a local moon route. That's what people say before pirates appear." The deal closed. No system notification appeared. No golden reward. No heavenly music. Just a contract, 3 signatures, a modest credit transfer, and several very real risks. Kai preferred it that way. By the time REF confirmed successful delivery, Vera Station was entering its next night cycle. Kai sat in the archive, eyes burning from exhaustion, watching the payment clear into his account. It was not much, but it was more than he had that morning. More importantly, it proved something. The system had not made him rich. The system had not solved his problem. It had given him a direction. He had created the path. Kai completed 2 more minor trades before dawn. A spare stabilizer component rerouted from an idle repair dock to a civilian tug. Medical coolant transferred from a surplus military batch to a clinic ship delayed by the convo incident. Small margins. Small wins. Each one connected something stranded to something needed. Each one taught him the same lesson from a different angle. The galaxy was full of value. Not because resources were rare, but because connections were broken. By the time his shift officially ended, Kai's account was still far from comfortable. But now, if the auction stayed low, he had a chance. A small one. The kind that could disappear if anyone richer noticed. The golden interface appeared again, as if responding to the thought. Asterisk asterisk connection activity recorded asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk minor exchange patterns confirmed asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk candidate efficiency. Acceptable asterisk asterisk. Kai stare. Acceptable. After everything. The system's evaluation was somehow more insulting than Dane's hearing. He leaned back in his chair and let out a tired laugh. Good to know the ancient, unknown interface has high standards. The interface ignored him. A new line appeared. Asterisk asterisk auction access route generated. Asterisk asterisk. The star map shifted. A hidden path unfolded between Vera Station and the forgotten coordinates. Not a complete route. Not a safe route. A possibility. The line passed through an abandoned maintenance corridor, skirted the edge of a debris field, and ended near a dead moon marked by faded salvage claims. At the center of that dead region, one name finally appeared. Asterisk asterisk Horizon Salvage Yard asterisk asterisk. Below it, the report updated. Asterisk asterisk auction begins in 39 hours. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk warning. External interest detected. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's tired smile slowly vanished. External interest. So someone else had noticed. The screen flickered. A final piece of data appeared. No name. No faction. Only a ship signature. A sleek black vessel entering the same forgotten region from the opposite side of the frontier. Kai watched its projected path converge toward Horizon's salvage yard. For the first time since the system appeared, the opportunity no longer looked quiet. It looked contested, and somewhere in the dark, someone else was heading for the ship. The black ship changed everything. Before that signal appeared, Horizon's salvage yard had been a forgotten coordinate, a dead corner of space, a low-rank opportunity no one important should have cared about. Now someone else was moving toward it. Fast. Kai sat in the historical navigation archive, staring at the projected path with tired eyes that no longer felt tired. The unknown vessel's route was elegant, not official, not commercial, not military. It crossed 3 quiet zones, avoided to patrol beacons, and skimmed the shadow of a dead moon where ordinary navigation systems would lose precision for nearly 7 minutes. Whoever piloted that ship either had very good route data or very good instincts. Kai did not like either answer. The cosmic exchange system displayed the vessel as a black marker moving through the outer frontier. No faction tag, no transponder code, no owner registry, only a warning. Asterisk asterisk external interest detected. Asterisk asterisk. Kai leaned back slightly. That's not very helpful. The golden interface remained silent. Of course it did. The system had already made its attitude clear. It did not give answers. It gave opportunities, and opportunities came with teeth. Kai opened his own route projection to Horizon Salvage Yard. Without official military access, his options were limited. His route authorization was suspended. His station movements were logged. His credit balance was barely respectable after the emergency trades. He did not have a ship. He did not have clearance. He did not have allies. And now someone else was heading toward the same auction. For a moment, the absurdity of it almost made him laugh. Yesterday, his biggest problem had been an incompetent superior. Today, he was apparently competing with a mysterious black ship over a damaged transport vessel discovered by an impossible ancient system. Career decline had become surprisingly eventful. Kai rubbed his forehead and opened the local transit board. There were still 39 hours before the auction. The official route to Horizon Salvage Yard required 2 commercial transfers and 1 registered salvage shuttle. Too slow, too expensive, too visible. The hidden route provided by the system was faster, but it ended near a restricted debris field. No regular passenger vessel would take it. Kai needed transport. Not ownership. Not yet, just passage. He searched the docking registry. Cargo haulers, maintenance shuttles, fuel barges, private courier vessels. Most were either too expensive or too tightly monitored. Then one familiar name appeared. Asterisk asterisk Juno Vale. Independent shuttle operator asterisk asterisk. Kai paused. The pilot from the water filter delivery. Her ship was still docked at Vera Station. Departure status, pending cargo clearance. He opened a comm channel. It took 12 seconds for her to answer. What did you break now? Kai blinked. Good morning to you too. People who call independent pilots after midnight never bring good news. It's morning. Station morning is fake. Space doesn't care about your light schedule. Kai decided not to argue with that. I need passage to Horizon Salvage Yard. There was silence. Then Juno said, Never heard of it. That's why I need you. No, you haven't heard the offer. I heard enough. Unknown salvage yard. Frontier route. No official listing. That means danger. Debt. Or both. Kai opened his mouth. She continued. Also, if you're involved, probably disciplinary trouble. Kai looked at the suspension notice still glowing on his wrist terminal. Possibly. Definitely. I can pay. How much? Kai named a number. Juno laughed. It was not a polite laugh. It was the kind of laugh usually reserved for children claiming they could buy a battleship with lunch money. Kai waited until she finished. That amount includes route optimization. Oh. Wonderful. I get paid in exposure and nap tips. You'll save fuel. I can't feed my engine with compliments about fuel efficiency. Kai adjusted the offer. Not much. He couldn't afford much. I'll also give you first access to the return cargo lead if the auction has salvage overflow. Juno went quiet. Kai knew that silence. A pilot thinking in numbers. Finally, she said, you have no ship, no clearance, and no official reason to go there. Correct, and you want me to fly an unpriced route toward a salvage yard that may not exist. Yes. You're either desperate or interesting. Can it be both? A pause. Then Juno sighed dramatically. I hate that answer. Docking Bay 6. 30 minutes. If station security asks, "You're cargo." I am not cargo. You are if you want the discount. The channel cut. Kai stared at the blank comm window. Then, despite everything, he smiled faintly. Not in a lie. Not exactly. But a connection. That was enough for now. He closed the archive terminal and prepared to leave. Before he stood, the golden interface appeared again. Asterisk asterisk candidate action detected asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk route utilization. Adaptive asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk risk. Increasing asterisk asterisk. Kai glanced at it. That last part one figured out myself. The interface ignored him. A small symbol pulsed at the edge of the route map, not near Horizon Salvage Yard. Farther out. A broken point beyond the dead moon. For less than a second, Kai saw something enormous there. A ring-shaped shadow, incomplete, buried in darkness. Then the image vanished. Kai froze. The interface returned to its normal route projection, as if nothing had happened. No explanation. No label. No warning. Only the auction countdown remained. Asterisk asterisk 38 hours 41 minutes asterisk asterisk. Kai stared at the place where the shadow had been. A ring. A structure. Or maybe just corrupted data. He forced himself to stand. One impossible mystery at a time. Docking Bay 6 smelled like machine oil, recycled air, and cheap engine coolant. It was one of the older civilian bays attached to Vera Station, far from the polished military berths where Imperial cruisers docked beneath banners and ceremony lights. Here, ships were practical things. Scratched hulls, patched engines, cargo nets, pilots arguing over fuel prices. Juno's shuttle was easy to identify. It was the ugliest vessel in the bay. Small, angular, and painted in faded green with one replacement panel that was clearly stolen from a blue ship. Its port engine housing had burn marks. Its landing struts leaned slightly unevenly. Someone had painted a smiling moon on the side, but half the paint had peeled away, making it look mildly threatening. Kai stopped in front of it. A woman in a pilot jacket emerged from beneath the hull, wiping grease from her hands. She looked a few years older than him, with short dark hair, sharp eyes, and the exhausted confidence of someone who had survived many bad decisions and intended to survive several more. She followed his gaze to the shuttle. "Don't say it." Kai looked at her. "I didn't say anything. You thought it." "I thought several things." "Keep them private." He glanced at the uneven landing strut. "Is it safe?" Juno placed a hand over her heart as if offended. "Safer than military command, apparently." Kai paused. She grinned. "Everyone heard." "Of course they did." "You saved a convoy and got suspended." "That is an oversimplification." "Sounds like command to me." Kai couldn't argue. Juno tossed him a small cargo tag. "Put this on." Kai caught it. The tag read, asterisk asterisk machinery component. Fragile asterisk asterisk. He stared at it. "No. Discount fare." "I'm not wearing a cargo label. You are on my manifest as auxiliary navigation equipment." "That's somehow worse." "Do you want to go or not?" Kai looked at the shuttle, then at the tag, then at the route countdown on his wrist terminal. A minute later, he boarded as auxiliary navigation equipment. The shuttle interior was cramped but cleaner than he expected. Wires ran along the ceiling in organized bundles. Tools were strapped neatly along one wall. The cockpit had 3 older navigation screens, 2 upgraded sensor modules, and 1 cup holder currently holding a screwdriver. Juno dropped into the pilot's seat. "Rules. Don't touch anything red. Don't touch anything blinking. Don't ask why something is making noise unless it stops making noise." Kai took the co-pilot seat. "What if something is both red and blinking?" "Then pray." The shuttle engines coughed awake. Kai looked down at the console. "Your left stabilizer is misaligned by 0.8 degrees. Juno slowly turned her head. "Are you criticizing my ship before takeoff?" "I'm observing." "Observe silently. You'll waste fuel during drift correction." She stared at him. He stared back. After 3 seconds, she muttered something unflattering and adjusted the stabilizer. The engine hummed smooth. Juno frowned at the panel. Kai said nothing. Her eyes narrowed. "Not a word." "I didn't say anything." "You wanted to." "I restrained myself." Heroic. The shuttle lifted from the bay. Vera Station dropped away beneath them, its ring structure glowing with rows of white lights against the dark curve of the dead moon. Beyond it, military docks shimmered with disciplined blue signals. Farther out, the Orion frontier opened like a sea of stars. For most travelers, space felt empty. To Kai, It was crowded with invisible lines, routes, hazards, timing windows, traffic shadows, old paths forgotten beneath new ones. Juno guided the shuttle toward the civilian departure lane. Kai watched her fly for several minutes. She was good. Not polished. Not academy trained, but good in the way frontier pilots became good or dead. She felt the ship through small corrections, avoiding turbulence pockets before sensors fully registered them. You fly by instinct, Kai said. Juno snorted. You say that like it's a disease. It's impressive. Careful. Keep complimenting me and I might charge extra. Kai pointed at the side display. You should angle 3 degrees lower before the moon shadow. Juno glanced at the screen. Why? Traffic controls suggested path intersects with engine wash from a fuel tanker departing Dock 12. It will reach this lane in 90 seconds. She looked at him, then at the display, then corrected course. 90 seconds later, the wake of the fuel tanker rippled through the lane above them. Juno was quiet for a while. Finally, she said, okay. Maybe auxiliary navigation equipment is useful. Kai leaned back. I'll accept that as praise. Don't. The shuttle slipped beyond Vera Station's traffic perimeter and entered the outer dark. The hidden route began from there, not with a dramatic gateway, not with golden light visible to anyone else, just a slight shift in Kai's display, a quiet pulse only he could see. He guided Juno through it carefully. First, they cut beneath the moon's gravity shadow. Then they passed through a narrow maintenance corridor, abandoned after a mining company went bankrupt. Then they entered a debris region, where old satellite fragments drifted like broken glass. Juno's mood changed as they flew deeper. Her jokes became fewer. Her hands stayed closer to the controls. At one point, a shard of metal spun past the cockpit window, reflecting starlight like a knife. Your route has personality, she said. It avoids patrol scans. It also avoids common sense. It saves time. Lots of things save time. Falling out an airlock gets you outside very quickly. Kai checked the map. We're on course. For now, they passed the debris field without incident. Behind them, Vera Station became a distant point of light. Ahead, the frontier grew darker. Less traffic, fewer beacons, weaker signals, the kind of space official maps colored gray and labeled low value. Kai watched the route unfold. Something bothered him. The system's path was efficient, but not perfect. It avoided known hazards, but it did not account for every recent drift pattern. Twice, Kai had to adjust using his own calculations. That was important. The system was not piloting for him. It was not omniscient. It gave a path. He still had to understand it. Good. A tool that solved everything would make him dependent. A tool that revealed possibilities could make him stronger. Hours passed. The shuttle crossed into a dead region beyond regular patrol coverage. A pale moon appeared ahead, cracked and lifeless, surrounded by scattered wreckage and dim industrial lights. Horizon Salvage Yard. It was smaller than Kai expected. Not a grand ship graveyard filled with legendary vessels, just an old orbital salvage ring built around the dead moon, patched together from docking frames, storage modules, and outdated repair arms. Half its lights were off. Several sections rotated unevenly. From a distance, it looked like a rusted crown forgotten in orbit. Juno whistled softly. Charming. Kai studied the structure. Functional. That is the saddest compliment I've ever heard. The shuttle approached the yard. A grainy transmission crackled through. Unregistered shuttle. State business. Juno opened the channel. Independent courier Moonwake requesting temporary docking for auction. Attendance. Kai looked at her. Moonwake. My ship has a name. He glanced around the cockpit. Of course. The salvage yard responded after several seconds. Docking approved. Fee payable on arrival. Weapons discharge prohibited. Life support quality not guaranteed outside commercial sectors. Welcome to Horizon Salvage Yard. Juno muted the channel. That welcome had death in it. Kai's gaze moved across the docking ring. Several vessels were already present. Small freighters, a mining tug, to civilian shuttles, and one sleek black ship docked near the far side of the yard. Its hull absorbed light rather than reflected it. No visible faction markings, no open transponder, narrow engine profile, modified sensor array. The same ship from the system warning. Juno noticed it too. That one doesn't belong here. Kai's eyes narrowed. No. Friend of yours, I was hoping not. The shuttle docked with a metallic shutter. Inside Horizon Salvage Yard, the air was colder than station standard and smelled faintly of rust, ozone, and old plastic. The corridors were narrow, crowded with salvage workers, independent buyers, debt agents, and people whose clothes suggested they had come looking for cheap parts rather than legal complications. A flickering sign pointed toward the auction hall. Kai stepped out carefully. The moment his boots touched the deck, the golden interface appeared at the edge of his vision. Asterisk asterisk opportunity zone. Entered asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asset acquisition event active asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk warning. Competing bidder present asterisk asterisk. Kai looked toward the far corridor. A figure had just entered the auction level from the black ship's docking arm. Tall. Cloaked in a dark travel coat. Face hidden beneath the shadow of a hood. Two armed escorts followed silently behind. The salvage workers nearby instinctively stepped aside. Not because they recognized the figure, because some people carried danger the way ships carried gravity. Juno leaned closer and whispered, "Still think this is a low-rank opportunity." Kai watched the cloaked bidder disappear into the auction hall. The golden interface pulsed once. A final line appeared. Asterisk asterisk hidden value confirmed. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's expression became calm, but his heartbeat quickened. The ship at this auction was not ordinary, and now he was not the only one who knew it. Kai's first impression of the auction hall was that it looked like a place where dreams came to die cheaply. The ceiling lights flicker every few seconds. Half the seats were mismatched. One corner of the room had a leak in the climate control system, causing a steady stream of cold air to pour from a vent that sounded suspiciously like it was dying. The auction stage itself consisted of an old projector platform surrounded by rusted guardrails. Nothing about Horizon's salvage yard suggested hidden treasure. Everything about it suggested debt, which was exactly why Kai felt uneasy. The cosmic exchange system had never once claimed the ship was valuable, only that there was an opportunity. That difference mattered. People chasing treasure usually went bankrupt. People chasing opportunities sometimes got rich. Juno dropped into a seat beside him and looked around. "This place feels like a maintenance report that became a building." Kai nodded. "Accurate." "How many credits do you actually have?" Kai told her. She stared at him, then stared a little longer. "That's your entire budget?" "Yes. That's not a budget. It is technically a number. That number should not be allowed near auctions." Kai couldn't argue. The truth was uncomfortable. Even after the emergency trades, even after squeezing profit from every opportunity he could find, he remained poor compared to most ship buyers. A damaged shuttle engine could cost more than his current balance. A military-grade sensor array could bankrupt him twice. Buying a transport vessel should have been impossible. And yet here he was. The system had pointed him here. The black ship had come here. And somewhere inside this decaying salvage station, something was worth fighting over. The hall gradually filled. Salvage brokers, independent traders, repair contractors, small freight operators, debt collectors, a few mercenaries. Most looked exactly like people who spent their lives chasing bargains among other people's failures. Nobody looked rich. Nobody looked important, except one group. The cloaked bidder sat alone near the front. The two escorts remained standing behind him. Neither moved, neither spoke. The atmosphere around them felt strangely heavy. Juno noticed it too. "They're making everyone nervous. They know it. Think they're pirates?" Kai studied them. "No. How can you tell? Pirates usually want people to know they're dangerous." Juno frowned. "That's annoyingly true." The lights dimmed. Conversations quieted. A thin man with silver cybernetic eyes climbed onto the stage. He looked exhausted. His jacket was stained with engine grease. His voice sounded like he had spent 30 years arguing with accountants. "Welcome to Horizon Salvage Auction 479. No one applauded. The man seemed relieved. "Good. Let's save time." Kai liked him immediately. The auction began. Most lots were exactly what Kai expected. Damaged cargo containers, mining equipment, broken navigation arrays, retired maintenance drones, a freight crane missing half its control software. Juno actually bid on the crane. Kai looked at her. "You own a crane now. It was cheap. You don't need a crane. That's future Juno's problem." The auction continued. People came alive whenever prices dropped. Arguments erupted over repair costs. Someone nearly started a fistfight over an atmospheric recycler. Kai gradually relaxed. Maybe he had overestimated things. Maybe the black ship's presence was unrelated. Maybe. The stage lights shifted. The auctioneer checked his tablet, then sighed. "Next item." A hologram appeared above the platform. The room fell silent. Not because the ship looked impressive, because it looked pathetic. The vessel was old. Very old. Its hull plating was scarred and discolored. Several external sections were visibly replaced with mismatched materials. One engine housing appeared partially melted. The paint had almost entirely vanished. It looked less like a ship and more like a stubborn collection of repairs. The displayed specifications were equally uninspiring. Transport vessel class, civilian medium hauler status, decommissioned operational integrity, 42%, primary systems, damaged navigation systems, outdated recommended use, salvage murmur spread through the hall. Someone laughed. Another beer immediately lost interest. The auctioneer continued reading. Recovered during debt liquidation proceedings. Previous owner deceased. No active liens. No warranty. No guarantees. Current designation. Horizon. Kai's pulse quickened. There it was. Horizon. The same name from the system report. The ship looked even worse than he imagined. Juno leaned toward him. That thing belongs in a museum. A scrapyard. A scrapyard museum. The auctioneer rubbed his forehead. Opening bid. The number appeared. Kai felt immediate relief. Low. Much lower than expected. The room remained quiet. Nobody wanted it. Of course nobody wanted it. The ship required enormous repairs. Its systems were ancient. Its cargo capacity was mediocre. Its resale value was questionable. It was exactly the kind of vessel practical buyers avoid. The bidding began slowly. One freight operator raised the price slightly. Another added a small increment. Then they stopped. The room lost interest almost immediately. Kai's mind raced. The ship's market value was low. Repair costs were high. Risk was enormous. Objectively, this was a terrible investment, which was why the system had labeled it an opportunity rather than a reward. If there was value here, it wasn't obvious. Kai raised his bid. Several people glanced at him. The auctioneer nodded. The freight operator raised again. Kai countered. The operator hesitated, then withdrew. Silence returned. Juno looked surprised. You might actually get it. Kai wasn't celebrating yet. The black ship's owner still hadn't moved. The cloaked bidder sat motionless, watching, waiting. The auctioneer lifted his hammer. Current bid. A new number appeared. The room collectively turned. The cloaked bidder had finally entered. Not a dramatic increase. Not enough to scare everyone away. Just enough to take the lead. Kai frowned. Interesting. If the ship truly had hidden value, I bid cautiously. Unless, he looked closer. The bidder wasn't trying to win immediately. He was testing the room, trying to identify competitors. Kai thought for several seconds, then raised the price again. The cloaked figure immediately matched it. No hesitation, no discussion. The escorts didn't move. The atmosphere in the room shifted. People started paying attention. The auction was suddenly interesting. Kai studied the bidding pattern. The increments were small, deliberate, controlled. The bidder wasn't worried about credits. The bidder was measuring him. That realization sent a chill down Kai's spine. Whoever sat beneath that hood had come specifically for Horizon. Not because the ship looked valuable, because they already knew something. The same way Kai did. The same way the system did. The price rose. Again. Kai's available balance shrank with every bid. His margin became thinner. Dangerously thin. Juno noticed. You can't keep going. I know. You really know. Yes. Good. Because I don't think you know. Kai ignored her. His attention remained on the bidding pattern. Something felt wrong. The cloaked bidder was willing to pay more. Much more. Yet the increments remained conservative. Why? A person trying to win would push aggressively. A person trying to discover information would not. The answer arrived suddenly. The bidder wasn't testing the room. The bidder was testing the ship. Testing whether anyone else recognized its value. Testing whether anyone else knew. Which meant Kai had already revealed himself. The realization was unpleasant. The cloaked figure had learned something. But so had Kai. The mysterious beer considered Horizon important enough to travel across the frontier. That alone increased the ship's value. The price climbed again. This time it approached Kai's limit. His absolute limit. The number where buying the ship became financially stupid. Juno leaned closer. Kai. He didn't answer. Seriously, still nothing. Rude boy. That caught his attention. What? You're doing the thing. What thing? The thing where you stop looking at people and start looking at invisible numbers. Kai paused. That's fair. Juno pointed at the stage. Can you afford another bid? No. Can you afford this bid? Barely. Then maybe stop. The auctioneer raised his hammer. The cloaked bidder remained motionless, waiting. Kai looked at the displayed image of Horizon. A broken transport vessel, 42% operational integrity, ancient systems, huge repair costs, objectively terrible. The smart decision was obvious. Walk away. Preserve capital. Find another opportunity. The system had not ordered him to buy the ship, only to investigate, and he had. Then something caught his eye. Not on the ship, on the auction documentation. A tiny notation buried inside the recovery records. Most buyers would never read it. Most buyers would never care. Kai enlarged the text. His heart skipped. Recovery location, Outer Frontier Survey Corridor 9. He knew that corridor. Not personally. Historically, it connected to one of the abandoned route clusters near the hidden Golden Pathway, a place that should have been irrelevant, a place that should not have mattered. Yet somehow Horizon had been there. The same ship, the same route cluster, the same region connected to the system. Kai slowly exhaled. The ship wasn't valuable because of what it was. It was valuable because of where it had been. And suddenly, he understood. Not completely. Not enough. But enough. The hammer rose. The hull held its breath. Kai raised his hand. One final bid. The highest number he could possibly afford. The auctioneer blinked. Several buyers whispered. Juno buried her face in her hands. He's actually doing it. Across the room, the cloaked bidder finally moved, slowly, deliberately. The hood tilted upward. Not enough to reveal the face, just enough to reveal a faint smile. The bidder pressed a control. A new number appeared. Higher. Much higher. The hull erupted. Kai's expression froze. The new bid exceeded everything he possessed. Not by a little, by a devastating margin. The auction was over. The cloaked figure had won. The hammer fell. Sold. Silence settled around Kai. Not dramatic silence. The quiet kind. The kind that followed a missed opportunity. The auctioneer finalized the sale. Workers began preparing transfer documents. The crowd gradually dispersed. People lost interest almost immediately. To them, it was simply another auction. Another ship. Another transaction. Juno stood. Well, Kai remained seated. Well, you got destroyed. Thank you. You're welcome. Kai stared at Horizon's fading hologram. The system had led him here. He had found the ship, confirmed its importance, and lost. Simple, clean, over. Except the golden interface suddenly appeared. Asterisk asterisk asset acquisition event ongoing asterisk asterisk. Kai blinked. Ongoing? The auction was finished. The ship was sold. The event should have ended. New text appeared. Asterisk asterisk primary acquisition failed. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk alternative pathway available. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's eyes narrowed. Alternative pathway. The system highlighted a section of the transfer documentation still visible on the stage. One line, tiny, almost hidden. Asterisk asterisk transfer pending final inspection. Asterisk asterisk. Kai stared, then slowly smiled. Not because he understood everything, because he understood enough. The ship had not changed owners yet. And somewhere between auction victory and final transfer, there was still a connection waiting to be made. The golden interface pulsed once, then displayed a final message. Asterisk asterisk opportunity revised. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk proceed to dock ring 12. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk time remaining. 43 minutes. Asterisk asterisk. 43 minutes. That was all Kai had. Not enough time to understand why the cosmic exchange system still considered the opportunity active. Not enough time to investigate the cloaked bidder. Not enough time to recover from the fact that he had just lost the auction with every credit he possessed. Enough time, however, to move. Kai stood from his seat before Juno finished complaining. Dock ring 12. Juno blinked. What? We need to go to dock ring 12. Why? Because the ship hasn't transferred yet. She stared at him, then at the empty auction stage, then back at him. Kai. Listen carefully. The part where the hammer hit the table, that's usually when poor people lose. The sale is pending final inspection. That sounds like auction paperwork. It is. Then why are you walking like paperwork is about to explode? Kai was already moving toward the exit. Because paperwork is a route too. Juno stood there for half a second, then hurried after him. I hate that almost sounded smart. The corridors of Horizon's salvage yard felt narrower after the auction. Buyers spilled out into rust-stained passageways, arguing over cargo rights and repair fees. Salvage workers hauled machine parts on magnetic carts. Debt agents whispered into private comms. Somewhere above them, an old ventilation fan coughed like a dying animal. Kai moved through the crowd with his eyes on the signs. Dock Ring 12 was located on the far side of the salvage yard, connected by a maintenance bridge that overlooked the moon below. The golden interface hovered silently at the edge of his vision. Asterisk asterisk time remaining. 39 minutes. Asterisk asterisk. No explanation. No rude details. No miracle. Just pressure. Kai preferred that, in a strange way. A system that shouted instructions would make him a puppet. A system that gave him a countdown forced him to think. They reached a junction where 3 corridors split beneath flickering lights. Juno grabbed his sleeve. Wait. Kai stopped. 2 of the cloaked bidders' escorts were ahead, standing near the central path. Still silent, still armed. Not blocking everyone, only watching. Kai's gaze shifted to their positions. One near the security scanner, one near the cargo lift. Angles covering both routes toward Dock Ring 12. Professional, not pirates. Pirates made noise. These people made absence. Juno lowered her voice. Tell me again, this is a low-rank opportunity. It started low-rank. That's not comforting. Kai studied the corridor map mounted on the wall. Dock Ring 12 could be reached through the main path, the cargo lift, or an old maintenance access tunnel used by salvage crews. The escorts guarded the first 2. The third route was not marked on public signs, but old stations had habits. Maintenance tunnels always existed because engineers trusted walls less than they trusted shortcuts. Kai looked up. A panel above the left wall had mismatched bolts. Maintenance access. Juno followed his gaze. You're joking. No. That's a wall. It's a badly repaired wall. Those are not the same thing. Kai walked to the panel and pressed the manual release. Nothing happened. Juno crossed her arms. Excellent. The wall disagrees with you. Kai crouched and checked the frame. The release mechanism was dead, but the latch was old. Mechanical backup. Poorly maintained. Probably rusted. He looked at Juno. Do you have a tool? She stared at him. I am a pilot. Is that a no? It's an offended yes. She pulled a slim metal tool from her jacket and handed it to him. Kai worked the latch for several seconds. The panel groaned, then slid open just enough to reveal a dark service tunnel beyond. Juno peered inside. It smells like old metal and regret. Still better than armed escorts. That is a low standard. They climbed in. The maintenance tunnel was cramped, dimly lit by emergency strips, and barely wide enough for 2 people to walk without turning sideways. Pipes ran overhead. Frost clung to one section of wall, where the temperature control had failed. Every few meters, the deck vibrated faintly as machinery deeper in the salvage yard struggled to stay alive. As they moved, Kai opened the yard layout on his wrist terminal. Most of it was incomplete. The salvage yard's internal map was outdated. Sections had been rebuilt, sealed, renamed, or abandoned entirely. But old structures followed logic. Dock rings needed power lines. Power lines needed maintenance corridors. Maintenance corridors always led somewhere useful. Juno watched him navigate in silence for almost a minute. Then she said, "You do this a lot? Crawl through suspicious tunnels, find paths no one else notices." Kai paused briefly. Yes, that's depressing. It's useful. Both can be true. They reached a narrow observation grate overlooking Dock Ring 12. Kai crouched and looked through. Below them, the horizon waited. For the first time, he saw the ship outside a hologram. It was worse in person. The transport vessel sat crooked in its berth, held by 6 aging docking clamps. Its hull was dull gray beneath layers of scars. Several armor plates were missing. A long burn mark cut across the starboard side. The engine housing looked as if someone had repaired it with desperation and spare scrap. And yet, Kai did not look away. There was something strange about the ship's shape. Beneath the ugly repairs, beneath decades of damage, the hull lines were unusually balanced. The frame was old, but not crude. The vessel looked less like a cheap transport and more like something built to endure long routes across hostile space. Not fast, not beautiful, but stubborn. A survivor. Juno crouched beside him. That's the ship you tried to bankrupt yourself for. Kai nodded. It looks like it got into a fight with an asteroid and lost. It survived. That's not the same as winning. Kai's gaze moved across the docking bay. The cloak bidder stood near the inspection platform with the salvage yard's auction supervisor. The two escorts from the corridor are not there, which meant at least two more remained nearby. The supervisor held a tablet and looked nervous. Very nervous. The cloak bidder extended one gloved hand toward the transfer documents, then paused. A red warning flashed above the inspection platform. Asterisk asterisk transfer hold asterisk asterisk. The auction supervisor stiffened. Kai's eyes sharpened. Juno whisper, that looks promising. The supervisor tapped frantically at the tablet. The warning expanded. Asterisk asterisk final inspection failed asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk unresolved ownership conflict detected asterisk asterisk. The cloak bidder turned slowly toward the supervisor. Even from above, Kai felt the temperature in the room change. The supervisor began speaking quickly. Probably explaining. Probably apologizing. Probably wishing he had chosen a different career. Kai enlarged the inspection feed on his wrist terminal. Most of the data was encrypted, but Horizon's salvage yard security was terrible, and the maintenance network still leaked partial records. A line appeared. Asterisk asterisk historical claim not cleared asterisk asterisk. Kai frowned. Historical claim. Juno leaned closer. Can you read it? Partially. What does it mean? It means the ship can't legally transfer until an old ownership record is resolved. How old? Kai searched. The terminal lagged, then produced a corrupted timestamp. His breath caught. The timestamp was impossible. Not decades. Not centuries. Older, far older than the ship's listed manufacture date. The system pulsed at the edge of his vision. Asterisk asterisk connection inconsistency detected. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's skin prickled. The ship had a legal conflict older than itself. That should not be possible, unless the record did not belong to the ship, or unless Horizon was not what the auction file claimed it was. Below, the cloak bidder reached for the supervisor's tablet. The supervisor flinched. One of the bidder's cards stepped forward. Juno's expression changed. That's about to get ugly. Kai watched the scene unfold. If the bidder forced the transfer manually, Kai lost everything. If the supervisor refused, the situation could become violent. Either way, the opportunity would close. He needed leverage. Not money. Not force. Information. Kai searched deeper through the maintenance network. Inspection logs. Debt files. Recovery records. Docking history. Most of the files were incomplete. But incomplete did not mean useless. A pattern emerged. Horizon had changed owners many times. To many. Freight company. Private courier. Salvage contractor. Independent explorer. Debt holding firm. Every owner eventually abandoned it, sold it cheaply, or vanished from the record. But one thing remained constant. The ship had never been fully scrapped. Every time it reached a salvage yard, some administrative issue interrupted the process. Uncleared debt. Invalid claim. Missing registry. Historical ownership conflict. Again and again, like the galaxy itself refused to let the ship die. Kai's heartbeat slowed. Not from calm. From focus. He opened the oldest accessible file. Most of it was corrupted. Only a few words remained. Asterisk asterisk route survey, vessel asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk long distance connection, initiative asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk architectural registry fragment asterisk asterisk. Architectural, not architect. Not yet. A common word. A harmless word. Still, Kai felt the golden interface pulse. Asterisk asterisk relevant data identify. Asterisk asterisk. Below, the auction supervisor's voice rose. This is a legal transfer hold. If the claim exists in the registry, I cannot release the vessel without resolution. The cloak bidder said something too quiet for the overhead mic to catch. The supervisor went pale. Juno whispered, "Your creepy competitor is very persuasive." Kai did not answer. He was thinking. The transfer hold created a problem for the bidder, but not an opportunity for Kai unless he could resolve it, or redirect it. He examined the ownership conflict. The claim was not active. It was incomplete. A broken registry connection. The ship was not locked because someone owned it. It was locked because the system could not identify who had the right to own it. Kai suddenly understood. The auction had sold the ship as salvage. But if Horizon's classification changed from salvage asset to route survey vessel, the transfer process would require a different type of claimant. Not the highest bidder, a qualified route operator. His eyes moved quickly. Salvage law in frontier territories was messy, but old laws remained because no one bothered to clean them. A decommissioned route survey vessel with unresolved historical registry could be claimed under emergency frontier reconnection statutes if the claimant submitted a valid route restoration plan. It was obscure, almost never used. Perfect. Kai opened a blank claim form through the maintenance terminal. Juno stared at him. What are you doing? Filing a legal objection against the scary person with armed guards. Yes, from a ceiling tunnel? Technically, from the maintenance network. That is not better. Kai filled the form quickly. Claimant, Kai. Occupation, interstellar route analyst. Authorization status, suspended. He stopped. That would be a problem. Then he noticed the statute wording. Not active imperial authorization. Professional route qualification. Suspension did not erase his certification. Dane had taken his access, not his knowledge. Kai attached his certification, then added a route restoration proposal using the hidden corridor data near Horizon's recovery site. Not the golden route. Not enough to expose the system, only a partial reconstruction based on archive records. The claim required a deposit. Kai looked at the amount. His stomach sank. It was almost everything he had left. Juno saw his expression. That. Expensive. How expensive? Kai told her. She looked personally wounded. That number hurt my feelings. If the claim fails, I lose it. And if it succeeds, I don't get the ship for free. What do you get? A hearing. Juno stared. You are risking all your money for a hearing. Kai's fingers hovered over the confirmation key. On the platform below, the cloaked bidder's guard took another step closer to the supervisor. The supervisor was shaking now. Kai remembered Convo 17A. The moment before a bad decision became irreversible. Sometimes the route ahead was terrible, sometimes every option was bad. But doing nothing was also a choice. He pressed confirm. The terminal accepted the deposit. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then alarms blared across dock ring 12. The red transfer hold turned gold. Asterisk asterisk frontier reconnection claim filed asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk transfer suspended asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk legal review required asterisk asterisk. Every head in the docking bay turned. The auction supervisor nearly collapsed from relief. The cloaked bidder went completely still. Juno slowly covered her mouth, then whispered, Kai. What? I think you just annoyed the wrong rich person. Below, the cloaked figure turned toward the ceiling, toward the observation grate, toward him. For a heartbeat, Kai felt as if those hidden eyes saw through the metal. The golden interface appeared. Asterisk asterisk alternative pathway activated. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asset acquisition event extended. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk warning. Competitor hostility increased. Asterisk asterisk. Kai exhaled. That part, he murmured. I also figured out myself. The cloaked bidder raised one hand. One of the guards drew a weapon. Not firing. Not yet, but enough. Juno grabbed Kai's sleeve. Time to leave the clever tunnel. They backed away from the grate. Behind them, heavy footsteps entered the maintenance passage. The escorts had found another access point. Kai looked at the narrow corridor ahead. One path led back to the auction hall. One led deeper into the salvage yard. One led toward the outer dock controls. His mind moved through the station layout, routes, choke points, timing. Pursuers. Escape was not about running faster. It was about choosing a path the enemy could not use as easily. The golden text pulsed once more. Asterisk asterisk connection route unstable. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk proceed carefully. Asterisk asterisk. Then the lights in the maintenance tunnel flickered out, and in the darkness behind them, metal boots began to move closer. The lights went out. For 1 second, the maintenance tunnel became nothing but darkness, breathing metal, and the sound of armed footsteps behind them. Juno did not scream. Kai respected that. Instead, she grabbed the back of his uniform and hissed, Please tell me route analysts receive secret tunnel combat training. They don't. Unbelievable. What do my taxes pay for? Technically, your taxes pay for command officers ignoring reports. Not helping. Emergency strips flickered to life along the floor. painting the narrow passage in thin red lines. The tunnel stretched ahead in 3 directions, each one half covered by old pipes, cable bundles, and warning labels faded by years of neglect. Behind them, metal boots struck the deck. Steady, confident, 2 pursuers at least, maybe more. Kai's first instinct was not to run. Running without knowing the route was how people got trapped. His eyes moved through the tunnel. Airflow, cable direction, pipe markings, maintenance signs. Every station had logic. Even ugly stations, especially ugly stations. Engineers built pathways around what needed access most. Power cores, dock controls, coolant lines, emergency shutters. Dock Ring 12 had just entered legal lockdown. That meant the salvage yard security system would prioritize sealing transfer access, not maintenance corridors. If Kai could reach the outer dock control bridge, he could force the passage shutters to close behind them and slow the guards. Not stop them, slow them. Sometimes survival was only a matter of buying enough seconds. He turned left. This way. Juno stared. How do you know? The floor slopes. That is not an answer. It is on salvage stations. He moved quickly. Juno followed, muttering something about never trusting men who navigated by floor texture. The tunnel narrowed almost immediately. Pipes pressed close on both sides. The air grew colder. Somewhere deep in the wall, machinery clanged with an uneven rhythm, like the heartbeat of something old and sick. Behind them, a voice echoed. Stop. Calm. Commanding. Not a shout. The kind of voice used by people who expected obedience. Kai did not stop. The first stun shot flashed past his shoulder and struck the wall ahead, bursting into blue sparks. Juno ducked. That was a warning shot, right? Kai glanced at the scorch mark. No. Great. Love that. They ran. The maintenance tunnel twisted downward. Kai counted turns automatically. Left, short corridor. Decline, pipe junction, service ladder. The route map in his head built itself piece by piece, not from perfect knowledge, but from probabilities. The pursuers were faster, trained, armed, but they were also wearing heavier gear, moving through a tunnel designed for workers, not soldiers. Their boots struck hard against the deck. Every step told Kai how close they were. A second shot fired. This one hit a pipe overhead. White vapor exploded into the tunnel. Juno cursed as cold mist swallowed them. Kai pulled her down. Good. Good. That pipe almost froze my ear off. It blocks visibility. For them or us, both. Again, not comforting. The vapor filled the passage, turning red emergency light into a hazy glow. Kai slowed for 3 steps, felt along the wall, found the junction marker, and turned sharply into a side duct. Juno nearly collided with him. The guards charged past the opening. For 3 seconds, their footsteps continued ahead, then stopped. Kai held his breath. Juno held his sleeve tightly enough to wrinkle the fabric. A voice spoke from the main tunnel. They turned. The footsteps returned. Kai moved again. The side duct was lower, forcing them to crouch. It ran parallel to the dock ring's power conduit. Through the thin wall, he could hear the deep hum of Horizon Salvage Yard's ancient systems. Unstable, poorly balanced, overloaded in several places. Useful. He reached a maintenance panel and opened it. Inside was a cluster of manual relays labeled in old station code. Juno looked over his shoulder. Can you use that? Maybe. Maybe is doing a lot of work today. Kai ignored her and traced the relay lines. Tower shutter. Cargo lift. Ventilation. Dock bridge access. There. He pulled one relay and twisted another. A heavy metal slam echoed somewhere behind them. Then another. Then shouts. The pursuers had been cut off by an emergency shutter. Juno stared at him. You trapped them. Delayed them. How delayed? A loud impact shook the tunnel. Kai closed the panel. Not enough. They moved faster. The side duct opened into a narrow service bridge overlooking the outer dock controls. Through a long window stained with dust and condensation, Kai saw dock ring 12 below. Horizon remained locked in its berth. Gold warning lights pulsed around it now, replacing the earlier red transfer hold. Salvage workers had evacuated the immediate platform. The auction supervisor stood behind 2 security officers, waving his tablet and shouting at someone over comms. The cloak bidder was no longer on the inspection platform. Kai's gaze swept the bay. Where did he go? Juno followed his eyes. I hate when dangerous people disappear. The golden interface flickered. Asterisk asterisk claim status. Pending review asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk required action. Maintain presence within legal zone asterisk asterisk. Kai frowned. Maintain presence? Then he understood. Frontier reconnection claims required the claimant to remain physically present within the disputed asset zone until preliminary hearing registration completed. If he left Horizon salvage yard or was removed by force, the claim could be dismissed. The cloak bidder did not need to kill him, did not need to defeat him, only needed to make him disappear from the legal zone. Kai almost smiled despite the danger. It was not a fight, it was a root dispute with weapons. Juno saw his expression. Why are you smiling? Because I know what they want. Is it our peaceful cooperation? No. They need me out of the yard before the claim locks. How long? Kai checked the interface. Asterisk asterisk preliminary registration. 18 minutes asterisk asterisk. 18 minutes. Juno stared. We need to survive armed professionals for 18 minutes. Yes. With what weapons? Kai looked around the service bridge. Old control panels. A fire suppression system. Emergency shutters. Docking clamps. Cargo magnets. Station machinery. No weapons. Juno's expression became flat. Kai, we have infrastructure. That sentence made me less safe. The service bridge door at the far end opened. One of the escorts stepped through. Not the two trapped behind the shutter. A third, tall, armored, carrying a compact stun rifle. Juno whispered, infrastructure, better hurry. Kai pulled her behind a support beam as the first shot cracked across the bridge. Blue energy struck the railing, sending sparks into the air. The bridge trembled beneath their feet. The escort advanced steadily. No wasted movement. No threats. Just pressure. Kai scanned the control panels. Cargo magnet interface. Inactive. Docking arm calibration. Manual override locked. Fire suppression. Functional. He opened the fire suppression panel. Juno saw it. Are you about to spray him? Not him. Then what? The floor. She blinked. Kai triggered the suppression system in the center of the bridge. A burst of white chemical foam exploded across the deck, coating the metal surface in slick frost. The escort adjusted immediately, slowing his steps. Good reaction. Too good. Kai grabbed Juno's wrist. Now, they rushed along the opposite side of the bridge. The escort fired again. The shot missed by less than a meter. Juno ducked so hard she almost slipped. Kai reached the next panel and slammed the cargo magnet activation key. Nothing happened. Access denied. Of course. He tried again using maintenance priority. Deny. The escort was halfway across the bridge now, moving carefully over the foam. Kai's eyes moved over the panel. Cargo magnets require active load registration. No registered cargo. No activation. He looked at Juno. Her cargo tag still hung from his jacket. Asterisk asterisk machinery component. Fragile asterisk asterisk. Kai ripped it off and slapped it onto the metal support beam beside him. Juno stared. You are not registering a wall as cargo. Not a wall. He activated the scanner. The panel chirped. Asterisk asterisk auxiliary machinery component detected asterisk asterisk. Cargo magnet unlocked. Kai hit the key. A deep magnetic pulse slammed through the bridge. The support beam shuddered. Loose tools, metal scraps, and old maintenance brackets flew sideways and stuck violently against the magnetized cargo rail. The escort's armored boots locked for half a second. Only half. But half a second was enough. Kai pulled Juno through the service door at the end of the bridge and sealed it behind them. A stun shot struck the door from the other side. The metal rang like a bell. Juno was breathing hard now. That was the stupidest smart thing I've ever seen. Kai leaned against the wall for 1 second. I'll take that as praise. You take too many things as praise. The golden interface updated. Asterisk asterisk preliminary registration. 13 minutes asterisk asterisk. They were in the outer dock control corridor now. Ahead, a transparent passage curved around Horizon's berth. Through it, the ship dominated the view. Close enough to see every scar. The vessel looked dead under the gold warning lights, but Kai felt something when he looked at it. Not from the system. Not exactly. A sense of continuity, as if this ship had crossed routes no one remembered, survived failures no one recorded, waded through owners who never understood it. A broken connection, still refusing to disappear. They moved along the passage. Then the temperature dropped. Juno noticed first. Why did it get cold? Kai stopped. At the far end of the corridor, the cloaked bidder stood waiting. No escorts. No weapon drawn. Just a dark figure beneath flickering lights, facing them in silence. The corridor suddenly felt much smaller. Juno whispered, That is not good infrastructure. Kai did not answer. The bidder raised one gloved hand and slowly removed the hood. A woman's face appeared beneath it. She was not old, but there was nothing young in her eyes. Silver hair fell to her shoulders, tied loosely with a black band. Her features were sharp, elegant, and pale beneath the corridor lights. A thin scar crossed the bridge of her nose. Her eyes were golden, not natural gold. Not cybernetic glow either. Something stranger. She looked at Kai as if she had been expecting disappointment and found curiosity instead. "So," she said, voice calm, "you are the one who filed the claim." Kai kept his breathing steady. "I am." Juno looked between them. "Do we know her?" "No." "Do we want to?" "Probably not." The woman ignored Juno. "You should withdraw." Kai studied her posture. No visible weapon. Balanced stance. Controlled breathing. Dangerous even unarmed. "Why?" "Because you do not understand what you are touching." Kai almost laughed. After the last 2 days, that sentence applied to almost everything in his life. "I understand enough to know you want the shit." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "The ship is not yours." "It is not yours either." "Not yet." A faint smile touched her lips. "You are stubborn for someone with no fleet, no authority, and almost no money." Kai's expression did not change. "That was very specific. I make it a habit to understand obstacles." "Then you should understand I only need 13 minutes. The smile vanished. Juno slowly turned toward him. "Kai, maybe don't give the scary woman our timer. She already knows." The woman's gaze sharpened with interest. "Perhaps." A new alarm sounded through the corridor. The legal system announcement echoed across dock ring 12. Asterisk asterisk Frontier reconnection claim under preliminary review. Asterisk 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 claimant presence required. Asterisk 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 asset transfer suspended pending hearing registration. Asterisk asterisk. The woman's eyes moved briefly toward the ceiling speaker. Kai used that moment to examine the corridor. Straight path. No side exits nearby. Transparent wall on one side, overlooking horizon. Maintenance panels on the other. The woman blocked the only direct route back to the dock office. He could not overpower her, could not outrun her if she was as capable as she looked. So he needed a different route. Not physical. Procedural. "What is your claim?" Kai asked. The woman looked back at him. "My claim is payment. Debt acquisition. Private recovery contract." "From whom?" "That is not your concern. It is if the transfer is blocked by historical ownership conflict." Her expression changed. Only slightly. But Kai saw it. She did not know the conflict details. Interesting. She knew Horizon mattered, but not why the transfer had failed. Kai continued, "If your contract depends on salvage transfer, then the reconnection claim overrides your recovery priority until the hearing resolves classification." Juno whispered, "Are you fighting her with bureaucracy?" Kai did not look away. "Yes." Terrifying. The woman stared at him for several seconds. Then she laughed softly. It was not warm, but it was real. "You are using frontier law to protect a ship you cannot afford. I am using a valid statute to delay an invalid transfer. Do you even know what is hidden inside that vessel?" Kai's pulse shifted. There it was. Confirmation. Horizon had something hidden inside. He kept his face calm. "No." "Then walk away." "No. You may regret that." "I regret many things, usually after reviewing the data." For the first time, the woman's smile carried a hint of genuine amusement. "Who are you?" "Kai." "Just Kai. Just Kai." She studied him. A distant explosion suddenly shook the corridor. Not large, but close. The lights flickered. Juno grabbed the wall. "What now?" A salvage yard broadcast crackled overhead. Asterisk asterisk warning. Unauthorized docking clan override detected. Asterisk 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 dock ring 12 security breach. Asterisk asterisk. Kai turned toward the window. Below, Horizon's docking clamps began moving. Someone was trying to release the ship manually. The woman's expression changed sharply. Not satisfaction. Alarm. Kai saw it immediately. "This isn't you." She did not answer. That was answer enough. Juno's face paled. "Then who is stealing the ship?" Outside the corridor window, Horizon's damaged engines flickered with weak blue light. The old transport vessel groaned in its berth as the first docking clamp unlocked. The golden interface flashed violently. Asterisk asterisk connection status critical. Asterisk 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 asset departure imminent. Asterisk 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 claim failure probability rising. Asterisk asterisk. Kai's mind raced. The cloaked woman wanted the ship. Kai wanted the ship. But someone else had just bypassed both of them. A third party. No. He looked toward the black ship's berth across the dock ring. Its engines were dark, still docked. Then his gaze moved to the lower salvage levels. Maintenance drones, tow tugs, remote clamp systems, det agents, auction staff. Pirates did not always arrive with banners and guns. Sometimes they arrived as workers with access codes. The second docking clamp unlocked. Horizon shifted. The woman's voice turned cold. Move. Kai stepped aside just enough. Not from fear. From understanding. For the next few minutes, they were not enemies. They were connected by the same problem. The old ship was being stolen, and if it left the dock, Kai's claim, the woman's contract, and the system's opportunity would all vanish into the frontier. The golden text appeared before him. Asterisk asterisk emergency route require. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk time remaining before loss of connection. 6 minutes. Asterisk asterisk. 6 minutes. That was how long Kai had before Horizon disappeared. The old transport vessel groaned beneath the docking lights as its second clamp unlocked. Blue engine fire flickered weakly from its damaged rear thrusters, unstable and uneven, like a dying animal forced awake before its wounds had healed. Across dock ring 12, alarms screamed. Salvage workers ran for cover. Security officers shouted conflicting orders. The auction supervisor stood frozen on the inspection platform, clutching his tablet as if paperwork could stop a ship from being stolen. Juno stared through the corridor window. That ship is actually moving. Kai's eyes swept across the dock. Not by itself. Below the platform, 3 maintenance drones rolled beneath Horizon's hull. Their external markings belonged to the salvage yard, but their movement was wrong. Too synchronized. Too fast. They were not performing maintenance. They were overriding the clamp network. The silver-haired woman beside Kai also noticed. Her golden eyes narrowed. Remote hijack. Kai glanced at her. You know how to stop it. I know how to destroy the drones. That might damage the ship. Deader damaged than gone. Kai looked back at Horizon. The third docking clamp began rotating open. 5 minutes. Brute force would be too slow. The salvage yard's security system had already been compromised. The guards were scattered. The dock supervisor had no control. Juno's shuttle was too far away to physically block the vessel. The black ship remained docked, which meant the silver-haired woman was not the thief. That left the system. Not the cosmic exchange system. The salvage yard system. Every dock was a network. Clamp control. Tug coordination. Fuel locks. Docking authority. Emergency shutters. Traffic permissions. Whoever stole Horizon had taken control of one part. That did not mean they controlled all of it. Kai opened his wrist terminal and pulled up the maintenance layout. Access denied. He tried the archive backdoor. Partial access. Good enough. What are you doing? Juno asked. Finding the route. The route. The ship is right there. Not a travel route. Kai enlarged the dock control map. A control route. The silver-haired woman looked at him. For the first time, her expression held something other than cold confidence. Interest. The third clamp unlocked fully. Horizon shifted forward. A deep metal sound rolled through the dock ring. The stolen ship's weak thrusters pushed against the remaining restraints. For minutes, Kai's mind moved faster. The drones controlled the clamps, but Horizon was still inside the docking zone. A vessel could not leave without clearance through the outer traffic gate, unless it physically tore through it, and Horizon was too damaged for that. The thief would need to open the outer gate. To open the gate, they needed dock traffic authority. To get authority, they needed the salvage yard central control. But if Kai redirected the yard's emergency priority to another hazard, his eyes moved to the fuel line connected to berth 12, still attached. Unstable. Dangerous. Perfect. Juno, that tone sounds expensive. Can you access the docking bay announcement channel? No. Can you try? I can try illegally. Do that. She stared at him for half a second, then pulled out a small pilot terminal and began working. The silver-haired woman stepped closer. What is your plan? Make the salvage yard think Horizon is not being stolen. Juno paused. I'm sorry. What? Kai's fingers flew across his terminal. Right now the system treats this as an authorized departure. The thief already prepared for that. But if we trigger a fuel line emergency, departure becomes secondary. Emergency protocols will prioritize containment. The woman understood first. The outer gate locks, and the dock shutters seal. Juno looked at him. With us inside. Yes, love that. Kai ignored her and sent a manual diagnostic request through the fuel network. Deny. He tried again through maintenance priority. Deny. He used the old cargo tag still registered from earlier as auxiliary machinery. The system hesitated, then accepted partial input. Juno let out a short laugh. You are still cargo. Focus. I am focusing on the fact that you are committing infrastructure fraud. The fourth clamp began unlocking. 3 minutes. Kai forced a false pressure fluctuation warning into the fuel line monitor. Not enough to cause actual damage. Enough to look dangerous. The system rejected it as low confidence. Of course it did. The salvage yard was old, but not stupid. Kai needed confirmation from the Bay announcement channel. Juno's terminal beeped. I'm in. Broadcast a fuel line pressure warning from berth 12. Actual warning, or fake warning. Technically predictive. That means fake with confidence. Yes. Juno grinned despite the danger. You're a terrible influence. Her message went through. A harsh automated voice thundered across dock ring 12. *** warning. Fuel line pressure instability detected at berth 12. Emergency containment recommended. ***. The salvage yard system reacted immediately. Yellow warnings turned orange. The outer gate began slowing, but not closing. The hijacker's override fought back. Kai clenched his jaw. Not enough. The fifth clamp unlocked. Horizon lurched forward. The fuel line strained. Metal screamed. If the ship pulled free incorrectly, the line could rupture. That would not destroy the station, probably, but it could tear through half the berth and kill anyone nearby. Kai's breathing steady. This was the part everyone misunderstood about routes. A route was not only where something could go, it was where something could not go. Block the wrong path, and movement became predictable. Predictable movement could be controlled. Can you fire? Kai asked. The silver-haired woman's eyes shifted to him. At what? Not the drones. That support strut. He pointed to a narrow structural beam beside the fuel line housing. If it falls, it blocks the drone's access path without hitting horizon. Juno slowly looked at him. You want her to shoot the station. I want her to shoot a non-critical support strut. That is still station. The woman studied the angle for 1 second, then drew a compact energy pistol from beneath her coat. No hesitation, no dramatic speech. One shot. Blue-white light snapped across the dock. The support strut broke. A section of overhead plating crashed down between the drones and the clamp control box. One drone was crushed. The other two swerved. The hijack rhythm broke. Kai immediately forced the emergency containment command again. This time, the system accepted. *** fuel line instability confirmed. *** emergency containment active. ***. The outer traffic gate slammed shut. Dock shutters began descending. The last clamp froze halfway open. Horizon shook violently, but did not break free. For one breath, everyone in dock ring 12 simply stared. Then the salvage yard erupted into noise. Security officers regained partial control and rushed the platform. Salvage workers dragged the auction supervisor away from the berth. The remaining drones attempted to retreat, but the silver-haired woman fired twice more, disabling both with clean shots that left their course intact. Kai watched carefully. She had avoided destroying evidence. Professional. Very professional. The old transport vessel settled back against the berth with a long metallic groan. The engines flickered, then died. Horizon remained docked, damaged, awake, still within reach. The golden interface appeared. ***, asset loss prevented. ***, connection preserved. ***. Kai let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Juno leaned against the wall. I'm charging extra for this trip. You already charged extra. Then I'm emotionally charging extra. The silver-haired woman holstered her weapon and turned toward Kai. You think in systems. Kai looked at her. I think in routes. Same thing, on a larger scale. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Below, security officers surrounded the disabled drones. One of them opened a panel and pulled out a small black control core. The silver-haired woman's expression darkened. Kai noticed. You recognize it? No. The answer came too quickly. Kai did not press. Not now. The salvage yard announcement system crackled. ***, emergency lockdown active. ***, all transfers suspended. ***, all claimants and registered bidders Must report to dock authority for preliminary hearing. Asterisk asterisk. Juno blinked. Does that mean you won? Kai looked at the golden interface. No reward appeared. No victory message. Only one line. Asterisk asterisk opportunity unresolved. Asterisk asterisk. He almost smiled. No. It means I bought time. With all your money. Yes. And possibly several new enemies. Also yes. Wonderful business model. The silver-haired woman walked closer. Withdraw your claim. Kai met her gaze. No. You do not know what Horizon is. Neither do you. Her eyes sharpened. That hit something. Kai had guessed correctly. She knew the ship mattered, but she did not fully know why. The corridor lights flicker as emergency power stabilized. Through the window, Horizon sat in the dock below, ugly and battered beneath gold warning lights. For the first time, Kai saw something faint along the ship's damaged hull. Not paint. Not welding marks. A pattern. Thin lines buried beneath layers of grime and repair plating. They glowed for less than a second, soft gold, then vanished. Kai's pulse slowed. The silver-haired woman saw it too. So did Juno. For once, Juno did not make a joke. The golden interface opened in front of Kai. Asterisk asterisk hidden signature confirmed. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk classification locked. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk authority insufficient. Asterisk asterisk. Kai stared at the words. Authority insufficient. That meant the system knew more. It simply refused to tell him. The dock speakers activated again. This time, the voice was not automated. It was the auction supervisor, trembling but trying to sound official. All involved parties are to remain in dock authority custody until investigation concludes. The vessel Horizon is hereby placed under emergency dispute review. Kai looked down at the ship, then at the dark control core recovered from the drone, then at the silver-haired woman whose golden eyes reflected the same questions he could not answer. The day had begun with a suspension. It had become an auction, then a chase, then attempted theft. Now the ship he could not afford had been locked in legal dispute with his name attached to the claim. A terrible route. A risky route. But still a route. The system pulsed one final time. Asterisk asterisk new condition detected. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk to continue asset acquisition. Claimant must prove operational relevance. Asterisk asterisk. Kai frowned. A new message appeared beneath it. Asterisk asterisk Horizon must fly within 24 hours. Asterisk asterisk. Juno stared at the battered ship below. Please tell me it doesn't say what I think it says. Kai was silent. The old transport vessel had barely survived being powered on. Its engines were damaged. Its systems were outdated. Its ownership was disputed. Its enemies were unknown. And now, somehow, he had to make it fly. Across the dock, Horizon's dead navigation light suddenly flickered once. A single golden symbol appeared on its dark cockpit glass, then vanished before anyone else could speak. Kai did not know the symbol, but somewhere deep inside, he felt the meaning. Not a word, a direction, a call. And beyond the salvage yard, in the dark around the dead moon, 3 unidentified ships dropped out of stealth and began moving toward Dock Ring 12.
The first thing Kai learned about owning a mysterious starship was that half the galaxy suddenly wanted it. 23 hours and 41 minutes remained. That countdown hovered silently in the corner of his vision, projected by the cosmic exchange system. Horizon must fly within 24 hours. No explanation. No helpful instructions. Just another impossible requirement. Below the countdown, another line pulsed calmly. Claim status, pending review. Asset status, disputed. Connection status, preserved. Kai stared at the messages while security personnel escorted him through the upper levels of Horizon's salvage yard. Around him, the station no longer felt like the forgotten scrapyard he had arrived at yesterday. Emergency lights flashed along the corridors. Security checkpoints had doubled. Dock access was restricted. Every terminal displayed warning notices. Outside the station windows, 3 unidentified ships remained suspended above the dead moon, like predators circling wounded prey. Nobody knew who they were. That alone was enough to make everyone nervous. A security officer scanned Kai's identification chip. The officer frowned. Route analyst? Kai nodded. The officer looked toward the station window. Then, back at Kai. then toward the window again. "You caused all this?" "I don't think so." The officer pointed toward the dead moon. "The unidentified fleet arrived after you." He pointed toward another warning screen. "The legal dispute started after you." Then, toward Dock Ring 12. "The attempted theft happened after you." Kai considered the evidence. "That is unfortunate timing." The officer stared at him. "You route people are weird." Kai accepted that as a compliment. The hearing chamber occupied one of the station's oldest administrative sectors. The room had probably been built decades before the salvage yard itself became obsolete. Dark, metal walls. A circular table. A cracked station emblem mounted above the hearing platform. The atmosphere felt less like a courtroom and more like a meeting room nobody wanted to use. When Kai entered, several people were already present. The auction supervisor sat near the far end of the table, looking as if he had not slept. 3 legal clerks worked through stacks of digital records. 2 security officers guarded the entrance. And seated alone near the observation window was the silver-haired woman. Golden eyes. Calm posture. Unreadable expression. She looked toward him briefly before returning her attention to the stars beyond the glass. Kai took a seat. Juno immediately dropped into the chair beside him. Nobody had invited her. That had not stopped her. The auction supervisor rubbed his temples. "Who is she?" "My pilot, Dot." Juno nodded confidently. "Also, emotional support." The supervisor looked exhausted enough to accept that explanation. Minutes later, the hearing began. An elderly administrator entered carrying a stack of physical documents. Physical. Document. Not digital. That alone told Kai something important. The ownership records surrounding Horizon were old enough that someone no longer trusted electronic archives. The administrator sat heavily, opened the first file, and immediately frowned. That was not encouraging. The room remained silent. The man opened another file, frowned again, then a third. His frown deepened. Finally he sighed. "Why is it always ancient ships?" Nobody answered. The administrator continued. "Official record states the vessel known as Horizon was recovered from Frontier Survey Corridor 9. The room remained quiet. "The vessel was sold during salvage auction 479. He turned a page. "Transfer. Blocked due to unresolved historical ownership conflicts." Another page. Another pause. Then his expression became strange. Confused. Almost annoyed. He adjusted his glasses. "Read the file again." Read it a third time. Finally he looked up. "Who filed the reconnection claim?" Kai raised his hand. The administrator nodded. "Route analyst?" "Yes. You understand this situation is highly irregular?" "I assumed as much." "Good." The administrator seemed relieved. At least one person in the room understood reality. He activated the central display. A registry timeline appeared above the table. Ownership records stretched backward across decades. Corporations. Private operators. Salvage firms. Transport companies. Individual captains. The timeline continued. And continued. And continued. Longer than it should have. The administrator tapped the display. This is where things become problematic. Several sections of the ownership timeline vanished. Entire decades disappeared. Then reappeared. Then disappeared again. Corrupted data. Broken archives. Missing records. The timeline resembled a route map damaged by solar storms. Juno leaned toward Kai Data. "That doesn't seem normal." "No. Good." The administrator sighed again. "The ship's registry is older than the vessel's recorded construction date." Silence filled the room. Even the legal clerk stopped typing. The administrator looked personally offended by the existence of this problem. That should be impossible. Kai felt the silver-haired woman's attention shift toward the display. Just slightly. But enough. Interesting. This information was new to her too. The administrator enlarged the corrupted sections. Several labels appeared. Most were unreadable. One remained partially intact. Route, survey vessel. Another, NYAO, long distance connection initiative. The final label was mostly destroyed. Only one word remained. Architectural. The administrator shook his head. No surviving records explain what that means. The word lingered above the table. Architectural.fi. Not architect. Not yet. But Kai felt the cosmic exchange system pulse once. A subtle reaction. Gone almost immediately. Nobody else noticed. The hearing continued. The administrator reviewed claims. Salvage ownership. Auction transfer rights. Debt recovery contracts. Private acquisition licenses. The silver-haired woman finally spoke. My contract remains valid. Her voice was calm. Controlled. Professional. The vessel was acquired through a legal auction. The administrator nodded. Normally, yes. Normally, the reconnection claim changes classification. Silence returned. The silver-haired woman's expression remained composed. But Kai noticed her fingers tighten slightly against the table. The administrator continued. If Horizon qualifies as a historical route survey asset, standard salvage law no longer applies. The room became very quiet. Kai suddenly understood why the system had led him toward the claim. Not because it guaranteed victory. Because it changed the battlefield. The contest was no longer about ownership. It was about classification. Different rules. Different authorities. Different opportunities. The administrator turned toward Kai. Your claim remains active. Juno smiled. The silver-haired woman did not. However, the smile vanished immediately. Kai disliked hearing that word. The administrator looked down at his notes. To maintain the claim, operational relevance must be demonstrated. Kai already knew this. The system had told him. But hearing it from a legal authority made it more real. The administrator tapped the display. Horizon appeared above the table. Damaged hull. Ancient systems. Partial functionality. The ship looked just as stubborn as before. If the vessel cannot fulfill its intended role, the historical classification may be revoked. Kai asked the obvious question. What was its intended role? The administrator stared at the file. Then frowned. Then stared harder. That information is missing. Even he sounded irritated. The room remained silent. An important ship. What? An ancient registry. A historical claim. And nobody knew what the ship had originally been designed to do. That felt dangerous. Outside the observation window, something moved. One of the unidentified ships shifted position above the moon. The hearing chamber's sensors immediately reacted. Warning icons appeared. Security personnel straightened. The administrator looked annoyed. Again. What now? A station officer entered hurriedly. Sir, what? We received a transmission. The officer looked uncertain. Very uncertain. From the unidentified fleet. The room became still. The administrator rubbed his forehead. Of course we did. What should we do? The officer hesitated. Sir, they are requesting access to Horizon. Nobody spoke. The silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed. Kai watched carefully. The administrator sighed. No? Sir? No. The officer blinked. Just no? Yes? The administrator leaned back. Tell them ownership remains disputed. Yes, sir. Tell them access is denied. Yes, sir. The officer nodded. Then hesitated again. The administrator closed his eyes. What? The officer swallowed. They included an authorization code. For the first time since entering the room. Genuine concern appeared on the administrator's face. What kind of authorization code? The officer looked toward the display, then toward Horizon's image, then back toward the administrator. His voice dropped almost to a whisper. An ancient recovery authorization. Nobody moved. The room felt colder. Even Juno stopped joking. The officer continued. The code predates the Solaris Empire. Silence. The administrator slowly stood. The silver-haired woman stood too. Kai felt the system pulse sharply. Not once. Twice. 3 times. The golden interface appeared. Warning. Time Dior. External claimant identified. Connection status unstable. Then another line appeared beneath it. A line Kai had never seen before. Priority holder detected. For a moment, nobody in the room spoke. Nobody breathed. Nobody understood. Outside the station, the 3 unidentified ships changed formation simultaneously. And somewhere deep inside Horizon's damaged hull, a dormant system finally woke up. Horizon woke up before anyone touched it. That was the part no one could explain. One moment. The damaged transport vessel sat silent inside Dock Ring 12, wrapped in warning lights, legal disputes, unpaid debts, and too many claims from people who wanted it for reasons they refused to explain. The next moment, every dead panel across its hull flickered once. Not blue. Not red. Gold. Dodaya. The color pulsed through the old ship's seams like blood returning to a body that had been declared dead too early. Inside the hearing chamber, nobody spoke. Kai stood beside the circular table, watching the live dock feed as the ancient recovery authorization code repeated silently across the station's security system. The auction supervisor had gone pale. The administrator looked as if someone had personally insulted every law he had ever studied. Juno leaned closer to Kai and whispered, "Ships are not supposed to wake up during legal hearings, right?" "No." "Good. Just checking." The silver-haired woman remained standing near the window, her golden eyes fixed on Horizon's image. Her expression was controlled, but not calm. Kai could see the difference now. She had come to Horizon's salvage yard believing she knew more than everyone else. Now, the ship had surprised her too. That mattered. The administrator recovered first. "Seal all registry access." A clerk looked up in alarm. "Sir, now, Dottie." The order was useless. The moment the clerk touched the console, the central display changed by itself. The ownership timeline of Horizon expanded across the room again. Then, it began to rewrite. Records that had been missing moments ago reappeared as broken fragments. Names dissolved into unreadable symbols. Dates collapsed into corrupted chains. Entire ownership periods shifted backward, then forward, then vanished, as if the archive itself could not decide what history was supposed to be. Kai watched every change. Not like a soldier watching a threat. Like a root analyst watching a broken map repair itself in the wrong direction. The administrator's voice tightened. That should not be possible. Juno looked at Kai Denai. "People keep saying that around the ship." Kai did not answer. His attention was on the oldest layer of the registry. The ship's official construction date was 83 years ago. But beneath that date was another record. Then another. Then another. Each older than the last. Not full ownership files. Fragments. Docking traces. Survey permissions. Long-range route approvals. Cargo exemptions. Maintenance codes. It was like finding footprints in dust, except the footprints belonged to someone who had walked through the room before the building existed. The cosmic exchange system appeared at the edge of Kai's vision. Registry instability increasing. Historical connection fragments detected. Authority insufficient for full access. Kai's jaw tightened slightly. Authority insufficient. Again. The system always knew more than it said. It had led him here. It had pushed him into the auction. It had guided him toward the legal claim. But whenever Horizon's true nature came close to the surface, the system became a locked door. Kai did not hate that. Not entirely. A tool that revealed everything would make him careless. A tool that withheld information forced him to earn every answer. Still, he would have appreciated slightly less ancient mystery and slightly more practical help, while 3 unidentified ships waited outside. The administrator pointed toward the central display. Freeze that section. Clark tried. The timeline stuttered, then stabilized around one broken registry entry. Most of it was unreadable. Only a few words remained. Route, survey, vessel. Outer chain initiative. Connection preservation class. The room fell silent again. The administrator read the words twice. Then a third time. Connection, preservation, class. The phrase felt strange in the mouth of modern law. Too old. Too precise. Too close to the words the system had shown Kai since the night Convoy 17A was attacked. Restore the connection. Connection preserved. Connection unstable. Kai felt a cold thread run through him. Horizon was not merely old. It had been built for something that matched the system's language. Juno whispered, "Connection preservation sounds important." "It sounds like a purpose," Kai said. The silver-haired woman turned slightly. "You understand it?" "No. But you recognize the pattern." Kai looked at her. She had noticed too much. Her gaze did not move away. "You are not just guessing, are you?" Kai said nothing. Sometimes silence was safer than a lie. The administrator tapped the table. "Enough. We need the source file." One of the clerks hesitated. "The source file is stored in the deep registry archive." "Then, open it." The clerk's face tightened. "Sir?" "Deep registry access requires physical confirmation from the vessel." Kai looked toward Horizon's live feed. "Physical confirmation. Of course. Dead records could only be repaired by the object they belonged to. A route could not be proven from a map alone. Someone had to travel it." The administrator looked at the security officers. "Prepare an inspection team." The silver-haired woman spoke calmly. "I will accompany them." "No." Her eyes moved to him. The administrator did not flinch. "This is now an active legal dispute involving an ancient recovery code, a reconnection claim, and unidentified armed vessels outside my station. No private claimant enters that ship without authorization." She stared at him for a long moment, then authorized me. "No? Dio." Juno looked impressed. "I like him." The administrator turned toward Kai. "You will accompany the inspection team." Juno's smile vanished. "I liked him less." Kai looked at the administrator. "Why me?" "Because your reconnection claim triggered a classification dispute. If the vessel requires claimant confirmation, you are currently the only claimant recognized by the hearing system." The silver-haired woman's expression cooled. Kai understood immediately. This was not trust. This was procedure. The administrator was not choosing Kai because he believed in him. He was choosing Kai because old frontier law had trapped everyone in a narrow corridor, and Kai happened to be standing in the only legal path forward. Kai almost smiled. Bureaucracy had become terrain, and for once, the terrain favored him. The administrator continued. "You will not touch anything without permission." "Understood." "You will not attempt to activate the vessel." "Understood." "You will not make any legal claims inside the ship without review." Kai paused. Juno glanced at him. The administrator's eyes narrowed. "Kai, I heard you. That was not agreement. It was acknowledgement." Juno covered her mouth. The administrator looked as if he suddenly understood why Commander Dane had wanted Kai removed from active routing. A few minutes later, they descended toward Dock Ring 12. The salvage yard felt different now. Before, it had been a decaying station filled with desperate buyers and forgotten machines. Now every corridor seemed to listen. Security officers moved in tense groups. Salvage workers whispered near sealed bulkheads. Warning lights blinked over locked doors. Through observation windows, the three unidentified ships outside the dead moon remained motionless. Their dark silhouettes angled toward the dock like knives waiting for permission to fall. Kai walked between two security officers. Juno followed behind, still insisting that any inspection involving Kai automatically required his pilot for safety reasons. The administrator had rejected that argument 3 times. Juno had ignored him 3 times. Eventually, everyone accepted she was coming. The silver-haired woman walked several steps behind them with 2 station guards between her and Kai. She had not protested further. That made Kai more cautious, not less. People like her did not give up. They recalculated. Dock Ring 12 opened before them. Horizon waited in the center of the berth. Up close, the ship looked even worse than before. Scarred hull, uneven plating, burned engine housing, maintenance seams sealed with cheap Frontier alloys. But the gold pulse had changed everything. Now the damage looked less like decay and more like layers of burial, as if the ship had spent decades wearing ugliness as camouflage. The inspection bridge extended toward the side airlock. A salvage technician checked the seal. Airlock power is unstable. The lead security officer frowned. Can it open? Yes. Can it close? The technician hesitated. Juno sighed. That is not the kind of pause I like before entering a ship. Kai approached the airlock. The cosmic exchange system pulsed faintly. Proximity confirmed. Asset response detected. Claimant presence recognized. The outer airlock opened. Cold air spilled out. Not the stale warmth of a working transport. Cold. Dry. Ancient. Kai stepped inside. The interior lights flickered one by one as the inspection team entered. Horizon's corridor was narrow, with exposed cables along the ceiling and old repair panels bolted across sections of the wall. Dust floated in the weak light. The floor trembled faintly beneath their boots, as if the ship was remembering how to breathe. Juno looked around. I take back every joke I made about this ship. Kai glanced at her. Really? No. But I will make them more respectfully. The lead security officer raised a scanner. Power readings inconsistent. The salvage technician checked his tablet. Some systems are active. They shouldn't be. Kai moved slowly along the corridor. He did not touch the walls. He did not need to. The route of the ship was already visible in small details. A transport vessel built for ordinary cargo prioritized storage. Horizon did not. Its corridors were too reinforced. Its internal compartments were arranged around protected data lines. Its emergency power conduits ran deeper than civilian standards required. The ship had cargo space, yes. But cargo had not been its heart. Navigation had. Kai stopped at a junction. 3 paths split ahead. Left led toward the cargo hold. Right toward engineering. Center toward the bridge. The security officer pointed left. We start with the hold. Kai said no. Everyone looked at him. He pointed toward the center corridor. If the deep registry requires physical confirmation, it will be tied to the navigation core or bridge systems. Cargo comes later. The officer frowned. You are not in command here. No. But if you search a route survey vessel like a cargo hauler, you'll waste time. The salvage technician looked at his scanner. Then, reluctantly nodded. Navigation core readings are strongest toward the bridge. The security officer was clearly unhappy. But he changed direction. They moved toward the bridge. As they walked, the ship lights brightened slightly. Not enough to feel welcoming. Enough to feel aware. The silver-haired woman, still guarded behind them, spoke for the first time since entering. You feel it too. Kai did not turn. Feel what? The ship watching. Juno stiffened. Please don't say things like that inside the ship. The woman ignored her. Horizon has rejected every owner who treated it as salvage. Kai stopped walking. That matched the records. Every owner had failed to scrap it. Failed to keep it. Failed to understand it. Kai looked back at her. How do you know that? Because I followed the same ghosts you did. Then why did you try to buy it as salvage? Her golden eyes held his. Because I had more money than you. Juno whispered, fair. Kai continued forward. The bridge door stood at the end of the corridor. It was sealed. No handle. No visible manual release. Only a dark panel embedded in the center. The technician stepped forward. Power lock. He connected a tool. The panel stayed dark. Dead. The system appeared. Bridge access sealed. Claimant verification required. Kai looked at the words. Then at the dark panel. The lead officer noticed. What? Kai chose his words carefully. It may require claimant confirmation. The administrator's warning echoed in his memory. Do not make any legal claims inside the ship without review. Kai looked at the security officer. Permission to attempt access under current claim. Status. The officer hesitated, then opened a comm channel. After a tense exchange with the administrator, he nodded. Granted. Do not do anything beyond opening the door. Kai stepped forward. He raised his hand. The moment his fingers touched the panel, gold light spread beneath his palm. Not bright. Not dramatic. Soft. Like an old system recognizing a forgotten password. The bridge door opened. Air moved past them. The bridge of horizon was dark. Then, the stars appeared. Not outside the window. Inside. A holographic map unfolded across the bridge, filling the air with countless golden points. Lines stretched between them. Some were broken. Some dim. Some pulsed faintly, as if waiting for repair. Kai stood frozen. It was not a modern navigation display. Modern maps showed owned territory, patrol routes, safe lanes, fuel depots, and active gateways. This map showed connections. Living connections. Dying connections. Lost connections. The technician whispered, "What is this?" No one answered. Kai took one step inside. The map shifted. The Orion frontier appeared. Vera Station. Horizon. Salvage yard. The Lumeriz drift. Then, dozens of routes around them flickered red. Unstable. Broken. Failing. The cosmic exchange system reacted sharply. Unauthorized map fragment detected. Connection archive partially active. Authority insufficient. The words repeated. Authority insufficient. Kai stared at the golden map, and for the first time, he understood the shape of the problem. Horizon was not only a ship, it was a witness. It remembered routes the galaxy had forgotten. The silver-haired woman stepped into the bridge despite the guard's attempt to stop her. Her face had gone pale. "That map," she whispered. Kai looked at her. "You've seen it before." She did not answer. Then the bridge speakers crackled. Static filled the room. The golden map trembled. A voice emerged. Old. Distorted. Not speaking Solaris standard. Yet Kai understood it. Connection vessel Horizon responding to priority recovery code. All unauthorized successors will be evaluated. Juno slowly turned toward Kai. "Kai, I heard it. No, look." At the center of the bridge, the captain's seat lit up. A circular symbol appeared above it. The same golden symbol that had flashed across Horizon's cockpit glass. Then, the ship's dormant system spoke again. Trial Protocol Awakening. Candidate 1 detected. Candidate 2 detected. External priority claimant detected. The bridge lights turned gold. The security officer raised his weapon. The silver-haired woman stared at the captain's seat. Kai felt the cosmic exchange system pulse like a warning bell. Then Horizon's main display changed. Outside the salvage yard, the 3 unidentified ships activated their weapons. And the ancient voice gave its final announcement. First trial begins in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Jet's mind. The ancient ship intended to change the fate of everyone aboard within 10 minutes. Outside Horizon's salvage yard, 3 unidentified warships activated their weapons systems simultaneously. Across Vera Station, emergency alarms exploded into life. Red warning lights flooded corridors. Docking traffic froze. Cargo operations halted. Thousands of workers stopped what they were doing and looked toward the dead moon. Nobody needed military training to understand what it meant when armed ships powered weapons inside station engagement range. Someone was preparing for war. Inside Horizon's bridge, nobody moved. The golden map still floated above the ancient navigation core. Broken routes, dying connections, forgotten pathways stretching through regions modern star charts no longer recognized. The bridge lights cast long shadows across the room. The lead security officer finally recovered first. Everyone away from the navigation platform. His weapon remained raised. Not toward horizon. Toward uncertainty. That was usually the more dangerous target. The officer opened a station-wide communication channel. Bridge team to administration. We have a situation. Static answered. Then the administrator's tired voice arrived. I assume that means a bigger situation than the armed fleet outside. Much bigger. A pause followed. Wonderful. The bridge speakers crackled again. Not the station system. Horizon. High. The ancient voice returned. Trial candidates confirmed. Recovery authority conflict detected. Evaluation protocol. Active. 9 minutes remaining. Then silence. The message disappeared. No explanation followed. No instructions. Just another countdown. Juno looked around the bridge. I hate ancient civilizations. You don't know anything about them. I know they keep leaving countdowns. That was difficult to argue with. Kai stepped closer to the golden route map. But God. The security officer immediately noticed. I said stay back. Kai stopped. The officer relaxed slightly. Then Kai pointed toward the floating routes. Look at the map. Everyone did. For a few seconds. Nobody understood. Then the technician frowned. The routes. Kai nodded. The map is changing. The technician moved closer. It was subtle. Almost impossible to notice. Some routes remained dim. Some remained broken. But others were brightening. One route near Vera Station pulsed, faintly. Another route beyond the Lumeris drift flickered gold. A third route deep within frontier space brightened for half a second before fading again. The map was responding to something. Or someone. The silver-haired woman stared at the display, then spoke quietly. It is evaluating us. Nobody laughed. The statement sounded ridiculous, which was exactly why it felt true. Kai studied the changing routes. Evaluation. Not combat. Not ownership. Evaluation. That word mattered. People often focused on what was happening. Kai preferred focusing on why. Ancient systems did not invent random rules. Every system reflected purpose. A military vessel tested combat ability. A trade network tested value. A route survey vessel tested navigation. The thought settled in his mind. Interesting. Very interesting. The cosmic exchange system pulsed softly. Observation acknowledged. Dawa. No further information appeared. Kai was becoming increasingly convinced the system enjoyed being unhelpful. A station transmission suddenly interrupted the bridge. Priority alert. Dasi. Pigmentai. Ignore. Human identified fleet requesting communication. Priority alert. Unidentified fleet requesting communication. The lead officer immediately accepted. A holographic figure appeared above the bridge floor. Tall. Gray uniform. Silver insignia. Dedatiu. Middle-aged. Calm Deja. The man carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to command. Not a pirate. Not a scavenger. Not a mercenary. A professional. The entire bridge became silent. The officer spoke first. Identify yourself. The hologram looked around the bridge. His gaze lingered on the golden map. Something changed in his expression. Not surprise. Recognition. Then he answered. Commander Hale. No organization. No fleet designation. No explanation. Just a name. That alone told Kai plenty. People who possessed authority rarely needed introductions. Commander Hale continued. The vessel Horizon belongs to our organization. The administrator's voice immediately joined the channel. Current legal review disagrees. The commander's expression remained calm. You possess incomplete information. So does everyone else. Correct. That answer surprised the room. The commander was not pretending certainty. Interesting. Very interesting. Kai watched carefully. The man was choosing his words with unusual precision. The administrator spoke again. You submitted an ancient recovery authorization. Yes. The code predates modern registry systems. Also correct. The administrator sighed. Today has been exhausting. For the first time. Something resembling amusement touched the commander's face. Only briefly. Then, it vanished. His attention shifted toward Kai. Directly toward Kai did I. Not the officers. Not the administrator. Kai.Gesh. The room noticed. Juno noticed. The silver-haired woman noticed. Kai definitely noticed. Commander Hale studied him. A root analyst. Kai nodded. The commander's gaze sharpened slightly. The claimant. Apparently. Another pause. Then Commander Hale asked a question nobody expected. Why did Horizon choose you? The room became very quiet. Kai felt every eye turn toward him. Even the bridge seemed to wait. The problem was simple. He had no idea. The commander continued watching him. Not aggressively. Not threateningly. Like someone studying a route that refused to make sense. Finally, Kai answered honestly. I don't know. The commander's expression did not change. But somehow the answer seemed to satisfy him. Interesting. Very interesting. The conversation continued. The administrator folded his arms. What exactly is your organization? The commander's gaze shifted away from Kai. We preserve historical recovery assets. That sounds made up. Most people say that. Juno whispered. I was going to say that. The commander ignored her. We tracked Horizon for years. Why? No answer came. Instead, Commander Hale looked toward the golden route map again. The silence lasted long enough to become meaningful. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer. Because some things should not disappear. The bridge fell silent. The statement sounded simple. Yet, something beneath it felt heavier. Older. The silver-haired woman suddenly spoke. You are from the Continuum. For the first time, Commander Hale looked surprised. Only slightly. But enough. The bridge reacted immediately. Kai noticed. So did everyone else. The commander's eyes narrowed. And who are you? The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. I asked first. The tension shifted. Suddenly the bridge contained two people who clearly knew more than they were willing to admit. Commander Hale studied her. She studied him. Neither blinked. Neither retreated. The atmosphere became dangerous, without a single weapon being fired. Kai quietly stored the information away. Unknown fleet. Continuum. Dahi. Ancient recovery codes. Historical assets. More pieces. Still not enough answers. The station alarm suddenly changed tone. Every person on the bridge froze. The security officer checked his terminal. Then cursed. The administrator's voice returned. What happened? The officer looked up. His face had gone pale. Dock Ring 7. What about it? We just lost power. The bridge grew silent. Another alarm sounded. Then, another. Then, another. Dock Ring 8. Dock Ring 9 Tara. Dock Ring 11. Sections of the station were shutting down one after another. Like lights going dark along a failing highway. Kai's eyes immediately moved toward the route map. The golden routes. The brightening connections. The evaluation. A possibility formed. Not certainty. Possibility. The best kind of clue. The station officer looked terrified. System failures are spreading. The administrator sounded furious. Find the cause. We're trying. Then Horizon's voice returned. 8 minutes remaining. Connection test, beginning. The route map shifted. One golden path expanded. A single route emerged from the display. It stretched across Vera Station, across the salvage yard, across dormant infrastructure that nobody had touched in decades. Kai stared. The failing dock rings. The spreading outages. The route out. The station was not being attacked. Something was being activated. And if he was right, the entire station had unknowingly become part of Horizon's trial. Commander Hale saw it too. The silver-haired woman saw it. For the first time since entering Horizon, Kai realized everyone in the room had been asking the wrong question. The question was never, who owns Horizon? The real question was, what happens when Horizon wakes up? Then the golden route reached the center of Vera Station, a location marked by an ancient symbol. A symbol absent from every modern station, blueprint. The bridge lights flickered. The symbol brightened. And somewhere deep beneath the station, something answered. Something beneath Vera Station woke up. The realization hit Kai before anyone else in the room spoke. Not because he was smarter. Not because of the system. Because everyone else was looking at Horizon. Kai was looking at the route. The difference mattered. The golden pathway stretching across the station continued expanding through the holographic map. ... Ancient infrastructure nodes illuminated one after another, like lights awakening along a forgotten highway. Dock Ring 7. Dock Ring 8. Dock Ring 9. Dock Ring 11. Then deeper. Far deeper. Beyond the operational sections of the station. Beyond the salvage yards. Beyond the commercial districts. Into sectors that modern station records barely referenced anymore. The route did not move randomly. It followed a purpose. Kai felt a familiar sensation. The same feeling he experienced when analyzing convoy traffic. The same feeling he experienced when tracing pirate ambush routes. A route always told a story, if someone knew how to read it. The bridge lights dimmed again. 7 minutes remaining. Connection test progressing. The ancient voice echoed through the ship. Nobody liked hearing it. The lead security officer especially seemed one message away from developing a personal grudge against extinct civilizations. The administrator's voice erupted through the communication channel. I want every engineering team mobilized immediately. A station engineer answered. We don't know what we're looking for. Then start looking harder. The engineer seemed unable to argue with that logic. The communication ended. Commander Hale remained calm. Almost suspiciously calm. The man watched the expanding route map with the expression of someone observing a familiar process. Kai noticed. The silver-haired woman noticed too. Commander Hale noticed them noticing. Nobody commented. The silence became its own conversation. Juno finally broke it. What exactly is a connection test? Nobody answered. She pointed toward Hale. You. The commander looked at her. I do not know. That was fast. It was also true. Juno narrowed her eyes. You're hiding something. I am hiding many things. At least he's honest. Kai almost smiled. Almost. The route map continued changing. A new cluster of golden points appeared near the station's lower maintenance levels. The technician studying the display frowned. Those sectors shouldn't exist. Everyone looked at him. The technician enlarged the map. Several maintenance corridors appeared. Then service shafts. Then storage zones. Then something else. A section of the station hidden beneath modern architecture. The room fell silent. The technician swallowed. These structures aren't on any current blueprint. The administrator immediately returned to the channel. Explain. I can't. Try. The technician pointed toward the display. The station was expanded multiple times over. The last century. Everyone knows that. Apparently not everyone. The technician zoomed further. Ancient station layers emerged beneath modern construction. Like archaeological ruins buried beneath a city. Vera Station was larger than anyone realized. Older than anyone realized. And something buried inside it had just responded to Horizon. The cosmic exchange system pulsed softly. Connection node detected. Node status, dormant. Authority insufficient. Kai was beginning to suspect the phrase authority insufficient was the system's favorite sentence. The bridge suddenly shook. Not violently. Just enough to make everyone lose their balance for a moment. The station groaned. Metal echoed through distant corridors. Far below them, machinery that had not moved in decades awakened. The security officer checked his terminal. Power draw increasing. The technician stared at his readings. It shouldn't have access to station energy. But it does, apparently. Nobody liked that answer. Another alarm activated. Then, another. The station's central network began reporting failures across multiple districts. Cargo elevators. Maintenance, grids. Communication, relays. Environmental regulators. Systems connected to the ancient route were waking up. Everything else was struggling to compensate. Kai watched the pattern. The route. The power flow. The infrastructure. A possibility formed. The station was not failing. The station was reallocating. The distinction mattered. A route analyst learned it early that traffic congestion and route optimization often looked identical to people who only saw surface effects. He stepped toward the holographic map. The security officer started to object, then stopped. Everyone wanted answers, even if they came from a suspended route analyst. Kai pointed toward the illuminated pathways. The power isn't disappearing. The technician frowned. It is. No. Kai highlighted several sectors. Look again. The technician checked, then checked again. His eyes widened. The numbers changed. The energy was not being lost. It was moving, like water flowing through channels, like cargo shifting through logistics hubs, like traffic redirected around a blockade. The route itself was consuming resources. The station was feeding something. Commander Hale finally spoke. Good. Everyone looked at him. The commander ignored them. His attention remained fixed on the route. Kai noticed. Good. Not surprising. Not concerning. Good. That told him more than any explanation. The commander had seen this before. Not necessarily this station. Not necessarily this ship. But something close. The silver-haired woman folded her arms. Your organization knows what is happening. No, you know enough. The commander's gaze shifted toward her. Perhaps. The tension between them sharpened. Kai stored the observation away. Information mattered. Especially information people tried to hide. The bridge speakers crackled again. 6 minutes remaining. Connection node. Activation. Beginning. The holographic route expanded deeper into the station. Then stopped. A single point began glowing beneath the station core. One location. One destination. One objective. The entire route converged there. Kai studied it carefully. Every route existed for a reason. Every route connected something valuable. Trade. Duide. Resources. Infrastructure. Information. People. Show. Pesutyat. This route connected Horizon to something buried beneath Vera Station. The route itself was the clue. And clues could be analyzed. The station administrator apparently reached the same conclusion. A new communication arrived. Bridge, team. Kai recognized the voice immediately. Report. The lead officer responded. We've identified the route destination. Good. The administrator sounded relieved. Then suspicious. What's there? Nobody answered. The technician checked. The security officer checked again. The station database checked. Nothing new. No modern record existed. No official designation. No active infrastructure. No registered facility. Just empty space beneath the station. The administrator sounded increasingly irritated. There has to be something. Kai studied the route. Then, the station layers. Then, the ancient architecture beneath them. Finally, He spoke. There is. The room turned toward him. What? Kai pointed toward the destination. If the route exists, then something exists. The administrator sounded unconvinced. That's your analysis. It's enough. The administrator groaned. Juno nodded. That's actually very Kai. Then another voice interrupted. Not Horizon. Not the station. Commander Hale. The man stared at the destination marker. For the first time, genuine concern crossed his face. A tiny crack in his composure. But enough. Kai noticed. The silver-haired woman noticed. Everyone noticed. The commander whispered something. Very quietly. Almost too quietly to hear. Almost. The node survived. The bridge became silent. The silver-haired woman's eyes widened slightly. The administrator immediately responded. What node? No answer. The commander remained silent. The question hung in the air. What node? What connection? What had survived? The station suddenly shook again. Harder this time. Warning sirens erupted throughout Vera Station. Emergency reports flooded the network. A security officer cursed. The technician went pale. The administrator sounded alarmed. What happened now? The answer arrived immediately. A station-wide alert filled every display. Unauthorized excavation detected. Sector Omega-19 Tatoai. Deep infrastructure layer. The bridge fell silent. Kai looked toward the destination marker. Omega-19 Tatoai. The exact location where the route ended. Someone else had reached it first. Then another message appeared. Unknown personnel detected. Multiple hostiles confirmed. The 3 unidentified ships outside the station had not come merely to claim Horizon. They had already sent people inside. And somewhere beneath Vera Station, hidden inside forgotten infrastructure older than the Solaris Empire itself, a race had begun. 5 minutes remained. And Horizon's trial had just turned into a competition. 5 minutes. Somewhere beneath Vera Station, unknown hostiles were racing towards something older than the Solaris Empire. And for the first time since Horizon awakened, Kai realized the trial might not be about the ship at all. It might be about reaching the destination first. The moment the thought formed, the route map shifted again. The golden pathway brightened. Omega-19 pulsed. Then, a second route appeared. Then a third. The ancient map expanded across the bridge. Dozens of maintenance tunnels. Abandoned transit shafts. Forgotten service corridors. Emergency infrastructure routes buried beneath a century of station expansion. The station's hidden skeleton revealed itself. The lead security officer stared. The technician stared. Even the administrator fell silent. Kai didn't. Because this part finally made sense. A route. A destination. Competing groups. Limited time. This was not a mystery anymore. It was logistics. And logistics always followed rules. The ancient voice echoed through the bridge. 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Candidate access pathways available. Immediately, several routes turned gold. The bridge exploded into noise. The administrator shouted through the comm channel. Security teams to Omega-19 immediately. A second voice interrupted. Which route? The room froze. Because it was a good question. A very good question. The station had just revealed dozens. Some were direct. Some were longer. Some crossed unstable sectors. Some passed through power distribution hubs currently shutting down, dotting. There was no obvious answer. The administrator hesitated. And hesitation was expensive. Commander Hale stepped forward. Route Delta 7, Tardal. Everyone turned toward him. The commander pointed toward a corridor chain cutting through the station's lower maintenance layers. Fastest route. The security officer immediately started transmitting the order. Wait. The voice came from Kai. The officer stopped. The room turned toward him. Commander Hale studied him calmly. You disagree? Kai looked at the route. Then the station overlay. Then the power flow. Then The maintenance grid. Something felt wrong. Not impossible. Just wrong. The difference mattered. He enlarged the map. Delta 7 was indeed the shortest path. The most direct. The most efficient. Which was exactly why he disliked it. How many teams would choose Delta 7? The room went quiet. The commander answered immediately. Most. Exactly. Kai highlighted 3 converging maintenance corridors. Every route analyst would choose it. The security officer frowned. So? Kai pointed toward the convergence point. A narrow maintenance junction. A bottleneck. A choke point. A place where 3 routes became one. The realization spread through the room. Commander Hale's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. The security officer cursed. If hostiles reach that junction first, they can delay everyone. Kai nodded. They don't need to win. He highlighted the route again. They only need to slow us down. The room fell silent. That was the problem with logistics. People always imagined victory as destroying the enemy. Often, victory simply meant making someone arrive late. The administrator's voice returned. What do you recommend? Kai zoomed out. The hidden station routes expanded across the display. Thousands of possibilities. Most irrelevant. A few valuable. One interesting. His finger stopped on a route almost nobody had considered. It looked inefficient. Longer. Indirect. Messy. The kind of route commanders hated. The kind of route cargo operators loved. The kind of route built to move equipment rather than people. Kai smiled slightly. There. The security officer looked unconvinced. That's longer. By distance. Distance matters. Not always. Kai highlighted the infrastructure nodes. Maintenance, lifts, service rails, automated cargo systems, emergency transport tunnels. The officer blinked. The technician blinked. Then both of them realized it at the same time. The route wasn't designed for walking. It was designed for freight. Commander Hale stared at Kai. For the first time, genuine approval appeared in the commander's eyes. Just briefly. Then, it vanished. Interesting. Very interesting. The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. You think like a transport captain. Kai shrugged. Transport captains usually arrive on time. Juno nodded. That's honestly more impressive than most admirals. The administrator immediately changed the Kandeo. Deployment order. Security teams redirected. New routes assigned. Emergency access granted. Across the station, personnel began moving. The race had started. But now, it would follow Kai's route. The bridge shook again. Harder this time. A deep vibration rolled through horizon. The golden map flickered. Several hidden pathways disappeared. 3 routes collapsed entirely. The countdown continued. 4 minutes. Kai stared. The route network was changing. Not randomly. Dynamically. The trial itself was modifying the terrain. Exactly like a real logistics crisis. Every second mattered. Every decision mattered. Every delay mattered. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Trial environment confirmed. Connection pathways unstable. Route availability decreasing. A new line appeared. Candidate performance affects authority evaluation. Kai froze. Authority evaluation. Not ownership evaluation. Authority. The same authority Horizon kept mentioning. The same authority the system kept refusing to grant. The trial wasn't deciding who owned Horizon. It was deciding who deserved access. A very different thing. Commander Hale apparently reached the same conclusion. The commander's expression darkened. The silver-haired woman reached the same conclusion too. Her eyes sharpened. Nobody spoke. But suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The ship. The registry. The ownership dispute. Those were no longer the main issue. The trial was. And everyone knew it. The bridge speakers crackled again. An emergency transmission arrived from below. The image appeared instantly. A security officer. Bleeding. Out of breath. Running. Behind him, alarms flashed through a dark maintenance corridor. We found them. The bridge went silent. The administrator spoke immediately. How many? The officer looked over his shoulder. Fear flashed across his face. Unknown. What does that mean? The officer swallowed. Then answered. It means they aren't station personnel. The transmission shifted. Just for a second. Just enough. A dark figure appeared in the corridor behind him. Tall. Armored. Silent. Then the feed cut. The bridge became very quiet. The administrator sounded furious. Reconnect the feed. Nothing. Static. Commander Hale folded his arms. The silver-haired woman's expression hardened. The countdown continued. 3 minutes and 22 seconds. The golden route map shifted again. A new marker appeared. Red. Unlike everything else. Not a route. Not a destination. A person. Moving. Fast. Very fast. Straight toward Omega 19. The ancient voice returned. Hostile participant detected. Priority status granted. Evaluation difficulty increased. Nobody liked the sound of that. Especially Kai. Because if the trial itself considered someone important enough to label as a hostile participant, then whoever was beneath the station wasn't simply another scavenger hunting Horizon. They were part of something much bigger. The red marker accelerated. The route map recalculated. Multiple pathways began closing. One by one. Like doors slamming shut. The race was changing again. Then Commander Hale looked at the red marker. And for the first time, since arriving at Vera Station, the commander looked genuinely worried. Impossible. Nobody missed it. Nobody ignored it. Kai turned toward him. You know who that is. The commander remained silent. That silence was answer enough. The red marker crossed another junction. The countdown reached 3 minutes. And somewhere deep beneath the station, the unknown hostile arrived at a sealed door covered in the same ancient golden symbols as Horizon. 3 minutes. The hostile had already reached the door. Everyone else was still running. That was the problem. Not firepower. Not technology. Distance. Distance was often the most dangerous enemy in the galaxy. Kai stared at the route map floating above Horizon's bridge. The red marker stood before the ancient doorway deep beneath Vera Station. Security teams were still several sectors away. Station personnel were farther. Even the fastest response force would arrive too late. The hostile had won the race. At least on paper. Fortunately, routes were rarely decided on paper. The bridge remained silent. Commander Hale's gaze never left the red marker. The silver-haired woman watched him. Juno watched everyone. The administrator sounded increasingly stressed through the communication channel. What happens if he reaches the node first? Nobody answered. That answer worried Kai more than anything else. People feared outcomes they understood. Silence usually meant something worse. The ancient voice echoed through the bridge. 2 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Hostile participant. Approaching. Objective. Evaluation ongoing. Kai enlarged the underground station map. The route network expanded. Power channels. Maintenance shafts. Emergency corridors. Transit lines. Hidden infrastructure. The deeper he looked, the stranger the station became. Vera Station was no longer a station. Not really. It was a city built on top of ruins. A modern structure balanced on forgotten foundations. The hostile stood at the center of those foundations. Kai followed the route backward. Not toward the destination. Toward the source. That was where most people made mistakes. Everyone chased objectives. Few people examined the routes leading there. The red marker remained stationary. The hostile was doing something. Perhaps opening the door. Perhaps waiting. Perhaps evaluating the situation. It did not matter. What mattered was the environment around him. Kai zoomed further. A cluster of symbols appeared. Maintenance junctions. Power regulators. Emergency bulkheads. Service locks. Old infrastructure. Ancient infrastructure. Then Kai noticed something. A pattern. The route network did not simply connect the station. It controlled it. The realization hit immediately. The node wasn't hidden beneath Vera Station. Vera Station had been built around the node. The bridge grew quiet as Kai continued examining the map. Commander Hale noticed. What did you find? Kai highlighted several pathways. The map changed. The administrator immediately noticed. What is that? The station. We know it's the station. No. Kai pointed toward the route convergence points. The station is the outer layer. The hidden infrastructure brightened. Ancient pathways emerged beneath modern construction. The bridge fell silent. The administrator stopped talking. The technician stared. The security officer stared. Even Juno looked concerned. That alone was impressive. Kai continued. The node isn't connected to the station. He highlighted another layer. The station is connected to the node. Nobody spoke. The distinction changed everything. Commander Hale slowly nodded. The silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed. They understood immediately. The station was not protecting the node. The node was the reason the station existed. A forgotten purpose buried beneath a century of expansion. The cosmic exchange system pulsed. Connection architecture identified. Authority insufficient. Kai ignored it. He was becoming very skilled at ignoring that sentence. The bridge suddenly shook again. Harder. The route map flickered. The red marker moved. The hostile had entered the chamber. Every person on the bridge froze. The countdown continued. 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Then, a transmission appeared. Unexpected. Unrequested. Origin unknown. The image flickered into existence above the bridge. Dark armor. Black cloak. Featureless helmet. The hostile. The entire room became silent. Nobody had expected communication. The figure stood within a vast underground chamber, illuminated by golden light. Ancient pillars rose into darkness. Countless symbols covered the walls. The node stood at the center. A sphere of gold suspended above a circular platform. It looked impossibly old. And impossibly important. The hostile examined it quietly. Then looked directly into the transmission feed. Into the bridge. Into Horizon. Into them. His voice emerged distorted through the helmet. I wondered who awakened the trial. Nobody answered. The figure laughed softly. Not mockingly. Curiously. As expected. Commander Hale stepped forward. The atmosphere changed instantly. The hostile noticed. The hostile smiled. Or at least Kai thought he did. The helmet made certainty impossible. Commander hailed off. The bridge became very quiet. Interesting. Very interesting. They knew each other. Not personally, perhaps, but enough. Commander Hale's expression darkened. You should not be here. I hear that often. The hostile turned toward the node. Unfortunately, history rarely listens. The administrator finally interrupted. Who are you? The hostile ignored him. Instead, he looked toward Kai. Directly toward Kai. Again. Kai felt something uncomfortable settle in his chest. The man knew too much. The hostile tilted his head. A route analyst. Juno muttered. Why does everyone keep saying that like it's dangerous? Nobody answered. The hostile continued watching Kai. Interesting. Kai said nothing. The hostile laughed again. You do not understand what you awakened. Neither do you. The words escaped before Kai could stop them. The bridge went silent. The hostile stared, then nodded slowly. Fair. Unexpectedly fair. Unexpectedly honest. Commander Hale interrupted. What do you want? The hostile looked toward the golden sphere. then toward Horizon, then toward Kai. Finally he answered. The same thing everyone wants. The room waited. The hostile pointed toward the node. Access. The word echoed through the chamber. Simple. Terrifying. Meaningless without context. And somehow, all three at once. The countdown continued. 1 minute and 48 seconds. The node brightened. The ancient chamber trembled. The hostile looked upward. For the first time, uncertainty appeared in his posture. Not fear. Concern. A subtle difference. Kai noticed. The silver-haired woman noticed. Commander Hale noticed. The hostile noticed them noticing. Then the node activated. The golden sphere erupted with light. Ancient symbols ignited across the underground chamber. Across Vera Station. Dot. Across Horizon. Across everything. The route map exploded outward. Not visually. Conceptually. New pathways appeared. Thousands of them. Millions. Routes connecting worlds. Routes connecting sectors. Routes connecting regions beyond modern charts. Broken routes. Dead routes. Forgotten routes. The galaxy unfolded. For one impossible second, Kai glimpsed the true scale of the network. Then, it vanished. The bridge fell dark. Every display failed. Every system froze. Silence consumed the station. The countdown stopped. The hostile disappeared from the transmission. The node vanished from the map. Daitu. The bridge lights died. Darkness swallowed Horizon. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Then a single golden message appeared before Kai alone. Not on the bridge. Not on a display. Inside the system. Connection trial. Phase 1 complete. Candidate ranking generated. Kai stared. The next line appeared. Candidate 1. Unknown. Candidate 2. Unknown. Candidate 3. Kai Dedoi. The bridge lights flickered weakly. Juno looked around. What just happened? Nobody answered. Because another line had appeared. A line only Kai could see. Reward available. Claim at connection node. Then, the system displayed coordinates. Not somewhere in the galaxy. Not somewhere beneath the station. Somewhere inside Horizon itself. And at that exact moment, deep within the ancient ship, a hidden compartment, unlocked for the first time in centuries. The reward was not waiting in a treasure chest. It was waiting behind a locked wall inside a ship that did not legally belong to anyone. That was the problem Kai faced. Horizon had gone dark after the first phase of the trial, but not completely. Deep within the old vessel, one hidden compartment remained awake, glowing faintly on the ancient route map, like a single star refusing to disappear. The cosmic exchange system marked it with quiet precision. Reward available. Claim at connection node. Location. Internal compartment. C-17. Access condition. Candidate presence required. Kai stared at the message while the bridge around him recovered from silence. The ancient holographic map had dimmed, but golden route lines still hovered in the air, like afterimages burned into reality. The security officer kept his weapon raised. The technician looked like he wanted to resign from the entire galaxy. Administrator Rowan continued arguing over the station channel with 3 different departments at once. Juno stood beside the captain's seat, staring at the dark bridge panels. Okay. Let me check if I understood this correctly. Kai glanced at her. That is usually dangerous. We came here because you wanted to buy a broken ship. Yes. You lost the auction. Yes. You filed some strange route law claim. Yes. The ship woke up, unfortunately. Then an ancient station node woke up. Also, unfortunately, a mysterious armored person got there first. Yes. And now, the ship is giving you a reward. Kai paused. When you say it like that, it sounds irresponsible. Juno pointed at him. It is irresponsible. I just wanted you to hear it out loud. Commander Hale remained near the golden map, silent and unreadable. Lyra stood several steps away, her golden eyes fixed on Kai, with the expression of someone trying to decide whether he was a useful ally, a dangerous variable, or both. Kai knew that look. He had seen commanders look at unstable routes the same way. Potential value. Potential disaster. Usually both. Administrator Rowan's voice cut through the bridge speakers. No one moves from that bridge until I authorize it. Kai looked toward the highlighted compartment on the map. Did she was then send now? To a door? How worlds you not? Administrator. No. I have not asked yet. I know what you are going to ask. Then you know it matters. Rowan's tired face appeared on the bridge display. He looked older than he had 10 minutes ago. Young man, in the last hour, this ship rewrote its own registry, activated an unknown trial, connected to a hidden node beneath my station, attracted armed ships, and possibly turned my entire salvage yard into part of an ancient evaluation protocol. Kai waited. Rowan leaned closer to the screen. So when you say something matters, I become deeply concerned. Juno nodded. That is fair. Kai ignored her. The compartment that unlocked may contain the reason Horizon responded to the note. Rowan's expression became worse. That is exactly why I do not want anyone opening it. Gee. Yo. Commander Hale finally spoke. If Horizon offered a reward, refusing to claim it may end the evaluation. The room turned toward him. Rowan narrowed his eyes. You know that? No. Then why say it? Because ancient systems rarely offer without expectation. Lyra added quietly, and because the hostile participant may have received something as well. That changed the room. Kai had already considered it. Hearing Lyra say it aloud made the problem sharper. The unknown hostile had reached Omega-19 first. Horizon had called him a participant. The trial had generated rankings. Candidate 1. What? Candidate 2. Kai was only Candidate 3. If rewards existed for trial results, then Kai might not be the only one receiving one. And if Candidate 1 was the armored figure beneath the station, every second mattered. Rowan stared at them all as if deciding which nightmare was most legally valid. Finally, he spoke through clenched teeth. Inspection team only. Security escort required. No one touches anything without documentation. Juno raised a hand. Do emotional support pilots count as inspection team? No, do. Then I am here as auxiliary navigation equipment. Rowan closed his eyes. Kai did not smile. Not visibly. Lyra stepped forward. I am coming. Rowan opened his eyes. No. Her expression remained calm. I am a registered claimant. You are also the person whose guards chased my claimant through maintenance tunnels. They were enthusiastic. Juno looked at her. That is one word for attempted kidnapping. Lyra's gaze shifted to her. Your shuttle is parked with 3 unpaid docking warnings. Juno paused. That is unrelated. Not to me. Kai stepped between the conversation before it became expensive. Lyra should come. Everyone looked at him. Juno's expression betrayed immediate betrayal. Kai continued before she could speak. She recognized the map. Hale recognized the node. I need both of them nearby. Rowan frowned. You trust them? No. Then why? Because people who hide information are more useful when standing where I can see them. For a moment, no one responded. Then Hale gave the smallest possible nod. Lyra smiled faintly. Juno sighed. I hate when that makes sense. Rowan looked like he wanted to retire. Fine, die-dee. But if anyone starts another ancient protocol, I am charging all of you an administrative disaster fee. The route to compartment C-17 did not follow any normal ship layout. That became obvious within minutes. Horizon had looked like a damaged cargo vessel from the outside, but its interior told a different story. The cargo corridors were wide enough for freight pallets, but the walls contained reinforced data conduits. The emergency lights were dim, Yet the golden route map pulsed faintly beneath the deck like veins under skin. Kai walked at the front, following the line only he and the ship's internal display seemed to recognize clearly. Behind him came the security officer, then Juno, then the technician, then Lyra, then Hale. Nobody liked the order, which probably meant it was balanced. The corridor sloped downward. That should have been impossible. Ships did not have downward in the normal sense, only decks and gravity orientation. But Horizon's internal gravity seemed to shift subtly as they moved, making the path feel like a descent. Juno noticed first. "Are we going down?" "Yes," Kai said. "We are in a ship." "Yes." Ships should not feel like basements. The technician checked his scanner. "Gravity alignment is changing by corridor section." Juno looked offended. "That is?" "Worse." Hale studied the walls. Route vessels were sometimes built around layered navigation cores. Kai glanced at him. "Sometimes?" Hale stopped speaking. Lyra looked at him. "You almost gave an answer." Hale remained silent. Juno whispered, "He hates finishing sentences." The path ended at a circular door buried behind what should have been a cargo bulkhead. The wall around it was covered in layers of later repair plating, as if multiple owners had unknowingly patched over the entrance without realizing it was there. Kai reached toward the panel. The security officer immediately said, "Wait." Kai stopped. The officer scanned the door. No explosive residue. No heat signature. No mechanical traps detected. Lyra spoke calmly. "Modern scanners would not detect ancient security." The officer looked at her. That was not comforting. It was not meant to be. Kai examined the door. No handle. No visible lock. Only a circular indentation at the center. A golden symbol appeared there. The same symbol that had flashed on Horizon's hull. The cosmic exchange system pulsed. "Candidate verification required." Kai raised his hand. Juno immediately grabbed his sleeve. "Before you touch the ancient door, quick question. What? Are we sure the reward is not death?" "No, great. Love the honesty." Kai placed his palm against the symbol. Gold light spread outward. The door opened without sound. The compartment beyond was not large. That surprised him. Some part of him had expected a grand chamber filled with impossible technology. Instead, the room was small, circular, and dark. At its center floated a broken device, no larger than a fist. It resembled a compass made of white metal and golden glass. Thin rings rotated slowly around a cracked central core. Even damaged, it gave off a quiet dignity, like a relic that had survived too many forgotten journeys. The system identified it. Object detected. Fragmented root key. Authority level. Low. Function. Partial root memory access. Kai's eyes sharpened. A root key. Not a weapon. Not money. Not a ship upgrade. Information. Of course. The first real reward from an ancient route vessel was a key to forgotten roots. Kai felt something settle in his chest. This made sense. More sense than a miracle treasure. Horizon was not testing whether he could fight. It was testing whether he understood connections. Lyra stepped closer. Her calm expression finally cracked. Only slightly. But enough. "You know what it is," Kai said. She looked at the floating device. "I know what people call things like this." "What?" "Fragments." Hale's voice cut in from behind them. "Do not touch it carelessly." Kai turned. "Then explain." Hale stared at the device. For a moment. The old commander looked less like a military officer, and more like a man standing before a grave. Root memory devices were used to preserve paths that could not be stored in ordinary navigation systems. Kai absorbed that. Why could they not be? Stored? Hale did not answer. Lyra did. Because some routes were not only coordinates. The room became quiet. That sentence landed differently. Kai looked at the device again. Routes that were not only coordinates. The phrase should have sounded impossible. But after golden maps, hidden nodes, and a ship that woke up during a legal hearing, impossible had become less persuasive. Kai reached toward the root key. This time, nobody stopped him. His fingers touched the outer ring. The device unfolded. Golden light filled the compartment. For 1 second, Kai was no longer standing inside Horizon. He was standing in space. Not physically. Not exactly. A vision expanded around him. Stars moved like beads along invisible threads. Gateways burned like suns. Massive routes stretched across regions of the galaxy he did not recognize. Ships traveled through golden corridors. Stations pulsed with life. Worlds exchanged water, fuel, medicine, engines, food, people, languages, and promises. Civilization moved. Not through conquest. Through connection. Then the vision cracked. Routes dimmed. Gateways failed. Stations went dark. Worlds vanished from the network, one by one. Kai felt the loss like hearing thousands of doors close across the stars. The vision ended. He stumbled once. Juno caught his arm. Kai darted. He breathed slowly. The root key hovered before him, now dimmer than before. The system appeared. Fragmented root key acquired. Partial root memory unlocked. Authority increased. Kai's pulse changed. Authority increased. For the first time, those words appeared. Not insufficient. Increased. A new system line unfolded. Connection authority. Level 1. Available function. Root memory glimpse. Cooldown. Limited by recovered fragments. Kai stared at it. This was not power in the usual sense. It did not make him stronger. It did not give him ships. It did not pay his debts. But it gave him something no other route analyst in the galaxy possessed. Memories of roots that had died. Juno watched his face. Is it good? Kai looked at the root key. Then, at the ship around him. Then, at the faint golden line pulsing beneath the floor. Yes. How good? He answered honestly. Dangerously good. The compartment lights flickered. Hale stepped forward. We need to leave. Kai looked at him. Why? Hale's gaze moved toward the ceiling. Because if you received authority, the other candidates may have received theirs. A station-wide alarm confirmed his words. Emergency broadcast. Data. Omega-19 breach. Expanding. Unknown hostile has accessed secondary node pathway. All deep-layer security teams retreat immediately. Juno's face changed. Secondary pathway. Lyra turned toward Kai Dimthini. Hale's expression darkened. Then Horizon's voice returned. Second phase condition detected. Candidate pathways diverging. At the same moment, the golden line beneath Kai's feet split into 2 routes. One led back to the bridge. The other led deeper into Horizon. Toward a sealed section that had not appeared on any map. A new message appeared before Kai. Optional objective detected. Recover the second fragment before hostile participant completes synchronization. Time remaining. 18 minutes. Juno stared at the dark corridor ahead. No. Kai looked at her. No? No to whatever ancient hallway just opened. Lyra drew her weapon. Hale's face turned grim. The security officer checked his rifle. Kai looked down at the root key in his hand. Then toward the newly opened path. The reward had not ended the trial. It had only revealed the next route. And somewhere beneath Vera Station, the hostile participant was moving again. 18 minutes. Somewhere beneath Vera Station, the unknown hostile was moving toward a second fragment. Inside Horizon, another route had just opened. Kai immediately understood the trap. Not because of the system. Because he had spent years watching commanders make the same mistake. Whenever 2 urgent objectives appeared at the same time, people instinctively chased both. That was how logistics collapsed. The golden pathway stretched into the darkness beyond the newly opened bulkhead. The corridor was unlike the rest of Horizon. The metal carried almost no corrosion. The walls were smooth instead of industrial. Thin golden lines flowed beneath white alloy panels like streams beneath frozen ice. It looked less like a cargo ship, more like an ancient research facility. Juno leaned forward just enough to peek into the corridor. I officially dislike this hallway. The security officer raised his rifle. I officially agree. Administrator Rowan's voice immediately came through the comm channel. I just received that. Statement on the station recording. Juno blinked. You heard that? I hear everything. That sounds unhealthy. It comes with the job. Kai ignored the exchange. He was studying the route. The system had highlighted only one path. No alternatives. That bothered him. Ancient routes always offered redundancy. Cargo routes especially. No civilization survived thousands of years by relying on a single corridor. Something was missing. He activated the route memory fragment. The small device floated above his palm. Golden rings rotated slowly. The world around him blurred. Not completely. Just enough. Thin streams of light appeared across the corridor. Invisible pathways. Maintenance ducts. Emergency access shafts. Old cargo rails hidden behind sealed walls. Kai smiled faintly. There it was. The visible corridor wasn't the route. It was merely the obvious route. The real logistics network was hidden underneath. Lyra noticed his expression. You found something. Kai nodded. The ship is lying. The technician looked confused. It can do that? The corridor is real. Kai pointed toward the glowing hidden lines only he could fully perceive. It just isn't. The efficient route. Commander Hale watched him carefully. You can already use the fragment. I can glimpse it. Hale remained silent. That silence confirmed another suspicion. The route fragment was supposed to be difficult to use. Apparently Kai's instincts as a route analyst aligned unusually well with its function. Not because he possessed special talent. Because he had spent years thinking exactly the way the architects expected. In routes, not destinations. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Route memory, active. Energy consumption, minimal. Suggested efficiency improvement, detected. 3 faint markers appeared along the corridor wall. Kai walked toward the nearest one. The technician frowned. There's nothing there. Kai placed his hand against the smooth alloy. The wall folded inward. Everyone froze. A narrow maintenance passage opened beside them. Dust drifted into the air. No alarms. No explosions. Just quiet, mechanical precision. Juno looked from the hidden passage to the obvious corridor. That is incredibly unfair. Kai stepped inside. The hidden route was barely wide enough for one person. Old transport rails ran beneath the floor. Tiny service drones rested silently in docking alcoves. Everything here had been designed for efficiency rather than appearance. Commander Hale followed. He ran a hand across the wall. I have not seen this architecture in decades. Lyra looked toward him. Decades. Hale withdrew his hand. I misspoke. No. She shook her head. You revealed something. Kai stored the conversation away. Commander Hale continued revealing information in fragments. Like damaged navigation data. Never complete. Always useful. The group continued through the narrow passage. Progress became much faster. The hidden transport corridor bypassed several long bends in the main hallway. Exactly as Kai expected. Real logistics avoided unnecessary distance. The security officer checked the station map. We just skipped nearly 300 meters. Kai nodded. The cargo route. The officer looked impressed. I would never have found this. Because you were looking for doors. Kai pointed toward the transport rails. I was looking for freight. The officer laughed quietly. I suppose that's why you're the analyst. Juno whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. I still think he's strange. Kai replied without turning around. I've accepted that. The passage eventually widened into a circular junction. 3 corridors branched outward. Unlike before, none of them appeared on Horizon's original internal layout. The system remained silent. No highlighted path. No recommendation. Kai stopped walking. Everyone waited. Juno folded her arms. Please tell me the magical glowing lines are coming back. They aren't. Oh. The security officer stepped toward the left corridor. It looks clear. Kai shook his head. Too obvious. The technician examined the center. Corridor Dorte. It has the least structural damage. Kai looked at it. Which means it was maintained. Isn't that good? Not necessarily. Lyra immediately understood. If someone expected movement here, they would preserve the main approach. Kai nodded. Commander Hale looked quietly pleased. The silver-haired woman continued. Which leaves? She looked toward the right corridor. Unlike the others, it was partially collapsed. Broken support beams blocked most of the entrance. Dust covered everything. Abandoned. Forgotten. Juno stared. You want the one that's falling apart. Kai walked toward it. I want the one nobody bothered to clean. The security officer frowned. That's your reason? No. Kai crouched beside the debris. The broken support beam had fallen naturally. The dust had not. Several small patches looked disturbed. Someone had moved through here recently. Not many. 1 person. Maybe 2. Trying not to leave tracks. Kai pointed silently. The officer's eyes widened. I completely missed that. Most people would. Lyra looked toward the center corridor. They wanted everyone to choose that route. Kai nodded. The collapse isn't the obstacle. It's camouflage. Commander Hale finally spoke. The hostel. Kai looked at him. You think so? I think someone with similar training. That answer was interesting. Very interesting. Kai filed it away. The group cleared enough debris to squeeze through. The passage beyond was narrow but intact. Ancient emergency lighting flickered to life as Horizon sensed their approach. The walls gradually changed. Industrial gray disappeared. White alloy returned. Golden lines became brighter. The atmosphere became quieter, almost peaceful, until the floor vibrated. Everyone stopped. The vibration came again. Soft. Rhythmic. Dot-ha. Like distant machinery. Or footsteps. Heavy footsteps. The security officer raised his rifle. The technician checked his scanner. No life signs. Juno frowned. I don't trust scanners anymore. Neither did Kai. The root fragment pulsed. Without warning, a faint memory appeared before him. Not a vision. A trace. Dozens of identical service constructs moving through this same corridor centuries ago at Danar. Transporting cargo. Repairing walls. Maintaining connections. The image vanished. Kai looked ahead. This corridor wasn't built for people. What was it built for? Juno asked. He answered quietly. Machines, yeah. As if responding to his words, something deep within the darkness awakened. 1 pair of golden lights appeared. Then another. Then another. Rows of ancient mechanical eyes slowly illuminated inside the corridor ahead. Not attacking. Not moving. Simply watching. The technician whispered. Those aren't maintenance drones. Commander Hale's expression became serious. No, da. The old commander slowly stepped forward. They're gatekeepers. Nobody spoke, because the machines had already begun turning their heads toward Kai. Not toward the armed security officer. Not toward Lyra. Not toward Hale. Toward Kai alone. Then one of the ancient constructs took its first step. Its voice echoed through the silent corridor. Candidate 3. The machine paused. Authority level 1 confirmed. Every weapon on the team came up instantly. The construct ignored them completely. Its glowing eyes remained fixed, only on Kai. Then it asked a question that froze everyone in place. Will you preserve or overwrite The connection. Will you preserve or overwrite the connection? The ancient construct's voice echoed through the corridor like a question that had waited centuries for an answer. Nobody spoke. Not because they lacked words. Because nobody understood the question. The security officer reacted first. His rifle came up. Identify yourself. The machine did not respond. Its golden eyes remained fixed on Kai alone. The other constructs behind it stayed perfectly still, lined along the corridor like silent statues carved from white alloy and gold. June leaned closer to Kai. I don't suppose your new route fragment came with an instruction manual. No. Thought I'd ask. Administrator Rowan's frantic voice burst through the communication channel. Kai. Report immediately. Static answered him. Then silence. The technician checked his communicator twice. No signal. Commander Hale looked around the corridor. We're isolated. Yamid? Juno asked. Hale slowly shook his head. No. Dune. He looked at the glowing walls. Horizon disconnected us. Kai noticed something else. The corridor behind them no longer looked the same. The entrance they had used remained there, but the subtle golden lines beneath the floor had shifted. Roots. Doe. The ship was rearranging them. Not physically. Logically. Exactly like a logistics hub, redirecting freight after congestion. Kai quietly memorized the new pattern. He had learned something important. Horizon itself optimized movement. The construct spoke again. Candidate 3. Its voice carried neither hostility nor kindness. Only purpose. Answer required. Kai stepped forward. The security officer immediately blocked him. You don't know what it will do. Kai nodded. I know. Then, why move closer? Because it asked a question. The officer looked confused. So? It hasn't attacked. Commander Hale quietly added, Architect systems rarely ask unnecessary questions. Juno sighed. I miss ordinary pirates. Kai stopped several meters from the construct. What do you mean by preserve? The machine answered instantly. Maintain existing connections. And overwrite? Replace existing network. Kai frowned. The answer felt incomplete. Intentionally incomplete. Like speaking to a navigation computer that refused to explain anything beyond the immediate objective. Kai looked past the construct. Rows of identical machines stood motionless. Maintenance units. Batiwine. Gatekeepers. Dike. Connection guardians. None had drawn weapons. None had advanced. They were waiting. Just like the system. The realization slowly settled. This wasn't a combat trial. It was a judgment. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Dialogue. Recognized. Authority level. 1 permits limited inquiry. Kai immediately asked another question. What is the connection? The construct remained silent for several seconds. Long enough that Juno whispered, I think you broke it. Then it answered. Civilization. The corridor became completely silent. One word. Nothing more. Kai repeated it quietly. Civilization. The construct inclined its head. Confirmed. Kai understood only part of the answer. Enough to ask another. What happens if the connection disappears? The construct answered without hesitation. Isolation. Dutsertun. Join Dal. Pendiwil Mal. Pensie. I. Doi. The root fragment pulsed in Kai's hand. Tiny flashes of memory appeared. Dead colonies. Silent stations. Cargo ships drifting without fuel. Hospitals waiting for medicine that never arrived. Mining worlds overflowing with ore while factories starved for raw materials. No battles. No explosions. Just distance. Distance becoming death. The memories vanished. Kai slowly exhaled. He understood now. Connection wasn't simply gateways, or routes, or trade. It was dependence. Every civilization survived because something else reached it. Food, dash. Medicine, technology, .iot. Knowledge, people. The machine continued. Overwrite creates efficiency. Preserve creates resilience. Juno blinked. I have absolutely no idea what that means. Kai did. Not completely. But enough. He looked toward the hidden transport corridor they had used. The obvious route. The hidden route. The redundant route. Redundancy. That was the difference. A perfectly efficient network removed unnecessary paths. A resilient network kept backups, even if they looked wasteful. Kai smiled faintly. The architects thought like logistics engineers, not conquerors. He finally answered. I choose preservation. Nothing happened. Then every construct in the corridor lowered its head simultaneously. Golden light flowed through the floor beneath Kai's feet. The root fragment rotated once. Authority updated. Connection philosophy verified. Preservation candidate confirmed. Juno looked around. Was that good? Nobody answered immediately. Commander Hale finally spoke. Very. Lyra turned toward him. You know what that means. I know what it once meant. Tell us. Hale remained silent. Juno folded her arms. I liked him better when he wasn't mysterious. The nearest construct stepped aside. The corridor beyond opened. A path that had not existed seconds earlier slowly unfolded ahead. Kai noticed something important. The machine had not opened a door. It had changed the route. The walls themselves shifted. Entire sections of horizon quietly rotated. Cargo passages became maintenance halls. Storage rooms became transit tunnels. The ship wasn't static. It was modular. Like a living logistics network. The technicians stared in amazement. The entire internal layout reconfigured. Kai nodded. It changes depending on authority. The route fragment pulsed again. Another brief memory surfaced. This time, he saw horizons centuries earlier. Not damaged. Not abandoned. Alive. Deshon. Is another word dear sound. Zew. Thousands of crew members moved through its corridors. Cargo drones glided silently overhead. Navigation officers coordinated dozens of fleets through glowing route displays. The vessel wasn't carrying weapons. It was carrying civilizations. The vision ended. Kai frowned. Juno immediately noticed. What did you see? A memory. Good memory? He nodded slowly. I think Horizon wasn't built to fight wars. Commander Hale looked at him carefully. No. It was built to prevent them. Hale did not confirm it. He did not deny it. That was confirmation enough. The group continued through the newly opened corridor. Unlike before, the atmosphere felt different. Not threatening. Welcoming. Small maintenance drones quietly emerged from hidden wall compartments. Instead of attacking, they repaired cracked floor panels as the group walked. One drone stopped before Kai. It extended a tiny manipulator arm. The route fragment floated upward. The drone scanned it, then gently polished one damaged ring before returning it. Juno stared. The robot just cleaned your artifact. Kai looked equally surprised. I think it approved. The tiny drone emitted a soft, mechanical tone, then disappeared into the wall. Even Lyra smiled. Briefly, the moment passed quickly. A warning tone echoed through the corridor. Not from Horizon. From the route fragment. The golden rings accelerated. A holographic map unfolded above Kai's hand. Unlike before, it showed two moving markers. One blue, one red. Kai.Tai. The unknown hostile. Both routes converged toward a single point deeper inside the ship. The system displayed new information. Synchronization, progress. Candidate 1, 41%. Candidate 3, 18%. Juno looked over Kai's shoulder. I don't like that number. Neither did Kai. More importantly, he noticed something else. The hostile wasn't moving continuously. The red marker stopped several times, changed direction, then continued, almost as if He was also following hidden logistics routes. Kai's eyes narrowed. The route fragment. Everyone looked at him. The hostile has one too. Commander Hale answered quietly. Most likely. Kai looked back at the map. That changed everything. This wasn't a race between someone who knew the ship and someone who didn't. It was a contest between two candidates solving the same logistical puzzle, which meant the winner wouldn't be decided by speed. It would be decided by route selection. Kai enlarged the holographic map. Dot. His analytical instincts took over. The hostile had chosen the shortest visible route. Fast. Direct. Efficient. Kai looked at Horizon's hidden pathways. Then smiled. The obvious path again. Juno recognized that smile. Oh. No. Kai pointed toward a nearly invisible maintenance branch hidden beneath the main route. If Horizon still thinks like a logistics vessel. He traced the branching network. The shortest route isn't the fastest. Commander Hale's eyes sharpened. Lyra immediately understood. Supply priority lanes. Kai nodded. Exactly. Ancient cargo infrastructure always reserved hidden transit channels for critical deliveries. Medical supplies. Emergency repairs. Command materials. Not ordinary traffic. If those priority corridors still functioned, they could overtake the hostile without ever meeting him. The route fragment glowed brighter, as if approving the deduction. Then Horizon itself spoke. Priority logistics pathway recognized. Candidate 3. Alternative route unlocked. The wall beside Kai quietly opened. A narrow lift descended into darkness. Juno looked down, then looked back at Kai. I have officially stopped questioning your career choice. The lift lights activated. Soft golden light disappeared into the depths below. Kai took one step toward it, then stopped, because another system message appeared. Warning. Priority logistics pathway reserved for authorized cargo only. Improper decision may permanently alter trial outcome. Kai stared at the words. The lift waited. The route waited. Somewhere below, the hostile continued moving. And for the first time since Horizon awakened, Kai realized the fastest route might not be the correct one. The fastest route was wrong. Kai knew it before he took another step. The warning floating above the golden lift was unlike every system message he had received so far. It did not forbid him. It questioned his judgment. Priority logistics pathway reserved for authorized cargo only. Improper decision may permanently alter trial outcome. Juno looked from the glowing message to Kai. You've got that look again. What look? The one where your brain starts arguing with itself. Kai continued studying the lift. The obvious choice was to use it. The hostile was already ahead. The hidden logistics lane would almost certainly allow them to catch up. Every instinct pushed towards speed, which was exactly why Kai hesitated. Commander Hale noticed. You aren't moving. No, why? Kai pointed at the warning. Horizon isn't testing whether I can find shortcuts. Then what? It wants to know whether I deserve to use them. The corridor became quiet. Lyra slowly nodded. The warning isn't about authorization. Kai looked at her. It is about responsibility. For the first time since entering Horizon, Lyra answered without reservation. I think you're right. Juno sighed dramatically. I hate when both of you start sounding ancient. The route fragment pulsed once in Kai's hand. Another brief memory surfaced. An enormous logistics vessel floated above a thriving colony. Medical containers loaded into priority transit lanes. Civilian cargo waited patiently. Military officers requested immediate transport. The route supervisor denied them. Emergency medicine departed first. The vision disappeared. Kai smiled faintly. Now, he understood. Priority lanes were not rewards. They were responsibilities. The architect who designed Horizon expected whoever held authority to know when not to use authority. Kai stepped away from the lift. Everyone looked at him. We're taking the normal route. The security officer blinked. The hostile gains distance. Probably. Juno stared at him. You just solved the puzzle. And now you're ignoring it. I'm respecting it. The cosmic exchange system responded instantly. Candidate decision acknowledged. Priority logistics access retained. Authority stability increased. No bright light appeared. No dramatic sound echoed. Only one quiet line. Authority stability increased. Commander Hale slowly smiled. It was almost invisible. But Kai noticed. So that was the answer. Hale nodded once. You preserved the purpose of the route. Juno folded her arms. I still don't understand. Kai began walking down the ordinary corridor. The emergency lane exists because someone else may need it more. But nobody's here. Not today. He looked at the glowing walls. But whoever built this ship wanted its operators to think beyond themselves. Lyra quietly added, That's what civilizations require. The group continued along the standard passage. Without the hidden transit route, progress became noticeably slower. The hostile marker widened its lead. 46%. Then, 48. Juno checked Kai's route fragment. I really don't like watching that number. Kai wasn't watching the hostile. He was watching Horizon. Every corridor they passed contained subtle differences. Storage rooms positioned near intersections. Maintenance stations spaced at regular intervals. Emergency supply lockers placed beside major junctions. Nothing had been built randomly. Every decision reflected centuries of optimization. This ship was a lesson disguised as architecture. The technician suddenly stopped. Movement. Die. Everyone froze. Several small drones emerged from wall compartments. Unlike the earlier maintenance units, these were damaged. Scorch marks covered their white alloy shells. One arm was missing from the first. Another dragged a damaged sensor array. They slowly approached the group. Weapons immediately came up. The drones stopped. None displayed hostile intent. One projected a tiny hologram. A maintenance request. System damage. Route obstruction. Repair assistance requested. Juno blinked. They're asking for help. The security officer lowered his rifle slightly. I've never seen machines request assistance from visitors. Kai crouched beside the nearest drone. Its chassis was badly damaged. One stabilizer motor had almost completely failed. The technician looked at it. I can fix that. Kai nodded. Do it. The technician hesitated. The hostile's getting farther away. I know. But, Kai interrupted gently, if these drones maintain Horizon's routes, he looked toward the endless corridor. They're part of the connection. The technician understood. He unpacked a compact repair kit. Within minutes, damaged wiring had been replaced. A stabilizer bearing was recalibrated. The tiny machine slowly stood upright again. Golden lights brightened across its chassis. Then, something unexpected happened. Every maintenance drone bowed toward Kai. Not the technician. Kai Tordiri, Benchi, Dadmine, Idana Warren, Daishore. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Connection preserved. Infrastructure assistance recognized. Authority reputation increased. Hidden trust variable updated. Kai read the message twice. Trust. Not experience. Not authority. Trust. But the word lingered in his mind. The drones dispersed. As they disappeared into hidden wall passages, something changed. Entire sections of corridor lighting brightened. Doors, previously sealed quietly, unlocked. Small navigation symbols illuminated across the floor. Juno looked around. I think the ship likes you. Kai shook his head. No. What? It likes cooperation. Commander Hale quietly nodded. The architects rewarded sustainable decisions. The route fragment updated again. Synchronization. Progress. Candidate 1, 53%. Candidate 3, 31%. Juno groaned. We're still losing. Kai smiled. Maybe. You don't sound worried. Because I don't think we're measuring the same thing. Lyra looked toward him. You believe synchronization isn't a race? Kai nodded. The hostile keeps moving. Hey. Pointed toward the red marker. We keep unlocking. Nobody answered. Because that distinction was becoming impossible to ignore. Several minutes later, the ordinary corridor widened into a vast circular chamber. Everyone instinctively stopped. The room was enormous, hundreds of meters across. Towering white pillars surrounded a central platform, suspended above an endless shaft. Golden energy flowed upward through transparent conduits beneath the floor. Massive rings rotated silently overhead. The chamber resembled neither a cargo bay nor a command center. It resembled a gateway. Kai looked upward. Except this gateway wasn't complete. Large portions had collapsed. Entire ring segments were missing. Ancient repair scaffolding floated silently nearby. The technician whispered, "This place." Commander Hale finished the sentence. "Gateway construction. Nexus." Lyra slowly turned toward him. "You've seen one before." Hale answered quietly. "No. I've seen records." Kai walked toward the central platform. The root fragment vibrated. Another memory flashed. Thousands of workers, engineers, navigation officers, entire fleets delivering construction materials. This chamber wasn't abandoned because it failed. It had never been finished. The vision vanished. Kai stopped. His heartbeat quickened. The system appeared. Historical site confirmed. Architect construction, Nexus. Completion status, 34%. Connection restoration unavailable. Kai stared at the number. 34%. Not destroyed. Unfinished. Juno looked around the enormous chamber. So the architects. Kai answered quietly. They were interrupted. No one spoke. Because that possibility changed everything. The civilization that built Horizon might not have vanished naturally. They might have disappeared before completing whatever they had begun. Suddenly, the root fragment emitted a sharp warning tone. The red hostile marker stopped moving. Then vanished completely. Synchronization progress. Candidate 1. Signal lost. Juno frowned. Lost? The technician checked his scanner. No transmission. Lyra looked toward the endless shaft beneath the platform. That's impossible. Commander Hale's expression hardened. No, Tatoidine. His eyes slowly lifted toward the darkness beyond. The unfinished gateway. It means something found him first. Before anyone could respond, a deep metallic sound echoed from somewhere far below. Not machinery. Not an explosion. A door. An impossibly massive door. Opening beneath the unfinished gateway. Then, Horizon spoke. Its calm voice carried through the chamber. Unauthorized activation detected. Ancient Guardian Protocol awakening. Every light inside the enormous chamber turned crimson. The rotating gateway rings accelerated. And somewhere deep beneath the platform, something that had remained asleep since the age of the architects opened its eyes. Something beneath the unfinished gateway had opened its eyes. The crimson warning lights washed across the colossal chamber in slow, rhythmic pulses. Ancient gateway rings rotated above like silent planets, scattering streams of golden light through the darkness. No one breathed. No one spoke. Then the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was somehow worse. Kai's eyes swept across the enormous chamber. The central platform. The unfinished gateway. The maintenance rails suspended high overhead. The countless service corridors hidden inside the surrounding walls. He forced himself to ignore the shaft below. If he had spent years studying convoy ambushes, he had learned one lesson above all others. The most dangerous attack rarely came from the direction everyone was watching. The root fragment trembled gently in his hand. A thin golden line appeared. Not toward the abyss, toward the ceiling. Kai's eyes widened. Move. Commander Hale reacted instantly. Away from the platform. Now. Nobody hesitated. The entire group sprinted toward the nearest maintenance bridge. 3 seconds later, the central platform erupted upward. Not with fire. With precision. Massive locking mechanisms unfolded like blooming metal petals. Entire sections of white alloy separated without a single wasted movement. A gigantic hand emerged. Its fingers were larger than freight shuttles. White armor reflected crimson warning lights while golden energy flowed through elegant patterns beneath its surface. Another hand followed. Then an enormous torso slowly rose from the chamber below. It was beautiful. And terrifying. Unlike ordinary war machines covered in weapons, this construct carried enormous manipulators, articulated construction arms, precision engineering tools, and massive stabilization anchors. It had not been designed for battle. It had been designed to build civilizations. Commander Hale whispered almost to himself. Atlas class. The Guardian continued rising until its head reached the height of the unfinished gateway. Its face possessed no mouth. No nose. Only 2 calm golden eyes beneath a perfectly smooth white mask. It looked less like a machine. More like an ancient judge. The security officer instinctively aimed his rifle. Commander Hale lowered it with one hand. If you fire. He never finished the sentence. Nobody wanted to discover the ending. The Guardian ignored every weapon pointed toward it. Its eyes settled directly upon Kai. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Atlas class connection. Constructor. Operational integrity. 27%. Primary directive. Preserve the connection. Kai frowned. 27%. DE. The construct was barely functional. His gaze shifted across its immense body. Entire sections had been repaired with unfamiliar black alloy. The repairs were crude. Functional. But ugly. Like someone repairing a masterpiece with scrap metal. Kai stepped closer. The Guardian did not react. Instead, it slowly raised one gigantic arm. Black repair plates embedded throughout its joints suddenly glowed crimson. Tiny explosions erupted one after another. Foreign components were being rejected. Metal fragments rained onto the platform below. The Guardian spoke. Its voice was neither loud nor quiet. It simply existed everywhere. Unauthorized modification detected. Kai's thoughts accelerated. Unauthorized modifications. The unknown hostile. The hostile had reached this chamber first. He hadn't awakened the Guardian. He had tried to interact with it. Or worse, repair it incorrectly. The Guardian continued. Connection integrity compromised. Before anyone else could react, Kai took another step forward. I'm Candidate 3. Golden eyes focused upon him. Authority confirmed. I didn't modify your systems. A pause. Then the Guardian answered. Confirmed. Juno stared. It can tell. Kai nodded slowly. It distinguishes intent. Commander Hale watched Kai carefully. Keep talking. Kai looked up at the enormous construct. I understand maintenance. The Guardian remained silent. I don't understand architect technology. Another pause. But I understand infrastructure. The Guardian's eyes brightened slightly. Kai continued. When a bridge collapses, he gestured toward the unfinished gateway. You don't repair the cracks first. Nobody interrupted him. You stabilize the foundation. The Guardian did not move. You identify what still works. You isolate damaged sections. You restore connections gradually. He looked directly into those golden eyes. You don't force the network to function. You help it recover. Silence filled the chamber. Then the Guardian lowered its massive arm. The cosmic exchange system updated. Infrastructure reasoning recognized. Connection philosophy consistent. Kai noticed something. No reward appeared. Only acknowledgement. That felt far more meaningful. Suddenly, another sound echoed through the chamber. Footsteps. Human footsteps. Everyone turned. A figure emerged from a damaged maintenance corridor nearly 300 meters away. Black armor. Featureless helmet. The unknown hostile. Juno whispered, "He's back." The hostile ignored everyone. He walked calmly toward another access platform, overlooking the unfinished gateway. No panic. No hesitation. Almost as though he had expected the Guardian to awaken. Kai narrowed his eyes. Something felt wrong. The hostile wasn't carrying any visible weapons. No equipment. No relics. Nothing. Then Kai noticed his boots. Fine gray dust covered them. Construction dust. Not ordinary station debris. His root fragment pulsed. A memory flashed. Ancient workers. Construction sites. Foundation chambers. Kai looked back toward the unfinished gateway. Then toward the hostile. His heartbeat quickened. "No. Gut." Commander Hale looked at him. What? He wasn't looking for the Guardian. Everyone turned. Kai pointed toward the unfinished gateway itself. He was surveying the construction site. Lyra's expression changed instantly. She understood before anyone else. The missing sections. Kai nodded. He wasn't solving the trial. He was mapping it. Commander Hale slowly closed his eyes. That explains everything. The hostile finally looked toward Kai. Even from hundreds of meters away, the two men silently studied one another. Kai had spent the entire trial solving Horizon's puzzles. The hostile had spent the entire trial studying Horizon itself. Neither approach was wrong. Just different. The armored figure slowly knelt beside the platform. His gloved hand brushed across ancient symbols carved into the floor. He looked at them for only a second, then stood again. Lyra suddenly stepped beside Kai. "Look." She pointed toward the floor beneath the hostile. Tiny geometric symbols glowed faintly beneath the dust. Kai frowned. "You recognize them?" "Yes." Everyone looked at Lyra. She remained focused on the symbols. "My family owned fragments of old architect records." Commander Hale turned sharply toward her. "You never mentioned that. You never asked." She continued studying the floor. "Those symbols." Her voice became quieter. "Aren't construction marks." Kai looked closer. "What are they?" "They're alignment markers." She finally looked toward the unfinished gateway. This chamber wasn't being built. It was being calibrated. The room became completely silent. "No." Commander Hale's face lost all color. "No." Lyra nodded slowly. "The gateway wasn't unfinished." She pointed toward the missing ring segments. It was waiting. Kai felt a chill run through him. Waiting. Not incomplete. Dormant. Dot. Waiting for something. Or someone. The unknown hostile looked toward Lyra. For the first time since his appearance, he reacted. A slight tilt of the head. Recognition. Not of Kai at all. Of Lyra. She saw it too. For only a heartbeat. Then, the hostile calmly reached into his coat. The security officer immediately raised his weapon. The hostile ignored him. Instead, he placed a small black object onto the platform. No larger than a human hand. Then he turned and walked away. Commander Hale shouted, "Stop him!" The security officer fired. The plasma bolt crossed hundreds of meters. The hostile never looked back. A section of maintenance bridge above him suddenly detached. Not because he shot it. Not because he activated anything. He had already loosened the support bolts earlier. The bridge collapsed exactly where he expected. The plasma bolt struck falling debris instead. The hostile disappeared behind a wall of collapsing alloy. Kai watched in disbelief. He planned that. Commander Hale nodded grimly. "Hours ago. You were doer." The dust slowly settled. The hostile was gone. No footprints. No signal. Nothing. Only the small black object remained where he had left it. Nobody approached. Even the Guardian remained perfectly still. The root fragment quietly updated. Candidate 1D. Synchronization suspended. Location unknown. Kai looked toward the abandoned object. He had this strange feeling. It wasn't a trap. It was a message. Then the unfinished gateway suddenly released a low, resonant hum. The Atlas Guardian slowly turned its enormous head toward the object. For the first time since awakening, the ancient construct sounded uncertain. Administrator? A pause followed. Then, in a voice that seemed almost impossible for a machine to produce, it quietly said, "Why has the key returned?" The key had returned. Those 4 words froze the entire chamber more completely than any weapon could have. The Atlas Guardian stood beneath the unfinished gateway, its colossal white armor lit by golden light and crimson warning pulses. Its damaged joints still smoked from rejecting the hostiles' crude modifications, but its eyes were fixed on the small black object resting on the platform. Not on Kai. Not on Lyra. Not on Commander Hale. On the key. Juno slowly leaned toward Kai. "Please tell me that thing is not what I think it is." Kai did not answer, because he did not know. The object looked too small to matter. It was no larger than a palm, shaped like a flat black prism with thin golden seams buried beneath its surface. It had no visible buttons, no handles, no markings that belonged to any modern faction. And yet the entire unfinished gateway had reacted to it. The Guardian had reacted to it. Even Horizon's hidden systems seemed to be holding their breath. Commander Hale's face had gone pale. Lyra noticed. So did Kai Dadons. The old commander took one slow step forward. "Nobody touches it." The security officer raised his rifle toward the object, as if the prism might suddenly attack. Juno whispered, "I was not planning to." Kai looked at Hale. "You know what it is." Hale's jaw tightened. "I know what it might be." "Then say it." Hale did not answer immediately. The chamber hummed around them. Ancient rings rotated above. Golden energy flowed through the incomplete gateway structure like blood through a half-finished heart. Finally, Hale spoke. "A master alignment key." Lyra's expression changed. Not surprise. Recognition. Kai looked at her. "You know it too." Lyra kept her eyes on the black prism. "My family records mentioned alignment keys, but they were supposed to be theoretical." Hale gave a bitter laugh. "Most dangerous things are called theoretical until someone loses them." Kai looked back toward the key. "What does it do?" Nobody answered. That answer was enough to make him cautious. The cosmic exchange system appeared quietly. Unknown artifact detected. Authority level insufficient for identification. Hazard classification. Extreme toll. Kai stared at the final word. Extreme. The system rarely exaggerated. That meant the key was not simply valuable. It was dangerous to the structure of the network itself. The Atlas Guardian spoke again. "Administrator authority signal incomplete." Its enormous head tilted slightly. "Master alignment key detected. Trial conclusion unstable." Juno's face tightened. Unstable is one of those words I don't like hearing. Inside giant, ancient machines. Kai barely heard her. He was watching the gateway. The black key had not activated it fully. Not yet. But it was forcing the unfinished structure to respond. The golden rings above trembled. Their rotation became uneven. Sections that had remained dormant tried to align with missing components that were no longer there. The result was wrong. Painfully wrong. Like a convoy trying to follow a route after half the navigation beacons had been destroyed. Kai's mind shifted. Not mystery. Not fear. Logistics. The gateway was a system. A system under stress. A system receiving an order it was not ready to obey. If the key forced completion. His eyes moved across the chamber. Unfinished rings. Damaged conduits. Incomplete stabilizers. A half-built connection node. The entire chamber was not a weapon. It was infrastructure. And the key was trying to make unfinished infrastructure behave as if it were complete. Kai's voice turned sharp. Shut down the gateway. Commander Hale looked at him. We don't know how. The key is forcing alignment. If it completes, the structure may try to open a route without support. The technician's face went white. That could tear through the dock ring. Or worse, Lyra said quietly. Kai looked at the rotating rings. The key had been left deliberately. The unknown hostile had not failed to win the trial. He had planted a problem. A problem that forced everyone else to choose between chasing him and saving the station. Kai almost admired it. Almost. It was the kind of move made by someone who understood systems. Not as deeply as Kai did, perhaps, but enough. The hostile had chosen a route where victory did not require staying present. Commander Hale spoke into the comms. Rowan, evacuate all lower sectors around Omega-19 and Dock Ring 12, now. Administrator Rowan's voice came through the channel. I already started. Everyone paused. Rowan sounded offended. What? I may hate ancient nonsense, but I can read a disaster map. Juno gave a small nod. I really like him again. The gateway rings accelerated. Golden light intensified. A deep pulse rolled through the chamber and into Horizon's hull. Far above, alarms sounded across the salvage yard. Horizon itself responded. Its dormant engines hummed. Not fully online. Not ready. But awake enough to feel the danger. The cosmic exchange system unfolded again. Emergency objective generated. Prevent unstable gateway alignment. Available assets. Horizon, internal routing. Atlas Guardian, partial control. Maintenance drone network. Route fragment. Station evacuation, grid. Kai read the list once. Then again. No weapon. No miracle. Only infrastructure. Exactly the kind of battlefield he understood. He turned toward the Guardian. Can you stop the key? The Guardian answered after a heavy pause. Integrity insufficient. Can you remove it? Direct removal may trigger forced completion. Of course. The hostile had left a trap designed around obvious responses. Touch the key. Trigger completion. Destroy the key. Trigger completion. Ignore the key. Alignment continues. Juno stared at Kai. Please say you have another route. Kai looked up at the rings. Then, down at the energy conduits. Then toward the maintenance drone network. I do. Hale's eyes sharpened. Kai pointed toward the incomplete gateway. We don't stop the key. Then what? We starve it. The technician blinked. Starve it? Kai began highlighting energy paths on the route fragment. The key is an authority object. It is giving the command. But the gateway still needs energy, stabilization, and routing permission to obey. He pointed to 3 glowing conduits. We cut power here, and here. The technician looked horrified. Those conduits connect to Horizon's core. Not cut permanently. Rerouti, des. Lyra understood first. You want to flood the maintenance grid. Kai nodded. If we redirect enough energy into repair systems and evacuation routes, the gateway won't have enough stable power to complete alignment. Juno looked at the immense gateway rings overhead. You're going to stop an ancient gateway by making it pay maintenance fees? Kai gave her a quick glance. Basically. She stared. That's the most Kai plan possible. Commander Hale looked at the projected route. It will damage Horizon. Kai's hand paused. The words landed harder than he expected. Horizon. His ship. Not fully his yet. Not legally stable. Not operational. Still scarred. Still half broken. But alive. And now, his first true act as its captain might be to hurt it. The Guardian spoke. Energy reroute may reduce vessel restoration capacity. Hale's voice grew quieter. You could lose part of what the trial just gave you. Kai looked at the golden routes, at the unfinished gateway, at the evacuation paths across Vera Station, at the people moving through corridors above, salvage workers, technicians, clerks, guards, pilots, people who had no idea they were inside the path of an ancient disaster. The choice was not difficult. That made it hurt more, not less. Do it. The route fragment pulsed. Horizon did not obey immediately. For one quiet second, the ship seemed to wait. Then golden lights spread across the floor beneath Kai's boots. A low hum rolled through the walls. The maintenance drones awakened all at once. Hundreds of small machines poured from hidden panels, across walls, over rails, through narrow shafts, and overhead channels. They moved with terrifying precision, not toward the gateway, but toward the routes Kai had marked. Energy conduits shifted. Emergency shutters opened. Evacuation signs activated across distant station sectors. Cargo rails powered onto move-blocked equipment away from escape corridors. The battlefield changed. Not by force, by logistics. The gateway rings above slowed slightly. Not enough. The technician shouted, alignment still rising. Kai checked the energy map. Dotty. The key was adapting. It was drawing power from deeper conduits. The hostile had planned for the first reroute. Of course he had. Kai felt a chill of respect. Then he saw the weakness. A network could adapt to one disruption. It struggled against distributed strain. Rowan.T. The administrator answered instantly. Tell me this is good news. Not yet. I need station traffic control. Why? Because Horizon can't drain the gateway alone. Rowan went silent for half a second. Then, understood. You want the station load? Yes, that is illegal in at least 12 ways. Will it save your station? Probably. Then pick your favorite illegal method. Rowan muttered something about route analysts ruining his retirement, and opened the station traffic grid. Kai overlaid the salvage yard's power network with Vera Station's emergency systems. The solution appeared. Ugly. Wasteful. Effective. He redirected non-essential dock power into evacuation lifts, shifted cargo bay reserves into life support buffers, forced idle freight loaders into active movement cycles, ordered fuel pumps to pressure balance across 3 empty berths. Every action consumed energy. Every consumption created drag. The gateway tried to pull power. The station began using it first. Not randomly. Strategically. 1,000 small demands became a blockade. The gateway alignment dropped. 80%. 73. 68. Juno's eyes widened. It's working. Then the black key lit up. A pulse of dark gold energy struck the central platform. The entire chamber lurched. The Atlas Guardians staggered for the first time. A section of the upper ring cracked, spilling golden sparks into the air like falling stars. The system flashed. Warning, die, T.O. now. Mal, I.T.U.R. Forced alignment attempt. Kai's plan had slowed the key. It had not stopped it. The hostile's trap had one more layer. The key was no longer requesting power. It was burning itself. A final use command. The kind of protocol used when survival mattered less than activation. Kai stared at the black prism. He had seconds, not minutes. The Guardian raised one massive hand. Direct containment required. Hale shouted, "No!" The Guardian ignored him. Kai understood immediately. The Atlas-class construct intended to absorb the forced alignment through its own damaged body. At 27% integrity, it might not survive. Juno looked between Kai and the Guardian. You can't let it. Kai didn't answer. His mind moved faster than emotion. The Guardian was not just a machine. It was infrastructure. A builder. A defender. A living archive of the architect network. Losing it would save the station, perhaps, but destroy an irreplaceable connection. Preserve, not overwrite. Preserve, not sacrifice. Kai stepped toward the Guardian. What happens if we share the load? The Guardian looked at him. Insufficient capacity, individually. The Guardian paused. Kai raised the root fragment. Horizon, the station, the Guardian, the maintenance drones, and the unfinished gateway all share the same foundation network. Stop treating them as separate systems. Hale stared at him. Lyra's golden eyes widened. Kai continued. Oh? Kai continued. Make them one temporary route. The Guardian's eyes brightened. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Emergency connection proposal detected. Risk. Severe. Outcome. Unknown. Kai smiled faintly. That's better than impossible. The route fragment flared. Golden lines shot across the chamber. Horizon connected to the Guardian. The Guardian connected to the gateway. The gateway connected to the station foundation. The foundation connected to Vera Station's emergency grid. Maintenance drones became thousands of tiny anchors along the network. For one impossible moment, the entire structure became a single system. Not perfect. Not efficient. Resilient. The black key released its final pulse. The energy struck the network. The chamber turned white. Kai felt the impact in his bones. Not pain exactly. Pressure. A galaxy of pressure. For a fraction of a second, he saw what the architects had built. Stations connected to routes. Routes connected to gateways. Gateways connected to worlds. Worlds connected to each other. No single path carried everything. No single node ruled everything. Civilization survived because the burden was shared. Then the light shattered. Kai fell to one knee. Juno caught him before he hit the floor. The chamber went silent. The gateway rings slowed, then stopped. The black key cracked down the center. Its golden seams went dark. The Atlas Guardian remained standing. Damaged. Smoking. But alive. Horizon hummed softly around them. Not victorious. Exhausted. Like a wounded ship taking its first breath after surviving a storm. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Emergency objective complete. Connection preserved. Authority level 2. Confirmed. Temporary captain authorization stabilized. Kai exhaled slowly. Then, another line appeared. Tangible reward released. Horizon internal cargo. Seal C1. Unlocked our touchdown. Juno looked over his shoulder. Please tell me that says food. Kai almost laughed. It does not. Far behind them, a sealed cargo compartment opened with a deep mechanical sound. Inside rested a single white and gold repair drone, larger than the small maintenance units, folded neatly inside a preservation cradle. Its body was cracked. One eye was dark, but the other slowly glowed gold. The system identified it. Architect, repair drone der. Unit status, dormant.e. Function, emergency vessel restoration. Condition, damaged. Kai stared. A tangible reward. Not a weapon. Not money. Not an instant ship repair. A helper. A beginning. The Guardian lowered its head toward Kai. Captain authorization recognized. The word echoed differently this time. Captain. Lyra looked at him for a long moment. There was no mockery in her expression now. Only quiet resistment. Commander Hale lowered his gaze. Then, it is done. Hours later, Horizon Salvage Yard returned to something resembling order. Not peace. Never peace. But order. Administrator Rowan summoned every legal document the station still possessed, and several he probably invented out of desperation. The final hearing was short. No one had the energy to make it long. Rowan stood behind the administrative platform, glasses crooked, hair disheveled, face carved with exhaustion. The vessel known as Horizon is hereby classified as a historical connection preservation vessel under frontier reclamation law. Emergency Continuum Oversight, and confirmed internal captain authorization. He looked directly at Kai. The registered operational claimant is Captain Kai. The room remained quiet. No cheers. No grand applause. Only stunned silence from officers, clerks, salvage workers, Continuum personnel, and several representatives who clearly wished they had arrived earlier. Kai signed the transfer. His account balance was nearly gone. His legal status was unstable. His ship was damaged. His enemies had multiplied. And yet, when the document finalized, he felt something settle inside him. Not triumph. Responsibility. After the hearing ended, he returned to Horizon alone. Juno wanted to follow. Lyra almost did. Even Hale watched him from across the dock. But none of them stopped him. The bridge was dark when Kai entered. Dust floated in the faint air circulation. The captain's chair was cracked along one side. Several consoles remained dead. Through the front viewport, the dead moon reflected pale light across the scarred hull. Kai stood there for a long moment. For years he had guided other people's ships, approved other people's routes, saved other people's convoys, watched other people's fleets move across maps he was never allowed to command. Now, before him, sat a broken vessel that no one had wanted. A ship too old for modern records. Too damaged for sensible buyers. Too strange for ordinary owners. Kai placed one hand on the captain's chair. Nothing happened. He almost smiled. Fair. Cat. He sat down. The chair creaked. The bridge remained dark. Then, one console lit up. Soft gold. Then, another. Then, another. Across the bridge, old systems awakened one by one. Not as a machine obeying an owner. As a ship recognizing its captain. Outside, Horizon's damaged engines gave a low, uneven hum. Weak. Unstable. Alive. Side. Kai looked ahead at the stars beyond the viewport. The cosmic exchange system appeared silently. New main objective. Reconnect the forgotten routes. Build a fleet worthy of Horizon. Restore the connection. Below it, a smaller message unfolded. Route archive fragment recovered. First forgotten route available. Destination: unknown colony. Status: isolated. Urgency: high. Time window: 72 hours. Kai stared at the words. The galaxy had not waited for him to be ready. Somewhere beyond the frontier, a colony no modern map remembered was still alive. And it was running out of time. Far outside known space, the unknown hostile stood aboard a dark vessel, watching a stolen projection of Horizon's bridge. He removed the cracked remains of a second black key from his palm. Then he smiled beneath his helmet. Captain Kai. The projection changed. A forgotten route lit up in gold. The same route Horizon had just revealed. The hostile turned toward the stars. Then let us see which of us reaches them first. The first thing Captain Kai heard after becoming the owner of one of the rarest ships in the galaxy was an alarm. A harsh mechanical warning echoed through Horizon's bridge, followed by the flickering of every console that had only begun functioning a few hours earlier. Emergency power, reserve, depleted. Switching to secondary capacitor bank. Secondary capacitor bank unavailable. Switching to emergency reserve. Emergency reserve at 12%. Kai stared at the dim bridge. Well? Juno stood beside him with folded arms. Congratulations, Captain. Kai looked at her. Thank you? She gestured around the bridge. Your ship is dying. The bridge lights immediately dimmed again, as if trying to prove her point. Commander Hale quietly walked toward one of the cracked consoles. I've served on frontier ships older than this. He rested a hand against the ancient alloy. But none in this condition. The old bridge remained beautiful despite its scars. White architect alloy formed elegant sweeping curves instead of sharp military angles. Golden energy conduits pulsed faintly beneath translucent flooring. Massive panoramic windows stretched across the front of the bridge, revealing the endless sea of stars surrounding Horizon Salvage Yard. Dust floated through quiet air. Several consoles remained completely dark. Others flickered between life and death. Entire sections of the ceiling still exposed ancient wiring. The captain's chair beneath Kai felt solid, steady, comforting, almost as though it had been waiting. Then another warning sounded. Atmospheric recycling reduced. Hydroponic support offline. Internal gravity fluctuating. Juno grabbed the nearest railing. The gravity briefly weakened before stabilizing again. She sighed. "Can we go 5 minutes without the ship threatening to kill us?" Kai almost smiled. "I don't think it knows we're friends yet." The bridge speakers crackled. A calm mechanical voice echoed throughout the vessel. Operational integrity. 18%. Estimated survival without maintenance. 5 days. Juno blinked. 5 days. Commander Hale corrected her. 5 days before cascading failures. He looked around the bridge. Power, life support, structural stabilization. Eventually, one failure causes another. Kai silently watched the awe. Holographic status display died. He wasn't looking for the biggest problem. He was looking for the first domino. Years of analyzing logistics had taught him one simple truth. Large disasters almost always began with small, neglected systems. The cosmic exchange system quietly unfolded before him. Primary objective updated. Keep Horizon operational. Time remaining until Forgotten Route expires. 71 hours. Kai frowned. The Forgotten Colony. The Route Archive. Everything they had earned. If Horizon could not leave Vera's station within 3 days, the opportunity would disappear. Juno leaned closer. "Please, tell me 71 hours isn't important." Kai answered honestly. "It probably decides whether Arc 3 becomes very exciting." She stared. "What?" Kai smiled faintly. "Nothing." Administrator Rowan's voice suddenly echoed through the bridge communication system. "Captain." Kai touched the communication panel. "I'm here. I have good news." Juno grinned. "Finally." Rowan continued. "And terrible news." Her smile disappeared. Kai wasn't surprised. "Let's hear the good news first. The legal transfer completed." Kai nodded. "The bad news? You officially own Horizon." Juno covered her face. "I knew it." Rowan sighed dramatically. "Which means the salvage yard no longer pays for anything." He began reading from a rapidly growing list. Docking fees. Maintenance. Fuel.I. Insurance. Life support. Supplies. Emergency repairs. Waste recycling. Power consumption. Kai interrupted. "How much?" A long silence followed. Then Rowan answered quietly. "If Horizon were a modern vessel," another pause, "you would already be bankrupt." Juno slowly looked toward Kai. "I suddenly missed not owning ships." Kai couldn't argue. He opened Horizon's financial projection. The numbers were brutal. Fuel alone exceeded everything remaining in his account. Replacement reactor cells. Navigation. Calibration. Hull repairs. Crew. Accommodations. Emergency consumables. Everything cost money. Money he did not possess. Commander Hale watched him studying the reports. "You've realized it." Kai nodded. "The trial wasn't the difficult part." Hale smiled. "It almost never is." The old commander looked through the panoramic viewport toward dozens of dock workers. "Repairing expensive corporate vessels. Getting a ship is easy. Keeping one alive creates captains." Kai quietly absorbed those words. Suddenly, every display on the bridge briefly flickered. Golden light spread beneath the floor. Not an alarm. Something else. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Authorized infrastructure detected. Architect emergency maintenance unit awaiting activation. Kai looked toward the rear of the bridge. "So it begins." Commander Hale frowned. What begins? The reward. The route fragment emitted a warm golden pulse. A thin line appeared across Horizon's internal schematic. Not toward engineering. Not toward the cargo hold. Toward Deck 7 Tor. Maintenance Preservation. Bay. Status. Sealed. Juno looked excited again. Please be treasure. Kai stood. I doubt it. The group followed the projected route through Horizon's silent corridors. Walking through the ancient ship felt completely different now. Yesterday they had been trespassers. Today, the doors opened before Kai reached them. Not dramatically. Simply, politely. Soft golden lights illuminated pathways, one section at a time. Inactive maintenance drones quietly watched from wall alcoves. Several gently lowered their sensor arrays as Kai passed. Commander Hale noticed. They're acknowledging you. Kai shook his head. They're acknowledging the captain. The distinction mattered. The farther they walked, the cleaner the ship became. Dust gradually disappeared. Walls remained damaged but strangely well preserved. Architect craftsmanship revealed itself beneath centuries of neglect. Elegant white alloy. Golden energy channels. Symbols that resembled flowing roots rather than military insignia. Juno ran one finger across the wall. No rust. Kai looked carefully. She was right. Damage. Cracks. Scars. But almost no corrosion. As though Horizon refused to decay. Lyra quietly spoke behind them. Ships reflect the civilization that built them. Everyone looked toward her. Modern ships are designed to be replaced. She gently touched the ancient wall. Horizon was designed to endure. Nobody argued. Because every step through the vessel supported her observation. Eventually they reached an enormous circular blast door. Unlike every other section aboard Horizon, this door remained completely sealed. No visible controls. Only a small circular recess exactly the size of Kai's root fragment. Kai smiled. That's convenient. Juno laughed. I swear the architects love dramatic entrances. Kai placed the root fragment into the recess. Nothing happened. For 3 long seconds. Then the entire ship vibrated. Deep within Horizon, ancient machinery awakened. Massive locking mechanisms disengaged one after another. The enormous blast door slowly separated. Cold, preserved air escaped from inside. Lights illuminated automatically. The chamber beyond had remained untouched for centuries. Rows of preservation pods lined both walls. Ancient maintenance equipment stood exactly where technicians had left it. Half-disassembled repair machinery rested beside unfinished workstations. Everything looked as though workers had simply gone home and never returned. The silence inside the chamber felt sacred. Kai slowly stepped inside. At the center rested a single preservation cradle. White, gold. Elegant. Inside slept the reward Horizon had promised. A repair drone. Larger than the maintenance drones they had seen before. Its outer shell carried countless scratches. One optical sensor remained dark. Several articulated arms showed obvious damage. It was far from perfect. Yet somehow, it radiated quiet dignity. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Architect emergency, repair unit, status, dormant, activation, requirements, captain authorization, manual initialization. Commander Hale slowly exhaled. I have never seen one. Lyra's golden eyes remained fixed on the dormant machine. My family's records describe them. They repaired entire fleets. Juno's face lit up. So it fixes Horizon. Kai shook his head. Not automatically. The system updated again. Initialization. Warning. Captain must determine repair priorities. Resources limited. Every decision permanent. Kai stared at the final sentence. Every decision permanent. The excitement faded. This wasn't a miracle. It was another responsibility. He stepped toward the dormant machine. The repair drone remained motionless, as if patiently waiting. Waiting for someone worthy of giving the first order. Kai slowly raised one hand. His fingertips stopped only centimeters from the ancient white alloy. The dormant optical sensor suddenly flickered once. Then both golden eyes opened together. The repair drone looked directly at its new captain, and the very first question it asked changed everything. "Captain Dachimura." Its calm mechanical voice echoed softly through the preservation chamber. "What shall we save first? What shall we save first?" The question echoed through the silent preservation chamber. No dramatic music. No surge of overwhelming power. Only a damaged repair drone patiently waiting for an answer. Kai looked around the chamber. Rows of preservation pods. Ancient engineering. Equipment. Dormant maintenance arms hanging from the ceiling. Every machine had survived centuries. Every machine was still waiting for instructions. Juno slowly walked around the repair drone. "So," she gently knocked on its white alloy shell. "You're telling me this thing can repair Horizon?" The drone answered before Kai could. "Correction." Its calm mechanical voice carried neither pride nor emotion. "I can optimize restoration." Juno frowned. "That sounds suspiciously less impressive. It is more accurate." Commander Hale smiled faintly. "I already like it." Kai stepped closer to the preservation cradle. "What is your designation?" A brief pause. "Architect Emergency Repair Unit." Another pause. "Designation, unavailable. Memory fragmentation exceeds acceptable limits." The drone slowly lowered its head. "Captain may assign a new operational designation." Juno's eyes lit up. "We get to name it." The technician looked unexpectedly excited. "I've always wanted to name an ancient robot." Commander Hale sighed. "This concerns me." Juno immediately pointed toward the drone. "Rusty." The drone responded instantly. "Request denied." Everyone looked at it. "You can deny names. Captain authorization required." Juno folded her arms. "I don't like this machine anymore." Kai couldn't help smiling. Even Lyra allowed the corner of her mouth to lift slightly. The atmosphere finally relaxed. Only for a moment. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. "Architect Emergency Repair Unit ready. Initial restoration budget available. Equivalent restoration capacity. 100 units. Kai studied the projection. 100 units. Not percentages. Not credits. Capacity. Below it appeared the ship schematic. Every major system displayed a required investment. Primary engines. 80 units. Long-range sensors. 40 units. Internal power grid. 30 units. Cargo handling system. 25 units. Life support. 20 units. Structural stabilization. 90 units. Bridge systems. 35 units. Medical bay. 20 units. Hydroponics. 15 units. Hangar operations. 40 units. Kai immediately noticed the problem. Even restoring only the engines would consume almost everything. There was no perfect answer. Exactly as Horizon intended. The drone looked toward Kai. "Captain, please, assign restoration priorities." Commander Hale stepped beside him. "What are you thinking?" Kai didn't answer immediately. He crouched beside the holographic projection. His eyes moved across every system, not searching for the most damaged. Searching for the dependency chain. Juno tilted her head. "I know that face." Lyra looked toward her. "What face? The one where he forgets everyone else exists." Kai suddenly pointed. "The power grid." The technician looked surprised. "Not engines?" "No." Commander Hale smiled. "Explain. If the engines fail." Kai touched another projection. "The ship cannot travel." Then he highlighted the internal power network. "But if power fails. He traced branching golden lines across the schematic. The engines, the sensors, the bridge, the life support, the repair systems. Everything fails. The technician slowly nodded. The foundation. Kai smiled. Exactly. The repair drone quietly observed. No comment. No approval. Simply waiting. Kai continued. How much for internal power? 30 units. Restore it. Golden light spread across the hologram. 30 units disappeared. Remaining capacity. 70. Far below the bridge, Horizon vibrated softly. For the first time since Kai had boarded the ship, lights remained stable. The bridge lighting no longer flickered. Life support fans began spinning more smoothly. The atmosphere even smelled cleaner. Juno blinked. I wasn't expecting to notice that immediately. The drone answered. Stable infrastructure improves all connected systems. Commander Hale quietly laughed. It really was built for you. Kai looked toward the remaining restoration. Capacity. 70 units. Still not enough. What next? The technician immediately answered. Engines? Juno nodded. No engines. No adventure. Lyra remained silent. Kai looked toward her. What would you choose? She considered the hologram carefully. Long-range sensors. Everyone looked surprised. She calmly explained. If we leave Vera Station blind. She pointed toward the Rod Archive. The forgotten route won't matter. Commander Hale slowly nodded. Reasonable. The technician scratched his head. I still think engines. Juno raised a finger. I vote for coffee machine. The drone immediately replied. No coffee machine detected. Juno sighed dramatically. The architects truly failed civilization. Even Commander Hale chuckled. Kai continued studying the ship. Then something caught his attention. The cargo handling system. Dionto. 25 units. He zoomed in. Hundreds of sealed cargo compartments remained inaccessible. Most were empty. Several had unknown contents. One compartment displayed no information whatsoever. Instead, the root fragment pulsed once. A tiny golden symbol appeared beside it. Not an item. Not cargo. A route marker. Kai frowned. Why is there a route marker inside the cargo bay? The repair drone answered. Unknown. Historical records fragmented. Commander Hale stepped closer. Show compartment designation. The hologram responded. Cargo. Section 12. Manifest unavailable. Lyra looked thoughtful. Architect ships rarely wasted internal volume. Kai nodded slowly. If they're preserving something. He looked toward the mysterious compartment. It probably isn't cargo. The cosmic exchange system updated. Unknown preservation chamber detected. Restoration required for access. Estimated cost. 25 units. Juno looked between Kai and the hologram. That feels suspicious. The technician nodded. Very suspicious. Commander Hale folded his arms. Which usually means valuable. Kai looked back at the remaining systems. Power. Due. 70D. Sensors. 40. Compartment. 25 doll. He could not afford everything. Every choice closed another door. Exactly the kind of decision Horizon wanted its captain to make. He finally looked toward the repair drone. Restore long-range sensors. The technician looked disappointed. But the engines... Kai nodded. I know. He pointed toward the forgotten route timer floating beside the system interface. We have 71 hours. He then pointed toward the stars beyond Horizon. If another ship finds us before we leave... His finger moved toward the unknown hostile marker preserved in Horizon's records. Engines won't matter. The drone accepted the power. Order. 40 restoration units. Vanished. Remaining capacity. 30. Throughout Horizon, Dozens of hidden antenna arrays slowly unfolded. Dust-covered sensor dishes rotated for the first time in centuries. Several observation domes illuminated across the ship. The bridge projection expanded dramatically. Nearby, traffic. Dock, activity. Local debris. Gravitational distortions. Everything became sharper. Then, Pomoro. A new contact appeared. Not inside the station. Outside. Far beyond the salvage yard. The projection enlarged automatically. A dark vessel drifted silently beyond the edge of civilian sensor coverage. No registration. No broadcast. No identification. Commander Hale's face hardened. He never left. Juno looked toward Kai Dao, the unknown hostile. Kai nodded slowly. He was waiting. The projection zoomed again. The dark vessel wasn't watching Horizon's salvage yard. It was watching Horizon, as if patiently observing its newest captain. Then, the unidentified ship slowly turned. Its engines ignited. Not toward the frontier. Not toward open space. Toward the exact direction of the forgotten route. The unknown hostile had made his move. The cosmic exchange system quietly updated. Forgotten route countdown.u. 69 hours remaining. Recommended action. Depart immediately. Kai looked around the bridge. Stable power. Working sensors. Ancient ship. Almost no fuel. Broken engines. Tiny crew.all. Very little money. He smiled. Looks like we're officially behind. Juno laughed. I was wondering when you'd admit it. Commander Hale looked toward the stars. Then, the race begins. Far beyond Vera Station, the unknown hostile's vessel disappeared into hyperspace, leaving only one question hanging over Horizon. Could a ship that barely functioned catch someone who already had a 2-day head start? By sunrise, half of Vera Station already knew Captain Kai owned the strangest ship in the salvage yard. By midday, nobody wanted to work for him. The news spread through the station faster than any official announcement. The captain of Horizon had survived the architect trial. He now possessed an ancient vessel. 3 unidentified warships had appeared because of it. The continuum had become involved. Unknown forces were watching. To ordinary people, there was only one conclusion. Working for Horizon was dangerous. Kai discovered this the difficult way. The position includes room and board. No. The ship has historical significance. No. There may be opportunities for frontier exploration. No. The work will probably be meaningful. The mechanic, standing across the recruitment desk, laughed. Captain, I'd rather clean reactor waste for pirates. He stood, politely bowed, and walked away. Juno watched him leave. That was the nicest rejection so far. Kai looked at the growing list of declined applicants. Mechanic. Navigator. Do. Medic. Cargo specialist. Communications officer. Die. Engineer. Every line now displayed the same result. Declined. 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 Administrator Rowan leaned against the nearby office doorway, with an expression that looked almost sympathetic. I warned you. Kai looked up. You did. Rowan folded his arms. Ships recruit with 3 things: money, reputation, survival. I looked toward Horizon resting inside the salvage dock. You currently offer none of them. Juno raised one finger. We do have charm. Rowan stared at her. No, dying. She lowered her hand. Fair. Kai wasn't discouraged. This wasn't unfamiliar. During his years as a route analyst, he had learned that failed negotiations rarely meant impossible negotiations. It usually meant he had approached the wrong people. The problem wasn't finding workers. It was finding people with something to lose. Or something to gain. He opened the station registry. Instead of searching active employment, he searched retirement records. Juno blinked. Why are we looking at retired people? They're less interested in promotions. Commander Hale smiled quietly. And more interested in purpose. Kai continued filtering. Retired engineers. Independent mechanics. Former transport specialists. Small salvage contractors. People with decades of experience. But nowhere important left to go. Several names appeared. Most lived comfortably. Some had already left Vera. One profile stopped Kai immediately. Mason Reed, former chief maintenance engineer. Age, 68. 39 years maintaining long-range freight vessels. D. Specialized in legacy propulsion systems. Retired 8 years ago. Current occupation. Independent repair consultant. Kai enlarged the record. One detail stood out. Special projects. Architectural Preservation Initiative. Commander Hale noticed. You found something? Kai nodded. He worked on preservation projects. Hale's expression changed. Then he understands old ships. Juno grinned. And hopefully likes impossible jobs. Less than an hour later, Kai found Mason inside one of Vera Station's oldest maintenance workshops. The place looked more like a museum than a business. Disassembled engine cores rested beside obsolete navigation arrays. Ancient mechanical tools hung neatly on every wall. Half-restored cargo drones stood in orderly rows. Nothing modern. Nothing flashy. Only machines that had survived because someone refused to abandon them. An elderly man with broad shoulders and silver hair sat quietly beside an open engine housing. Instead of replacing damaged parts, he was rebuilding them by hand. Kai watched silently for nearly a minute. Mason never looked up. If you're buying, I've already sold it. If you're complaining, I've already heard it. If you're recruiting, I'm retired. Juno whispered. He's efficient. Kai stepped closer. I own Horizon. The workshop became completely silent. Mason slowly stopped working. For the first time, he looked toward Kai. His gray eyes remained fixed. Not on Kai. Past him. Toward the distant dock where Horizon rested. After several long seconds, he quietly stood. You own Horizon? Kai nodded. Without another word, Mason walked past everyone. Juno blinked. Did we offend him? Commander Hale smiled. No, I think he's curious. The four of them crossed the dock together. The closer Mason approached Horizon, the slower he walked. He reached out one weathered hand and gently touched the ship's scarred white hull. His fingers followed one elegant golden energy conduit buried beneath the alloy. He smiled. Not because the ship looked impressive, because it looked familiar. I never thought I'd see one again. Kai exchanged a glance with Hale. You've seen architect ships? Mason slowly shook his head. No. Only fragments. He pointed toward Horizon's hull. Look carefully. Juno leaned. Closer. Kai day. Dwotadi. Bye. I see scratches. Mason laughed softly. No. Tend. He traced a shallow curved seam running along the hull. This isn't armor plating. It's modular infrastructure. Kai immediately understood. The ship wasn't assembled like a warship. It was assembled like a station. Mason smiled broadly. Exactly. He continued, walking around Horizon. The engines aren't isolated. The cargo systems aren't isolated. The power grid isn't isolated. Everything supports everything else. He looked toward Kai. Dawn. This ship wasn't built to win battles. It was built to keep civilizations alive. The words lingered quietly between them. Connection creates civilization. Kai remembered the system message. The philosophy wasn't metaphorical. It had been engineered into the ship itself. Mason gently knocked on the hull again. Whoever built this thought like engineers, not soldiers. Kai finally asked. Would you help restore her? Mason didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked beneath Horizon's central engine assembly. Several maintenance panels remained open. He looked inside, then sighed deeply. They've been repairing her like a modern freighter. He sounded genuinely offended. No wonder she's miserable. Juno laughed. She has feelings now. Mason looked perfectly serious. Ships always have feelings. Commander Hale quietly nodded. I've known captains who believe that. They were usually correct. Mason climbed down from the engine housing. I'll join. Juno blinked. Just like that? I've spent 8 years watching people scrap history. He looked toward Horizon again. I'm not letting them ruin this one too. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared before Kai. Crew member recruited. Chief engineer candidate Dore. Compatibility. Soon-T. Excellent. Horizon operational efficiency increased. Small golden lights quietly flowed beneath Horizon's hull, almost like the ship itself approved. Juno nudged Kai Ditawar. 1 down. Kai smiled faintly. We still need quite a few. Before anyone could continue, footsteps echoed across the dock. Administrator Rowan approached, accompanied by 2 station officers. He didn't look annoyed. He looked confused. I thought you'd appreciate knowing. Kai turned. Knowing what? Rowan handed him a data slate. This morning, 23 independent merchants requested Horizon's future contact information. Juno frowned. Why? They heard about Convoy 17. Kai looked surprised. The convoy we saved. Rowan nodded. They don't care about your ship. They care about your routes. Mason folded his arms. Smart merchants. They know good logistics is rarer than good firepower. Kai studied the list. Small freight captains. Independent traders. Medical transport companies. None of them were wealthy. None of them were powerful. But, together, they formed the beginning of something. Trust. Not reputation built on victories. Reputation built on reliability. The foundation of every lasting logistics network. D-CAR. The cosmic exchange system updated once more. Connection growth detected. Merchant confidence increased. Potential trade contracts available. Kai quietly looked toward Horizon. Yesterday, he had owned nothing. Today, he had a damaged ship. A veteran engineer. The first signs of future allies. And a race against time. The ship suddenly emitted a soft mechanical chime. The architect repair unit spoke across the internal communication network. Captain, additional restoration analysis complete. Previously inaccessible compartment identified. Contents categorized as personnel support infrastructure. Mason frowned. Personnel support? The repair drone continued. Recommend immediate inspection. Kai looked toward Deck 14A. Another sealed section of Horizon had just awakened. Whatever waited inside. It had been sleeping for centuries. The compartment had no handle. No keypad. No emergency override. Only a smooth white architect alloy door stretched across the corridor, interrupted by a single circular recess that glowed faintly beneath Horizon's restored power grid. Captain Kai stopped in front of it. The ship had already surprised him several times. He had learned one lesson. Whenever Horizon chose to reveal something, it was never random. The architect repair unit stood quietly beside him. Its damaged white shell reflected the corridor lights. One of its repair arms slowly extended toward the sealed door. Personnel support infrastructure confirmed. Estimated inactivity, 327 years. Juno let out a low whistle. I really hope nobody's still inside. The repair drone answered without hesitation. Life signs, none. Juno nodded. Good. Then she frowned. Actually, she looked at Kai Duanochane. That wasn't comforting at all. Commander Hale rested one hand against the wall. Horizon keeps revealing rooms. Designed for very specific purposes. Mason slowly examined the door. His experienced eyes traced elegant golden circuits hidden beneath the alloy. This isn't a storage compartment. Kai nodded. I noticed. Mason pointed toward the doorway. The reinforcement. The environmental seals. the independent power. Routing. This section was meant to protect people. Not equipment. People. Lyra quietly spoke from the back of the group. Or preserve them. Silence settled over the corridor. Kai slowly removed the root fragment from his pocket. The golden crystal pulsed gently, almost like a heartbeat. As soon as it approached the circular recess, the entire corridor awakened. Soft golden pathways illuminated beneath everyone's feet. Hidden ceiling lights activated one after another. Far beyond the corridor, ancient machinery began humming. Not loudly. Almost welcoming. The root fragment floated slightly above Kai's hand. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Captain authorization recognized. Personnel infrastructure. Unlock. Available. Kai looked at the others. Ready? Juno grinned. No. But he smiled faintly. Good. He placed the fragment into the recess. The response was immediate. Deep within Horizon, enormous locking mechanisms disengaged. The heavy door slowly separated with surprising grace. No grinding metal. No violent shaking. Only quiet precision. Cold, preserved air drifted into the corridor. Beyond the doorway stretched an enormous circular chamber. Everyone stopped walking. It looked nothing like the industrial sections they had explored before. Warm lighting reflected from polished white alloy floors. Curved living quarters surrounded a central garden. Small trees. Flowing water. Benches. Observation windows overlooking the stars. Private cabins lined the outer ring. Medical facilities occupied one section. A communal dining hall stood opposite. The room felt peaceful. Juno slowly turned in place. This is inside Horizon? Mason looked equally stunned. I've repaired thousands of ships. I've never seen crew quarters like this. Commander Hale quietly smiled. It doesn't feel military. Kai nodded. Feels. He searched for the right word. Civilian. Lyra walked toward the central garden. She gently touched one of the preserved trees. Its leaves remained vibrant, despite centuries of inactivity. Not civilian. She looked around thoughtfully. Community. The distinction mattered. This wasn't designed for soldiers rotating between deployments. It wasn't built for merchants chasing profit. It had been built for people expected to live together. Months. Years. Perhaps decades. Connection creates civilization. The philosophy appeared again. Not spoken. Designed. The architect's civilization had embedded their beliefs into architecture itself. The repair drone slowly entered the chamber. Several hidden maintenance systems immediately activated. Dormant cleaning drones emerged from concealed wall panels. Air circulation increased. Water pumps restarted. Soft lighting brightened naturally. The entire deck responded to the drone's presence. Not because it was powerful. Because it belonged here. Kai walked toward one of the private cabins. The door opened automatically. Inside stood a compact but elegant living space. A bed. A workstation. Bookshelves. Personal storage. Everything remained perfectly preserved. Only dust revealed how much time had passed. Juno leaned against the doorway. I've lived in apartments worse than this. Commander Hale laughed quietly. So have I. Mason examined the engineering section connected to the crew deck. His eyes widened. Captain. Kai joined him. The room contained dozens of workstations surrounding a large holographic engineering table. Maintenance manuals. Component schematics. Ancient diagnostic equipment. Everything organized with astonishing efficiency. Mason slowly shook his head. This isn't maintenance. Kai looked carefully. He understood. It's education. Mason nodded. They trained engineers here. Not just repaired ships. Created engineers. The realization settled heavily over everyone. Horizon wasn't simply a vessel. It had once been a traveling community. A school. A logistics center. Tati. A repair platform. A mobile colony. Its purpose had always been larger than transportation. The cosmic exchange system, quietly updated. Personnel infrastructure restored. Crew morale potential increased. Future recruitment success increased. Kai noticed something unusual. No tangible reward. No credits. No new equipment. Instead, an invisible statistic had changed. Recruitment dial. He smiled. The system wasn't rewarding combat. It rewarded sustainability. Exactly like Horizon. Juno wandered into the dining hall. Rows of tables overlooked the stars through enormous panoramic windows. She imagined the room full of conversations. Families. Engineers. Pilots. Children. People laughing after long journeys. The room somehow still remembered them. It's strange. Kai looked toward her. What is? It feels. She hesitated. Lonely. Nobody answered. Because everyone felt it. This ship hadn't been abandoned. It had been left behind. Far beneath the deck, the root fragment pulsed once. The architect repair unit suddenly turned toward the engineering table. Its damaged eye brightened. Hidden archive detected. Kai immediately approached. The holographic engineering table slowly activated. Ancient golden pathways spread across its surface. Stars appeared. Hundreds. Thousands. An enormous navigation network unfolded before them. Much larger than any modern map. Entire regions of space modern civilization considered unexplored. Already contained established routes. Trade corridors. Maintenance stations. Emergency depot. Not unorganized. Support fleets. Connection nodes. The galaxy looked completely different. Commander Hale whispered quietly. This can't be real. Lyra's golden eyes never left the map. It is. Mason, slowly, sat down. His hands trembled. We've been navigating only fragments. Kai studied the impossible network. Modern charts. Corporate databases. Military archives. Everything he had ever learned represented only a tiny surviving portion of what once existed. Then, almost the entire map went dark. One after another, ancient routes disappeared. Connection nodes vanished. Trade corridors collapsed. Support stations blinked out. The galaxy slowly became fragmented. Isolated. Broken. Until only a handful of golden routes remained. One of them connected directly to Horizon. Another extended toward the forgotten colony. Then a third route briefly flickered. Only for a fraction of a second. Before disappearing again. The architect repair unit suddenly spoke. Its normally calm voice carried something new. Urgency. Warning. Unauthorized route access detected. Everyone froze. Kai immediately enlarged the navigation display. The surviving route, leading toward the forgotten colony, glowed steadily. But far beyond it, another point of light had appeared. Moving. Not randomly. Following the same ancient network. Commander Hale's face darkened. The unknown, hostile. Lyra slowly nodded. He found another entrance. The repair drone completed its analysis. Estimated arrival advantage, 36 hours. The chamber fell silent. Kai looked at the ancient map eye. Then, at Horizon's incomplete systems. Then toward the stars beyond the observation windows. The race had changed. They were no longer chasing a single ship. They were racing across a network the galaxy had forgotten. And someone else already knew how to use it. 36 hours. Nobody in Horizon's newly awakened command room spoke after hearing the estimate. 36 hours. The unknown hostile already possessed nearly half the remaining time. Kai slowly looked away from the ancient star map. The race had changed. It was no longer about finding the forgotten colony. It was about reaching it before someone else did. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Primary objective updated. Reach the forgotten route before the window collapses. Time remaining 68 hours. Success probability low. Juno folded her arms. I really hate that word. Kai looked at her. Which one? Low. Commander Hale rubbed his chin. The system isn't wrong. He pointed toward Horizon's engineering report. Power stable, sensors operational. Everything else. He looked around the bridge. Barely qualifies as functional. Mason sighed. The engines are the real problem. He enlarged Horizon's propulsion schematic. The display immediately became a maze of damaged conduits and faded energy channels. The primary engine array can produce thrust. Barely, but sustained hyperspace travel. He shook his head. Would tear half the assembly apart. Juno frowned. So we repair them. Duh. Mason laughed. With what parts? Silence. Everyone looked toward the old engineer. He highlighted several damaged components. Modern replacements won't fit. Architect components no longer exist. The few that survived are museum pieces. Kai quietly watched the schematic. Again, he ignored the damage. Instead, he searched for dependencies. Every engine required stable energy. Stable cooling. Balanced thrust. Navigation synchronization. Repairing the engines directly would consume nearly every remaining restoration resource. There had to be another route. His eyes stopped on one forgotten subsystem. Manual vector stabilizers. Status testes. Offline. He enlarged the schematic. Mason looked surprised. I haven't seen anyone examine those in years. What are they? Old mechanical stabilization assemblies. They reduce engine stress. But modern ships replaced them with automated systems centuries ago. Kai looked toward the repair drone. Cost? The drone immediately answered. 12 restoration units. Mason blinked. 12? Kai nodded slowly. If stabilizers reduce engine strain. He highlighted another section. We may not need full engine restoration. Commander Hale smiled. You're treating the symptom instead of rebuilding the organ. Kai shook his head. I'm reducing the load. Mason's eyes gradually widened. Then he laughed. You're an engineer who became a strategist. Kai smiled faintly. I've never repaired ships. No. Mason replied. But you've spent your life keeping them alive. The architect repair unit quietly processed the proposal. Alternative restoration path detected. Probability of partial success. 78%. Resource efficiency increased. Juno pointed dramatically toward Kai. See? He breaks everyone's expectations. Kai looked toward the repair drone. Restore the stabilizers. Golden light spread beneath Horizon's floor. Somewhere deep inside the ship, enormous mechanical assemblies slowly awakened. Heavy locking pins disengaged. Massive flywheels began rotating after centuries of silence. Throughout the ship, vibration became smoother. The bridge itself felt steadier. The repair drone spoke. Engine structural stress reduced. Estimated propulsion improvement. 21%. Mason stared at the projection. That shouldn't work this well. Kai quietly corrected him. It shouldn't. It only works because Horizon wasn't designed like modern ships. Commander Hale looked toward the white alloy walls. The architect. Philosophy again. Everything supports everything. Before anyone could continue, Administrator Rowan suddenly appeared on the bridge communication display. His hair looked even more disorganized than yesterday. I've got 2 pieces of news. Juno groaned. Please don't say one is terrible. They're both terrible. She sighed. Of course. Rowan continued. First, the unidentified fleet left Vera. Station's outer observation range. Kai nodded. They're following the ancient network. Probably. Rowan adjusted another display. Second, Doitoria. The Frontier Merchant Guild just announced emergency freight auctions. Mason frowned. What is that? have to do with us? Rowan enlarged the market report. Fuel prices doubled. Everyone became quiet. Kai immediately understood. The unknown hostile. 3 unidentified warships. Station lockdown. Rumors dot. Frontier merchants were reacting. Fear always changed markets. Fear always changed logistics. Kai looked at Horizon's remaining credits. Not enough. Not even close. Juno slowly leaned against the navigation console. So... She forced a smile. We've got a ship. No fuel. No engines. A rival. And a collapsing deadline. Kai looked toward the viewport. Not quite. She raised an eyebrow. We also have a market problem. Kai suddenly smiled. The others immediately noticed. Commander Hale spoke first. You've thought of something. Kai enlarged a freight auction network. Dozens of merchants. Hundreds of cargo requests. Medical deliveries. Mining equipment. Food supplies. Station construction materials. Everything moved through Vera. Except, many destinations were being ignored. He highlighted several routes. They're short, dangerous, low profit. No large corporation wants them. Mason slowly understood. You want contracts. Kai nodded. We need fuel. We don't earn it by asking. We earn it by solving problems. Juno smiled. That's becoming a habit. Kai pointed toward another route. Look closer. The cargo requests clustered together geographically. Not random. A pattern. If Horizon combined several neglected contracts into one optimized circuit, fuel costs dropped. Travel efficiency increased. Profit increased. Exactly what large corporations ignored because the contracts were individually too small. Commander Hale quietly laughed. You found another hidden route. Kai shook his head. No, I found neglected logistics. The cosmic exchange system pulsed. Logistics opportunity identified. Efficiency chain available. Potential fuel recovery. High I. Potential reputation gain. Moderate. Potential departure delay. 6 hours. Mason looked uncertain. We lose 6 hours. Kai nodded. But, without fuel. He looked toward Horizon's engines. We lose the race anyway. No one argued. The bridge suddenly became busy. Juno began contacting merchant representatives. Mason inspected cargo systems. The repair drone recalculated loading capacities. Commander Hale coordinated departure permits with Rowan. For the first time, Horizon wasn't preparing for battle. It was preparing for business. Exactly as its builders intended. Hours later, Kai stood alone on the observation deck overlooking Dock 12. Workers loaded emergency medical supplies into Horizon's cargo bay. Food containers. Industrial components. Replacement reactor filters. None of it glamorous. None of it heroic. Yet every crate brought them closer to their destination. Connection created civilization. One shipment at a time. A quiet voice came from behind him. Lyra? ... You could have chased your rival immediately. Kai didn't turn. I know. You chose cargo. I chose fuel. She stood beside him, watching workers move through the docks. The unknown hostile would never make that decision. Kai looked toward the stars. That's why he may reach the colony first. Lyra remained silent. Then she quietly added, or why you might deserve to reach it. Neither of them noticed the tiny maintenance drone resting high above the docking bay. Its golden eye remained fixed on Horizon. Then, moi. Without warning, its eye flashed crimson. Just once. Before returning to gold. Far beyond Vera Station aboard the unknown hostile's dark vessel, a small holographic notification quietly appeared. Horizon departure preparations confirmed. The armored figure looked at the report. Then, toward the ancient route, stretching across the stars. He slowly deactivated the display. Good. If he's taking cargo, then he'll arrive exactly where I need him. Outside the viewport, the forgotten route shimmered faintly across the darkness, like a road leading both captains toward the same inevitable destination. The first time Horizon left its dock, the engines failed. The ancient vessel had barely cleared the magnetic docking clamps when every light across the bridge flashed crimson. Propulsion synchronization lost. Dead E. Primary engine imbalance detected. Automatic thrust reduction initiated. The entire ship lurched violently to port. Juno grabbed the flight controls. I've got it. Mason slammed one hand against the engineering console. No, you don't. The stabilizers are fighting each other. Commander Hale braced himself against the navigation table. We're drifting toward Dock 9. Outside the panoramic viewport, dozens of dock workers looked up in alarm as Horizon slowly rotated sideways through the narrow departure corridor. Cargo containers floated past only meters away. Emergency tug drones immediately launched from nearby maintenance platforms. Doshores. Kai didn't move. His eyes remained fixed on the tactical display. The engines weren't failing. They were arguing. The architect repair unit had warned them. Modern repairs. Ancient systems. Partial restoration. Nothing aboard Horizon was fully synchronized yet. The ship wasn't refusing to fly. It simply hadn't remembered how. Administrator Rowan's voice exploded across the communication channel. Captain, I'd appreciate it if your first official departure didn't destroy my station. Juno gritted her teeth. I'm trying. Kai finally spoke. Reduce thrust. Juno looked at him in disbelief. We're already losing control. I know. If you increase power. He pointed toward the engine telemetry. The imbalance grows. She hesitated only a second before obeying. Engine output dropped. The violent shaking immediately became smoother. Not fixed. Predictable. Mason stared at the readings. How? How? Kai enlarged another projection. The left engine isn't weak. It's responding faster. He highlighted the opposite side. The right engine is compensating for a problem that no longer exists. Commander Hale. Understood first. They're using different assumptions. Kai nodded. They're operating with different maps. The realization spread through the bridge. The engines had been repaired at different times, with different calibration standards. Neither side was broken. They simply disagreed. Kai looked toward the architect repair unit. Can you force synchronization? The drone answered immediately. Negative. Automatic synchronization risks catastrophic resonance. Mason muttered under his breath. Oh, of course it does. Kai smiled. Faintly. Manual synchronization? The drone paused. Possible. Estimated completion. 7 minutes. Juno looked outside. We don't have 7 minutes. The drifting ship continued sliding dangerously close to the station's docking structures. Dock 9 Taro. Dock 10. Cargo traffic had already begun rerouting around them. The entire departure corridor was becoming congested. Kai looked beyond Horizon. Not at the ship. At the traffic. A route analyst never looked only at one vehicle. He looked at every vehicle. Every movement. Every possibility. The station map unfolded before him. 26 active departures. 8 incoming freighters. 4 maintenance tugs. 2 emergency rescue craft. Dozens of civilian shuttles. Everyone was trying to avoid Horizon. Which meant everyone was creating new congestion. Kai's eyes sharpened. Rowan, I'm here. I need temporary traffic authority. The administrator laughed. You've been a captain for less than a day. I know. I still need it. Silence. Then Rowan sighed. I don't know why I keep saying yes. Control authority transferred. The station traffic display expanded. Kai immediately began moving ships. Cargo Shuttle 12. Delay, departure. Mining freighter Orion. Advance docking by 3 minutes. Maintenance tug 5. Rotate clockwise. Emergency tug 2. Rotate. Hold position. Juno looked at him. You're directing the entire station. I'm directing the route. The distinction mattered. Within seconds, congestion dissolved. Instead of fighting Horizon's uncontrolled drift, Kai gave the ship room to drift safely. Commander Hale laughed quietly. You just solved an engine failure, using traffic management. Kai answered calmly. I solved a collision. The engine problem still remained. 7 minutes. The Architect repair unit extended multiple repair arms into the engine network. Golden diagnostic lights spread beneath Horizon's deck. Mason hurried toward engineering. I'm going. Kai nodded. Take Lyra. She looked surprised. Me? You noticed the calibration philosophy before anyone else. Lyra didn't argue. She simply followed Mason out of the bridge. Minutes passed. The ship continued drifting gracefully through the widened departure corridor. Not elegant. Not efficient. Safe. Outside the viewport, station workers gradually relaxed. Some even stopped to watch. The legendary Architect vessel. The impossible trial winner. The strangest Captain Vera station had seen in decades. Barely able to fly. Juno couldn't help laughing. This is probably ruining your reputation. Kai shook his head. No, we're leaving. She looked confused. That's enough. A calm mechanical voice echoed across the bridge. Synchronization complete. Engine calibration updated. Structural resonance reduced. Primary propulsion available. Mason's voice followed over the internal communication system. I have good news. Juno smiled. I've been waiting for that. The engines won't explode. Her smile grew. Bad news? They'll sound like they want to. Before anyone could answer, Horizon gently vibrated. A low mechanical hum spread throughout the vessel. Not strained. Not unstable. Confident. Till. Outside, the massive engine array slowly brightened. Soft golden energy flowed through pathways that had slept for centuries. The damaged ship straightened. Its nose pointed toward open space. Juno slowly advanced the thrust controls. This time, Horizon obeyed. The ancient vessel glided forward with surprising grace, clearing the last station boundary. Cheers erupted from several nearby maintenance platforms. Workers waved. Merchant crews sounded their ship horns. Administrator Rowan's voice returned. I suppose congratulations are appropriate. Kai looked back through the viewport. Vera Station slowly shrank behind them. His first home in the frontier. The place where he had owned nothing. Then, everything. Commander Hale quietly approached. There's something symbolic about this. Kai looked toward him. What? The station isn't protecting you anymore. He pointed toward the stars ahead. Out there. Every decision belongs to you. The bridges became quiet. Ahead stretched open space. Behind lay civilization. Between them, only roots. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Objective updated. Depart Vera Station. Town. Completed. Reward. Navigation authority increased. Route archive synchronization improved. The ancient star map expanded. The forgotten route glowed brighter than before. A thin golden line stretched into unexplored space. Not the fastest path. Not the safest. The intended path. Juno stared at the projection. It almost feels like the ship knows where it's going. The Architect repair unit answered softly. Horizon remembers. Nobody spoke after hearing those words. Because somehow, they all believed it. Hours later, Horizon crossed the outer boundary of the Vera system. The stars ahead distorted gently as the ship prepared for its first hyperspace transition in centuries. Mason watched engine temperatures. Everything looked stable. Commander Hale monitored external space. No pursuit. Juno rested both hands on the flight controls. I never thought I'd say this. She smiled. But I think the old girl actually wants to fly. Kai stood silently before the panoramic viewport. The forgotten route shimmered faintly ahead. The route fragment pulsed warmly in his pocket. Then, every display aboard Horizon suddenly changed. The familiar modern navigation grid disappeared. Replacing it was an ancient golden route network that none of them had activated. The ship had done it by itself. The architect repair unit's normally calm voice carried unmistakable surprise. "Captain, Horizon has rejected modern navigation. It is attempting to navigate using its original route protocols." Outside the ship, empty space rippled. A narrow corridor of golden light slowly unfolded across the stars. No modern sensor had detected it. No contemporary chart recorded it. It had been hidden in plain sight for centuries, and Horizon had just remembered where it was. The stars disappeared. Not because Horizon entered hyperspace. Because space itself unfolded. Outside the panoramic viewport, countless ribbons of golden light stretched across the darkness, weaving together like rivers flowing through an invisible galaxy. Every strand pulsed gently. Every intersection glowed with quiet purpose. Every route connected to another. No explosions. No violent transition. Only an overwhelming feeling that the universe had just revealed something it had hidden for centuries. Juno stared speechless. She blinked several times. "Is this hyperspace?" The architect repair unit answered immediately. "Negative." Commander Hale frowned. "Then where are we?" The drone remained silent for several seconds before replying. "Original architect navigation layer." No one on the bridge understood what that meant. Kai stepped closer to the viewport. Modern navigation charts showed empty space. Horizon showed an ocean of interconnected pathways. One universe. Two completely different maps. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Hidden route network synchronized. Navigation compatibility increased. Route recognition. 8%. Kai's eyes narrowed. Only 8%. Which meant what they were seeing was still incomplete. Mason slowly circled the bridge, staring from one console to another. Every sensor aboard Horizon is reading different values. He enlarged a diagnostic panel. "Our modern scanners say there's nothing outside." He pointed toward the viewport. "But Horizon insists we're surrounded by infrastructure." Lyra quietly approached the window. "It isn't showing us what's there." She lightly touched the glass. "It's showing us what used to connect." Kai looked toward her. "The difference? The roads remain. The travelers disappeared." Silence filled the bridge again. That single sentence somehow made everything feel lonelier. Connection creates civilization. The civilization had vanished. Its connections had not. Suddenly, Horizon emitted a gentle chime. One nearby golden route brightened. The bridge hologram expanded automatically. "Unknown waypoint detected. Distance 0.4 light hours. Status inactive." Mason frowned. "What's a waypoint?" The repair drone answered. "Historical support, infrastructure." Commander Hale folded his arms. "Military outpost? Negative. Trade checkpoint? Negative." The drone paused, then answered with a word no one expected. "Service station." Juno blinked. "Aye." She laughed. "Space gas station?" The drone tilted its head. "Approximation acceptable." Everyone looked back toward the glowing route. Kai enlarged the surrounding map. The waypoint wasn't on the direct path toward the Forgotten Colony. It required a short detour. Only 18 minutes. Commander Hale immediately spoke. "We don't have time." Mason nodded. "The rival already has a lead." Juno crossed her arms. "So we ignore it." Kai remained silent. He wasn't looking at the waypoint. He was looking at the routes connected to it. 3 separate paths converged there. Not because it was close. Because it was useful. His years as an interstellar route analyst immediately recognized the pattern. Every major logistics network relied on support nodes. Fuel.adine. Repairs. Information. Rest. Dot. A civilization didn't build intersections without purpose. The larger the intersection, the more valuable the node. Kai looked toward the drone. What services? The drone responded. Data unavailable. Memory fragmentation. Commander Hale sighed. That's not helpful. Kai smiled faintly. It is. Everyone looked at him. If Horizon can't remember, he pointed toward the glowing waypoint, then neither can anyone else. Juno's eyes widened. So, we're the first. Maybe. Or... Kai looked toward the unknown hostile's projected route. Someone else already knows. The bridge became quiet. The decision carried obvious risk. 18 minutes. If the waypoint offered nothing, they would lose valuable time. If it offered resources, everything could change. The cosmic exchange system pulsed once. Optional opportunity detected. Risk. Moderate. Potential reward. Unknown. No recommendation appeared. Kai appreciated that. The system wasn't making the decision. It was forcing him to. Commander Hale quietly smiled. I know that expression. Kai looked toward him. You've already decided. I have. He turned toward Juno. Alter course. She hesitated. We're taking the detour. Yes. She grinned. I was hoping you'd say that. Horizon gently rotated. Instead of following the straight route, the ancient vessel drifted onto the smaller golden pathway. Immediately, something changed. The route itself responded. Golden symbols illuminated beneath Horizon's hull, like stepping onto an ancient road that still recognized authorized travelers. The ship accelerated smoothly, not using additional engine power. The route itself seemed to carry them. Mason stared at the engine readings. We're accelerating, but the engines, he checked again, aren't producing additional thrust. Commander Hale looked outside. The road is moving us. Nobody knew how to answer that. 18 minutes passed faster than expected. Then, the waypoint appeared. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary asteroid. Dark, meaty, silent, dead-on, forgotten. Then Horizon transmitted an ancient identification signal. The asteroid awakened. Massive sections of rock slowly separated. Ancient white architect alloy emerged beneath centuries of accumulated debris. Hidden docking arms unfolded. Golden lights illuminated one after another. An entire station slowly revealed itself. Not destroyed. Sleeping. Juno whispered, "We found it." The repair drone corrected her. It found us. The station dwarfed Horizon despite being only partially exposed. Elegant circular structures rotated slowly around a central tower. Docking rings. Repair bays. Observation platforms. Everything remained remarkably intact. The central gateway displayed a single glowing architect symbol. One Kai had never seen before. The Cosmic Exchange System, updated. First contact. Architect Service Node. Designation. Unavailable. Synchronization required. Reward available upon activation. Mason slowly laughed in disbelief. We just found a 300-year-old service station. Commander Hale shook his head. No. Das. He looked carefully at the massive structure. We found proof. Kai understood immediately. Proof of what? That the architect civilization wasn't a legend. The bridge suddenly became quiet again. Not because of fear. Because of realization. This wasn't ancient history anymore. It was physical. Reachable. Real. As Horizon slowly approached the dormant station, dozens of external sensors suddenly activated by themselves. Not aiming at Horizon. Scanning something behind it. The repair drone immediately spoke. Warning. Long-range contact detected. Everyone turned toward the tactical display. A ship. Small. Fast. Not the unknown hostile. Not military. Not civilian. Its transponder remained completely silent. It emerged from another hidden golden route. And stopped. Watching the station. Watching horizon. As if someone else had been searching for the same forgotten places all along. The unidentified ship did not fire. It did not transmit. It did not retreat. It simply waited. Silent. Dotty. Motionless. Watching horizon from the far side of the ancient service station. The bridge fell completely quiet. Juno leaned closer to the tactical display. Pirates? Commander Hale slowly shook his head. No pirate waits this patiently. Mason enlarged the sensor feed. The hull configuration is strange. The silhouette looked unlike any civilian freighter. Unlike any military corvette. The vessel was sleek, but practical, with modular cargo sections built around an unusually compact central hull. It looked fast. Built to travel rather than fight. Several external components appeared to have been replaced repeatedly over decades. Whoever owned it repaired, instead of replacing. Kai studied its position. Not its weapons. Not its size. Its position. The ship wasn't pointing toward horizon. It wasn't pointing toward the station. It sat precisely between two hidden architect routes. An observation point. A crossroads. Someone who understood logistics. The cosmic exchange system quietly updated. Unknown contact. Behavior classification. Observer. Datum. Threat assessment. Undetermined. Kai folded his arms. They're evaluating us. Juno frowned. Should we evaluate them back? Commander Hale smiled. We already are. The unknown vessel finally moved. Not aggressively. It drifted sideways, exposing its starboard side. Mason looked confused. Why would they? Then he stopped. Kai smiled. They're showing us. Juno looked between them. Showing what? Their weapon mounts. Commander Hale nodded. Or the lack of them. The tactical scan confirmed it. Minimal offensive systems. Heavy sensor arrays. Extended communications equipment. Reinforced cargo architecture. Not a warship. An explorer. Or a merchant. Or something between the two. Kai slowly activated Horizon's external communications system. This is Captain Kai of Horizon. We acknowledge your presence. We have no hostile intentions. Several seconds passed. Nothing. Then, a narrowband transmission arrived. Old, dune-he, and compressed. Almost obsolete. The station speakers crackled before a woman's calm voice filled the bridge. So, you really woke her up. Everyone exchanged glances. Her. Not it. She knew Horizon. Kai answered carefully. Do we know each other? A soft laugh came through the channel. No, but I've spent 10 years trying to find the ship you're standing on. The bridge became silent again. Juno mouthed silently. 10 years? Kai kept his voice steady. Who are you? Another pause. My name is Mira. I recover lost routes. Mason immediately looked toward Kai. Route hunter. Commander Hale corrected him. No, cartographer. The distinction mattered. Modern cartographers mapped stars. This woman hunted forgotten connections. Kai slowly smiled. We may have similar professions, so I've heard. Her answer came immediately. The analyst who predicted the Lumaris drift ambush. Juno whispered. Word travels fast. Kai didn't look away from the display. You're well informed. I have to be. My business depends on it. The unidentified ship slowly approached. Still outside weapon range. Still cautious. The bridge sensors finally captured clearer imagery. Its hull carried countless repair marks. Unlike Horizon's elegant architect design, this vessel looked assembled from dozens of different generations of technology. Every modification solved a specific problem. Nothing decorative. Everything earned. Mason quietly admired it. That's a frontier ship. Kai nodded. Built by experience. Mira spoke again. I'll save us both time. I know why you're here. Commander Hale narrowed his eyes. The service note. She surprised everyone. Forgotten colony. Silence. Only the gentle hum of Horizon filled the bridge. Kai's expression remained calm. You assume a great deal. No. One. I recognize the route. She transmitted a holographic map. Ancient. Fragmented. Incomplete. Yet unmistakably similar to Horizon's. Only, most of it was missing. Mason leaned forward. She has part of the network. The architect repair unit processed the transmission. Compatibility. 32%. Incomplete route archive, confirmed. Kai immediately understood. She wasn't following Horizon. She had been following fragments. For years. Until Horizon awakened the complete pathway. Mira's voice softened. I've spent half my life chasing ghosts. Every forgotten station. Every abandoned gateway. Every impossible rumor. I always arrived too late. She paused. Then your ship appeared. Juno smiled. I like her. Commander. Hale remained cautious. I don't. Kai asked the obvious question. What do you want? The answer came without hesitation. An exchange. The cosmic exchange system pulsed unexpectedly. Potential exchange opportunity detected. Kai raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Mira continued. I know routes modern governments forgot. You have access to routes nobody remembers. I have frontier contacts. You have an architect ship. We can help each other. Commander Hale stepped beside Kai. Or, she learns everything we know. Kai nodded slightly. Exactly. Trust had to be earned, not assumed. The bridge remained quiet while everyone considered the proposal. Then, Mason suddenly pointed toward the service station. Captain, the station. The massive architect structure had begun changing. Golden lights spread throughout its outer ring. Docking arms slowly rotated. Energy surged through ancient conduits. The station wasn't responding to Mira. It wasn't responding to Horizon. It was responding to both. The architect repair unit spoke. Multiple authorized route holders detected. Synchronization protocol initiated. Kai frowned. What does that mean? The drone answered. Unknown. Memory unavailable. The station's central tower slowly opened. An enormous circular chamber emerged from within. Not a weapon. Not a docking bay. A projection system. Golden light erupted into space. An immense holographic route network appeared between Horizon and Mira's ship. Dozens of ancient pathways illuminated simultaneously. Most had never appeared on Horizon's map. Mira's normally calm voice finally betrayed genuine surprise. I've never seen that before. Neither had Kai. The cosmic exchange system updated again. Collaborative discovery, event. Ancient route synchronization, available. Requirements. Multiple authorized navigators. Commander Hale slowly exhaled. The station wants both of you. Kai looked toward the projection. Then toward Mira's ship. Whatever this synchronization revealed, neither of them could unlock it alone. Before he could answer, every light across the projection suddenly flickered. One by one, ancient routes began turning red. The architect repair unit's voice became sharper than anyone had heard before. Emergency. Unauthorized network intrusion detected. The immense route map trembled. Somewhere, far beyond the frontier, someone else had just touched the architect network. Every golden route turned red. Not all at once. One after another. Like a spreading infection moving across a living network. The enormous holographic projection suspended between Horizon and the ancient service station flickered violently. Dozens of illuminated pathways dimmed. Several vanished entirely. The Architect repair unit froze. Its golden optical sensors pulsed rapidly. Network integrity compromised. Foreign synchronization detected. Unable to identify source. Kai's attention immediately shifted. Not to the red roots. To the ones that remained gold. A logistics network under attack still revealed valuable information. The surviving routes were the important ones. Commander Hale noticed the direction of Kai's gaze. "You're mapping the damage." Kai nodded. "Every interruption tells us something." Mira's ship slowly maneuvered closer, still maintaining a respectful distance. Her calm voice returned over the communication channel. "This has never happened before." Kai answered honestly. "It hasn't happened to us either." The projection continued changing. Several red routes suddenly stabilized. Others collapsed completely. The pattern wasn't random. Kai enlarged the map. "Sost." Juno leaned closer. "You found something." He highlighted 3 surviving junctions. "They're avoiding these intersections." Mason frowned. "Why?" Kai traced several connections with his finger. If someone wanted to destroy a logistics network, he looked toward everyone. Would they destroy every road? Commander Hale immediately understood. "No. You destroy the choke points." Kai smiled. "Exactly." The unknown intruder wasn't attacking blindly. Whoever it was understood logistics. They weren't trying to erase the network. They were isolating sections of it. Connection creates civilization. Isolation destroyed it. The realization settled heavily over the bridge. Lyra quietly whispered, "They're reversing the Architect philosophy." Nobody answered. Because she was right. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Strategic observation recorded. Network analysis complete. Additional route recognition. Plus 2%. Current recognition. 10%. Tidoi. Kai almost laughed. Even under attack, the system rewarded understanding. Not victory. Understanding. The service station suddenly emitted a deep resonant tone. Throughout the enormous structure, thousands of dormant mechanisms slowly awakened. Massive circular antennas rotated toward the stars. Communication arrays unfolded. Ancient data cores illuminated one after another. The station wasn't defending itself. It was broadcasting. The Architect repair unit immediately translated. Emergency synchronization beacon Dordia. Mira sounded surprised. It called for help. Dado. Commander Hale folded his arms. 300 years too late. The drone tilted its head. Transmission still. Active. Everyone looked toward the projection. The beacon wasn't traveling through normal space. It spread along the golden routes themselves, like information flowing through invisible roads. Kai suddenly froze. "Wait. No." Juno looked toward him. "What?" "The routes." He enlarged the transmission. "It isn't broadcasting everywhere." Mason stared. "It can't." Kai shook his head. "No, it doesn't need to." He highlighted several junctions. "It's choosing." Commander Hale slowly smiled. "Priority routing." Kai nodded. "Exactly." Even an emergency signal followed optimized logistics. The Architect civilization had built information networks exactly like cargo networks. No wasted movement. No unnecessary transmission. Every signal traveled with purpose. Mira laughed softly over the communication channel. "I've spent 10 years studying forgotten routes, and I never realized." Kai finished the sentence. "They were thinking like supply chains." She smiled. "I was going to say roads, but yours is better." John. The station suddenly responded again. A new holographic interface emerged from the central tower. Not a map, a directory. Hundreds of faded entries appeared. Maintenance node. Gosh. Supply depot. Emergency harbor. Civilian habitat dot. Medical relay. Agricultural platform. Engineering academy. Gateway. Calibration facility. Juno stared. This wasn't just transportation. Kai quietly nodded. It was civilization. Every listing represented people, communities, trade, medicine, education. The routes hadn't connected planets. They had connected lives. Then, almost every directory entry vanished. Only 5 remained illuminated. The others faded into darkness. Mason quietly counted them. 5. The repair drone confirmed. 5 operational facilities remained connected. Commander Hale slowly exhaled. Out of thousands. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. Not because of the loss. Because they could finally measure it. The collapse of the architect's civilization wasn't abstract anymore. It was visible. Thousands of connections reduced to 5. The unknown hostile suddenly crossed Kai's thoughts. He had reached another entrance. He understood the routes. What if he wasn't searching for the colony? What if he was searching for the remaining 5? The thought disappeared as quickly as it arrived. No assumptions. Only evidence. That principle had kept Kai alive. Suddenly, the station's central interface changed again. One of the 5 surviving facilities pulsed brightly. Designation restored. Gateway maintenance. Nexus. Distance. 3 route transitions. Status. Emergency lockdown. Hot. Synchronization level. 31%. Mira's voice immediately sharpened. I've never seen that location. Kai looked toward the projection. Neither had Horizon. The root fragment inside his pocket became warm. The cosmic exchange system updated. Secondary objective available. Restore gateway maintenance nexus. Reward. Unknown. Failure. Consequence. Unknown. Juno looked between Kai and the projection. I don't like objectives with unknown consequences. Mason laughed. I don't think the galaxy cares. Before anyone could discuss the new destination, the entire service station suddenly went dark. Every projection disappeared. Every route vanished. Only emergency lighting remained. Commander Hale immediately looked outside. What happened? The architect repair unit processed dozens of reports simultaneously. Then answered. Synchronization terminated. External authorization revoked. Kai frowned. Revoked by whom? The drone remained silent. Not because it refused to answer. Because it genuinely did not know. Then Horizon's sensors detected something. Not approaching. Leaving. The silent crimson-marked contact that had been lurking beyond the service station quietly turned away. Without transmitting another word. Without firing a single shot. It accelerated onto another hidden golden route. Before disappearing, it transmitted exactly 1 compressed data packet toward Horizon. No message. No greeting. Only coordinates. Commander Hale looked toward Kai. Trap? Kai enlarged the coordinates. His eyes narrowed. No, Joanne. He looked back toward the disappearing ship. I think someone just warned us. The coordinates pointed toward a region of the ancient network that did not exist on any modern star chart. And at its center, one unmistakable designation glowed faintly. Gateway Maintenance Nexus. The coordinates arrived without a signature. No name. No faction. No demand. Only a destination. Kai stared at the glowing marker suspended above Horizon's navigation table. Gateway Maintenance Nexus. Distance. 3 architect route transitions. Commander Hale broke the silence first. Nobody gives information away for free. Juno nodded. Especially not mysterious strangers. Mason enlarged the transmitted data. There isn't any malware. No tracking code. No hidden payload. He frowned. Whoever sent this wanted only one thing. Kai looked toward the fading route where the silent vessel had disappeared. For us to find it, Lyra quietly asked. The question is why? Nobody answered. Because there wasn't enough information yet. Kai refused to build theories without evidence. The bridge suddenly chimed. The architect repair unit completed verification. Coordinates authentic. Origin. Ancient architect navigation protocol. Doring. Commander Hale slowly folded his arms. They somehow possess architect transmission technology. Mason corrected him. Ors. Recovered it. There is a difference. Kai nodded. The difference mattered. Recovered technology meant scavengers. Original technology suggested something else entirely. He stored the question away. Another mystery. Another piece waiting for context. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Decision required. Accept route, guidance, or continue original mission. No recommendation. Kai smiled. Again. The system refused to choose for him. Exactly as it always had. Juno looked between the two highlighted routes. The Forgotten Colony. The Maintenance Nexus. We can't do both. Kai quietly zoomed out. Maybe we don't have to. He began tracing every available connection. Modern charts. Architect. Charts. Debt. Known pirate territory. Fuel consumption. Dara. Estimated travel times. Supply requirements. The bridge became completely silent. Everyone watched him work. Not because he was a genius. Because this was what Kai actually did. Information became routes. Routes became decisions. Several minutes later he finally stopped. Commander Hale noticed it immediately. You found an overlap. Kai nodded. The maintenance nexus isn't a detour. He highlighted an intersection. It sits on the only stable logistics corridor leading toward the Forgotten Colony. Mason leaned forward. So, if we ignore it, Kai finished. We'll probably regret it later. The decision became obvious. Juno smiled. I was hoping we'd say yes. Kai looked toward the crew. Course change. Horizon will visit the maintenance nexus first. The bridge acknowledged simultaneously. Commander Hale returned to tactical operations. Juno updated navigation. Mason monitored engine load. The repair drones synchronized the ancient route. Data. Toy. For the first time, Horizon wasn't wandering. She had a destination. Outside the panoramic viewport, the hidden golden route brightened. The ship gently accelerated. Not violently. Almost gracefully. As though the ancient pathway welcomed one of its own. Hours passed. The hidden network remained astonishingly stable. Modern hyperspace required constant correction. Constant recalculation. Odd. Architect routes felt different. The pathway itself absorbed minor navigational errors. Kai quietly observed every fluctuation. Every stabilization field. Every gravitational correction. The more he watched, the more impossible the network became. Civilizations had spent thousands of years trying to make space travel safer. The architects had apparently solved the problem centuries ago. Juno suddenly laughed. I finally understand why nobody remembers this. Kai looked toward her. Why? Because if this still existed, she gestured toward the golden corridor. Modern shipping companies would go bankrupt. Commander Hale smiled. Governments too. Mason quietly added, and pirates. Everyone looked toward him. He pointed ahead. Ambushing people becomes difficult when the road itself protects travelers. Kai made another mental note. The architect's civilization hadn't simply connected worlds. It had engineered trust into transportation. That alone explained why its collapse had shattered civilization. A warning tone interrupted the quiet discussion. Long-range sensors detected movement. Not ahead. Behind. Commander Hale enlarged the display. 3 small contacts. Fast. Dot. Lightly armed. Maintaining extreme distance. Juno frowned. They're following us. Mason checked the signatures. Civilian engines, modified, definitely frontier vessels. Commander Hale quietly muttered, "Scouts." Kai observed their formation. Not military. Too loose. Not merchants. Too cautious. Then he noticed something else. They're not tracking Horizon. Everyone looked at him. They're tracking the road. Commander Hale immediately understood. They can't see the whole corridor. Kai nodded. They're following our wake. Okay. Realization changed everything. The hidden routes remained hidden. Unless someone else revealed them by traveling through them. Juno slowly looked toward Kai. So every time we move, we leave footprints. Kai answered calmly. Exactly. The cosmic exchange system updated. Architect, route usage detected. Residual energy trail. Temporary. Duration. 23 minutes. Mason sighed. So much for being invisible. Kai wasn't discouraged. Nothing was ever perfect. The question wasn't whether information leaked. It was how quickly opponents could use it. He enlarged the route network. 3 pursuing ships. 1 narrow corridor. 1 inevitable choke point. Commander Hale slowly smiled. I know that expression. Kai marked a point several million kilometers ahead. The corridor narrows here. The energy wake will naturally disperse. Juno caught on immediately. If we change speed. Kai nodded. Our trail changes. Mason grinned. And they won't know which branch we took. Commander Hale laughed quietly. You just hit a starship. Using traffic flow. Kai shrugged. I redirected information. 20 minutes later. Horizon smoothly reduced speed before entering the natural choke point. The golden route divided into 3 nearly identical branches. The ship drifted briefly, then accelerated along 1 corridor. Behind them, the fading energy trail continued into all 3 branches. The pursuing vessels reached the junction several minutes later. They stopped, separated. Then each selected a different path. Without firing a shot, without a single battle. Kai had scattered the pursuit. Juno leaned back with a satisfied smile. I could get used to winning like this. Commander Hale nodded approvingly. Good captains destroy fleets. He looked toward Kai. Great captains make them irrelevant. The bridge relaxed for the first time. Since leaving Verita. Only briefly. The architect repair unit suddenly turned toward the forward viewport. Its optical sensors brightened. Captain, destination approaching. Far ahead, the golden corridor slowly widened. Not into open space. Into an enormous circular structure suspended between 2 dying stars. Unlike the peaceful service station, this place looked built for work. Immense docking arms stretched across thousands of kilometers. Gigantic maintenance rings surrounded a silent central gateway. Countless repair platforms floated motionless around it. The entire structure dwarfed Horizon until the ancient ship seemed like a single spark approaching a sleeping giant. Mason whispered in genuine awe. How many ships could this place repair? The repair drone answered softly. Unknown. Then, for the first time since awakening, its voice became almost reverent. But many. As Horizon crossed the outer boundary of the maintenance nexus, every dormant light across the colossal station ignited at once. The entire megastructure awakened. Not because Horizon had arrived. Because it had recognized its captain. The station recognized Horizon. But it did not recognize Captain Kai. The distinction became obvious immediately. As the colossal gateway maintenance nexus awakened, thousands of golden lights illuminated across its immense framework. Docking arms unfolded. Repair platforms rotated into position. Ancient transport rails hummed back to life. Then, everything stopped. The station froze halfway through its activation sequence. The bridge lights flickered. The architect repair unit stood motionless. Its optical sensors rapidly processed information. Identity verification Incomplete. Kai frowned. What does that mean? The drone remained silent for several moments. Then a new holographic interface unfolded above the bridge. Architect Maintenance Authority required. Recognized vessel. Confirmed. Recognized captain. Pending. Commander Hale slowly folded his arms. So the ship is trusted, but you aren't. Kai nodded. Reasonable. Juno looked at him. Reasonable. You've owned Horizon for 2 days. She sighed. When you put it like that. The maintenance nexus projected another series of symbols. Not language. Patterns. The root fragment inside Kai's pocket suddenly became warm. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Gateway synchronization. Trial initiated. Objective. Demonstrate maintenance authority. Reward. Maintenance nexus access. Failure. Access denied. Mason scratched his head. I thought we already passed a trial. The architect repair unit quietly answered. Captain passed Horizon's trial. This facility requires independent authorization. Commander Hale smiled. I like these architects. They never trusted one success. Kai stepped toward the bridge interface. The projection changed immediately. Instead of asking questions, it displayed a damaged logistics network. Thousands of tiny transport icons moved across a web of routes. One gateway blinked red. Cargo convoys immediately began rerouting. Traffic increased elsewhere. Soon, another route became overloaded. Then, another. Within seconds, the entire network slowed. Juno blinked. It's giving us, Kai answered softly, a logistics simulation. No combat. No puzzles. No passwords. Only infrastructure. His specialty. The projection expanded. Estimated recovery time. 30 minutes. The timer immediately began counting down. Mason looked confused. Repair the gateway. Kai shook his head. Too slow. Commander Hale smiled. Good. Kai enlarged the surrounding routes. Every convoy automatically chose the shortest available path. Exactly what modern logistics algorithms preferred. Exactly why the network collapsed. He slowly redirected several civilian transports, then delayed 2 mining convoys. Finally, he rerouted emergency medical supplies through a longer but uncongested corridor. The overloaded gateway stabilized. Traffic redistributed. No repairs performed. No gateway rebuilt. The entire network recovered. Estimated recovery time. 4 minutes. But Juno stared. You didn't fix anything. Kai smiled. I fixed the flow. The simulation immediately changed. 3 gateways failed simultaneously. This time, one colony began running out of food. Another lacked reactor fuel. A hospital convoy became trapped. Commander Hale quietly laughed. It's getting harder. Kai wasn't intimidated. He wasn't looking at ships. He was looking at priorities. Food I Donche Danchonichao Butter Die Fuel Die Medicine Population Distance Travel time. Every variable became part of one enormous equation. Several minutes later, the hospital received supplies first. The colony received temporary food support from another settlement. Mining operations paused voluntarily to release transport capacity. No one received everything. Everyone received enough. The simulation stabilized. Architect evaluation. Excellent. Mason looked genuinely impressed. You solved it without maximizing efficiency. Kai nodded. I maximized survival. The hologram shimmered. Another scenario. A pirate ambush. A damaged gateway. Limited escort vessels. Juno smiled. Finally, something exciting. Kai ignored the pirates entirely. Instead, he rerouted civilian traffic hours before the attack. When the pirates arrived, there were almost no targets. Commander Hale burst into laughter. You defeated them, before they appeared. Kai shrugged. I avoided the battle. The simulation ended instantly. Architect, evaluation. Optimal. Silence filled the bridge. The station wasn't testing intelligence. It was testing philosophy. Connection over conflict. Preparation over reaction. Maintenance over destruction. The same values Horizon embodied. The maintenance nexus suddenly came alive again. Every dormant system resumed activation. Docking clamps extended. Repair cranes rotated toward Horizon. Golden energy surged throughout the megastructure. The Architect repair unit quietly bowed its head. Authorization accepted. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Gateway maintenance, nexus unlocked. First-time synchronization reward available. Kai looked toward the viewport. The station's central chamber slowly opened. Something enormous rested inside. Not a weapon. Not another ship. An engine. At least, it looked like one. A colossal circular machine nearly 5 kilometers across floated inside the heart of the nexus. Thousands of interconnected rings rotated around a brilliant golden core. Mason whispered, "That's impossible." The repair drone answered, "Gateway calibration engine." Commander Hale frowned. "For maintaining gateways?" "Affirmative." Lyra quietly stepped beside Kai. "If this station maintained the ancient network," she looked toward the gigantic machine, "then this is the heart that kept civilization connected." Kai remained silent. The realization carried enormous weight. Civilizations weren't built by armies. They were maintained by infrastructure. The architects had understood that. Then, another warning appeared. Gateway calibration engine. Operational integrity. 7%. The bridge fell silent again. Juno slowly looked toward Mason. "Can we repair it?" Mason laughed once. Not because it was funny. Because the question itself was absurd. "Captain." He pointed toward the colossal mechanism. "Our entire ship would fit inside one maintenance section." The repair drone confirmed. "Current repair capability insufficient. Required resources unknown. Time estimate unknown." Kai quietly watched the sleeping machine. This wasn't today's problem. It was tomorrow's. Perhaps many tomorrows. The cosmic exchange system updated one final time. Long-term objective added. Restore gateway maintenance nexus. Estimated impact. Galactic. Before anyone could absorb those words, every display aboard Horizon suddenly flashed crimson. Long-range sensors detected hyperspace emergence. One ship. Then another. Then 6 more. Commander Hale immediately enlarged the tactical display. The vessels emerged from conventional hyperspace, not the hidden Architect network. Military signatures. Unknown registry. Unknown allegiance. Formation. Intercept. .U. Mason's expression darkened. They tracked us. Kai slowly looked toward the ancient maintenance nexus. Then toward the approaching fleet. The hidden routes were no longer hidden. Someone had begun hunting anyone who found them. 7 ships. Against one barely repaired ancient vessel. Commander Hale studied the tactical display only once before speaking. "We lose." No hesitation. No false optimism. Only experience. Juno slowly exhaled. "I appreciate the honesty." Mason folded his arms while watching the approaching formation. "They're not rushing. They're surrounding." Kai quietly enlarged the tactical map. The 7 unknown vessels spread apart with almost mathematical precision. 2 moved high. 2 low. 2 widened toward the flanks. The largest remained behind the formation. Commander Hale narrowed his eyes. "Professional. .t." Kai nodded. "They're controlling exits. Not attacking. Containing." The distinction mattered. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Strategic observation recorded. Enemy objective Interception. Probability. 92%. ... No recommendation appeared. Kai looked beyond the ships. The Gateway Maintenance Nexus floated silently behind horizon. Its colossal docking rings. Repair platforms. Calibration engine. Everything remained completely exposed. If a battle began here, the ancient infrastructure would become collateral damage. The architects had spent centuries preserving connection. Kai wasn't about to destroy it during his first visit. Commander Hale quietly asked, "What are you thinking?" Kai zoomed farther out. The hidden architect routes. The maintenance nexus. The conventional hyperspace entry point. One detail immediately stood out. The enemy fleet had emerged from normal hyperspace. Not the hidden network. Which meant they're blind. Everyone looked toward him. Juno blinked. Blind? Kai nodded. They found the destination. He highlighted the golden architect routes. They still can't see the roads. Mason slowly understood. They only know we're where we are. They don't know how we got here. Kai smiled. Exactly. Commander Hale's expression changed. So we still have an advantage. A small one. The lead enemy vessel suddenly transmitted. Not words. An encrypted military authentication request. The bridge computer immediately rejected it. Unknown authority. Authentication failed. A second transmission arrived. This one contained only a single sentence. Surrender Horizon. Juno laughed. No. Commander Hale looked toward Kai. Response? Kai shook his head. No response. Silence often forced opponents to reveal more than words. The fleet advanced another few kilometers. Still outside effective combat range. Still waiting. Kai watched carefully. No weapon charging. No missile locks. No fighter deployment. Again, containment. Non-duo. Not destruction. The lead vessel transmitted once more. We know what you're carrying. Commander Hale quietly muttered. They're bluffing. Kai nodded. And they don't know. If they knew. He pointed toward the station. They would have attacked immediately. The enemy commander wanted confirmation. Which meant they lacked information. The Cosmic Exchange System. Updated. Information asymmetry detected. Advantage. Temporary. Kai immediately made his decision. Repair unit. .it. The drone turned. Can Horizon access the hidden route immediately? Affirmative. Preparation time. 112 seconds. Commander Hale smiled. So we leave. Kai shook his head. Not yet. Juno looked confused. What are we waiting for? Kai pointed toward the maintenance nexus. The station. Everyone followed his gaze. The enormous Gateway Maintenance Nexus remained partially awakened. Thousands of repair drones floated dormant around it. Gigantic docking arms remained extended. Power continued flowing through the colossal calibration engine. Then Mason understood. If we leave now, they'll study everything. Kai nodded. They'll map it. They'll dismantle it. They'll learn. Connection created civilization. Knowledge protected it. The architects hadn't hidden these places for centuries so the first hostile fleet could catalog them. Kai looked toward the repair drone. Can we close the station? The drone processed the request. Possible. Emergency preservation protocol. Activation requires 68 seconds. Commander Hale laughed quietly. So we're staying. 68 seconds. The bridge became busy immediately. Juno kept Horizon drifting slowly. Mason monitored engine synchronization. Lyra synchronized the route fragment with the station. The repair drone transmitted ancient authorization codes. Outside. The enemy fleet cautiously advanced. 30 seconds. 40. 50. Then, the lead vessel accelerated. Commander Hale immediately reacted. They've lost patience. 3 ships broke formation. Direct, intercept course. Kai remained calm. They're trying to stop us before we're ready. The station suddenly responded. Across the colossal structure, every golden light shifted to brilliant white. Massive docking arms slowly folded inward. Repair platforms disappeared beneath armored shielding. The immense calibration engine descended into the heart of the station. Entire sections rotated. Locked. Sealed. The megastructure transformed before everyone's eyes. Not into a fortress. Into a vault. The Architect Repair Unit quietly announced. Emergency preservation protocol complete. The service station they had discovered earlier had hidden itself beneath an asteroid. This maintenance nexus did something even more astonishing. The surrounding stars distorted. Light bent. White. Space itself rippled. The gigantic station gradually faded from sight. Not destroyed. Hidden. Darks. Commander Hale whispered, cloaking. The repair drone corrected him. Route concealment. Within seconds, only empty space remained. No station. No calibration engine. Nothing. Nothing. The 7 approaching vessels abruptly stopped. Their sensors swept desperately across the darkness. Confusion spread through their formation. Juno smiled. They lost it. Kai quietly answered. They never really had it. The route fragment glowed warmly. The hidden golden corridor reappeared before horizon. Invisible to everyone else. The repair drone turned toward Kai. Captain, departure corridor open tante. Kai looked one final time toward the empty region of space. The maintenance nexus still existed. Protected once again. He gave a single order. Horizon, take us home. The ancient ship gently accelerated onto the hidden route. From the enemy fleet's perspective, Horizon simply vanished. No hyperspace signature. No warp trail. No engine bloom. One moment, the ship existed. The next, it didn't. Aboard the flagship of the unidentified fleet, an armored officer slowly lowered his datapad. His expression remained hidden behind a dark visor. One subordinate spoke nervously. Sir, the target disappeared. The officer remained silent. Then he calmly issued his first order. Do not pursue. The bridge crew looked confused. He continued. They've already shown us enough. He enlarged a frozen sensor image. Not of Horizon. Of the brief moment when the maintenance nexus had awakened. One ancient architect symbol remained visible for only a fraction of a second. The officer quietly enlarged it. Then smiled beneath his helmet. At last, we've confirmed the first nexus. Far deeper within unexplored space. A second armored figure looked up from an ancient route projection. Unlike the first, this one wore no insignia. Only silence. He watched Horizon's disappearing route for several long moments. Then quietly spoke to himself. So, the successor has finally begun moving. The projection zoomed toward one distant destination. Not the Forgotten Colony. Not the maintenance nexus. But another location hidden much deeper inside the Architect network. One name slowly appeared beneath it. The first gateway. When Horizon emerged from the hidden Architect route, the stars looked ordinary again. No golden pathways. No impossible corridors. Only the endless darkness of the frontier. Yet everyone aboard the ship felt different. They had crossed roads that modern civilization no longer knew existed. They had awakened stations older than recorded history. And someone had begun hunting those same roads. The bridge remained unusually quiet. No one celebrated escaping the unknown fleet. Commander Hale finally broke the silence. They'll return. Kai nodded. Yes, they'll also bring more ships. Mason leaned against the engineering console. And now they know Horizon exists. Juno sighed. So much for keeping a low profile. Kai smiled faintly. We lost that option the moment Horizon woke up. No one argued. The ship itself had become impossible to hide. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Primary objective updated. Reach the Forgotten Colony. Progress. 34%. New passive effect unlocked. Architect root intuition minor dots. Kai noticed the wording immediately. Not navigation. Intuition. Interesting. The notification disappeared before he could examine it further. The root fragment resting inside his jacket emitted another faint pulse. This time, the warmth felt familiar. Not urgent. Almost comfortable. As if the ancient artifact had accepted Horizon as its home. The Architect repair unit suddenly turned toward Kai. Captain, Maintenance Nexus synchronization produced archived records. Kai immediately looked over. Can we access them? Partially. Memory corruption remains extensive. A holographic archive slowly unfolded across the bridge. Thousands of records. Almost everyone damaged beyond recovery. Most file names were unreadable. Others displayed only fragmented timestamps. Then, wow. One file remained completely intact. Archive classification. Operational doctrine. Commander Hale smiled. That sounds useful. The repair drone opened it. No images appeared. No technical diagrams. Only one simple statement written in ancient architect script. The drone translated. The strength of a gateway is measured not by how many pass through it, but by how many return. Silence settled across the bridge. Even Mason quietly nodded. It wasn't about expansion. Lyra smiled softly. It was about home. Kai stored the sentence away. Another piece of the architect philosophy. Another reminder that logistics was never just transportation. It was people. Juno stretched her arms. Can we access something slightly less philosophical, like repair manuals? The repair drone processed the request. Searching. 3 seconds later. No. Do. Everyone laughed. Even Commander Hale. The tension aboard Horizon eased for the first time in hours. Then, an alert interrupted the moment. Long-range civilian distress signal detected. Distance. 7 light minutes. Source, Didi. Merchant vessel. Status. Engine failure. Mason immediately checked the tactical display. Single freighter. Commander Hale narrowed his eyes. Or bait. Kai enlarged the surrounding region. No hyperspace signatures. No hidden contacts. No unusual energy spikes. Only one damaged civilian vessel drifting near an asteroid cluster. Juno quietly asked, "What do you think?" Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he examined the location. The asteroid field wasn't particularly dense. There were no obvious ambush positions. More importantly, the damaged freighter drifted directly across a junction connecting 2 ordinary commercial lanes. If left stranded, traffic through the entire region would eventually slow. All way out. Cargo delays. Insurance losses. Supply shortages. Small problem. One that would quietly spread. Connection creates civilization. Neglect weakened it. Kai looked toward Commander Hale. We investigate. The veteran commander nodded. Carefully. Horizon altered course. Not directly toward the freighter. Instead, Kai plotted a wide interception arc, keeping multiple escape routes available, maintaining sensor coverage, never approaching from a blind angle. Commander Hale smiled approvingly. You really do think like a route analyst. Kai quietly answered. Because pirates think like route analysts too. 20 minutes later, the damaged merchant vessel finally came into view. A modest civilian cargo ship. Scarred by age. One engine completely dark. Emergency beacons flashed weakly across its hull. Several crew members floated outside in repair suits, attempting emergency maintenance. No hidden weapons. No concealed escorts. No trap. Mason exhaled. They're actually stranded. Kai nodded. Looks that way. The communication channel opened automatically. An exhausted, middle-aged man's voice filled the bridge. Unknown vessel, if you're hearing this, please tell me you have spare reactor coolant. Juno smiled. I like him already. Mason laughed. That's the most honest distress call I've ever heard. Kai activated communications. This is Horizon. We can assist. Several seconds of silence followed. Then the man's voice nearly cracked with relief. I don't know who you people are, but you've just saved our month. The repair drone quietly interrupted. Captain, recommend assistance. Reason. Civilian Logistics Preservation aligns with Architect Operational Doctrine. Commander Hale looked amused. The ship approves. Kai smiled. So do I. Horizon slowly maneuvered alongside the damaged freighter. Repair drones departed the docking bay. Mason personally supervised coolant transfer. Juno helped stabilize the drifting vessel using precise thruster control. Lyra coordinated replacement parts. For nearly 2 hours, no battles were fought. No mysteries uncovered. No ancient ruins awakened. Only ordinary people helping other ordinary people. When the merchant engines finally restarted, cheers erupted from the civilian crew. The merchant captain contacted Horizon one final time. I can't pay you much, but Frontier people remember kindness. He transmitted a small encrypted contact list. Independent merchants. Time, fuel, stations, repair docks. Trusted Frontier navigators. Not money. Relationships. The cosmic exchange system appeared once more. Architect principle confirmed. Connections strengthened. Network reputation increased. Passive effect. Civilian trust. Minor toward all. Commander Hale quietly laughed. The galaxy just rewarded you for being decent. Kai looked toward the departing merchant ship. No, it rewarded us for keeping the network alive. The freighter disappeared into the stars. Horizon resumed its own journey. None of them noticed that the merchant captain had quietly transmitted a message to dozens of independent Frontier channels. The message contained only one sentence. If you ever see an old white ship called Horizon, help them. They'll help you first. Days later, the message reached smugglers, miners, salvagers, independent captains, Frontier settlements, people ignored by empires, people who remembered favors longer than laws. Far away, inside a luxurious corporate office overlooking the glittering core worlds, a young executive quietly read a completely different report. Project Observer. Status update. Target vessel Horizon confirmed. Ancient infrastructure activation confirmed. Multiple hidden architect facilities verified. Probability of recovering pre-collapse navigation technology increasing. The executive calmly closed the report. Then looked toward the endless stars beyond the station-sized window. Continue observation. Do not interfere. Not yet. He smiled faintly. The game has only just begun. Somewhere even deeper within the forgotten network, a dormant gateway emitted a single pulse. One ancient light that had remained dark for centuries quietly came alive. The Frontier remembered. Kai did not know it yet. But long before Horizon reached its next destination, stories about an old white ship had already begun traveling farther than any official broadcast. Not through government relays. Not through military intelligence. Through merchants. Miners. Independent haulers. Salvage crews. The people who actually kept civilization moving. Every stop along the Frontier added another sentence. They repaired our engines. They asked for nothing. They knew routes nobody else did. They saved a convoy. They protected civilians. Rumors spread faster than freighters. Reputation spread faster than rumors. Inside Horizon, however, life remained surprisingly ordinary. Mason crawled halfway inside an engine compartment, covered in grease. I swear this ship hates modern tools. The architect repair unit answered without looking up. Incorrect. It merely disapproves. Juno burst into laughter. I like this robot more every day. Commander Hale looked over several Fundong tactical reports while Lyra reorganized the newly recovered Architect archives. Kai remained at the navigation table. Not because there was immediate danger. Because he had finally begun understanding something that had bothered him ever since Horizon Awakened. The hidden routes never formed random patterns. Every junction, every service station, every maintenance nexus, everything existed for a reason. He slowly overlaid modern trade lanes onto the fragmented Architect network. Only 10% of the ancient routes had been restored. Yet, nearly 60% of modern frontier trade naturally followed the same corridors. Nobody remembered the original roads. Civilization had unconsciously rebuilt itself above their foundations. Kai quietly smiled. Interesting. Commander Hale looked up. You found another pattern. Kai enlarged the projection. The architects didn't just build efficient routes. They discovered them. He highlighted dozens of gravitational currents. Natural stellar drift. Stable hyperspace geometry. Dark matter channels. The network wasn't forcing space to cooperate. It followed space. Lyra slowly nodded. They listened. Kai looked toward her. Exactly. That single realization changed how he viewed the entire civilization. The architects had never conquered the galaxy. They had understood it. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Insight recorded. Architect navigation philosophy. Additional synchronization. Plus 1%. Current recognition. 11%. Juno stretched comfortably in the pilot's chair. So all this studying earned us 1%. Kai smiled. Every map begins with one line. A soft notification interrupted the discussion. Incoming transmission. Origin. Vera Frontier Trade. Association 2. Commander Hale raised an eyebrow. We're popular. Kai accepted the call. A weathered elderly woman appeared on the main display. She wore simple merchant clothing, rather than expensive executive attire. Her smile carried the confidence of someone who had negotiated cargo prices for decades. So, you're Horizon. Kai nodded politely. I am Kai. I've heard. She smiled wider. My name is Vera. I represent several independent trade cooperatives. Juno quietly whispered, That sounds important. Commander Hale whispered back, It is. Vera folded her hands. I won't waste your time. We've received over 30 independent reports about your crew. Mason blinked. 30. We move around a lot. She laughed softly. Exactly. Her expression gradually became serious. The Anor? Design Padune. Frontier has a problem. Kai listened without interrupting. 3 supply routes have become unreliable. Insurance companies raise prices. Large corporations abandon the smaller colonies. Independent merchants can no longer maintain regular deliveries. She transmitted a regional trade map. Several settlements immediately caught Kai's attention. Small populations. Limited infrastructure. No military protection. One failed route, away from economic collapse. Commander Hale quietly muttered, The frontier always bleeds first. Vera continued. We aren't asking for charity. We're asking for knowledge. Kai looked toward the map. Tao, Nu, Demsi, Imtizadrike. What exactly do you need? Find better routes. Not escorts. Not weapons. Not money. Routes. D. Wanya. Routes? Kai almost smiled. That was a request he understood. The architect repair unit suddenly spoke. Civilian logistics optimization aligns with primary operational philosophy. Juno laughed. The ship is volunteering us again. Kai looked toward Commander Hale. What do you think? The veteran commander studied the map for several moments, then quietly answered, This isn't one problem. It's 20 small ones. Kai nodded. And 20 small problems become one large collapse. Connection creates civilization. Broken connections destroyed it. He accepted the data package. We'll investigate. Vera bowed her head slightly. Then, you've already helped more people than you know. The transmission ended. Silence returned to the bridge. Mason looked toward Kai Dia. So, we're becoming delivery consultants now? Kai shook his head. No. We're learning. Commander Hale smiled. Learning what? What keeps civilizations alive? Hours later, the newly received trade data integrated with Horizon's growing route archive. Unexpected correlations immediately appeared. Several struggling merchant routes intersected suspiciously close to hidden architect pathways. Not directly. Almost. Close enough to make Kai pause. He enlarged the projection. The Forgotten Colony. Gateway Maintenance. Nexus. The struggling trade routes. The abandoned service station. One by one, invisible lines began connecting. Not ancient lines. Modern ones. Commander Hale quietly walked beside him. You think they're related? Kai slowly nodded. I don't know how yet, but nothing this consistent happens by accident. Before either man could continue, the bridge lights dimmed. Not from power loss. From external illumination. An enormous shadow drifted across Horizon. Juno immediately turned toward the viewport. What in the? Everyone looked outside. A gigantic mobile refinery slowly crossed their path. Nearly 20 kilometers long. Hundreds of industrial engines glowed along its spine. Massive asteroid processing arms rotated continuously around its hull. Thousands of worker lights flickered across its surface like a moving city. The identification signal finally appeared. Nomad Industrial Convoy, 7 Tartar. Commander Hale's expression immediately changed. I've heard of them. Mason whistled. I thought they were a myth. The refinery continued moving silently through space. Slow, steady, purposeful. Then, a distress beacon erupted from somewhere deep inside the colossal convoy. Not one. Dozens. Emergency alerts flooded Horizon sensors simultaneously. Internal reactor instability. Section collapses. Multiple casualty reports. The mobile city was dying, and there wasn't another rescue vessel within several light hours. The distress signals multiplied. Not one reactor warning. Not one engineering failure. 37 independent emergency alerts erupted across the immense industrial convoy. Entire habitation blocks requested evacuation. Mining control centers reported power loss. Cargo elevators froze between decks. Emergency medical channels became saturated with calls for assistance. The mobile refinery had not suffered one catastrophic failure. It was suffering hundreds of connected failures. Commander Hale immediately enlarged the structural schematic transmitted by the convoy. That's... He stopped. Then quietly finished. A logistics disaster. Kai was already studying the map. On. The convoy stretched almost 20 kilometers from bow to stern. Ore processing. Refineries. Manufacturing sectors. Residential districts. Agricultural modules. Repair docks. Power distribution. Everything connected through a central infrastructure spine. One damaged section affected another. Then another. Until the entire city slowed. Connection creates civilization. Broken connections created collapse. The captain of the industrial convoy finally appeared on the main display. An elderly woman with silver hair tied behind her head. Her heavy work uniform carried decades of welding burns and repaired tears. Unlike admirals, she looked like someone who had built things with her own hands. I am Captain Helena. She didn't waste a second. Our primary coolant circulation has fractured. Our backup systems activated correctly, but they overloaded neighboring distribution nodes. She transmitted another schematic. Red indicators spread throughout the convoy. It isn't one failure anymore. It's cascading. Mason immediately nodded. That makes sense. Commander Hale looked toward him. You understand this? It's like Horizon. The systems aren't broken. Individually, they're fighting each other. Kai enlarged the infrastructure map. Thousands of maintenance tunnels. Hundreds of energy junctions. Dozens of independent reactor loops. No single point of catastrophic damage. Just one terrible chain reaction. Helena continued. If we cannot stabilize circulation within 90 minutes? She looked briefly away from the camera. We abandon the city. Silence filled Horizon's bridge. City? That was exactly what this convoy had become. Over 200,000 workers. Families. Children, mechanics. Engineers. Merchants. An entire civilization drifting through space. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Civilian infrastructure crisis detected. Recommended objective. Prevent cascade failure. Kai immediately noticed something unusual. There was no combat warning. No survival bonus. No rare artifact reward. Only one line. Connection preserved. Reward unknown. He almost smiled. The system understood the value of infrastructure. Just like the architects. Commander Hale quietly asked, "Can we actually help?" Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he requested complete engineering telemetry. Pressure. Flow rates. Heat transfer. Power allocation. Transportation schedules. Maintenance assignments. Mason blinked. "Captain, why are you requesting worker schedules?" Kai calmly answered, "Because repairs require people. People require movement. Movement follows logistics." The convoy captain transmitted everything without hesitation. Several enormous holographic projections expanded across Horizon's bridge. Even Mason looked overwhelmed. There are millions of variables. Kai slowly zoomed farther out. He ignored individual machines. Ignored individual failures. Instead, he looked at movement. Maintenance teams repeatedly crossed the same damaged corridor. Emergency supplies traveled unnecessarily long routes. Repair drones waited for authorization while engineers waited for equipment. Everyone was working. No one was coordinated. Commander Hale suddenly smiled. "You found it." Kai nodded. "They're solving engineering problems." He pointed toward the larger map. "When they should be solving traffic." Juno laughed. "I swear, you see roads where everyone else sees machines." Kai began issuing recommendations. Not orders. Suggestions. Redirect repair teams through eastern maintenance shafts. Suspend non-essential ore processing. Convert civilian tram lines into emergency logistics corridors. Prioritize coolant transport over replacement components. Temporarily isolate 3 refinery districts to preserve circulation elsewhere. Helena stared silently at every recommendation. None involved repairing the damaged reactor directly. Finally, she asked, "You believe this will stabilize the network?" Kai answered honestly, "I believe it'll buy your engineers time." She looked at the map one final time, then nodded. "Implement everything." Across the colossal industrial convoy, traffic changed. Repair teams stopped interfering with one another. Emergency supplies began flowing smoothly. Elevators became dedicated logistics channels. Cargo drones switched from ore transport to coolant delivery. Within 15 minutes, the cascade slowed. 37 emergency alerts became 22. Then 14. Then 6. Mason watched the live telemetry in disbelief. "The reactor's still damaged." Kai nodded. "It will be. But now, only the reactor is damaged." Commander Hale quietly laughed. "You separated the problem." Kai looked toward the projection. "Exactly. When everything becomes an emergency, nothing gets repaired." Helena returned to the screen nearly 40 minutes later. This time, she smiled. Not because everything had been saved. Because it could be. "Our engineers have reached the rupture. The cascade has stopped." She removed her cap. A gesture of genuine respect. I've commanded industrial convoys for 41 years. I've met brilliant engineers, exceptional admirals, genius economists. She looked directly at Kai. I've never met someone who repaired a city without touching a wrench. The bridge aboard Horizon became unusually quiet. Even Mason couldn't argue. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Objective complete. Civilian infrastructure preserved. Reward granted. Architect reputation increased. Network influence expanded. Passive trait acquired. Infrastructure insight. Additional synchronization, plus 2%. .com. Current recognition, 13%. Then, another notification appeared. Unexpected reward. Nomad Industrial Convoy 7 has become a trusted network partner. Commander Hale slowly smiled. That sounds useful. Helena nodded before the system even faded. It is. She transmitted another encrypted package. Industrial supply routes. Fuel reserves. Repair facilities. Independent manufacturing contacts. Hundreds of frontier logistics agreements. We don't have powerful fleets. We don't have politicians. But if Horizon ever requires repairs, she smiled proudly. Half the frontier will answer. Connection created civilization. Kai finally understood. Power did not always come from warships. Sometimes, it came from the people willing to keep the lights on. As Horizon slowly departed the immense industrial convoy, thousands of workers gathered along observation decks overlooking space. No speeches. No ceremonies. Only simple waves. Children pressed their hands against transparent alloy windows. Mechanics raised welding torches in salute. Freighter captains sounded their horns one after another. The convoy's lights blinked 3 times in perfect synchronization. A frontier tradition. Thank you. Juno quietly watched the fading city disappear into the stars. I think, she smiled softly, we just made a lot of friends. Far away, on the bridge of the unidentified fleet's flagship, the armored officer silently reviewed a growing report. Vera Station, merchant cooperatives, independent navigators, Nomad Industrial Convoy, 7 Tarto. Every new entry carried the same notation. Positive relationship with Horizon. The officer slowly closed the report. His voice remained calm. This is becoming troublesome. One subordinate asked, shall we eliminate the supporters? The officer looked toward the endless frontier, then slowly shook his head. No. The more they help Horizon, the larger the network becomes. He paused. And the larger the network becomes, the harder it will be to destroy. For the first time, a hint of concern entered his voice. The silent alarm echoed through Horizon long before any warning appeared on the bridge. Kai's eyes opened almost instantly. It was not the sharp emergency tone used during pirate attacks or system failures. This sound was slower, deeper, almost rhythmic, as if an ancient heartbeat hidden somewhere inside the old transport vessel had begun beating again after centuries of silence. The bridge remained dim, illuminated only by rows of blue navigation lights stretching across the worn consoles. Beyond the forward viewport, Vera Station floated against the darkness of space, its countless docking rings glowing like a mechanical constellation. Nothing outside appeared unusual. Nothing inside appeared damaged. Yet the feeling refused to leave. Kai rose from the captain's chair and walked toward the central holographic table. The familiar golden interface materialized before him. Cosmic exchange system passive observation complete. Logistics influence updated. Connected settlements. 3 connected independent merchant networks. 7 emergency route. Database synchronization. Synchronization progress. 2%. Kai frowned. This was new. The system rarely announced passive changes without prompting. Another line slowly appeared beneath it. Ancient root fragment detected. Signal source, unknown. Estimated age, unable to calculate. Before Kai could examine the notification further, Horizon's bridge speakers crackled. Captain, The calm mechanical voice of the emergency maintenance unit echoed through the bridge. "I have detected an encrypted transmission." Kai looked toward the nearest console. Origin? Unknown. Faction? Unknown? Faction? Unknown. Encryption standard? A brief pause followed. None recognized. That answer unsettled him more than any warning could have. Across the civilized galaxy, every government, corporation, merchant consortium, and military alliance relied upon known communication standards. Even pirates modified existing encryption protocols. An unrecognized transmission should have been impossible, unless it came from somewhere that had never been part of the modern network. Kai remained silent. The synchronization percentage continued climbing. 3%, 4%, 5%. The bridge lights flickered, not from malfunction, from synchronization. Golden streams of light flowed beneath the deck, plating like veins awakening beneath sleeping skin. Horizon itself seemed to breathe. Then another notification appeared. Passive database recovery complete. Recovered navigation fragment. 0.003%. New information available. Kai selected it immediately. The holographic star map expanded across the bridge. Hundreds of familiar trade routes shimmered across nearby sectors. Then something impossible appeared. Beyond the mapped frontier, a faint thread of pale gold extended into completely uncharted space. Unlike normal routes, it did not connect to active gateways. It ignored established hyperspace corridors entirely. Instead, it curved naturally through unstable gravitational currents that every modern navigation database classified as impossible to cross safely. Kai narrowed his eyes. This route shouldn't exist. The maintenance unit answered quietly. "It does." "You recognize it?" "No." "Then why are you certain?" "Because Horizon recognizes it." Silence returned. Kai studied the route carefully. His years as an interstellar route analyst immediately noticed something unusual. This wasn't simply the shortest path. It was the safest. Every dangerous stellar nursery, every unstable pulsar, every pirate-controlled junction, every collapsing gateway. The route slipped naturally between them, as though whoever designed it possessed complete knowledge of the galaxy long before modern civilizations existed. It wasn't luck, it was intention. Someone had engineered logistics itself. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts. An incoming communication request. Caller identification, Lena Voren. Kai accepted. The merchant captain appeared on the holographic display. Unlike their first meeting, her expression carried neither desperation nor caution. Only genuine respect. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "You aren't." "I heard something unusual happened at Dock 9. Kai smiled faintly. News travels quickly. In frontier stations, Asians. Survival depends on information. She leaned slightly forward. "I also heard Horizon received priority maintenance authorization." Kai did not answer immediately. She noticed. "I'll take that silence as confirmation." "What brings you here?" Her expression became more serious. "I owe you a favor." "You already repaid your debt?" "I repaid the cargo." She shook her head. "I haven't repaid the route." Kai remained quiet. For independent merchants, a reliable route often meant the difference between prosperity and bankruptcy. It was worth far more than cargo. Lena continued. "My convoy is leaving tomorrow. Destination: the Ashen Corridor." Kai's attention sharpened. The Ashen Corridor lay dangerously close to several abandoned gateway chains. Traffic had steadily declined over the past 2 decades. Insurance premiums had tripled. Many captains refused assignments there entirely. Why accept the contract? Because someone has to. She smiled wearily. Free frontier settlements depend on those deliveries. Kai remembered the route. Medical supplies, water filtration membranes, atmospheric processors. Without those shipments, entire colonies could begin failing within weeks. Connection creates civilization. The phrase surfaced quietly in his mind, not as a slogan, as a simple truth. Civilizations rarely collapsed because they lost battles. They collapsed because the supplies stopped arriving. Lena spoke again. I was hoping... She hesitated. That you might look at my navigation plan. Kai blinked. That's all? She laughed softly. Captain Kai, after watching you save an entire convoy without firing a shot. I trust your routes more than military escorts. He couldn't help smiling. I'll take a look. I'll transmit everything. The communication ended. The bridge became quiet once more. Almost immediately another notification appeared. Merchant reputation increased. Independent trade network confidence, 4%. New exchange opportunities available. Kai stared at the notification for a moment, before dismissing it. Reputation. Another invisible resource. Not measured in credits. Not measured in firepower. But often more valuable than either. Outside the viewport, merchant freighters drifted slowly between docking rings, while maintenance drones crawled across station hulls like glowing insects. Life continued. Trade continued. Somewhere beyond the station, governments negotiated treaties. Pirates searched for vulnerable convoys. Corporate executives calculated profits. Entire colonies waited for supplies that had not yet arrived. The galaxy never paused, even while Horizon rested. Then, the maintenance unit spoke again. Captain? Yes. The recovered root fragment has activated a secondary search protocol. Kai looked back toward the holographic star map. What is it searching for? I do not know. Golden symbols began, appearing one after another across unexplored regions far beyond recognized space. 1, then 3, then 7. Each vanished almost immediately, as though the system were testing ancient beacons that no longer answered, until one remained illuminated, far beyond the frontier, far beyond every registered colony, far beyond every active gateway. A single point of pale golden light continued blinking quietly against the darkness. The maintenance unit's voice became noticeably softer. I have received. It paused for nearly 3 seconds. A reply. Kai slowly looked toward the impossible beacon. His pulse quickened, because whatever had answered was still out there. The bridge remained silent. No alarms sounded. No emergency indicators flashed across the consoles. That, more than anything else, unsettled Kai. Unknown contacts normally triggered layers of automated warnings. Yet Horizon accepted the distant response with the same quiet certainty as recognizing an old friend after centuries apart. The golden beacon pulsed once, then again. Each pulse was separated by exactly 17 seconds. The interval never changed. Kai enlarged the surrounding star map. Nothing. No registered system. No gateway. No trade lane. No mining colonies. No military outposts. According to every modern navigation database, the beacon existed in empty space. But empty space rarely remained empty forever. Someone had once built something there. The maintenance unit continued analyzing the signal. Transmission integrity 98%, language undetermined. Can you decode it? I am not attempting to decode it, Kai frowned. Why? Because I believe it is not intended for translation. The answer drew his full attention. What do you mean? The holographic display shifted. Instead of textual data, thousands of tiny luminous nodes appeared, arranging themselves into a vast three-dimensional web stretching across the unexplored frontier. One by one, countless sections of the web remained dark. Only a handful glowed faintly. The blinking beacon occupied one of those surviving points. It is not transmitting information. The maintenance unit paused. It is announcing existence. Kai stared quietly at the projection, like a lighthouse, not speaking, simply declaring that it still stood. His years as an interstellar route analyst began assembling possibilities. Communication consumed enormous energy across interstellar distances. No civilization would waste power broadcasting continuously unless maintaining contact itself carried strategic value. A navigation beacon, a logistics relay, an emergency refuge, an automated supply station, each possibility fit. Each raised even more questions. The bridge doors slid open. Juno stepped inside carrying 2 steaming cups. She stopped after noticing the projection suspended above the command table. "I thought you'd still be awake." Kai accepted one of the drinks without taking his eyes from the map. "Thank you." She stood beside him. For several moments neither spoke. The silence between them had gradually become comfortable over recent weeks. What happened? Kai pointed toward the distant beacon. Horizon found something. She followed his gaze. That far. Farther. Juno studied the hologram carefully. "I've never seen a route mapped through those sectors. Neither has anyone else." Her expression slowly changed. "Started thinking about Horizon differently." Kai finally looked at her. "When we first boarded," she smiled faintly, "I thought she was an abandoned ship." Her hand rested gently against the nearby bulkhead. "Now she feels like someone who's been trying to remember." Kai followed her hand. For the first time since taking command, he wondered how many memories remained buried inside Horizon's ancient systems. How many journeys? How many captains? How many civilizations? The ship itself might be carrying history no modern archive possessed. The thought lingered, then disappeared as another notification appeared. New exchange opportunity available. Objective: verify ancient beacon status. Difficulty: unknown. Recommended resources: independent survey vessel, long-range supply capability, advanced route analysis. Reward: ancient navigation archive fragment. Additional rewards based on preservation status. Mission timer: none. Kai read the objective twice. No countdown, no urgency. The system was giving him a choice. He appreciated that, because charging into unexplored space without preparation would be foolish. He dismissed the notification. "You're not leaving immediately." Juno's tone sounded more like certainty than a question. Kai smiled. "No." She nodded approvingly. "I was hoping you'd say that. The route isn't going anywhere, and if it survived hundreds of years, it can survive a few more weeks." Juno laughed quietly. "I like this version of Captain Kai." "What version?" "The one who plans." Kai looked toward the glowing trade lanes surrounding Vera Station. "The route will still be there. Our supplies won't. Our maintenance reserves won't. Our spare parts won't." He pointed toward several nearby. "Commercial sectors. We need fuel contracts, sensor upgrades, emergency repair modules, long-duration life support supplies, reliable merchants, and information." Juno nodded after every point. The list kept growing. None of it sounded heroic, yet every item increased their chances of returning alive. Preparation was invisible. Success rarely was. Far away, beyond the station's civilian districts, another meeting was taking place. Inside a polished conference chamber aboard an orbital corporate administration platform, a projection of Horizon rotated slowly above an obsidian table. 7 executives watched in silence. One finally spoke. "This is the vessel." Another nodded. The independent merchants continue mentioning it. The convoy incident, the route optimization, the ownership dispute, the maintenance authorization. Each report appeared insignificant by itself. Together, however, they formed an unusual pattern. One executive folded his hands. "Has Horizon begun transporting strategic cargo? No. Military contracts? No. Government funding? No." The room fell silent again. "So why?" Another executive asked calmly. "Does an obsolete cargo vessel continue appearing at the center of statistically improbable events?" No one answered immediately. Finally, an elderly woman activated another report. Because someone aboard that ship understands logistics, the projection shifted. Instead of showing Horizon, it displayed trade routes, insurance costs, shipping delays, cargo losses. Merchant migration. Deondina. And you want to do. I downed up Warshana yo. Items were wide zay. The elderly executive continued. Most corporations compete by owning ships. They compete by buying weapons. They compete by controlling stations. She enlarged several frontier sectors. But the individual who controls movement, her finger rested upon the expanding network surrounding Vera Station. Eventually influences all of them, no one argued. Because history supported her claim. Empires rose through conquest. They endured through logistics. She deactivated the display. Do not interfere with Horizon. Several executives looked surprised. For now. Her gaze remained fixed upon the disappearing image of Kai's ship. I want to know where it chooses to go. Back aboard Horizon. Kai remained unaware that distant corporations had begun watching. His attention was entirely focused on a simpler problem. The ship's supply inventory, fuel, food, replacement reactor components, hull repair alloys, sensor calibration crystals. The list seemed endless. He sighed softly. Juno looked over. Thinking about the beacon? Kai smiled. Actually, he highlighted the maintenance budget. I'm wondering how we're going to afford all this. She leaned closer. After a few seconds, both of them burst into laughter. Even mysterious ancient civilizations could wait. Bills, unfortunately, could not. The laughter gradually faded. Neither of them noticed the pale golden beacon blinking patiently beyond the edge of explored space. It never stopped. Every 17 seconds, as though something beyond the frontier knew Horizon had finally awakened, and was willing to wait for her return. The first merchant to refuse Horizon's offer arrived before sunrise station time. Kai had expected negotiation. Instead, he received a lesson. Dock 12 bustled with its usual organized chaos. Autonomous cargo loaders floated between docking berths carrying standardized freight containers, while technicians hurried beneath suspended fuel lines. Merchant captains barked instructions across open communication channels. Every movement served a purpose. Every delay carried a cost. Horizon remained moored quietly among far newer vessels, her repaired hull still bearing countless scars from another era. Captain Darius Kell stood at the bottom of Horizon's boarding ramp. Arms folded. I appreciate the proposal. His expression remained respectful. But I can't accept. Kai nodded. No offense taken. I figured you'd ask why. I was hoping you would. Darius glanced around the busy dock before lowering his voice. Your route is excellent. You've already proven that. The problem isn't your navigation. Kai waited. It's your ship. He looked toward Horizon. Insurance companies still classify her as an unstable reclamation vessel. My clients won't. Approve cargo transfers, no matter how safe your routes are. Kai absorbed the answer without argument. It wasn't personal. It was infrastructure. Trust took far longer to build than routes. Darius continued. If you survive another few months, if your reliability record grows, if station authorities officially upgrade Horizon's operating classification, he smiled apologetically. Then we'll talk again. After he departed, Juno walked over carrying a datapad. That didn't go badly. No, it actually went well. She raised an eyebrow. He told us exactly what we're missing. Kai looked across the docking district. A reputation isn't enough. We need institutional trust. Juno nodded. The route gets merchants interested. The ship gets insurers nervous. Kai opened the station registry. Hundreds of certifications filled the display. Commercial freight reliability, long-range rescue qualification, independent survey accreditation, hazard transit license, emergency relief transport. Each represented months of inspections and completed contracts. Each increased credibility. The Galaxy ran on paperwork almost as much as it ran on engines. A soft notification chimed. Cosmic Exchange System new insight recorded. Infrastructure creates trust. Exchange reward available. Kai accepted. Instead of credits, a detailed report appeared. Frontier Logistics Reliability Index. The report ranked dozens of independent transport companies operating throughout nearby sectors. It measured on-time deliveries, mechanical failures, cargo losses, rescue participation, emergency response, merchant recommendations, insurance ratings. Kai's eyes widened. This isn't public information. No. The maintenance unit answered from the bridge speakers. It is observed information. Kai immediately understood. The system wasn't cheating. It wasn't inventing knowledge. It simply noticed patterns that no individual organization possessed. Connection created information. Information created better decisions. The report highlighted several companies. One in particular caught Kai's attention. Orient Supply Cooperative. Medium-sized, excellent reliability. Financial distress. Repeated maintenance delays. Reason: replacement reactor coolant unavailable. Kai enlarged the report. The cooperative served 6 frontier settlements. Without reactor coolant, 3 of their cargo vessels would be grounded within 10 days. Grounded transports meant delayed food shipments. Delayed food shipments meant rising prices. Rising prices meant political instability. A simple maintenance shortage threatened an entire logistics chain. Kai smiled slightly. I think we just found our next opportunity. Juno read through the report. We don't even sell reactor coolant. No. But we know who does. She looked at him. You aren't planning to become a trader. I'm planning to connect. People who already have what others need. The realization settled between them. He didn't need to own every resource. He only needed to connect the right people. Later that afternoon, Horizon's modest conference room hosted its largest meeting since Kai became captain. Around the table sat representatives from 3 independent merchants, 2 salvage operators, a fuel broker, and Lena Voren. Nobody knew exactly why Kai had invited them. The room buzzed with quiet curiosity. Kai activated the central display. Instead of presenting contracts, he projected a regional trade map. Colored lines connected dozens of stations. Many ended abruptly. Several glowed red. Supply interruptions. We all compete, Kai began calmly. Heads nodded. But we also depend on each other. He highlighted one route. This merchant has cargo. Another. This station has fuel. Another. This cooperative needs reactor coolant. One by one, invisible relationships appeared. The map gradually transformed into a living web. I spent years analyzing routes. But routes are only half the equation. He looked around the room. The other half is people. Silence settled over the gathering. Kai continued. Right now each of you negotiates separately. You duplicate transportation. You compete for docking schedules. You buy emergency fuel individually. You solve the same problems over and over. Several captains exchanged thoughtful glances. Kai smiled. What if you didn't? A murmur spread through the room. Lena leaned forward. You're suggesting cooperation. I'm suggesting efficiency. He enlarged another section. If 3 ships leave tomorrow carrying half-full cargo holds, why not 1 fully loaded vessel instead? The fuel broker slowly nodded. Lower operating costs. The salvage operator added quietly. Less maintenance. Another merchant continued. Lower insurance exposure. Without realizing it, they had begun finishing one another's calculations. Kai stepped back from the display. I don't intend to own your businesses. I don't intend to control your routes. I simply want to make movement easier. For several moments no one spoke. Finally Lena laughed. I knew it. Kai blinked. Knew what? You don't think like a transporter. She looked around the room. You think like infrastructure. The words lingered in the air. Infrastructure. Not the center. The foundation. The foundation. The meeting continued for nearly 3 hours. No grand alliance formed. No dramatic contracts were signed. Instead, something much smaller, and perhaps far more important, occurred. Business cards were exchanged. Communication channels opened. Delivery schedules compared. Problem shared. By the end of the meeting, people who had spent years competing had begun talking. Outside Horizon's conference room, the galaxy remained unaware. Pirate bands continued stalking isolated convoys. Colonial governors debated shrinking budgets. Corporate analysts quietly updated reports on an aging cargo ship that kept appearing where profitable opportunities emerged. Far beyond explored space, the ancient beacon pulsed again. 17 seconds. Then, 17 more. Patient, steady, waiting. Back aboard Horizon, the maintenance unit interrupted Kai's review of the meeting notes. Captain, what is it? The synchronization process has reached 8%. Kai looked up immediately. Another golden notification unfolded across the bridge. Ancient route database updated. One additional route fragment recovered. Estimated destination overlap, 87%. The holographic map expanded. The single beacon remained. But now. A second, much fainter golden point flickered into existence hundreds of light years away. Unlike the first, it flashed only once, then vanished completely. The maintenance unit spoke in an unusually quiet tone. It appears, it paused as if processing something beyond its current understanding. The network is beginning to remember itself. The first request arrived before Kai had even finished reviewing the meeting records. It did not come from a government, nor a corporation, nor even one of the merchants who had attended Horizon's gathering. Instead, the sender identified itself simply as the Orion Supply Cooperative. The same name, the Cosmic Exchange System, had highlighted only hours earlier. Kai opened the transmission. A tired, middle-aged woman appeared against the backdrop of a modest cargo operations office. Behind her, workers hurried between stacked containers while portable repair drones hovered over the exposed reactor, housing of a grounded freighter. My name is Director Ilara Moss. Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had spent too many nights solving impossible problems. I was told you might be able to help. Kai remained silent, allowing her to continue. We don't require charity. We don't need investment. We simply need reactor coolant. She activated a regional logistics map. Our supplier's convoy disappeared 4 days ago. Our replacement shipment is delayed indefinitely. Our emergency reserves will last another 6 days. The display zoomed outward. 6 settlements relied upon Orion's cargo fleet, agricultural equipment, medical shipments, atmospheric filters, construction materials. None of it sounded dramatic, yet Kai immediately understood the implications. If Orion stopped moving, 6 settlements would begin slowing, factories would idle, repairs would stall, food prices would rise. The damage would spread outward like ripples across water. Connection was fragile. Ilara sighed. We've contacted everyone. No one has spare coolant. No one is willing to divert existing contracts. I understand if you can't help. She ended the transmission without attempting to negotiate. Kai remained standing before the fading hologram. Juno entered moments later. You look like someone handed you another impossible problem. Kai smiled. I think someone handed us a logistics puzzle. He replayed the message. Juno listened quietly. When it ended, she crossed her arms. So, we still don't have reactor coolant. No. We don't know where the missing convoy is. No. And we can't manufacture the coolant ourselves. No. She looked at him expectantly. So what's the plan? Kai enlarged the regional trade network. I don't think the coolant disappeared. Juno tilted her head. The convoy did. Exactly. He highlighted the original shipment. It left on schedule. It vanished before delivery. No distress call. No pirate reports. No debris. No insurance claim. Juno frowned. That's strange. It's statistically strange. Kai nodded. A convoy doesn't simply vanish, especially carrying low-value industrial supplies. She leaned over the table. So, either someone stole it, or something interrupted the route. Kai zoomed farther outward. Several nearby routes intersected the convoy's planned journey. One passed through a slowly collapsing gateway. Another crossed territory frequently patrolled by independent militias. The third skirted an aging asteroid refinery. He studied each possibility, then dismissed two almost immediately. The gateway collapse would have generated rescue traffic. The militia zone required registered transit records. Neither fit. His attention settled on the refinery, not because of the station itself, because of what surrounded it. Dozens of tiny independent mining operations. Unregistered salvage crews. Temporary docking platforms. The perfect place for cargo to disappear without violence. Juno noticed. You think they sold it? I think someone offered more money. She blinked. The convoy diverted voluntarily? Kai nodded. Industrial reactor coolant isn't valuable? Unless dozens of mining stations suddenly need emergency. Cooling systems. He enlarged mining production reports. Several asteroid operations had dramatically increased output over the past month. Higher production, higher reactor temperatures, higher coolant demand. Someone desperate enough might pay several times normal market price. Juno smiled. So instead of chasing pirates, we follow economics. Kai returned the smile. Cargo usually follows profit. A notification interrupted them. Cosmic exchange system analysis confirmed. Route probability updated. Most likely cargo location, 84%. Kai laughed quietly. The system agrees. The maintenance unit spoke from the bridge. Captain, I have received docking requests. Who is it? 3 independent merchants. Kai looked surprised. They're requesting cooperative scheduling. Juno's row. Eyes widened. The meeting. It worked. Within a single day, merchants had begun voluntarily coordinating deliveries through Horizon. Not because Kai possessed authority, because cooperation saved time. Another small thread had been added to the growing network. Elsewhere within Vera Station, that development did not go unnoticed. Inside the office of Station Administrator Rowan, several reports lay scattered across a large desk. His deputy entered carrying another datapad. More requests. Rowan looked up. For Horizon, the deputy nodded. Shared warehouse reservations, joint cargo manifests, multi-convoy departure scheduling. Rowan slowly leaned back. Interesting. The deputy frowned. Should we intervene? Rowan shook his head. No. He walked toward the viewport overlooking the station's commercial district. For decades we've tried encouraging independent merchants to cooperate. They never did. Now, they're doing it voluntarily. His gaze settled upon Horizon resting quietly within Dock 9. Do you know why? The deputy remained silent. Because nobody believes they're surrendering control. They believe they're gaining efficiency. He smiled. Faintly. The young captain understands something most administrators forget. You don't build civilization by giving orders. You build it by making cooperation easier than competition. Far beyond Vera Station, another development unfolded. Deep inside an aging asteroid field, a small cargo vessel powered down its engines beside a forgotten docking platform. Its cargo containers bore Orion Supply Cooperative Identification markings. Workers hurried to unload reactor coolant canisters. A man wearing an unmarked environmental suit watched quietly from an observation deck. His face remained hidden behind polarized glass. One of his subordinates approached. The buyers have paid. The man nodded. No witnesses? None? No violence? None. He continued watching the cargo disappear into hidden storage. Good, we're merchants. Not pirates. The subordinate, not pirates. The subordinate hesitated. What about Orion? They'll survive. The man's tone remained calm. They'll simply learn that supply shortages change markets. Neither of them noticed the old navigation beacon, mounted high above the forgotten docking platform. Its power systems had long since failed. Its casing was covered by centuries of dust. Yet, for the briefest moment, a faint golden light flickered beneath the layers of corrosion, then disappeared. Thousands of light years away, Horizon's bridge received another pulse from the distant beacon. The interval remained unchanged. 17 seconds. Another pulse. Then, another. The maintenance unit processed the latest synchronization update before speaking quietly. "Captain," Kai looked up. "The ancient route network has identified a new point of interest." The holographic map expanded once more. The original beacon still glowed steadily. The second remained dark. But now, a third location shimmered into existence. Unlike the others, this one was moving. Not quickly. Not randomly. It drifted slowly across an uncharted sector, as if an ancient vessel was still traveling. The moving beacon changed direction. Kai replayed the holographic recording 3 times before speaking. "It isn't drifting." Juno looked up from the engineering diagnostics. It changed course. It corrected course. The distinction mattered. Natural debris followed predictable orbital mechanics. Even derelict ships drifted according to gravity and momentum. The golden point had done neither. It had adjusted its trajectory by less than a single degree. An almost insignificant correction. Yet it proved one undeniable fact. Something had made a decision. The bridge remained unusually quiet. The maintenance unit continued processing the ancient network data. "Estimated propulsion signature?" Kai asked. "Insufficient information." "Estimated mass? Unknown?" "Estimated origin? No reliable calculation available?" Kai enlarged the surrounding sector. The moving beacon traveled through one of the least charted regions beyond the frontier. No registered trade routes. No permanent settlements. No active gateways. Modern civilization had little reason to venture there. Yet whatever carried that beacon had continued moving long after the old network disappeared. Juno folded her arms. If something survived that long, it learned to survive without everyone else. Kai nodded. Or it never needed everyone else. That possibility lingered between them. An isolated station. An automated logistics vessel. An automated logistics vessel. An ancient maintenance fleet. Or survivors. The thought remained unspoken. Speculation without evidence helped no one. Kai closed the projection. "We're still not ready." Juno smiled knowingly. "You keep saying that. Because it's true. Our curiosity doesn't increase our fuel reserves." She laughed softly. "I was hoping you'd forgotten about the budget." "I wish I had." The bridge doors opened. Director Rowan entered without ceremony. He carried a thin datapad beneath one arm. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Kai stood. "Not at all." Rowan looked around Horizon's bridge. Compared to military command centers or corporate flagships, Horizon remained humble. The consoles showed signs of repeated repairs. Some bulkheads still retained weld marks from emergency maintenance. The bridge possessed no luxury, only purpose. "I attended your merchant meeting." Kai looked surprised. "You never announced yourself." "I wasn't there as administrator?" Rowan smiled. "I was listening." He placed the datapad onto the command table. The station council approved something. Kai activated the document. Independent Logistics Coordination License. Temporary Frontier Status. He looked up. This allows joint scheduling, shared manifests, emergency freight redistribution, limited cooperative warehousing. Rowan nodded. Nothing revolutionary. But enough. Kai understood immediately. But enough. Kai understood immediately. Until now, every cooperative arrangement required separate approval. Now Horizon could coordinate independent merchants under a single recognized framework. Paperwork. Not excitement. Yet, it removed dozens of bureaucratic obstacles. Connection became easier. Exactly as Rowan intended. "I didn't do this for you." The administrator spoke calmly. "I did it because your meeting revealed a weakness in our station." Kai listened. "We built excellent docks. We built excellent warehouses. We built excellent warehouses. Markets. He looked toward the viewport overlooking the commercial district. But we never built cooperation. His gaze returned to Kai. You reminded everyone that infrastructure isn't only steel. It is trust. The words settled quietly inside Kai's mind. Infrastructure wasn't merely ships, or gateways, or stations. It was the willingness of strangers to depend upon one another. Rowan turned toward the exit. Oh, one more thing. He activated another report. A small mining consortium requested permission to join your scheduling network. Kai recognized the location instantly. The same asteroid region where the missing reactor coolant convoy most likely disappeared. Interesting. He accepted the request without comment. After Rowan departed, Juno leaned against the command table. That was easier than expected. Kai shook his head. No, it only looks easy. He enlarged the mining consortium's profile. They're approaching us, not the other way around. Why? They need something. Exactly. He smiled faintly. And now we need to figure out what. Several hours later, Horizon's cargo bay welcomed its newest visitors. 3 representatives from the mining consortium stepped cautiously aboard. Unlike professional merchants, their work uniforms still carried fresh mineral dust. Their boots bore scratches from uneven asteroid terrain. These were people accustomed to solving problems with tools rather than contracts. The oldest introduced himself. I'm Garrick. We operate 12 mining platforms. Kai offered a handshake. What brings you here? Garrick hesitated. We're looking for transport coordination, not cargo. Information. Kai remained silent. The miner continued. Our freight schedules have become unusual. In what way? Garrick activated his datapad. Several cargo deliveries had arrived days ahead of schedule. Others never arrived. A few had appeared carrying goods nobody remembered ordering. Juno frowned. That's impossible. So we thought. Garrick enlarged another record. One shipment particularly caught Kai's attention. Industrial reactor coolant. Delivered. No registered supplier, no invoice, no payment request, no transport records. The delivery simply existed. Kai slowly looked up. When did this arrive? 5 days ago. Exactly when Orion's shipment disappeared. Not stolen. Redirected. Someone had quietly redistributed cargo across multiple frontier operators. No violence, no ransom, no demands. Only silent efficiency. Kai's analytical mind immediately rejected random chance. Someone had examined the entire regional supply network and decided where every container would create the greatest immediate value. It was exactly the type of thinking Kai himself employed, except on a larger scale. Much larger. Juno noticed his expression. You figured something out, Kai answered slowly. I don't think we're chasing smugglers anymore. He looked again at the cargo records. We're chasing another logistics strategist. The words seemed almost unbelievable. For the first time since activating the cosmic exchange system, Kai no longer felt alone. Somewhere beyond the frontier, someone else understood that civilizations were shaped not only by wars, but by where every shipment arrived. Far away, the ancient moving beacon altered course once more. This time, its trajectory aligned perfectly with the newly illuminated stationary beacon. The maintenance unit processed the latest synchronization update. Its normally calm voice carried the faintest trace of uncertainty. Captain. Kai immediately turned. What is it? The network has identified a convergence event. The holographic map zoomed outward until all 3 golden points appeared together. One stationary, one dormant, one moving. Thin threads of pale light began stretching between them. Not complete routes, not yet, merely possibilities. The maintenance unit spoke one final sentence. I estimate that something is attempting to reconnect the forgotten network. It paused. From the other side, the message spread farther than anyone aboard Horizon realized. It crossed encrypted merchant channels. It traveled through fuel brokers and independent mechanics. It reached salvagers who trusted experience more than official records. Within a week, a quiet saying had begun circulating across the frontier. If Horizon answers your call, answer theirs one day. No law enforced it. No contract required it. Yet favors possessed their own gravity. They accumulated. They returned. Sometimes years later, Kai knew none of this. He was standing inside Horizon's cargo bay, staring at an inventory report that somehow looked worse every time he opened it. Mason leaned against a cargo container. I checked it 3 times. Kai looked up, hoping the numbers would improve, hoping I'd miscount. He shook his head. We're short on reactor coolant, hull plating, emergency medical supplies, long-range sensor relays, and food. Juno walked into the bay carrying another datapad. I have good news. Everyone looked toward her. We're only short on food if we plan on eating. Mason sighed. I miss your optimism, she smiled. I miss your optimism, she smiled. Practicing. Kai couldn't help laughing. Even moments like these mattered. Crews survived long journeys because someone found reasons to laugh, not because everything went according to plan. The laughter faded as the Architect repair unit quietly approached. Its white chassis reflected the soft cargo bay lighting, while faint golden lines pulsed beneath its smooth outer shell. Captain. Kai turned. What did you find? The merchant vessel assisted yesterday has completed repairs. Good. It has. Transmitted payment. Kai looked surprised. They said they couldn't afford much. They were correct. A holographic list appeared. Payment received, 2,400 credits, 1 industrial repair drone, 3 maintenance toolkits, priority docking access at 4 frontier stations, 1 personal recommendation. Juno blinked. That's actually a lot. Kai studied the list. Not because of the credits, because of the recommendation. Recommendations multiplied. Credits disappeared. The cosmic exchange system unfolded quietly. Exchange recognized. Civilian assistance completed. Relationship asset added. Merchant trust network expanded. Passive bonus. Frontier negotiation efficiency increased. Kai dismissed the notification. Another invisible asset. Exactly the kind he valued most. Several hours later, Horizon received another visitor. Unlike previous merchants, this one arrived alone. An elderly engineer wearing a faded maintenance uniform slowly stepped aboard carrying a worn metal toolbox. He looked around Horizon with obvious familiarity. His weathered hand gently brushed one of the white Architect alloy walls. I never thought I'd see one again. Kai approached. You're familiar with this class? Became completely silent. Juno exchanged a quick glance with Commander Hale. The engineer chuckled. Don't look so surprised. I'm old. I've repaired enough ships to recognize good engineering. He gently tapped Horizon's wall. This alloy doesn't fatigue normally. It remembers stress. Kai narrowed his eyes. Remembers? The engineer nodded. Modern alloys crack. This one adapts. It distributes strain. It survives. He looked around with genuine admiration. Nobody makes ships like this anymore. Kai noticed something unusual. The engineer never once said Architect, almost as though he didn't know the civilization's name. Only their craftsmanship. What brings you here? The old man finally looked toward Kai. I heard about your ship. I heard about the convoy, the stranded freighter, the merchant meeting. He shrugged. Thought you might need someone who's still enjoys fixing impossible things. Juno smiled immediately. I like him. Mason laughed. You like everyone. Not true. She looked toward the engineer. I just like useful people. The old man opened his toolbox. Inside lay dozens of hand-built diagnostic instruments. None appeared expensive. All appeared heavily used. I don't work for free. Kai nodded. I wouldn't ask you to. I work for honesty. That answer caught Kai's attention. The engineer continued. If something can't be repaired, I'll tell you. If it can, I'll tell you that too. Commander Hale quietly smiled. I believe him. Kai extended his hand. I'm Kai. The old engineer shook it firmly. Elias? No. Family name? I left it behind. No one pressed further. Some histories deserve time before questions. For the next 4 hours, Elias walked through Horizon from bow to stern. He inspected power conduits, tapped structural supports, listened to reactor vibrations through old acoustic instruments instead of relying solely on scanners. Occasionally he smiled. More often he frowned. Finally, everyone gathered on the bridge. Elias placed his report onto the central table. The good news: Horizon isn't dying. Juno released a relieved breath. The bad news? Kai asked. The engineer looked directly at him. She's starving. Silence settled across the bridge. Elias enlarged Horizon's internal schematic. Your reactor isn't weak. It's underfed. Power routing is incomplete. Half the ship remains disconnected. He highlighted dozens of dormant systems. They aren't broken. They simply aren't receiving enough energy. Kai immediately understood. Like a city with roads but no traffic. The infrastructure existed. The connections did not. Elias continued. If you force repairs, you'll waste resources. If you reconnect the correct systems first, the ship will gradually repair herself. The architect repair unit immediately processed the statement. Analysis confirmed. Everyone looked toward the drone. It continued calmly. Architect vessels prioritized network restoration. Individual repairs were considered inefficient. Kai's analytical mind accelerated. Not repairing everything. Connecting everything. Exactly like logistics. Exactly like civilizations. Exactly like trade. The philosophy repeated itself everywhere. The strongest systems were those where every part supported another. The cosmic exchange system appeared. New principle understood. Infrastructure restoration. Reward available. Instead of credits, another internal map unfolded. This one displayed Horizon differently. Not by decks, not by rooms, but by connections, power, data, maintenance, transport, life support. Every system appeared as part of one enormous living network. Kai slowly smiled. This changes everything. Far beyond Vera's station, hidden within the forgotten asteroid platform. The anonymous logistics strategist quietly received another report. Horizon helped another merchant. They're attracting engineers now. The masked figure remained silent. Another report appeared. Independent merchants are beginning to coordinate deliveries voluntarily. Still no response. Finally, the subordinate asked, "Should we interfere?" The figure slowly shook his head. No. Why? The masked individual looked toward a faded star map, unlike any used by modern civilization. Because he has finally begun asking the correct questions. And people who ask correct questions eventually discover the forgotten roads. The subordinate hesitated. Will he find us? The masked figure remained quiet for several long moments, then answered softly, "If Horizon truly awakened, it may already be too late for us to remain hidden." At that same moment, far beyond every mapped frontier, the moving golden beacon abruptly accelerated. For the first time since Horizon detected it, its speed increased. Not toward the nearest colony, not toward civilization, but toward the forgotten colony waiting in the darkness, as though something there had awakened too. The route died without a single ship exploding. That was what made Kai take the report seriously. No emergency beacon screamed across the frontier. No burning wreckage drifted between stars. No pirate broadcast claimed victory. On the surface, the corridor still existed. Ships could still pass through it. Cargo could still move. But the numbers showed the truth. The route was dying. Kai stood on Horizon's bridge, while Lyra projected the latest merchant reports above the central table. Lines of freight traffic shimmered across the holographic map, silver for active lanes, blue for scheduled deliveries, orange for delayed cargo. One narrow corridor near the eastern frontier glowed a dull, unhealthy red. Juno leaned closer. That looks bad. It is. Lyra adjusted the display. Average transit delay increased by 31%. Fuel cost increased by 18%. Insurance surcharge increased by 24%. Successful. Deliveries are still happening, but profit margins have collapsed. Mason, listening from engineering through the open comm channel, gave a low whistle, so the route isn't blocked. Kai watched the red line pulse quietly. No. It's being strangled. Commander Hale's expression darkened. Gray piracy. Juno looked at him. Gray piracy? Not enough violence to trigger a military response. Hale pointed toward the corridor. Inspections, unofficial passage fees, cargo sampling, docking penalties, safety delays, small losses, repeated often enough to kill trade. Lyra nodded grimly. That's exactly what the reports show. The first complaint had come from Dawn Trader, an independent cargo vessel carrying agricultural filters and machine parts. The captain had not requested rescue. He had not even called it an emergency. He had simply sent Horizon the numbers. 6% profit margin, 8% unofficial loss. Every successful delivery now cost him money. That was how routes died in the real galaxy. Not always in fire. Sometimes through paperwork, fear, delay, and fees. Small enough for every authority to ignore. Kai enlarged the surrounding region. The affected corridor connected 3 frontier settlements, 2 mining platforms, and 1 refueling station that supplied half a dozen independent carriers. If the route collapsed, the cargo would not vanish immediately. It would reroute, slowly, inefficiently, expensively. Food shipments would arrive late. Machine parts would cost more. Medical supplies would compete for cargo space. Insurance brokers would raise rates. Small colonies would reduce orders before anyone called it a crisis. Civilization did not break all at once. It frayed. Juno folded her arms. Can we expose the pirates? Not easily. Kai highlighted the reported inspection zones. They're staying below the legal threshold. No destroyed ships. No stolen vessels. No hostage broadcasts. Commander Hale added. And if we accuse them without proof, they'll vanish for 2 weeks and return somewhere else. Mason's voice crackled through the comm. So we fight accountants with better accountants? Juno smiled. That might be Kai's final form. Kai ignored them, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. He shifted the map away from the pirate-controlled corridor and began searching the older archive layers. Not modern trade routes, not current military patrol lanes, old survey paths, abandoned maintenance corridors, failed commercial lanes, forgotten shortcuts. Lyra noticed immediately. You're looking for another way around, not around. Kai's fingers moved through layers of dead route data. Through. Several gray lines appeared and vanished. Most were useless, too unstable, too long, too close to damaged gravitational fields. Then one ancient route flickered at the edge of the display. A thin, pale line. Not gold. Not fully recognized by the cosmic exchange system. Only a broken remnant buried inside obsolete guild data. Eastern Relay Corridor. Last recorded use. 32 years ago. Status: abandoned. Reason: unavailable. Juno stared at the line. That's comforting. Kai enlarged it. It connects almost the same endpoints. Lyra checked the calculations. If usable, it reduces travel time by 12% compared to the current corridor. Commander Hale watched quietly. And if unusable? Kai looked at the silent route. Then we find out before anyone else risks a convoy. The cosmic exchange system unfolded. Without sound. Strategic opportunity detected. Historic route verification. Risk level. Moderate. Potential outcome: regional logistics recovery. Recommended approach: survey before activation. Kai studied the final line. Survey before activation. Good. Even the system did not recommend rushing. We investigate. Juno's eyes brightened. Finally. Kai looked at her. This is not a treasure hunt. Of course not. She smiled. It's an infrastructure hunt. Mason groaned over comms. That sounds worse. Hale chuckled. It sounds safer. Kai closed the projection. Small team. Horizon, 1 volunteer merchant vessel, no cargo commitment. No public reopening announcement. Lyra nodded. I'll inform Dawn Trader and ask for their latest logs. Juno stretched her arms. I'll prep navigation. Commander Hale turned toward Kai. And if this abandoned route belongs to something dangerous? Kai looked once more at the old corridor. Then we leave with information. He paused. We don't need to win today. We need the route to survive tomorrow. Horizon departed 6 hours later. The old white cargo ship moved out from Vera's docking lanes with a quiet grace that still surprised those who remembered her first condition. Her hull remained scarred, mismatched, and visibly repaired in places, but the golden lines beneath her white architect alloy glowed more evenly now. She did not look powerful. She looked persistent. Beside her flew Dawn Trader, the elderly merchant captain's vessel. It was smaller than Horizon, with a broad cargo belly and patched engine fins. Its captain had volunteered for the survey, despite having the most to lose if the corridor remained unusable. Captain Kai, the old man said over comms. His face lined with exhaustion and stubborn hope. My crew understands the risk. Kai nodded. We're not entering blind. That already makes this better than most frontier business. Juno guided Horizon toward the eastern edge of charted traffic, where active lanes thinned and beacon signals became irregular. Behind them, ordinary civilization gradually faded. Traffic control chatter weakened. Commercial advertisements vanished. Navigation buoys became older, dimmer, and farther apart. The stars ahead looked no different to the eye, but to Kai, the map had changed. The visible network ended here. Everything beyond was memory. Lyra monitored long-range scans from the bridge. No hostile contacts. Radiation normal. Gravitational tides stable. Mason reported from engineering. Power output stable. Elias says if we fly into anything stupid. He's blaming navigation, Juno replied without hesitation. Tell Elias navigation blames engineering preemptively. Elias's voice immediately cut in. I heard that. Good. Kai allowed the exchange to pass. The crew's rhythm had become another kind of system. Not perfect. Not formal. Functional. The first abandoned beacon appeared 3 hours later. It drifted alone above a field of old micro-debris, its outer casing scarred by impacts and age. The beacon's light should have been dead. Instead, a weak pulse blinked from within, once every 17 seconds. Kai felt the number before Lyra said it. 17-second interval. Juno looked toward him. Same as the ancient beacon. Kai nodded slowly. Similar. Commander Hale leaned closer to the viewport. Architect. The repair unit rolled forward. Material composition uncertain at current range. Signal rhythm compatible with Architect maintenance doctrine. Kai ordered a wider scan. Several more beacons appeared ahead. Most were dead. A few still pulsed faintly. Not enough to guide full traffic. Enough to prove the corridor had not completely died. Dawn Trader's captain whispered over the comm. 32 years. And they're still trying. No one answered. Because it felt true. They continued along the corridor slowly. Kai refused full speed. Every movement was plotted with escape vectors available, fuel expenditure tracked, and sensor coverage overlapping with Dawn Trader's shorter-range systems. The old route began revealing itself piece by piece. A damaged navigation buoy. A dormant cargo marker. A maintenance satellite whose solar vanes had folded in on themselves like withered wings. Then, finally, The abandoned relay appeared. It emerged from behind a shattered moon. A vast ring-shaped structure hung in the darkness, half station, half gateway support platform. It was not a full major gateway. Smaller, older, built for corridor maintenance rather than mass transit. White alloy ribs curved around a central void. Golden conduits ran through its frame, dim but not extinguished. Gardens clung to several sealed habitat arms beneath transparent domes, impossibly green against the dead gray moon below. Mason's voice softened. That place still has power. Lyra checked again. More than power. Life support in several sealed sections. Artificial gravity. Atmospheric regulation. Water circulation. Juno stared through the viewport. Then why? Is no one here? Kai did not answer immediately. The abandoned station rotated slowly, not erratically, not dead. Maintained. Tiny objects moved along its surface. Drones, dozens of them. No, hundreds. Small, autonomous maintenance units crawled across the station's outer shell, replacing panels, clearing debris, polishing sensor arrays, reconnecting conduits. Working. Still working? For 32 years, maybe longer. Commander Hale's voice dropped. That isn't abandonment. Kai watched one drone pause beside a broken beacon, repair arm extended with delicate precision. No, it's waiting. Horizon approached carefully. The station did not warn them away. It did not welcome them either. It simply continued existing. Kai opened a low-power broadcast. This is Horizon, independent vessel, requesting permission for survey docking. Static answered. Then a single docking arm illuminated. Juno looked at the light. That's either permission or bait. Hale checked his sidearm. Both can be true. Kai turned toward Dawn Trader. Hold position outside docking range. The elderly captain nodded. Understood. Captain Kai. Yes, if this route can be reopened. His voice briefly faltered. It saves more than my ship. Kai understood. That's why we're here. Horizon docked with the abandoned relay without incident. The docking clamps moved with unnerving smoothness. No grinding, no delay, no rust. The corridor beyond the airlock pressurized before they requested it. Kai took the first step onto the station with Commander Hale, Juno, Lyra, the repair unit, and 2 maintenance drones behind him. The air smelled clean, too clean. Not stale. Not recycled beyond use. Fresh. A narrow hallway stretched ahead, lit by soft gold and pale white. The walls carried the same flowing architect lines as Horizon, but less refined, as though this station belonged to an older generation of the same philosophy. Juno touched one wall. It's warm. Lyra looked at her scanner. Atmosphere is better than Vera Station's standard. Hale scanned the corridor. No signs of struggle, no emergency damage, no bodies. Kai noticed the floor. No dust. A maintenance drone crossed the corridor ahead, carrying a replacement filter. It stopped for exactly 2 seconds. Its optic turned toward Kai. Then it resumed work. Juno whispered, "Was that rude?" The architect repair unit answered quietly. Recognition occurred. Kai looked toward it. Communication? Not yet. They moved deeper. Everywhere the station felt prepared for people who had not arrived. Benches remained clean. Hydroponic gardens flourished behind glass. Emergency shelters were stocked. Cargo rails were maintained. Docking schedules hung frozen on old displays from 32 years ago. Departure delays, weather notices, freight assignments, passenger transfer windows, ordinary life paused mid-breath. Lyra stopped before one public notice board. The screen flickered as she approached. For a moment, dozens of old messages appeared. Community market rescheduled. Gateway maintenance window extended. Medical shipment priority confirmed. Children's transit group delayed due to teacher illness. Then the display dimmed again. Lyra looked shaken. This wasn't a ruin. Kai stood beside her. No. It was a town. Commander Hale looked down the empty corridor. Then where did everyone go? No one had an answer. The central operations chamber stood at the heart of the relay. It was circular, with several levels of control platforms surrounding a hollow core where root projections once would have floated. Most terminals were dark. One awakened when Kai entered. Not when Hale entered. Not when Juno entered. Not when Juno approached. Golden light rose from the console and arranged itself into a star map of the eastern relay corridor. The system translated slowly. Awaiting route supervisor authorization. Juno looked at the words. That's new. Hale frowned. Not captain. Kai stared at the title. Route supervisor. No nobility. No military rank. No ownership. Only responsibility. The console continued. Corridor status. Dormant. Maintenance integrity. 79%. Civilian transit readiness. Insufficient. Required action. Multi-node verification. Manual beacon alignment. Emergency shelter inspection. Supply reserve confirmation. Kai read each line carefully. The station was not asking to reopen. It was asking to be checked. Properly. The repair unit rolled closer. Architect doctrine consistent. Routes may not be activated for civilian use until return capacity is verified. Hale's eyes narrowed. Return capacity? Kai remembered the doctrine. The strength of a gateway is measured not by how many pass through it, but by how many return. Not just whether ships can go through. He looked at the map. Whether they can come back safely. Juno released a slow breath. That changes everything. Kai nodded. It should. A dangerous route was not infrastructure. It was a trap with better signage. For the next 6 hours, Horizon's crew surveyed the station. They did not repair what they did not understand. They documented. Beacon condition, docking arm stress, emergency shelter supplies, atmospheric redundancy, food production, drone behavior, fuel reserve levels, escape paths. Dawn Trader assisted from outside, scanning the route approaches and relaying data back to Vera. The work was not exciting. It was slow, detailed, necessary. Mason complained exactly 7 times before Elias threatened to assign him to vent filter inventory. He stopped at 6.5. By the end of the survey, the conclusion was clear. The Eastern Relay Corridor could reopen. But not yet. Not safely. 3 beacons required realignment. 2 emergency shelters lacked medical reserves. 1 docking arm needed structural reinforcement. Several navigation buoys were functioning on backup power. And the station's drone network, while still active, did not recognize modern traffic protocols. Kai stood before the operations console and entered no authorization. Juno watched him. You could activate it. Yes. It would bypass the Grey Pirates. Probably. Dawn Trader could make profit again. Yes. She studied his face. But you're not doing it. Kai looked at the corridor map. If we reopen it before. It's ready. The first accident becomes our fault. Juno smiled faintly. You're annoying when you're right. Hale nodded with approval. Good, Captain. Kai glanced at him. Still feels like not doing enough. That's command. Hale looked across the empty chamber. Sometimes the right decision feels cowardly until people survive because of it. Kai quietly accepted the words. Then he transmitted the survey results to Dawn Trader, Vera Station, and the affected colonies. No promises. No heroic claims. No announcement that the corridor had returned. Only facts. Within 3 days, representatives from 6 settlements, 4 merchant groups, 2 repair stations, and 1 reluctant corporate supplier gathered in Vera's conference hall. Kai stood before them with the Eastern Relay Corridor projected above the table. He did not give a speech. He gave them a plan. Beacon 1 needs recalibration. Beacon 2 requires a replacement power cell. Relay station shelters require medical reserves. Docking Arm 3 needs reinforcement. Modern traffic protocols must be translated into the Modern traffic protocols must be translated into the station drone network. Until all 5 tasks are complete, I will not recommend civilian reopening. A merchant captain raised his hand. What does Horizon gain from this? Kai looked at him. Nothing exclusively. The room murmured. A colony administrator frowned. No exclusive rights, no toll authority, no priority control. Kai shook his head. A route that depends on one ship is not infrastructure. Silence followed. Director Ilara Moss slowly smiled. Then, how do we organize contribution? Lyra stepped forward. I prepared a shared contribution schedule. The display changed. Each settlement, merchant group, and supplier received suggested responsibilities based on capability rather than wealth. Mining settlements could provide structural alloys. Agricultural colonies could stock emergency shelters. Merchants could transport beacon parts. Repair docks could assign technicians. Fuel stations could contribute reserve canisters. No one was asked to carry everything. Everyone was asked to carry something. That was the difference. The discussion began cautiously, then warmed, then accelerated. People argued over details, then solved them. They negotiated access, then widened it. They debated ownership, then slowly stopped using the word. By the end of the meeting, no alliance had been declared. No empire had been born. No great oath was sworn. Yet the Eastern Relay Restoration Schedule existed, signed by 17 independent parties. Horizon was listed not as owner, not as commander, not as sponsor, coordinator. Kai looked at the document for several seconds. It felt heavier than any title. The cosmic exchange system appeared quietly. Regional cooperation, milestone achieved. Historic route restoration initiated. Builder's reputation increased. Exchange credits awarded. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. Kai dismissed the notification. He was learning to recognize the system's true rewards. The credits mattered. The reputation mattered more, but the document before him mattered most. 17 groups had agreed to rebuild a road none of them owned. That was civilization. Later, as Horizon prepared to depart Vera again, Dawn Trader's captain transmitted one final message. You could have activated the route and become rich. Kai smiled faintly, briefly. The old captain laughed. Briefly is still tempting. It is. Then why not? Kai looked toward the stars. Because I don't want merchants to use a route because they fear being left behind. I want them to use it because they know they can come home. The old captain grew quiet. Then he nodded. My father would have liked you. The transmission ended. Far beyond explored space, deep beneath the forgotten colony, the awakened architect drone stood before a sealed transit chamber. Ancient gold light flowed across the massive circular door. The chamber asked again, Has the road found its builder? This time, the drone did not answer immediately. Across distant relays, through dormant stations, along forgotten beacons, the new restoration schedule reached fragments of the old network. 17 independent parties. Shared responsibility. No exclusive ownership. No forced activation. No exploitation. The drone finally raised one hand, not to open the chamber. To report, not yet. But he understands return. The sealed door pulsed once. A response traveled silently through the forgotten colony's buried systems. Evaluation advanced. Prepare the road. On the planet's surface, lights awakened across an ancient avenue leading toward the orbital launch towers. In orbit, the relay turned fractionally toward a distant region of space where Horizon's signature had vanished into travel. And somewhere beyond every known frontier, the moving fourth node changed course again. This time, not away from civilization, toward the unfinished road. The acceleration lasted only 43 seconds. Then the moving beacon returned to its previous velocity. Yet those 43 seconds overturned everything Kai believed about the forgotten network. Nothing that old should still be making decisions. The bridge lights reflected softly across the holographic star map, as everyone watched the glowing point continue its slow journey through the unexplored frontier. No one spoke. Finally, Commander Hale broke the silence. Can we follow it? Kai shook his head. Not even close. He highlighted the surrounding region. The nearest stable gateway ends nearly 2 months away using our current capabilities. Mason whistled quietly. 2 months. And that's assuming perfect logistics. Kai zoomed farther outward. Fuel, maintenance, food, replacement parts, medical supplies, safe docking. Every one of those becomes a problem before we ever reach it. The bridge became quiet again. Curiosity alone never shortened distances. The architect repair unit suddenly projected another layer across the map. Several forgotten trade corridors shimmered briefly before fading. Probability. Future route restoration may reduce travel time. Kai studied the projection. The paths did not lead directly toward the moving beacon. Instead, they connected dozens of forgotten colonies, abandoned maintenance stations, and dormant gateway infrastructure. He smiled slightly. The architects never built shortcuts, they built networks. Commander Hale nodded. So before reaching the destination, you rebuild the road, Kai quietly replied. Exactly. That realization somehow made the task feel possible. Not easy, merely possible. Later that day, Horizon departed Vera Station once again. The departure looked ordinary. No ceremony, no escort, no military observers. Only an old white cargo vessel slowly clearing the docking ring before rotating toward open space. Yet dock control quietly granted Horizon departure priority. No explanation accompanied the authorization. Administrator Rowan merely watched from the station's observation deck. His deputy looked confused. We've never given independent merchants departure priority. Rowan folded his hands behind his back. We didn't. The deputy frowned. Then why, the other captains voted. They, what? What? Voluntarily. Several larger cargo ships had quietly delayed their own departures by a few minutes. No complaints, no negotiations. Simply allowing Horizon to leave first. The deputy stared through the massive station window. They trust him already. Rowan slowly shook his head. No. They trust what he represents. Far below, Horizon disappeared into the darkness between stars. Deep inside the station marketplace, another consequence quietly unfolded. Merchant Captain Darius Kell, the same man who had refused Kai's first proposal days earlier, stood beside his loading manifest. His first officer approached. We've received a request. From who? Horizon. Darius smiled. Already? The officer nodded. They're looking for available refrigerated cargo space next week. The younger man hesitated. I thought we turned them and hesitated. I thought we turned them down. We did. So, Darius closed his datapad. We say yes. The officer looked confused. What changed? Darius watched Horizon's shrinking engine trail. They kept doing exactly what they promised. Reliable people eventually become reliable partners. The Frontier possessed a long memory. Meanwhile, aboard Horizon, Elias had already claimed one corner of engineering, as though he had worked there for years. Ancient maintenance manuals floated beside his worn metal toolbox. Modern diagnostic equipment surrounded him. He ignored almost all of it. Instead, he pressed one ear against an exposed architect power conduit. Juno laughed. You can hear electricity? Elias never looked up. No. I can hear vibration. There. He tapped a section of the conduit. Listen. Mason reluctantly leaned closer. At first, nothing. A faint rhythmic pulse. Nothing. A faint rhythmic pulse. Almost like breathing. The maintenance unit approached. Observation confirmed. Architect power conduits synchronize mechanically before synchronizing energetically. Juno blinked. Why? The drone answered immediately. Redundancy. If energy fails, structure. Remembers. Elias looked impressed. I've spent 40 years guessing. You just confirmed it. Kai quietly watched the exchange. Every day Horizon revealed another small piece of herself. Not weapons. Not impossible technology. Engineering philosophy. redundancy, longevity, interconnection. The same principles repeated endlessly. Nothing existed alone. Every system strengthened another. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared. Infrastructure insight recorded. Passive analysis efficiency increased. Kai dismissed the notification almost immediately. The rewards no longer surprised him. Understanding itself had become the reward. Several hours into the journey, Lyra entered the bridge carrying fresh sensor reports. "We've got something." Kai accepted the datapad. "Not an emergency, not pirates, trade statistics." He frowned. This region's shipping volume increased. Commander Hale glanced over. Because of the merchant meeting? Partly. Kai overlaid older traffic records. 3 independent routes now intersected where previously only one existed. Fuel shipments, agricultural equipment, medical supplies. Small increases individually, meaningful together. Juno smiled. "We're actually changing things." Kai looked through the panoramic viewport. Tiny engine signatures crossed distant space. Merchants who would never know his name. Colonists waiting for cargo. Children waiting for medicine. Factories waiting for replacement machinery. The changes were invisible to most people. Yet civilization quietly became stronger. Exactly one shipment at a time. The bridge communication panel chimed. An incoming transmission. Priority. Merchant cooperative. Kai accepted. Director Ilera Moss appeared once more. Unlike their first conversation, exhaustion no longer dominated her expression. "Our grounded ships are operating again. I'm glad." She smiled. "So are 6 colonies." She activated several reports. Agricultural production recovering. Mining exports resumed. Medical deliveries back on schedule. Local food prices stabilizing. Employment rising. Kai studied the figures. 1 shipment of reactor coolant. 1 logistical decision. Thousands of lives affected indirectly. Ilara continued. "We owe you." Kai shook his head. "You owe the people who transported it, and they owe someone else." She laughed softly. "You're impossible." "No. I'm just following the route, before ending the transmission." She hesitated. "There is one more thing." Kai waited. One of our cargo captains reported seeing an unusual vessel. His attention sharpened. What kind? No identification. No active transponder. It never approached. It simply crossed there. Sensors before disappearing. She transmitted the sensor recording. The image quality remained poor, almost entirely distorted by interference. Yet one detail remained unmistakable. A faint line of golden light traced along the vessel's hull. Not painted. Integrated. The same living glow that flowed beneath Horizon's ancient alloy. No one on the bridge spoke. The recording lasted only 6 seconds. Then the unknown vessel vanished beyond sensor range. The maintenance unit quietly processed the file. Architect material composition. 92% probability. Mason slowly exhaled. "So Horizon isn't the last one?" "No," Kai answered almost absent-mindedly. "I don't think she ever almost absent-mindedly. I don't think she ever was far away, inside the hidden docking platform concealed within the asteroid field." The masked strategist watched another display. This one showed a single line. Observer Network report. Architect signature confirmed. Second vessel detected. The masked figure remained perfectly still. After several long moments, a quiet voice finally emerged. "So?" "They've seen each other." The subordinate looked confused. "Should we move?" The answer came without hesitation. "No. Maintain observation. They're still following the roads." The figure reached toward an ancient star chart, unlike any modern navigation database. 3 faint golden routes slowly brightened. Not because someone activated them, because, one by one, people had begun traveling them again. And somewhere beyond every known frontier, the forgotten colony waited in complete silence. For the first time in centuries, its dormant orbital relay received 2 distant architect synchronization signals. Instead of ignoring them, The ancient station quietly acknowledged both. The acknowledgement arrived without sound. No alarm echoed across Horizon's bridge. No dramatic flash illuminated the ship. The confirmation appeared as a single line of golden architect script that neither Kai nor the crew had seen before. Architect synchronization complete. Dual beacon response confirmed. The message lingered for only 3 seconds before dissolving into thousands of shimmering particles. Silence settled across the bridge. Juno was the first to speak. I have absolutely no idea what that means. Neither did Kai. But unlike before, he no longer felt frustrated by unanswered questions. Every discovery seemed to reveal another layer beneath it. Commander Hale folded his arms. If 2 signals synchronized, there must be another transmitter. Kai nodded. Or another recipient. The architect repair unit processed quietly before answering. Insufficient archive data. Recommendation. Continue restoring infrastructure. Additional synchronization events will increase available records. Mason sighed dramatically. Everything comes back to fixing old equipment. The drone turned toward him. Correct. Everyone laughed. Even the machine had developed an unexpectedly dry sense of timing. The mood aboard Horizon had changed over the past several weeks. Not dramatically. Gradually, the corridors no longer felt abandoned. Soft white lighting now illuminated most primary passageways. Atmospheric systems operated smoothly. Gravity fluctuations had disappeared entirely. Hydroponic bays had begun producing the first small harvests of vegetables and oxygen-producing plants. Engineering still looked ancient, but it no longer looked neglected. It looked occupied. It looked alive. Elias moved through the reactor section carrying tools almost affectionately. Maintenance drones quietly accompanied him. Sometimes he instructed them. Sometimes they instructed him. Neither seemed bothered by the arrangement. Lyra stood inside hydroponics, recording growth statistics. The recovery rate increased another 6%. Kai glanced across the rows of green leaves swaying gently beneath artificial sunlight. It isn't much. It doesn't have to be. She smiled. Healthy systems grow. Healthy systems grow. Quietly. The words reminded him of everything happening beyond Horizon. Trade continued. Merchants kept traveling. Stations exchanged information. The network expanded without requiring his constant attention. Exactly as it should. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Network stability increased. Passive civilization growth detected. No reward claimed. Growth continuing. Kai appreciated that message more than most previous rewards. The system itself seemed pleased that the galaxy no longer depended entirely on him. That had always been the goal. Later that afternoon, Horizon received another scheduled communication from Administrator Rowan. His expression looked unusually relaxed. I've got good news, Juno pointed dramatically. Write this date down. Rowan started with good news. The administrator rolled his eyes. I still have bad news. Balance restored. The bridge chuckled. Rowan enlarged several commercial reports. Independent shipping around Vera increased 18% this month. Kai studied the figures, higher than expected. The administrator continued. Docking requests increased. Repair contracts increased. Fuel sales increased. Insurance claims decreased. Commander Hale looked impressed. All because one route reopened? Rowan shook his head. No, because people believe another route might. Hope itself had become an economic force. Kai quietly stored that observation away. The galaxy rarely moved because of certainty. It moved because people believed tomorrow might be better than today. Rowan's expression became slightly more serious. Now for the bad news. Several unfamiliar symbols appeared on the display. Corporate shipping registrations. Large ones. The Frontier Development Consortium. Lyra frowned. I've heard of them. So have I. Commander Hale's voice lost its usual warmth. They don't invest. They acquire. Rowan nodded. They've announced a major expansion. Toward frontier territory. Kai enlarged the projected routes. The proposed corridors overlapped several independent merchant lanes, including one recently strengthened through Horizon's assistance. Mason frowned. Competition? Commander Hale slowly shook his head. No, replacement. The old commander pointed toward the projected map. They'll undercut prices. Buy stations, purchase fuel depots, absorb repair docks. And when the independents disappear, they raise prices. Kai remained quiet. This wasn't piracy. It wasn't war. It was logistics, just on a much larger scale. Exactly the kind of opponent his own experience best understood. Rowan continued. They'll arrive in approximately 4 months. Juno blinked. 4 months? Kai smiled faintly. That's a long time. Commander Hale immediately understood. In logistics? It's forever. Kai nodded. They've announced their move, which means they're already committed. They can't easily change direction. He zoomed into the projected trade lanes. If we strengthen independent infrastructure before they arrive, their acquisition becomes much more expensive. Lyra's eyes widened. We compete before they even enter the market. Kai smiled. Preparation, not reaction. The bridge gradually became animated. Mason began listing repair stations needing upgrades. Lyra identified colonies requiring supply agreements. Juno volunteered to organize merchant communications schedules. Commander Hale quietly watched the younger crew finding solutions instead of panicking. The old soldier smiled to himself. Weeks ago, they would have discussed surviving. Today, they discussed shaping the future. Far beyond Vera, another quiet story unfolded. The merchant captain whose freighter Horizon had rescued finally reached his destination. A small mining colony built into the side of an enormous asteroid. Children ran through narrow corridors as cargo containers unloaded. Medical supplies, replacement machinery, food, reactor coolant. The colony governor personally greeted the exhausted captain. You made it. Barely. The governor frowned. We heard your engines failed. They did. So how? The captain smiled. A strange old ship. White hull. Golden lights. They fixed XTU. Us. The governor looked thoughtful. Horizon? You've heard of them? The governor laughed softly. 3 other captains mentioned them this week. The merchant froze. Already, the governor nodded. They're becoming a story. Nearby. Nearby. A little girl listened while hugging a small maintenance drone, almost as large as herself. She quietly asked, Are they heroes? The adults looked at one another. Finally, the merchant answered, No. They're the people who show up before heroes become necessary. The little girl smiled. I want to work on ships someday. The governor gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Then, maybe, you'll meet them. Thousands of kilometers away inside the colony's communications center, an operator filed another routine report. Civilian assistance record, unknown merchant vessel, Horizon, recommendation. Trusted contact. The report quietly entered the Frontier database. Another tiny connection. Another thread woven into an invisible network. Meanwhile, inside the concealed observation facility, the masked strategist examined dozens of similar reports, arriving from across Frontier space. Each report alone meant almost nothing. Together, they formed a pattern. The subordinate frowned. They're building influence. The masked figure corrected calmly. No, they're becoming infrastructure. A pause followed, which is considerably more dangerous. Another screen activated. Not showing Horizon, showing people, merchants, engineers, colony administrators, dock workers, independent navigators, one by one. Their names illuminated. None had pledged loyalty. None had signed agreements. Yet all had begun making small decisions that favored Horizon. Quietly, naturally, without being asked. The masked figure watched the expanding web. They don't understand. The subordinate hesitated. Who? The core worlds. They believe civilization belongs to governments. The figure slowly reached toward the growing network. But civilization has always belonged to the people who keep everything connected. At that exact moment, somewhere beyond every recorded star chart, inside the forgotten colony that had waited in silence for centuries, another dormant structure awakened. Not the orbital relay, not the gateway. Something much deeper beneath the planet's surface, an enormous chamber slowly filled with pale golden light. Ancient mechanisms moved for the first time in ages. Stone-like alloy separated with almost imperceptible precision. Dust drifted upward. Within the vast darkness, hundreds of inactive Architect drones remained perfectly motionless. Except one. Its optic sensor slowly ignited with soft gold. It looked toward the ceiling. Then, for the first time in centuries, it took a single step. The Architect drone moved a second time. Not aboard Horizon, not within the forgotten colony, but inside the minds of those watching the synchronized transmission. The recording lasted barely 4 seconds before fading into static, yet every movement carried an unsettling precision. The dormant machine had not stumbled after centuries of inactivity. It had not tested damaged servos or recalibrated unstable balance. It had simply awakened. The bridge remained silent. Juno finally exhaled. "I've seen military robots restart after storage." Kai looked toward her. "They don't move like that." "No, they move like old machines." Commander Hale nodded slowly. "That one moved like someone who never forgot. That one moved like someone who never forgot." Observation lingered in the air. The maintenance unit quietly completed another analysis. Motion profile comparison. No modern manufacturing equivalent located. Kai dismissed the report. There still wasn't enough information. Speculation accomplished nothing. Facts built decisions. Archive everything. The drone acknowledged immediately. Data secured. Kai looked once more at the fading image before closing the display. "Until we understand what we're looking at, it changes nothing." Juno smiled. "That's either incredibly disciplined or incredibly stubborn." Kai answered without looking away from the stars. "Both." Several days passed peacefully. For Horizon, peace meant work. Cargo moved through the refurbished loading bays almost continuously. Engineers inspected structural conduits. Maintenance drones replaced damaged relay nodes hidden behind ancient bulkheads. Lyra reorganized inventory databases, while Mason somehow managed to argue with 3 different repair drones over the correct location of spare reactor couplings. One drone calmly projected a schematic. Storage Bay 4. Mason crossed his arms. "They've always been in Bay 3. The drone projected another schematic. They were relocated yesterday. I didn't approve that. You requested optimization." We requested optimization." "Requested organization. Optimization achieved." Juno walked past carrying supply crates. "I think the drone won." Mason looked offended. "It keeps winning." Elias laughed loudly from engineering. "Congratulations. You've officially started the..." "Arguing with the ship. I'm arguing with the maintenance unit. The difference gets smaller every day." The atmosphere aboard Horizon continued changing. People joked. People disagreed. People worked. For the first time, the vessel no longer felt like borrowed shelter. It felt like home. Deep inside engineering, Elias called Kai over. "I found something." Kai crouched beside an exposed Architect conduit. Instead of damaged components, Elias pointed toward a thin, metallic line embedded inside the alloy. "Look carefully." At first, Kai saw nothing unusual. Then the light shifted. Thousands of microscopic symbols appeared beneath the polished surface. Not engraved, integrated. They're beautiful. They're instructions. Elias gently tapped the conduit. "I've been tracing these marks. They're everywhere." Kai followed the line with his eyes. The microscopic symbols disappeared into the walls, across the ceiling, beneath the deck. "They're part of the ship." Elias nodded. "I don't think Horizon was assembled. I think she was grown." The sentence caught everyone nearby. Lyra looked up from her datapad. Grown? Elias shrugged. I don't have a better word. The material changes continuously. It repairs itself. It remembers stress. It reorganizes power flow. He looked around engineering. Modern ships are... He looked around engineering. Built. Horizon behaves more like a living organism. The architect repair unit spoke quietly. Historical comparison. Acceptable. No one spoke for several moments. Kai looked around engineering with new eyes. Pipes. Conduits. Support structures. None appeared separate anymore. Everything flowed together like veins carrying energy through a living body. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Infrastructure understanding increased. Synchronization rate improved. Dormant internal connections available. Kai selected the notification. A holographic diagram unfolded inside Horizon. Several dormant internal pathways illuminated. Not weapons, not hidden engines, maintenance corridors. Automated cargo transfer rails. Emergency power balancing systems. Small improvements. Yet each reduced workload across the entire vessel. Kai smiled. This is exactly where we start. Commander Hale raised an eyebrow. No weapons? Kai shook his head. If the ship runs better, everything else improves. No one argued. Elsewhere, life across the frontier continued without waiting for Horizon. On Vera Station, independent merchants gathered around a public logistics board. Instead of competing over docking windows, they quietly rearranged schedules among themselves. One captain stepped aside. You've got medical cargo. You go first, another answered. I'll take the afternoon slot. No station official instructed them. No regulation required cooperation. It had simply become normal. Administrator Rowan watched from an upper balcony. His deputy smiled. I've never seen them behave like this. Rowan nodded. Neither have I. The deputy hesitated. Should we formalize it? Rowan considered the question. Then slowly shook his head. Not yet. If we regulate trust too early, people stop giving it freely. Far away. Aboard a corporate survey vessel belonging to the Frontier Development Consortium, another meeting unfolded. Executives studied commercial reports projected above a polished conference table. One analyst frowned. Independent shipping efficiency has increased. Another enlarged frontier statistics. Several stations now share logistics voluntarily. The room remained quiet. Finally, a woman seated at the head of the table spoke. Director Zelena Voss. Her uniform carried no military insignia. Only the subtle silver emblem of the consortium. Cause? The analysts exchanged uncertain looks. One independent cargo vessel. Silence. Name? Horizon. Another report appeared. Merchant recommendations. Shared infrastructure. Repair assistance. Emergency logistics. No military victories. No political influence. Only cooperation. Director Voss studied the reports carefully, then asked a question that surprised everyone. How many people trust them? The analysts looked confused. We don't have a measurement for trust. Create one. The room immediately became silent. Voss continued calmly. Cargo follows profit. But infrastructure follows trust. If they control trust, they eventually influence trade. She closed the report. I don't underestimate infrastructure. Her decision was immediate. Observe. Horizon. Do not interfere. Not yet. Back aboard Horizon, evening settled peacefully. The crew gathered in the small dining compartment. The meal was simple. Fresh vegetables from hydroponics. Protein stew. Fresh bread produced from recycled nutrient cultures. Nothing luxurious. Everything tasted earned. Juno looked around the table. We should probably celebrate. Mason laughed. What exactly? We survived another week. Commander Hale raised his cup. I've celebrated less. Everyone joined him. Even the maintenance unit rolled quietly into the room. Juno pointed. See? Even it came. The drone answered without hesitation. Meal observation improves crew cohesion. Mason grinned. So you're spying. Correct. Laughter filled the compartment. Kai watched everyone for a moment before looking through the nearby viewport. Beyond the reinforced glass, stars stretched endlessly across the darkness. The galaxy remained unimaginably large. Most of it still knew nothing about Horizon. And that was perfectly fine. Civilizations were never connected all at once, only one route, one shipment, one person at a time. At that same moment, deep beneath the forgotten colony, the awakened architect drone stopped before an immense circular chamber sealed by concentric rings of ancient alloy. It raised one hand. Golden light spread across the massive door. Not opening it, testing it, evaluating it. The chamber answered with a single pulse. Across thousands of light years, every synchronized beacon responded, including the one aboard Horizon. The bridge lights flickered only once. The maintenance unit immediately looked toward the ceiling. Its normally calm voice carried the slightest hint of uncertainty. "Captain," Kai turned. "What happened?" The drone remained motionless for several seconds before replying. "The network," it paused, "has begun asking for authorization." The question echoed through Horizon long after the words themselves disappeared. "The network has begun asking for authorization." Kai looked at the maintenance unit. Authorization for what? The drone remained motionless. "I do not possess sufficient privileges to determine intent." The bridge lights returned to normal. Every diagnostic display reported stable systems. No unauthorized access. No power fluctuations. No security breach. Only one anomaly remained. The architect's synchronization signal continued waiting. Not transmitting. Not expanding. Waiting. Juno slowly approached the central console. "Can we answer it?" Kai immediately shook his head. "We don't answer questions we don't understand." Commander Hale nodded approvingly. "Good. Curiosity has buried more captains than enemy fleets." Kai enlarged the system report. The authorization request originated from no identifiable location. Instead, it appeared simultaneously across every synchronized architect component aboard Horizon. Power distribution, navigation core, maintenance lattice, internal data conduits. Every subsystem quietly acknowledged the request. None acted upon it. As though the ship itself were waiting for permission from its captain. Kai reached toward the console, not to approve, to observe. The cosmic exchange system immediately unfolded. Warning, incomplete information, recommended action, gather additional context before committing. Kai smiled faintly. "The system agrees." Juno leaned against the navigation table. "First time I've ever seen your mysterious helper tell you not to do something. It didn't. It told me to learn first. That difference mattered." The system had never solved problems for him. It simply rewarded careful judgment. Several hours later, Horizon entered a scheduled maintenance orbit around a small independent refueling platform. The station barely appeared on official maps. 3 docking arms, 1 rotating habitation ring, 2 aging fuel storage tanks. Nothing impressive. Exactly the kind of place Horizon frequently visited. As docking clamps secured the ship, the station's owner personally greeted them. An elderly woman wearing grease-stained coveralls stepped confidently onto Horizon's cargo deck. Elias, the engineer, looked up. Mira. Without another word. The two embraced before immediately beginning an argument. "You still hold your welding torch wrong. You still refuse to replace your antique tools. They still work. They're older than you." Kai watched with amusement. Juno whispered, "I think they're friends. I think they've been arguing for decades." Mira noticed the others. "So, you're Kai." He nodded politely. She studied him carefully. "Smaller than I expected." Mason laughed. "Everyone says that? They expect heroes to be taller." Mira snorted. "Heroes break things. I hear you fix them." Kai smiled. "I try." She looked around Horizon with obvious curiosity. "I've been hearing stories. The white cargo ship. The impossible repairs. The merchant network. She gently rested one hand against Horizon's inner hull. Beautiful workmanship. Elias nodded proudly. Isn't she? Kai quietly noticed. Something. Every experienced engineer reacted the same way to Horizon. Respect. Not fear. Not greed. Respect. Mira spent the next hour inspecting portions of engineering alongside Elias. Occasionally they disagreed. Often they laughed. Several maintenance drones quietly followed them, recording every observation. Finally, Mira approached Kai. I've got something you should see. She projected several decades of station maintenance logs. Most appeared ordinary, routine repairs, fuel deliveries, equipment replacements. Then she highlighted one recurring anomaly. Every 17 years. Exactly. Without exception. Unknown cargo vessels appeared briefly within long-range sensors, never docking, never transmitting, always following the same trajectory. Kai immediately recognized the pattern. The moving beacon. How long have you had these records? 34 years, and no one investigated. Myra shrugged. They vanished before anyone arrived. No one thought they mattered. Kai enlarged the trajectories. Each crossing point lay astonishingly close to forgotten architect infrastructure. Not directly. Close enough. Almost as though someone intentionally avoided being seen while remaining connected to the ancient network. Commander Hale studied the map. They've been moving for decades. Longer. Mira quietly corrected him. I only have 34 years of records. The implication settled heavily across the room. Someone, or something, had maintained those routes for generations, without governments noticing, without corporations interfering, without history recording them. Kai copied every sensor log, not because they solved anything, because patterns required time, and time had finally begun accumulating. Far away, aboard a consortium logistics headquarters, orbiting a prosperous core world colony, Director Zelena Voss received another intelligence update. Horizon continues strengthening regional cooperation. Estimated influence? The analyst hesitated. Economically? No. Socially. The room became quiet. Finally, another analyst answered. We cannot accurately quantify that. Celine nodded once, then built a model. She walked toward the panoramic viewport overlooking hundreds of commercial freighters entering synchronized docking lanes. Trade flows through. Infrastructure. She spoke almost to herself. Infrastructure flows through trust. If someone begins controlling trust, they eventually reshape markets. She turned back toward the analysts. I want every frontier recommendation involving Horizon. Every repair. Every favor. Every merchant interaction. One analyst looked confused. Those aren't strategic assets. Celine smiled slightly. They become strategic. After enough people remember them. Back aboard Horizon. Evening settled once again. Instead of returning immediately to work, Kai wandered quietly through the ship. Engineering. Cargo bays. Hydroponics. Crew quarters. Bridge. Every section felt subtly different than when he first found the ancient vessel. Cleaner. Warmer. Occupied. Life had returned. The architect repair units silently accompanied him. Captain. Kai looked toward the drone. What is it? You have not asked an important question. He stopped walking. What question? The drone projected Horizon's internal network. Thousands of dormant pathways remained dark. Only a small percentage glowed with active energy. You continue asking, what this ship can become. The projection shifted, instead displaying ancient logistics routes stretching across the forgotten galaxy. You have not asked what this ship was. Kai remained silent. The distinction struck him immediately. Everyone had assumed Horizon was merely an old cargo vessel. No one had ever questioned its original purpose. Not truly. Cargo, maintenance, infrastructure, connection. Every clue pointed toward something much larger. Before Kai could answer, the bridge alarms chimed softly. Not danger. Incoming communication. Priority classification. Unknown. The transmission contained no visual signal. Only a single sentence spoken by an unfamiliar voice. Calm, ancient, almost impossibly clear. If Horizon still sails, then tell me. A pause. Does anyone still remember why we built the roads? The transmission ended before anyone could respond. No origin. No traceable route. Only silence. For several long seconds, nobody aboard Horizon moved. Then, somewhere deep inside the ship, an ancient mechanism that had remained dormant since before recorded history quietly unlocked. The unlocked mechanism did not open a door. It changed the sound of the ship. At first, no one noticed. The bridge still hummed with its usual low vibration. Consoles continued glowing in soft white and gold. The distant stars outside the viewport remained motionless in the dark. Then Elias lifted his head inside engineering. "Stop talking." Mason froze with a half-open toolkit in his hands. "I wasn't talking." Elias raised one finger. "Exactly." The old engineer stepped away from the reactor casing and placed his palm against the nearest bulkhead. A faint rhythm traveled through the ancient alloy. Slow, deep, measured, not like an engine, not like power flow, like something immense turning over in its sleep. On the bridge, Kai felt it a moment later through the soles of his boots. Horizon was not shaking. She was remembering. The architect repair unit rolled to the center of the bridge without being called. "Captain." Kai looked at it. "Report. Previously sealed internal structure has entered partial activation. Location? Deck 12. Juno blinked. "We have a deck." Juno blinked. 12? Commander Hale answered before the drone could. "According to the old schematics, Horizon has 9 decks." The repair unit remained silent for 2 seconds. "Correction. Modern accessible decks, 9. Total original decks, 9. Unknown." Mason's voice came through the internal comms from engineering. "That's not comforting." Juno pointed toward the floor. "So this ship has hidden floors." Kai studied the internal map. For the first time, Horizon's schematic expanded beyond its known structure. Beneath Deck 9, where every previous scan had shown solid reinforcement, a new line of golden geometry unfolded. A vertical shaft. A sealed passage. A ring-shaped chamber. No weapon signature. No reactor core. No cargo hold. Just one label slowly translating through the system. Memory Transit Archive. The words settled over the bridge like a challenge. Kai did not move immediately. Juno noticed. "You're thinking." "I am." "Is this the kind of thinking where we explore a mysterious hidden deck?" "No." She looked surprised. "It's the kind where we make sure exploring it doesn't kill us first." Commander Hale smiled faintly. "Good answer." The maintenance unit projected a safety overlay. Atmospheric condition below Deck 9. Stable. Radiation. Negligible. Power activity. Increasing. Security response. Unknown. Kai focused on the last line. Unknown security response. "Correct." Juno sighed. "Ancient memory archive hidden inside our ship." Responding to a voice from nowhere, with unknown security, she lifted one hand. Just another normal day on Horizon. Kai looked toward Hale. "Minimum team." Hale nodded. "Kai, myself, Juno." "The repair unit." Mason immediately protested over comms. "I heard that. You're staying in engineering." "Why?" "Because if we trigger something stupid, I want someone alive who knows which part of the ship is screaming." There was a pause. "That's annoyingly reasonable." Lyra's voice joined quietly. "I'll monitor from the bridge." Kai nodded. "Keep a full record. If anything changes, lock access behind us." Juno stared. "Behind us?" "If something below Deck 9 wants to move upward, it waits." Her smile faded slightly. "Right. Preparation took 27 minutes, not because the distance was far, because Kai refused to treat mystery as permission to be careless. Emergency oxygen, manual lights, signal tethers, portable door sealers, a repaired drone escort. Hale checked every weapon twice, though he kept the rifle slung rather than raised. Juno wore a maintenance harness and muttered insults at ancient ship design while tightening the straps. Kai carried no weapon beyond a sidearm he barely intended to use. His real tools were a datapad, a root interface, and the habit of assuming every path mattered. The entrance appeared in a corridor they had walked through dozens of times. That made it more unsettling. One moment, the wall behind an inactive maintenance alcove was plain white architect alloy. The next, golden lines spread across it in a circular pattern. The alloy separated silently. No grinding, no dust, no dramatic collapse. It simply recognized that a passage should exist again. Cold air flowed from the darkness beyond. Juno leaned closer. "Smells old." Elias's voice crackled through the comms. "Old things deserve respect." Juno glanced upward. "Are you listening to everything?" "Yes, of course you are." Kai stepped forward. The passage sloped downward in a gentle spiral. Soft golden lights awakened one by one along the floor. Not ahead of them all at once, but just before their boots touched each section. As if the ship was guiding them carefully, or measuring them. The walls were smooth and uninterrupted except for thousands of microscopic lines that curved like star roots across the alloy. Kai's portable scanner struggled to interpret the pattern. Not decoration, not language exactly. More like navigation embedded into architecture. Hale's voice remained low. No dust. Kai noticed too. A sealed space untouched for centuries should have been dead. This place felt preserved. Juno looked back at the closing wall behind them. "Please tell me that opens again." "It will." That didn't sound certain. It sounded confident. Same problem. They descended for almost 5 minutes. The deeper they went, the quieter horizon became. No engine hum, no ventilation noise, no distant crew activity, only their footsteps and the soft rolling movement of the architect repair unit. Finally, the passage opened into a circular chamber. It was vast, far larger than should have fit within Horizon's hull. The ceiling rose into darkness, where golden lines formed a rotating star map. The floor was made of translucent alloy, and beneath it flowed streams of pale light like rivers beneath ice. Around the chamber stood dozens of empty alcoves. Each alcove was shaped for something tall and narrow. Not storage containers. Not people. Drones. Hale noticed immediately. "Maintenance bay?" The repair unit moved forward. Negative. Its voice softened slightly. "Memory carrier, Doc." Kai looked at it. "Memory carrier?" The drone did not answer right away. Instead, one empty alcove illuminated. A projection unfolded above it. Not a clear recording. Fragments. A white ship passing through a golden gateway. A colony beneath a red sun. A line of civilian transports moving in perfect silence. Architect drones repairing a bridge between 2 orbital rings. Children standing behind transparent walls, watching cargo ships arrive, then static. The projection vanished. Juno whispered, "This isn't a database." Kai slowly nodded. "It's a witness room." The chamber lights brightened. One by one, more alcoves awakened. Each displayed broken memories. Ships, stations, gateways, colonies, evacuations, harvest festivals beneath artificial skies, convoys returning home, hands touching glass as vessels departed, 1,000 fragments of civilizations that modern history had forgotten. No battles dominated the archive, no grand imperial banners, no heroes standing atop ruins, only movement, arrival, departure, return. Kai walked slowly through the chamber. The old architect doctrine returned to him. The strength of a gateway is measured not by how many pass through it, but by how many return. Now he understood a little more. The architects had not recorded conquest as their legacy. They had recorded continuity. Lives connected. Homes sustained. Roots maintained long enough for children to grow up believing arrival was normal. Juno stopped before one projection, a colony market under a glass dome. People laughing. Vendors exchanging goods. Small drones floating between stalls. For some reason, the image made her expression soften. They were normal. Kai looked at her. The architects? No. The people who depended on them. That struck harder than any ancient revelation. Mystery made civilizations feel distant. Ordinary life made them real. Hale stood before another projection, showing a convoy passing through a gateway, as a storm of charged particles gathered behind it. Evacuation. Kai moved beside him. The projection flickered. Civilian ships. Emergency traffic. A damaged gateway. Maintenance drones sacrificing themselves to stabilize the ring long enough for the final transport to pass. Then, darkness. Hale's jaw tightened. Soldiers get statues for less. The repair unit remained motionless before the same image. Its optic glowed faintly. Operational sacrifice confirmed. Juno looked at it. Did you know them? The drone paused. Memory continuity incomplete. A softer answer followed. But I recognized the duty. Silence filled the chamber. Then the cosmic exchange system appeared. Memory transit archive accessed. Historical context increased. Architect doctrine fragment recovered. New understanding available. Kai did not select it immediately. He looked around instead. The archive wasn't asking to be consumed. It deserved attention. After several minutes, he opened the new understanding. A single sentence appeared. Architect networks were not designed to expand civilization endlessly. They were designed to prevent civilization from becoming unreachable. Kai read the line twice. Then a third time. That was the difference. Expansion sought more. Connection ensured no one was left behind. A soft chime echoed from the far side of the chamber. One alcove remained dark. Unlike the others, it was not empty. Something rested inside. A narrow black gold core, suspended upright within a transparent field. The moment Kai looked at it, every light in the chamber dimmed. The repair unit rolled forward. Captain, Kai already understood from its tone. What is it? Memory carrier intact. Juno swallowed. Is that good? The drone answered carefully. Unknown. Kai approached slowly. Text appeared across the transparent field. Manual authorization required. Captain authority recognized. Secondary network confirmation required. Hale frowned. Secondary confirmation? The chamber's ceiling shifted. The star map rearranged into 3 golden points. Horizon. The moving beacon. The forgotten colony. Threads of light connected them. Then the same ancient voice from before returned. Not through the comms. Through the chamber itself. If Horizon still sails, then someone must answer. Kai did not respond immediately. He looked at the memory carrier. Then at the 3 golden points. Then at his crew. This was exactly the kind of moment stories turned into destiny. A voice from the past. A hidden archive. A captain standing before ancient technology. But Kai was not interested in destiny. He was interested in consequences. What happens if I authorize it? The chamber did not answer. The cosmic exchange system did. Warning. Authorization may restore partial memory exchange between synchronized nodes. Potential benefits. Root, archive recovery. Historical context. Juno stepped closer. That sounds like a polite way of saying we might wake up things we don't understand. Yes. Hale looked at Kai. Your call. Kai's fingers hovered near the authorization field. Every instinct of curiosity urged him forward. Every habit of survival held him back. He imagined forgotten colonies receiving a signal they had waited centuries for. He imagined dormant machines waking without oversight. He imagined corporations detecting ancient infrastructure activation. He imagined someone on the other side of the network realizing Horizon had a captain again. A route was never just a path. It was permission for consequences to travel both ways. Kai lowered his hand. Not yet. The chamber remained silent. Juno released a breath she had been holding. The repair unit tilted its head. Decision acknowledged. Hale smiled faintly. Good. Kai turned away from the memory carrier. We gather more context first. We identify the external nodes. We strengthen Horizon. We prepare fallback. Protocols. Then we decide. The cosmic exchange system pulsed. Strategic restraint recorded. Connection preservation priority confirmed. Reward deferred. Kai almost smiled. Even the system seemed willing to wait. As they left the chamber, one projection flickered back to life behind them. None of them noticed. It showed a fleet of civilian ships surrounding a planet at the edge of darkness. Beneath them, a gateway ring burned with unstable gold. On the planet's surface, thousands of lights blinked in desperation. The projection distorted. For half a second a name appeared, not translated fully, only partially. Aurelian Refuge. Then the archive went dark again. Far beyond the frontier, deep beneath the forgotten colony, the awakened architect drone stood before the sealed circular chamber and paused. The authorization had not come. For several long seconds it remained motionless. Then it lowered its hand. The sealed door stayed closed, but the drone turned toward another corridor, not angry, not confused, simply adapting. A command passed silently through the buried facility. Do not force restoration. Prepare reception. Across the forgotten colony, dormant lights began awakening one district at a time. Not enough to reveal the whole world, not enough to save it, only enough to wait properly. And in orbit above that silent planet, the ancient relay sent one final message into the dark. Not to Horizon alone. To every surviving fragment of the network. Captain Authority detected. Response delayed. Prepare for return. The message reached places no civilization remembered. Not through ordinary communication arrays. Not through quantum relay stations. Not even through the surviving gateway network. It traveled through something older. A promise. Across forgotten worlds, silent architect relays awakened one after another. Each activation remained small. A single light. A single pulse. Enough to acknowledge. Not enough to reveal. Deep beneath abandoned stations swallowed by centuries of dust, dormant processors quietly verified one line. Captain Authority detected. Response delayed. Prepare for return. Then they fell silent once more. None attempted contact. None ignored the message. They simply waited. That, Kai would later realize, had always been the architect's greatest strength. Patience. Morning aboard Horizon began as every productive morning should, with work. Cargo manifests floated above the bridge while Lyra compared incoming contracts against fuel reserves and projected maintenance requirements. 3 deliveries. She enlarged the display. Medical supplies to Argent Relay. Atmospheric processors for 4. The Kestrel agricultural settlements. And replacement reactor pumps for Port Ilia. Commander Hale studied the routes. No overlap. Kai zoomed farther out. There is now. He highlighted several independent merchant schedules already traveling. Similar corridors. If we coordinate departure windows, everyone burns less fuel. Lyra immediately understood. I'll contact them. Juno smiled. Still solving problems with paperwork. Kai shrugged. Paperwork moves more cargo than cannons. Mason's voice echoed over engineering comms. And paperwork never explodes, Elias answered before anyone else. Depends who's filing it. Laughter quietly spread across the bridge. Small moments like these had become common aboard Horizon. The crew no longer acted like survivors. They acted like colleagues. Several hours later, Horizon departed Vera Station alongside 4 civilian freighters. None belonged to Kai. None answered to him. Yet every captain voluntarily synchronized departure times. The result became obvious almost immediately. Navigation queues shortened. Gateway alignment stabilized. Fuel corrections decreased. Even local traffic controllers sounded surprised. Vera Control transmitted calmly. Joint departure acknowledged. Transit efficiency improved by 12%. One merchant captain laughed over open communications. 12% for changing our clocks. Another replied, "Imagine that." Kai. Imagine that. Kai. Quietly archived the data. 12%. Small numbers built civilizations. Far away, those same departure statistics arrived inside the Frontier Development Consortium. Director Selene Voss reviewed the report in silence. Her assistant looked unconvinced. They're only coordinating schedules. Selene closed the file. No, they're changing behavior. She stood before another projection displaying hundreds of inter-commercial routes. Infrastructure isn't built with steel. Her finger traced the growing frontier network. It's built with expectations. When merchants expect cooperation, they stop planning for conflict. The assistant frowned. Is that dangerous? It depends. Dangerous for whom? Meanwhile, aboard Horizon, the Cosmic Exchange System quietly issued another notification. Regional logistics efficiency increased. Exchange credits awarded. Route trust expanded. Potential exchange opportunities available. Kai ignored the reward for now. Instead, he selected the new logistics report. Unexpectedly, it highlighted something strange. One merchant convoy had changed course, not away from Horizon, toward it. Juno noticed immediately. Someone's intercepting us. Commander Hale's posture stiffened. Combat formation? Kai examined the telemetry. No. Look, the vessel deliberately reduced speed before entering communication range. No weapon signatures. No targeting locks. No electronic interference. Only a request. Incoming civilian transmission. Kai accepted. An elderly captain appeared. His weathered face filled the display. Behind him stood dozens of ordinary crew members. No uniforms. No soldiers. Only workers. The captain smiled. I finally found you. Kai nodded politely. What can I do for you? The man laughed. Nothing. He held up a sealed data crystal. I came to return something. Silence settled across the bridge. Return 43 years ago. Someone from Horizon helped us. The bridge became perfectly still. The old captain continued. My father always said, if the white cargo ship ever returns, give this back. No one spoke. Kai looked at the crystal. I don't understand. Neither did my father. He only told me it belonged to people who built roads instead of kingdoms. The sentence struck every member of the crew. Juno slowly looked toward Kai. He remained calm. But inside, countless connections began forming. The captain smiled sadly. I never expected to see Horizon again. I honestly thought it was just an old family story. He extended the crystal toward the camera. We've carried this through 3 generations. My grandchildren know about it. Not because they know what's inside, but because promises matter, Kai answered quietly. They do. The transfer drone crossed between the 2 ships. Minutes later, the small crystal rested inside Horizon's bridge. No markings. No obvious technology. Only polished black material threaded with faint golden veins. The architect repair unit approached immediately. Its optic brightened. Recognition confirmed. Juno looked over. You know what it is? The drone answered after a pause. No. I remember carrying one. The silence afterward felt heavier than before. The drone had not recalled information. It had recalled experience. Another missing piece. Kai did not activate the crystal immediately. Instead, he asked the old captain one final question. Why did your family keep it for so long? The elderly merchant smiled. Because someone once saved our colony, without asking for anything. We couldn't repay them. So we protected the only thing they left behind. The transmission ended. The civilian convoy slowly accelerated away. No celebration. No dramatic farewell. Only ordinary people continuing ordinary work. Yet the atmosphere aboard Horizon had changed. Not because they had discovered powerful technology, Because Horizon's influence clearly stretched farther into history than anyone had imagined. Lyra quietly broke the silence. "We're inheriting trust." Kai nodded. "Yes, and trust takes longer to build than ships." Much later that evening, Kai finally carried the crystal into the memory transit archive. The chamber recognized it instantly. Golden pathways illuminated across the floor. The empty alcoves brightened one by one. The memory carrier suspended in the central field emitted a soft pulse. The black crystal floated gently from Kai's hands. Without touching anything, it aligned itself before the transparent field. The chamber spoke. Not with words, with light. Images flowed through the air. Architect engineers, merchant captains, civilian builders, children planting trees beside newly completed gateway stations, workers celebrating the opening of supply corridors. No emperors, no admirals, no conquerors, only people, building, repairing. Then one image remained. A young architect-engineer placed the same crystal into the hands of a frightened human child. The engineer smiled warmly. "When the roads disappear, return this to the people who rebuild them." The image dissolved. No names, no explanation. Only faith placed across centuries. Kai stood quietly before the fading light. The cosmic exchange system appeared once more. Hidden legacy confirmed. Historical trust recognized. New passive authority unlocked. Builder's reputation. Effect. Individuals who inherit or preserve architect logistical traditions are significantly more likely to cooperate before negotiating profit. Kai slowly dismissed the notification. It wasn't power. It wasn't a weapon. It wasn't even technology. It was reputation carried across generations. Perhaps that was worth even more. Suddenly, the chamber darkened, not because something had failed, because another signal had arrived. This one did not come from the forgotten colony, nor from the moving beacon. It came from somewhere much farther away. A fourth point slowly appeared on the holographic network. Beyond every known frontier chart, beyond explored space, beyond the mapped gateway lattice. The repair unit looked upward. Its voice became almost inaudible. Additional synchronized node. Star map expanded. The star map expanded. 3 points became 4. Then thin golden routes began calculating paths between them. One route remained incomplete. Across the darkness, countless possible trajectories flickered before disappearing again. The system displayed only one conclusion. Destination exists. Route forgotten. Somewhere in the endless galaxy, another survivor of the ancient network had finally answered Horizon's return. But unlike the others, this one was moving. Beyond the frontier, where official star charts dissolved into uncertain darkness, something crossed the ancient routes. Not quickly, not aggressively, purposefully. The fourth synchronized node did not remain fixed like the forgotten colony. Nor did it drift according to predictable orbital mechanics. It traveled. Every several hours, Horizon's newly awakened memory transit archive quietly recalculated its position. Every calculation ended with the same conclusion. Trajectory unknown. Destination unknown. Pattern consistent. On the bridge, Lyra enlarged the holographic projection for the 5th time. "It isn't wandering." Kai nodded. "No, it's following something." Commander Hale folded his arms. Or someone. The possibility remained uncomfortably plausible. Kai saved another positional update before closing the display. "We still don't chase mysteries." Juno smiled, "But we can definitely watch them." Exactly. The following week became unexpectedly busy. Word of Horizon's coordinated logistics continued spreading throughout the frontier. Requests arrived almost daily. Fuel redistribution, medical transport, emergency navigation, repair consultation. Most were ordinary. None made headlines. Kai accepted only those Horizon could realistically support. When Mason questioned another rejected contract, Kai answered simply, If we promise everything, eventually we fail everyone. Lyra quietly marked the rejected request. I'll recommend another trusted carrier. Kai nodded. No one should leave empty-handed. Even when Horizon could not help directly, Kai made certain someone else could. It slowly became another habit. Not every route needed to pass through Horizon. The network mattered more than the ship. That philosophy reached Vera Station before the crew realized it. Administrator Rowan stood before the Public Logistics Board with quiet satisfaction. The display had changed dramatically. Instead of isolated cargo listings, merchants now voluntarily linked compatible shipments together. Fuel pooling, escort sharing, emergency reserve exchanges, no government regulation, no mandatory directive, just people learning cooperation was profitable. Rowan's deputy smiled. They started doing it themselves. Rowan nodded. The best infrastructure eventually becomes invisible. Not everyone welcomed the change. Several systems away, inside a private conference room aboard a corporate orbital habitat, representatives from 3 competing freight companies reviewed declining profit margins. One executive slammed a datapad onto the table. Independent cooperation is undercutting premium logistics contracts. Another enlarged frontier traffic analysis. They're bypassing brokerage fees. They're sharing idle cargo space. Optimizing routes without us. Silence settled across the room. Finally, one representative looked toward the oldest executive present. What do you recommend? The elderly man remained calm. Nothing. Several executives stared. Nothing. If cooperation is genuine, attacking it only proves them right. Another executive frowned. So we surrender market share? The old man slowly shook his head. No, we compete. But honestly. The room became quiet. Even among corporations, some still understood that trust could not simply be purchased. Back aboard Horizon, Elias called everyone into engineering. I've finished another section. The engineer proudly stepped aside. Rows of newly restored automated cargo rails extended through the lower decks. Unlike modern conveyor systems, these moved silently using concealed architect field technology. Mason placed a heavy reactor casing onto one platform. The platform glided away without vibration. His eyebrows rose. I carried this yesterday. It carried itself today. Elias grinned. Now imagine 50 of them. Juno laughed. I'm beginning to think Horizon enjoys showing off. The architect repair unit responded immediately. Efficiency. Increase. Crew fatigue reduction. Cargo handling capacity increased by 18%. Mason looked toward Kai. See, your ship keeps giving us presents. Kai shook his head. No, we're earning them. That distinction mattered. We're earning them. That distinction mattered. Every improvement required understanding. Repair? Integration? Nothing simply appeared because Horizon was ancient. The ship rewarded care. Later that evening, Kai stood alone inside hydroponics. Fresh green leaves stretched beneath warm artificial sunlight. Water quietly circulated through narrow channels. The peaceful atmosphere contrasted sharply with the mysteries unfolding elsewhere aboard the vessel. Someone approached behind him. Lyra. She carried 2 steaming cups. I guessed you'd still be working. Kai accepted one gratefully. Thank you. For several moments they simply watched the plants grow. Finally Lyra spoke. When this started, I thought we'd spend our lives chasing lost technology. Kai listened. She smiled softly. But lately, it feels like we're building something instead. Kai looked around the greenhouse. Technology disappears. Relationships don't. Lyra nodded. I think that's why people trust Horizon. They don't feel like people trust Horizon. They don't feel like they're using us. They feel like they're building with us. Neither noticed the maintenance unit quietly recording the conversation from the corridor. Crew cohesion observation updated. Mutual trust increasing. Recommendation. Continue shared non-operational activities. The recommendation remained hidden. The drone had quietly begun learning people. Deep beneath the forgotten colony. Change continued. Entire districts remained dark. But a few streets now glowed beneath ancient lamps. Maintenance drones repaired broken irrigation channels. Collapsed transport rails slowly straightened. Water once again flowed through forgotten reservoirs. No one celebrated. No one hurried. Everything proceeded with deliberate patience. The awakened architect drone moved among the restoration efforts without issuing spoken commands. Other dormant drones simply understood. Prepare, restore, wait. Above the colony, the orbital relay quietly tracked Horizon's position. Authorization remained pending. Hope remained active. Days later, Horizon received another unexpected visitor. Not a merchant, not a corporation, not a government patrol. A tiny courier shuttle requested permission to dock. Inside waited a young woman barely older than Lyra. She wore the simple gray uniform of an independent postal guild. The moment she stepped aboard, she bowed deeply. "Captain Kai?" "Yes. I've been searching for Horizon for almost 3 weeks." Juno blinked. "For us?" The courier nodded enthusiastically. "I have accumulated physical correspondence." Mason frowned. "Physical?" She smiled. She smiled proudly. Some frontier colonies don't trust digital archives. They write letters. She opened several reinforced storage cases. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. Handwritten envelopes, small packages, children's drawings, repair requests, merchant recommendations, invitations, thank you notes, even simple holiday greetings. Kai stared in surprise. "All for Horizon?" The courier laughed. "Mostly. Some are addressed to specific crew members." Juno immediately searched through one stack. "Wait, I have fan mail?" The courier nodded. "Quite a lot." Commander Hale quietly accepted a small package wrapped in worn blue cloth. He turned it over slowly. No return address. Only one sentence. "To the captain who stayed during the evacuation." Hale's expression became unusually quiet. He said nothing. Kai noticed, but did not interrupt. Some gratitude deserved privacy. Lyra opened another envelope. Inside, a child's drawing showed Horizon surrounded by smiling cargo ships beneath colorful stars. Written carefully beneath the picture, "Thank you for bringing medicine before Grandpa got sick." Lyra's eyes softened. She silently handed the drawing to Kai. He looked at it for several seconds, then carefully placed it inside a protective archive sleeve. Engineering doesn't get enough appreciation. Mason pretended to complain. The courier immediately handed him another stack. "Actually, half of these mention engineering." Mason blinked. "They know who I am." Elias burst into laughter. "They know who keeps fixing everything." The atmosphere aboard Horizon warmed in a way no system upgrade ever could. No reward from the cosmic exchange system compared to simple evidence that their work mattered. The system appeared anyway. Civilian trust significantly increased. Exchange credits awarded. Builder's reputation expanded. Passive effect enhanced. Kai dismissed the notification almost immediately. The real reward lay scattered across the bridge. Ink on paper. Children's handwriting. Old promises finally delivered. Far beyond every known chart, the moving fourth node altered course. Only slightly. Almost imperceptibly. Yet inside the memory transit archive, every synchronized star shifted to acknowledge the change. The route projection recalculated once more. Estimated interception reduced. Not because Horizon was approaching. Because the unknown traveler had begun moving toward them. At the same moment, inside the hidden chamber beneath Horizon, the preserved memory carrier that Kai had refused to authorize emitted a single pulse. The transparent containment field shimmered. Ancient text slowly appeared across its surface. "Captain demonstrates preservation before ambition. Evaluation continuing." No alarm sounded. No one aboard Horizon saw the message. Only the architect repair unit paused in an otherwise empty corridor. Its optical sensor brightened for the briefest moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, it inclined its head toward the hidden chamber. as though acknowledging someone, or something, that had quietly begun judging the captain of Horizon. The evaluation had begun. No alarms announced it. No ceremonial declaration echoed through Horizon's corridors. No one aboard the ship knew that somewhere within the hidden architecture of the Memory Transit Archive, ancient systems had quietly started measuring every decision their captain made. For the architects, authority had never been inherited. Authority had never been inherited. It had always been demonstrated. Life aboard Horizon continued with remarkable normality. The morning briefing unfolded around the bridge's central table, while route projections drifted above it like constellations. Lyra finished organizing the latest cargo assignments. Our departure window is in 6 hours. She highlighted 3 destinations: medical cultures to New Astor Colony, water purification membranes to Helios Mining Settlement, construction, composites to Kestrel Junction. Kai examined every route. Any bottlenecks? Only one. Lyra enlarged a narrow gateway corridor. Traffic density increased nearly 20%. Juno frowned. That's unusual. Commander Hale quietly studied the Thar. Surrounding systems. No. It's expected. Everyone looked toward him. Our merchant network is growing. Eventually, the routes themselves become crowded. Kai remained thoughtful. So success creates congestion. Hale nodded. Every road eventually needs widening. The observations stayed with Kai long after the meeting ended. Infrastructure solved problems. Successful infrastructure eventually created new ones. The Cosmic Exchange System appeared. Regional Logistics Notice. Existing route capacity approaching recommended threshold. Suggested priority. Identify alternate corridor. Potential long-term benefit. Kai smiled faintly. It wasn't giving him an answer. It was pointing toward the next question. Exactly as it always had. Rather than departing immediately, Horizon delayed launch by 37 minutes. The decision confused several merchants. Until Kai contacted each convoy individually. We're redistributing departures. One captain sounded uncertain. Won't that delay everyone? For today? Kai overlaid a revised schedule. Tomorrow you'll all arrive earlier. The captains quietly studied the proposal. No one objected. Several minutes later, every merchant voluntarily accepted the new timing. Veristation Traffic Control watched the updated schedule appear automatically. One young controller blinked. They reorganized themselves. His supervisor smiled. No. They trusted someone else to organize them. The difference mattered. Elsewhere inside Horizon, Elias and Mason continued restoring forgotten maintenance corridors. The deeper sections of the vessel had become a maze of newly accessible passages. Mason pointed toward another sealed conduit, another hidden compartment. Elias inspected the surrounding alloy. No, this one's structural. He tapped the wall gently. Hear that? Mason listened. A low resonance answered from somewhere beyond the bulkhead. Empty space? Large empty space. More secret rooms? Elias grinned. With this ship, I've stopped assuming we've found everything. The architect repair unit quietly rolled beside them. Probability. Complete exploration of Horizon. Extremely low. Mason sighed dramatically. Wonderful. So I get to repair surprises forever. The drone answered without emotion. Correct. Juno found Kai later inside the hydroponics section. He was examining the latest route projections while irrigation systems quietly nourished rows of fresh vegetables. You always think better in here. Kai looked around. It's peaceful. She folded her arms. I've been thinking. Dangerous? She ignored him. We're connecting colonies. Helping merchants. Repairing Horizon. She looked directly at him. When do we actually decide to investigate the moving node? Kai considered the question carefully. When we know enough that the investigation helps more people than it endangers. She smiled. I knew you'd say something responsible. You sound disappointed. I was hoping for... She lowered her voice dramatically. Let's fly into ancient space and discover destiny. Kai shook his head. Destiny has poor maintenance records. She laughed loud enough for several nearby crew members to glance over. Far beyond horizon, another story quietly unfolded. Director Selena Voss finally received the completed behavioral analysis she had requested weeks earlier. Not cargo statistics, not profit forecasts. Trust mapping. The holographic network spread across her office. Every merchant recommendation. Every voluntary partnership. Every shared repair effort. Every emergency assistance record. Thin blue lines connected people instead of companies. One node glowed brighter than all the others. Horizon. Her assistant spoke quietly. We've never modeled commerce this way. Celine nodded. Because we've always modeled ownership. She zoomed outward. This is influence. The assistant frowned. Should we acquire them? Celine immediately shook her head. No, you can't acquire trust. You either deserve it, or you don't. She looked once more toward Horizon's expanding network, then issued a surprising order. Increase humanitarian investment throughout the frontier. The assistant blinked. To compete? No, to improve. For the first time in many years. Even a major corporation had begun changing because of Horizon's example. The galaxy continued evolving. Even when Kai never saw it happen. That evening, a small ceremony took place aboard one of the independent merchant freighters Horizon had assisted months earlier. No governments attended. No reporters arrived. The crew simply painted a small white line beneath the ship's name. A tradition from forgotten frontier culture. One white line. One life-changing voyage completed safely. The captain addressed his crew. Without Horizon, this ship wouldn't still exist. His granddaughter carefully painted another symbol beside the line. A small bridge. No one questioned it. By morning, 2 neighboring freighters copied the same mark. Within weeks, dozens more would quietly follow. No regulations required it. No one claimed ownership. The symbol simply spread. A white bridge. Among frontier merchants, it gradually came to mean one thing. Trusted route. Horizon remained completely unaware. Late that night, Kai returned alone to the Memory Transit Archive. Not seeking answers. Simply observing. The chamber welcomed him with gentle golden light. The preserved memories drifted peacefully through the air. Children, builders, merchants, workers, lives connected by roads rather than ruled by empires. Kai sat quietly on one of the circular platforms. Minutes passed, perhaps longer. Eventually, the architect repair unit entered without being summoned. It stopped beside him. Neither spoke. Finally, the drone broke the silence. You are different. Kai looked toward it. Different from whom? Previous captains. Kai frowned slightly. You remember them? Fragments. What do you remember? The drone's optic dimmed thoughtfully. Some sought efficiency above all else. Some sought expansion. Some sought preservation. It turned toward Kai. You seek understanding. Kai remained silent. The drone continued. I cannot determine whether this is better, but it is uncommon. Before Kai could reply, one of the dormant projections awakened unexpectedly. Unlike the others, it displayed no colony, no gateway, no convoy. Only an elderly architect sitting quietly beside a river beneath an unfamiliar sky. The old figure spoke directly toward whoever would one day watch. If you were seeing this, then our roads survived longer than we did. He smiled gently. Good. He picked up a smooth stone and tossed it into the river. Ripples expanded outward. We never believed civilization was measured by what it built. His eyes seemed almost alive despite the ancient recording. It is measured by what continues after builders disappear. The projection slowly dissolved. No dramatic ending. No revelation. Just quiet wisdom. Kai watched the final ripple vanish. Then stood, I think he spoke more to himself than anyone else. I'm beginning to understand. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Architect philosophy synchronization increased. Builder's reputation enhanced. Leadership evaluation continuing. Reward, none. Kai smiled. Some lessons needed no rewards? At that same moment, somewhere beyond every mapped frontier, the moving fourth node altered course once again. Its trajectory no longer wandered unpredictably. Now it aligned with one forgotten route, one that had not existed on any modern chart. Inside Horizon's archive, the ancient star map automatically expanded. A faint line stretched across impossible distances, then stopped. Estimated time until potential contact, unknown. Estimated route completion, one additional synchronized node required. The display lingered only a few seconds before fading. Yet, deep beneath the forgotten colony, the awakened architect drone looked toward the stars above its ruined world. For the first time since its awakening, it moved toward the surface. Somewhere in the darkness between civilizations, two ancient journeys had quietly begun moving toward one another. The first distress signal arrived without panic. That alone made Kai pay attention. Most emergency broadcasts from the frontier were desperate, fragmented or overloaded with interference. This transmission was calm, precise, professional. Lyra redirected it onto the bridge display. Civilian logistics vessel Dawn Trader requesting navigation consultation. No combat emergency, no mechanical failure. Kai accepted the transmission. The image of an elderly cargo captain appeared. Exhaustion lining his face despite his composed expression. Captain Kai. I apologize for disturbing Horizon. Kai shook his head. Tell me what's happened. The captain enlarged a regional map. Our primary gateway remains operational. Our cargo goat remains intact. Our crew is safe. He paused. But the route no longer makes economic sense. Kai immediately understood. Not every disaster involved explosions. Some simply made survival impossible. The captain continued. A new pirate patrol has begun charging unofficial transit fees. They don't attack. They inspect. They delay. They confiscate small percentages. Commander Hale narrowed his eyes. Gray piracy. The captain nodded. They stay below the threshold that would justify military intervention. Lyra quietly calculated projected losses. 8% per shipment. The captain sighed. Our profit margin is 6. Kai leaned forward. So every successful delivery loses money. Exactly. No battle. No explosions. An entire trade corridor quietly dying through mathematics. The bridge became silent. Juno finally spoke. They're starving a route instead of destroying it. Commander Hale nodded. The smarter kind of piracy. Kai enlarged surrounding systems. There has to be another corridor. Lyra immediately began calculating. There are 3. She highlighted each. The northern route adds 6 days. The southern passage crosses unstable gravity tides. The eastern gateway, she hesitated, hasn't been used in 32 years. Kai's attention settled on the final option. Why? Why? No records. Only abandonment, Commander Hale quietly added, which usually means everyone forgot why they stopped using it. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Strategic opportunity detected. Historic route. Verification recommended. Potential risk. Unknown. Potential reward. Regional logistics recovery. Kai smiled slightly. Still no answers. Only possibilities. We investigate. Mason looked surprised. We're taking Horizon? Kai shook his head. No, we're taking information. Within hours, Horizon departed Vera accompanied by only 2 volunteer merchant vessels. Not an escort, not a convoy, a survey mission. The forgotten eastern route unfolded before them like an abandoned highway across the stars. Ancient navigation beacons floated silently in space. Many had failed centuries earlier. Others still blinked weakly through accumulated dust. Lyra frowned while reviewing sensor readings. These beacons shouldn't still have power. Elias answered from engineering. Architect capacitors. They were built to last. Kai quietly noted every operational beacon. Another pattern emerged. Every functioning beacon formed an almost perfectly straight line. Every failed beacon sat outside it. Interesting. Commander Hale looked over. What? They weren't all built equally. Hours later, Horizon reached the first abandoned gateway relay. Its enormous ring drifted silently above a shattered moon. Unlike modern stations, no docks surrounded it. No civilian traffic. No military presence. Just silence. Mason stared through the viewport. Feels lonely. The gateway itself remained inactive, but not destroyed. Kai slowly circled the station using long-range scans. No battle damage, no structural collapse, no reactor breach. Lyra looked confused. So why abandon it? No one answered, because no one knew. Juno suddenly spoke. Movement. Every display turned. A small maintenance drone drifted slowly across the abandoned structure. Then, another. Then another. None acknowledged Horizon. None transmitted warnings. They simply continued repairing the station, as though someone had never told them civilization had disappeared. Elias stared. They're still working. Commander Hale frowned. For 30 years, the Architect repair unit quietly rolled onto the bridge. It observed the external drones for several seconds, then spoke. Maintenance protocol. Still valid. Kai looked toward it. Can we communicate? The drone paused, attempting. Nothing happened. Several long seconds passed. Finally, one external drone stopped. Its optical sensors slowly turned toward Horizon, then resumed working. Communication failed. Recognition succeeded. Lyra quietly whispered. They acknowledged us. Further scans revealed something even stranger. The station's power grid remained nearly 83% functional. Life support operated inside sealed sections. Environmental controls remained active. Artificial gravity still functioned. Someone, or something, had spent decades maintaining a station no one used. Kai spoke softly. They weren't waiting for repairs. They were waiting for people. Back aboard Horizon, the survey team entered the station cautiously. No weapons drawn. No military formation. Just engineers, analysts, observers. The corridors remained astonishingly clean. Maintenance drones quietly polished floors, replaced lighting panels, repaired ventilation ducts. Entire gardens flourished beneath artificial sunlight. Not wild growth, maintained growth. Fresh flowers bloomed beside empty benches. Commander Hale slowly removed his gloves. The air, Lyra smiled. Cleaner than Vera. Inside the central operations chamber, ancient holographic displays still floated above the command platform. Most remained dark. One suddenly illuminated as Kai approached. Not because he touched anything, because he entered. The display projected dozens of transportation routes, freight capacity, civilian migration, emergency reserves, agricultural shipments. Every statistic froze exactly 32 years earlier. Then, a single message appeared. Awaiting route supervisor authorization. Kai blinked. Route supervisor. The title felt strangely familiar. Not captain. Not administrator. Not governor. Route supervisor. Someone responsible for keeping civilization connected. Nothing more. Nothing less. The projection disappeared before anyone could investigate further. The evaluation continued. Silently. Back inside engineering, Elias discovered another surprise. The station's reactor had consumed less than 4% of its reserve fuel across 3 decades. He stared at the numbers repeatedly. Impossible. The maintenance unit corrected him. Incorrect. Efficient. Kai gathered everyone before departure. We're not reopening this route. Mason looked surprised. We're not? Not yet. Kai pointed toward dozens of maintenance drones still working quietly throughout the station. We don't understand enough. If merchants return tomorrow, and something fails, people die. Commander Hale nodded approvingly. Responsible. Kai smiled faintly. I prefer boring over reckless. The crew laughed, but nobody disagreed. The return journey became far more productive. Instead of promises, Horizon carried information. Structural assessments, beacon conditions, reactor diagnostics, navigation corrections, risk evaluations. Everything required to eventually restore the forgotten corridor safely. Not today? Soon? Properly? 3 days later? Kai presented his findings before Administrator Rowan and representatives from neighboring colonies. No dramatic speeches. No dramatic speeches. Only facts, maps, timelines, repair estimates, required manpower, projected benefits, projected risks. When he finished, silence filled the conference room. Finally, one merchant stood. If we contribute workers, will everyone benefit equally? Kai answered immediately. Yes, another asked. Who owns the route? Kai looked around the room before replying. No one. The route belongs to everyone who keeps it alive. The discussion changed instantly. No longer negotiation. Planning. Volunteers began offering engineering crews, navigation specialists, construction ships. Even corporations pledged equipment. Not because Horizon demanded it, because someone had finally shown them a future worth building together. That evening, the Cosmic Exchange System appeared. Regional cooperation milestone achieved. Exchange credits awarded. Builder's reputation increased. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. Kai dismissed the notification without checking the reward. His attention rested elsewhere. Across the station, merchants who had once competed fiercely now argued over who could contribute more resources. The irony made him smile. Far beyond known civilization, beneath the restored colony, the awakened architect drone reached an enormous sealed transit chamber. For the first time in countless years, it extended one mechanical hand toward an ancient control pillar. The pillar awakened instantly. No authorization requested, no security challenge issued. Only one question appeared in ancient architect script. Has the road found its builder? The drone remained motionless, then slowly answered. Not yet, but he is walking toward it. Across unimaginable distances, hidden systems older than modern civilization quietly received the response. One after another, ancient lights began awakening in the darkness between the stars. Not enough to reveal the truth, only enough to announce one thing. The next stage of the journey had already begun. Beyond the frontier, space had a habit of keeping its greatest secrets alive through patience rather than silence. The bridge of Horizon remained unusually quiet. No emergency warnings echoed through the command deck. No hostile fleets appeared on the tactical display. Only stars. Thousands of them. Each one represented another possible route, another forgotten settlement, another unanswered question. Lyra stood beside the central navigation table, carefully organizing several newly received data packets into separate holographic windows. I finished compiling everything that arrived during the past 4 days. Kai looked up from the route projection. Anything urgent? No. She hesitated. But something is strange. That immediately caught everyone's attention. Commander Hale folded his arms. Strange usually means interesting. Juno smiled. Or expensive. Mason leaned against the engineering console. I'm hoping for interesting. Lyra expanded the first projection. A faded navigation chart slowly rotated above the table. This came from an independent merchant operating near the old Perseus Drift. A faint cluster of ancient route markers glowed along one edge of the display. At first I thought it was simply another damaged archive. She opened a second projection beside it. This arrived yesterday. Another navigation record. Different ship. Different sector. Different age. Yet, one tiny coordinate pulsed in exactly the same location. Kai's expression became thoughtful. Overlay them. The two projections merged. The coordinates aligned perfectly. Not approximately. Exactly. Juno straightened. That's unlikely. Lyra nodded. I thought so too. Before anyone could respond, she opened a third archive. This one originated from a civilian transport cooperative almost 200 light-years away. Again, the same point appeared. Again, it aligned without correction. 3 unrelated records. 3 independent sources. 1 destination. Silence settled across the bridge. Commander Hale finally spoke. No government database? Lyra shook her head. No official registry mentions it. No current navigation authority recognizes it. Kai continued studying the projection. If 3 independent records preserve the same destination, then someone considered it important enough to survive. He enlarged the surrounding region. Modern charts contained almost nothing. Sparse traffic, broken route markers, unsupported space. Exactly the kind of region modern logistics avoided whenever possible. Not because travel was impossible, because nobody could guarantee people would come back. That distinction mattered. Kai zoomed farther outward. The coordinate rested almost precisely beyond the edge of reliable civilian infrastructure. Not unreachable, just unsupported. The bridge remained quiet as everyone reached the same conclusion. Someone had once built roads leading there. Someone had once expected people to travel there regularly. Now only fragments remained. The architect repair unit rolled silently across the deck before stopping beside the holographic display. Its optical sensor brightened. Additional correlation detected. Everyone looked toward the small machine. Display. Without hesitation, the drone transmitted directly into Horizon's systems. The bridge lighting dimmed automatically. Deep within the ship, the Memory Transit Archive responded. Golden light rippled through Horizon's internal network. Ancient star maps unfolded above the command table, like slowly blooming flowers. Unlike modern navigation charts, these projections carried subtle layers beneath their visible routes. Maintenance schedules, emergency depots, civilian shelters, supply intervals, not military deployments, infrastructure. Kai immediately recognized the difference. The architects had mapped civilization itself. The repair unit highlighted a faint transportation corridor, then another, then another. Each one appeared damaged, incomplete. Yet, all gradually converged toward the exact coordinate Lyra had identified. Mason quietly exhaled. So, our old ship agrees. Partially, the drone answered. Historical synchronization incomplete. Archive degradation present. Lyra began comparing every visible route against the merchant records. One after another, unexpectedly small sections aligned. An abandoned freight corridor, a forgotten emergency beacon, an obsolete civilian relay. Individually they meant almost nothing. Together they began forming something larger. Not a complete route, the memory of one. Kai remained perfectly still. He had learned long ago that the greatest discoveries rarely announce themselves dramatically. They emerged quietly through consistent evidence, never through wishful thinking. He looked toward Lyra. Cross-reference every operational beacon we've discovered. Already anticipating the request, she nodded. They're loading now. Moments later another layer appeared. Operational architect beacons, inactive relay stations, restored maintenance facilities. Every surviving piece of ancient infrastructure Horizon had encountered since leaving civilized space. Again. The same destination. Not perfectly. Not directly, but unmistakably. Commander Hale broke the silence. How many independent confirmations? Lyra counted carefully. Merchant archives, Memory Transit Archive, navigation fragments, operational maintenance network, beacon alignment. She looked up. 5. Juno slowly whistled. That's becoming difficult to ignore. Kai allowed himself a faint smile. Good. Juno blinked. Good. If evidence becomes exciting, people stop questioning it. He enlarged every overlapping route. I'd rather become convinced slowly. The cosmic exchange system appeared quietly before him. Strategic correlation updated. Independent verification increased. Destination confidence improved. Recommendation, continue verification. No reward granted. Kai dismissed the notification immediately. It had once again refused to provide certainty. Instead, it rewarded discipline by refusing shortcuts, exactly as it always had. He appreciated that. There will be no expedition. Several surprised faces turned toward him. Mason frowned. After all this? Kai nodded calmly. Not yet. He gestured toward the layered projections. We have evidence. We do not yet have a road. He highlighted several broken sections. No verified emergency depots. No confirmed return. Intervals. No functioning support chain. He looked around the bridge. If Horizon reaches that destination, but cannot guarantee everyone returns, Then we've discovered nothing. Nobody argued. Because everyone aboard Horizon already understood what kind of Captain Kai had become. Discovery without survival was failure. The memory transit archive slowly dimmed. Its golden projections faded back into silence. Yet, before disappearing completely, one almost invisible transportation line shimmered for only an instant. It pointed toward the same forgotten destination. Then vanished. The Architect Repair Unit watched the fading light. Its optical sensor brightened almost imperceptibly. Correlation, probability. It paused, increasing. Kai nodded once. Then we'll continue earning better answers, not finding them, earning them. Beyond Horizon's reinforced hull, countless stars continued shining with complete indifference. Somewhere among them waited a forgotten colony, not hidden, simply beyond the reach of civilization that had forgotten how to return. Morning settled gently across Horizon. Nothing aboard the ship suggested urgency. The forgotten colony still waited beyond the edge of reliable civilization, exactly where it had waited yesterday. The coordinates had not changed. The evidence had not weakened. The temptation to leave immediately remained just as strong. That was precisely why Kai refused to move. The bridge lights brightened gradually as the senior crew assembled around the central command table. Golden route projections floated through the air, while dozens of logistical windows opened one after another, surrounding the forgotten destination like transparent layers of unanswered questions. No one spoke at first. Lyra finished arranging the latest calculations before looking toward Kai. We verified the destination. She let the words settle naturally. But verification isn't transportation. Kai nodded. Exactly. He touched the projection. The forgotten colony drifted into the center of the display. I don't want anyone telling me how to reach it. He looked around the room. I want everyone to tell me why we can't. A faint smile crossed Commander Hale's face. I was hoping you'd say, that. Mason rubbed the back of his neck. I was hoping for something slightly more optimistic. Juno laughed, like pack your bags. We're leaving tomorrow. Something along those lines. Kai folded his arms. If someone can prove we can leave tomorrow and guarantee every person aboard Horizon returns safely, I'll happily change today's agenda. Silence answered him. Not because anyone disagreed, because nobody could. Lyra expanded the first group of calculations, estimated travel distance based on the reconstructed route. Ancient transportation corridors appeared beside modern navigation lanes. Broken sections flashed red. Incomplete records shimmered amber. Several enormous stretches simply disappeared into uncertainty. We only possess fragments. She highlighted the surviving Architect corridors. Assuming these align correctly, the minimum travel distance exceeds anything Horizon has attempted. Another projection appeared. Current fuel reserves, emergency reserves, life support duration, food production capacity, recycling efficiency. Every figure looked reassuring until the projected expedition path appeared beside them. Then the margins began shrinking, quickly. Elias quietly adjusted several engineering variables. Our engines can make the trip. Everyone looked toward him. He continued calmly. They probably can't make the trip, and safely return, without scheduled maintenance beyond our current capability. He enlarged Horizon's propulsion system. Continuous operation over that distance increases component fatigue dramatically. Several engine assemblies changed color, yellow, orange. Near the end of the projection read, we'd require major servicing before attempting the return journey. Mason added another engineering layer. And that assumes nothing unexpected happens. He enlarged dozens of maintenance schedules. Replacement bearings, structural reinforcement, thermal shielding, power regulation assemblies. If even one of these systems develops a serious failure, he shrugged, we'd be repairing a ship in unsupported space. Juno leaned closer. How many spare parts would we need? Mason answered almost immediately. I don't know. She blinked. You don't know? I know how many we'd normally carry. He pointed toward the route. This isn't normal. He smiled weakly. This is farther than anyone around this table has ever attempted. The room grew thoughtful again. Kai studied every projection without speaking, not searching for optimism, searching for reality. Lyra expanded another calculation. Food production. The hydroponics estimates appeared. Our gardens significantly improve endurance. But not enough. She enlarged another series of projections. Medical reserves, emergency oxygen, water, purification redundancy. Each category remained sufficient individually. Together they became something else. Risk. Commander Hale quietly summarized everyone's conclusions. We have enough resources to discover something. He paused. We do not yet have enough resources to survive discovering it. Kai nodded. That's the difference. He looked once more at the forgotten colony. Anyone can chase a destination. He rested one hand on the table. A captain is responsible for bringing everyone home. No one challenged him. The cosmic exchange system quietly appeared beside the edge of his vision. Strategic planning recognized. Operational analysis increased. Recommendation: continue infrastructure assessment. Reward: none. Kai dismissed the notification with the same calm expression. It remained perfectly consistent. The system acknowledged disciplined thinking. It never replaced it. He appreciated that more with every passing day. Let's stop asking how to reach the colony. He enlarged the surrounding frontier. Let's ask how civilization reaches the colony. That single sentence changed the direction of the meeting. Lyra immediately created another workspace. If we're thinking beyond horizon, we need support points. Commander Hale nodded. Emergency depots. Elias added another. Repair capability. Juno continued. Medical fallback. Mason pointed. Medical fallback. Toward the damaged architect routes. Replacement equipment. One idea naturally led to another. The forgotten colonies slowly disappeared beneath growing layers of infrastructure. Supply caches, relay stations, navigation verification points, emergency shelters, maintenance facilities, merchant rendezvous locations. Kai watched quietly as excitement transformed into planning. This looked far more like civilization. Hours passed almost unnoticed. The bridge gradually filled with diagrams rather than dreams. The architect repair unit rolled toward the center of the command table. Its optical sensor brightened. Additional requirement. Everyone turned. The drone projected several ancient maintenance symbols. Historical expedition protocol. Golden route markers appeared. Unlike the previous transportation maps, these focused entirely on survival. Fallback locations. Emergency repair intervals. Communication redundancy. Supply rotation schedules. Most remained incomplete. Large sections had been lost. Even so, the pattern remained unmistakable. The architects had never assumed expeditions would succeed without preparation. They had built preparation first. Kai smiled quietly. They thought exactly the same way. The repair unit answered without hesitation. Probability: high. Lyra carefully compared the surviving protocol with Horizon's developing framework. We're missing almost every major safety requirement. Then we build them. Kai's answer came immediately. Not because it was easy. Because no other answer deserved consideration. Merchant cooperation became the next topic. Juno enlarged Horizon's growing network. Independent captains already trust our recommendations. Commander Hale nodded. Several colonies owe Horizon significant favors. Mason looked thoughtful. If multiple merchants each maintain a small reserve depot, no single organization carries the entire burden. Lyra's eyes brightened. Distributed logistics. Kai smiled. Exactly. He pointed across the projected frontier. We're not building one expedition. We're building a route. The distinction changed everything. No longer did the forgotten colony appear as an isolated destination. Instead, it became the far end of an unfinished transportation network. Something people could eventually travel safely. Again and again. The discussion became increasingly practical. Who could maintain supplies? Which colonies possessed surplus manufacturing? Where medical reserves should be positioned? How frequently emergency inspections would occur? No proposal escaped scrutiny. Every optimistic suggestion faced another question. What happens if that fails? The answer always required another layer of preparation. No one complained. Because everyone understood what Kai was protecting. Not success. Lives. By late afternoon, the final framework floated above the command table. It stretched across the frontier like the outline of a road that did not yet exist. Commander Hale studied it carefully, long enough that nobody interrupted him. Finally, he nodded. This. He looked toward Kai. Is the first expedition plan I've ever trusted. Mason smiled. And we're still not leaving. No. Kai answered without hesitation. We're not. He pointed toward several remaining gaps. No verified emergency depots. No confirmed maintenance chain. No established return logistics. He lowered his hand. So we wait. Juno leaned back in her chair. You really don't mind delaying history. Kai looked at the projection one last time. I mind delaying history. Burying good people beneath it. Silence answered him again. Not disappointed silence. Respectful silence. One by one, everyone nodded. The decision no longer belonged only to Kai. It belonged to Horizon. Merchant communication requests began arriving before the meeting even ended. Several independent captains volunteered storage space. One colony offered engineering specialists. Another proposed maintaining emergency supplies if restoration eventually expanded into their region. Nobody spoke about ownership. Only responsibility. Kai watched the incoming offers with quiet satisfaction. The route already has its first builders. That evening, Horizon officially recorded the Forgotten Colony expedition as an active long-term objective. Not an imminent mission. Not a promise. A commitment, one that would advance only as quickly as safety allowed. The bridge gradually emptied. Crew members left carrying work assignments instead of unrealistic expectations. No one appeared discouraged. If anything, they walked away with greater confidence than before, because they finally understood the size of what they intended to accomplish. The Forgotten Colony had stopped being a distant mystery. It had become the destination at the end of a road they would build together, far beyond Horizon's hull. The stars remained unchanged. The Forgotten Colony still waited in silence. This time, however, the journey toward it had truly begun. Not with engines, not with discovery, but with preparation. Morning aboard Horizon began without celebration. No speeches echoed through the corridors. No triumphant announcements filled the ship-wide communication network. The Forgotten Colony still waited beyond the frontier exactly where it had waited yesterday. Nothing had changed, except Horizon itself. Throughout the vessel, engineers completed inspections one system at a time. Maintenance teams verified environmental seals. Cargo specialists compared supply manifests against emergency reserves for the third time. Medical officers confirmed inventories that everyone hoped would never be needed. Every checklist represented another promise. If they departed, they would return. Kai walked through the central hangar without speaking. Crew members noticed him immediately, yet nobody interrupted his inspection. Instead, they continued working. That pleased him more than any formal salute could have. Professional confidence had replaced excitement. Ahead, Elias stood beneath one of Horizon's auxiliary survey craft, reviewing a diagnostic display while several engineering drones crawled across the vessel's underside. He looked up as Kai approached. Propulsion diagnostics complete. No abnormalities. Kai nodded. Backup systems? Verified. Emergency power? Verified. Life support redundancy? Elias smiled faintly. Verified twice. Kai looked around the hangar. And if something fails anyway? Elias closed the diagnostic panel before answering. Then we repair it. Not because we expect failure. Because we respect distance. Kai returned a small smile. Good answer. Nearby. Mason supervised cargo loading with his usual mixture of confidence and barely controlled anxiety. Replacement bearings. Thermal shielding. Power regulators. Emergency fabrication material. Each container disappeared carefully into secured storage. Mason noticed Kai watching. I've packed enough spare parts to rebuild half the ship. Kai raised an eyebrow. The other half? I'm hoping we don't need those. Juno laughed from atop a loading platform. If we do? You're volunteering first. I was planning to supervise. From a safe distance? Exactly. Several nearby engineers chuckled before returning to work. The humor lasted only a moment. Then everyone continued loading equipment with the same disciplined rhythm as before. Nothing aboard Horizon resembled the beginning of an adventure. It resembled the beginning of a responsibility. Hours later, the bridge settled into quiet efficiency. Golden route projections floated above the central command table, while Lyra compared the final navigation updates against Horizon's growing library of reconstructed architect records. One by one, green confirmation symbols appeared. Supply verification. Complete. Environmental reserves. Complete. Emergency communication network. Complete. Survey equipment. Complete. Commander Hale folded his arms as the final indicator illuminated. I've seen expeditions spend less time preparing for wars. Kai continued studying the displays. Wars usually end. Carelessness doesn't. Nobody argued. Because nobody aboard Horizon believed preparation had gone too far. The architect repair unit rolled quietly toward the command table. Its optical sensor scanned every active projection. Then, it spoke. Operational readiness. It paused briefly. Satisfactory. Juno looked toward the small machine. I think that's the closest thing to a compliment we've ever received. The drone answered immediately. Statement accurate. A few smiles spread across the bridge. Even the repair unit had gradually become part of Horizon's routine. Lyra enlarged the final frontier projection. The merchant support vessels are ready. Outside the bridge viewport, 2 civilian logistics ships maintained position several kilometers away. Neither vessel possessed significant weapons. Neither carried exploration equipment. Instead, both transported additional supplies, replacement components, and emergency provisions. Commander Hale watched them quietly. They're trusting us. Kai shook his head. No, they're trusting the route we're trying to build. The distinction mattered. It always would. He activated the fleet communication channel. The faces of the two merchant captains appeared above the command table. Neither looked nervous. Both looked determined. The older captain inclined his head respectfully. Horizon. Our preparations are complete. Kai returned the gesture. This remains a survey mission. No unnecessary risks. No attempts to force progress. If conditions become unsafe, we return. Both captains answered together. Understood. The information matters more than the destination. Kai nodded once. Exactly. The transmission ended. Commander Hale glanced sideways. They accepted that surprisingly quickly. They already know why. Kai looked once more toward the waiting support ships. If people believe reaching somewhere is the victory, they'll eventually sacrifice lives to get there. His gaze shifted toward the frontier. I'd rather disappoint history than families. Silence settled briefly across the bridge. Not uncomfortable. Simply thoughtful. Then Lyra straightened. Final navigation synchronization complete. Elias? Engineering ready. Mason? Survey equipment secured. Juno? Communications standing by. The architect repair unit rotated slightly. Historical archive. Synchronization. Operational. Commander Hale rested one hand on the command table. Horizon is ready. Kai looked around the bridge. At every familiar face. Every person who had accepted the slower road because they believed it was the right one. Only after meeting every pair of eyes did he speak. Departure authorized. No dramatic countdown followed. No alarms echoed through the ship. Only the quiet vibration of Horizon's engines gradually deepening beneath everyone's feet. Outside, maneuvering thrusters adjusted their orientation with slow precision. The two merchant vessels altered formation automatically. Docking restraints released. Navigation lights brightened. Beyond the observation windows, Vera Station slowly drifted farther away. The frontier opened before them. An ocean of stars without guarantees. Lyra monitored the expanding distance. We've cleared civilian traffic. Course remains stable. Commander Hale watched the tactical display. No unusual contacts. Kai stood silently at the center of the bridge. Behind him lay civilization. Ahead waited unanswered questions. Neither destination interested him nearly as much as the road connecting them. Far behind Horizon, the merchant support ships gradually reduced speed. Their mission ended there. They would maintain the first supply point while Horizon continued forward alone. Juno watched them disappear into the distance. Our first support station. Kai nodded. The first of many. Nobody spoke again. The bridge settled into focused silence as Horizon crossed the invisible boundary separating reliable civilization from unsupported space. There were no warning sirens announcing the transition. No dramatic shift in the stars. Only one subtle realization shared by everyone aboard. From this point onward, every successful return would depend on the choices they made together. At first, unsupported space looked disappointingly ordinary. The same stars shone beyond Horizon's reinforced windows. The same navigation indicators moved across the bridge displays. The same low vibration traveled through the deck beneath Kai's boots. Only the map revealed the difference. Behind Horizon, civilian routes formed dense networks of reliable signals. Navigation buoys, emergency stations, commercial relays, rescue coverage. Ahead, those layers thinned until only darkness remained. Lyra enlarged the forward projection. Our final modern navigation marker is 12 minutes behind us. Juno glanced toward the communication display. Signal strength? Stable? For now. The answer changed the mood of the bridge more effectively than any alarm. Nobody became afraid. They simply became more attentive. Commander Hale moved closer to the navigation table. What do we have ahead? Lyra replaced the modern chart with the reconstructed architect map. Golden lines appeared across the darkness. Some remained bright and continuous. Others faded after only a few centimeters. Entire sections existed as broken fragments separated by enormous gaps. The historical archive identifies this region as a secondary transportation corridor. Mason studied the damaged projection, recognizes portions of it, so it doesn't know whether the rest still exists. No. The architect repair unit turned toward the display. Archive certainty, insufficient. Juno sighed. Somehow that sounded worse when it said it. Kai ignored the discomfort behind the comment. Begin comparison. Lyra opened 3 additional navigation layers. Modern sensor data appeared first. Then the memory transit archive. Finally, the surviving merchant records that had originally pointed toward the forgotten destination. For several seconds, the projections refused to agree. The modern map showed empty space. The merchant records displayed a narrow path that wandered several degrees north. The Architect archive indicated a route passing directly through a region of dense electromagnetic interference. Mason leaned closer. Those can't all be correct. They aren't, Lyra replied. Kai studied the disagreement. Or, they weren't recorded at the same time. Lyra looked toward him. He highlighted the merchant route. This was created after the Architect network began failing. Then he selected the historical corridor. This is older. Commander Hale understood first. The later route diverted around something. Kai nodded. Find out what? The bridge shifted into motion. Lyra redirected long-range sensors. Juno opened passive communication channels. Elias fed updated power readings from engineering. Mason compared old maintenance intervals against the current position. No one waited for Kai to assign individual tasks. They already knew what information mattered. Minutes later, a distorted shape emerged from the interference. Not a ship, not a station. A field of metallic debris, stretching across thousands of kilometers. Lyra adjusted the scan. Multiple structural fragments. Artificial origin. Commander Hale frowned. Battlefield? No energy signatures consistent with weapons damage. Elias sent a magnified analysis from engineering. The debris expanded across the display. Broken antenna assemblies, collapsed navigation frames. Sections of what had once been enormous communication arrays. Mason stared at the scale. That wasn't one station. Kai counted the surviving anchor points. No, it was a relay chain. The Architect repair unit's optical sensor brightened. Route correction infrastructure. Failure recorded. Lyra? Immediately compared the debris with the two maps. The disagreement disappeared. The original Architect corridor had once passed directly through the region. After the relay chain collapsed, later ships had been forced to navigate around the interference. Juno folded her arms. So the merchant records weren't wrong. They were adapting. Kai looked toward the forward route. An adaptation became history after everyone forgot the reason. He marked the debris field, recorded as a navigation. Hazard. Lyra entered the classification. Permanent avoidance zone? Not yet. She paused. Kai continued. We don't know whether the interference is stable. Mark the current boundary. Recommend observation before restoration. Commander Hale gave a faint nod. It would have been easier to label the entire region unusable. It also would have been less honest. Horizon altered course gradually. No sharp turn, no sudden burst of speed. The vessel followed the safer merchant deviation, while maintaining enough distance to study the remains. For almost an hour, the broken relay chain passed beside them. Sections rotated silently through the darkness. Some were little more than twisted metal. Others remained almost intact. One structure still carried a faint golden light along its outer frame. Juno noticed it first. Energy signal. Lyra redirected the sensors. A single relay component floated at the edge of the debris field. Its power output barely registered. Yet the signal repeated with perfect regularity. Once every 30 seconds. Weak, precise, patient. The Architect repair unit moved closer to the command table. Maintenance beacon. Operational state degraded. Kai watched the signal pulse again. Can it identify horizon? The unit remained silent for several seconds. Unknown. Attempt. Passive synchronization. Golden symbols spread across the navigation display. Horizon did not transmit a command. It only listened. The beacon pulsed. The repair unit processed the signal. Another pulse followed. Then the ancient component changed its rhythm. Once, twice. A longer pause. Lyra's eyes narrowed. It responded. Recognition? Kai asked. The drone turned slightly toward him. Partial. A narrow line appeared on the Architect map. It extended from the dying beacon toward a point deeper inside unsupported space. Only a few sections remained visible. The rest dissolved into corrupted data. Mason looked from the projection to the beacon outside. That's the corridor. Part of it, Lyra corrected. Kai enlarged the newly recovered segment. It aligned with the merchant records, not perfectly, but closely enough to remove another layer of uncertainty. Logged the confirmation. Lyra entered the result. Historic route segment verified. The cosmic exchange system appeared at the edge of Kai's vision. Strategic correlation updated. Infrastructure evidence confirmed. Route reliability increased. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. No credits appeared. No reward followed. Kai dismissed the notification before the final line faded. The system had acknowledged the discovery. That was all. Exactly as it should be. Ahead. The golden route fragment continued through darkness. Horizon followed it slowly. The deeper they traveled, the quieter the bridge became. Not from tension, from concentration. Every signal mattered now. A minor sensor distortion could indicate damaged infrastructure. A brief communication echo might reveal an abandoned relay. An unexpected gravitational variation could invalidate months of planning. Lyra adjusted their position by less than half a degree. Archive route places us farther south. Mason checked the external readings. Modern sensors show a stable path here. Commander Hale looked toward Kai. Which one do we trust? Neither. Kai highlighted the difference between them. We verify both. 2 remote probes launched from Horizon's forward bay. One followed the ancient route. The other remained on their current path. Their sensor feeds appeared side by side. For several minutes, nothing changed. Then the probe following the Architect corridor began drifting. Not enough to trigger an emergency response. Enough to matter. Lyra recalculated immediately. Localized gravitational distortion. It isn't marked in the archive. Elias answered through the bridge speakers. It may not have existed when the route was recorded. The probe's drift increased. Kai did not wait. Recall it. Mason transmitted the command. The probe corrected course and returned toward Horizon. Juno watched the readings stabilize. Another reason not to trust a beautiful map. Kai looked at the golden route lines. Maps describe what survived long enough to be recorded, not what exists now. The Architect repair unit processed the Y. Anomaly. Historical route. Obsolete. Lyra updated the corridor. A section of gold became red. The ancient record had not failed. It had simply grown old. That distinction followed them for the next several hours. Some Architect markers aligned perfectly with present conditions. Others led toward collapsed infrastructure. One emergency beacon still broadcast the correct approach vector despite having no visible power source. Another directed traffic toward a relay station that had vanished entirely. Each discovery strengthened the corridor and weakened it at the same time. The route had existed. That was no longer in doubt. Whether it remained usable depended on every individual section. Near the end of the survey cycle, Lyra detected a repeating signal ahead. Unlike the dying maintenance beacon, this transmission carried structured navigation data, coordinates, approach limits, emergency separation distances. The information repeated in an ancient format the repair unit recognized immediately. Traffic verification point. A small marker appeared on the map. Mason leaned toward the forward display. Is the station intact? Lyra increased sensor resolution. A dark structure emerged against the stars. It was smaller than the abandoned gateway relay they had previously investigated. More compact. Built around a central spine with 4 long sensor arms extending outward. Several sections had lost power. One arm rotated slowly without purpose, yet the core remained active. Juno checked the surrounding space. No ships, no automated warnings, no defense signals. Commander Hale remained cautious. That doesn't make it safe. Kai nodded. Hold outside the historical approach boundary. Horizon reduced speed. The ancient station continued broadcasting the same data. No greeting, no request for identification. Only navigation instructions for traffic that had not arrived in decades. Lyra compared the transmission with the memory transit archive. Partial match. The station confirms 2 route intervals ahead. Reliability? Unknown until we compare them against current conditions. Kai looked toward the structure. Begin toward the structure. External survey. Horizon remained at a distance while long-range sensors mapped the station. Power grid. Structural integrity. Communication systems. Emergency reserves. No one suggested docking. No one needed to. The first expedition was not there to claim every functioning relic it found. It was there to understand what could be trusted. Elias completed the power analysis first. Core output is stable. Peripheral systems are failing. Mason followed with structural data. The main spine is intact. 2 sensor arms require major repair. One should have detached years ago. Juno? Examine the transmission. It keeps broadcasting correct approach limits. Lyra overlaid the information with Horizon's readings. Not all of them. She highlighted the 4th vector. That path crosses the gravitational distortion we just taught. Documented. Commander Hale's expression hardened. A station guiding ships into danger. Because its information is old, Kai said. He studied the structure for several seconds. Useful infrastructure. Unreliable instructions. The description settled over the bridge. That would be the corridor's greatest danger. Not ruins, not silence. Systems that still worked well enough to inspire trust. Kai pointed toward the station. Mark it for future repair. No traffic authorization until its navigation data is updated. Lyra entered the restriction. Verification. Point classified as partially operational. Restoration required before. Civilian use. The Architect repair unit turned its optical sensor toward Kai. For an instant, a faint golden pattern crossed its casing. Then disappeared. Decision recorded. Kai glanced at it. By Horizon? The drone remained motionless. Recorded. Nothing more. The answer offered no explanation. Kai did not demand one. They had already learned that Architect systems revealed information only when their own conditions were satisfied. The hidden evaluation remained exactly that. Hidden. Horizon continued forward. The partially operational station shrank behind them while its navigation broadcast faded gradually into static. Ahead, the corridor divided. One path followed the merchant records. Another appeared only within the memory transit archive. A third had been reconstructed from the beacon alignment discovered during their earlier investigation. 3 possible routes, none complete. Lyra displayed the available evidence. The merchant path is longer, but its outer sections have recent navigation records. The archive path is shorter, but includes 2 unverified intervals. The beacon alignment passes near the partially operational station network. Mason looked between the options. So which one gets us closer? Kai did not answer immediately. He enlarged Horizon's return projection instead. Fuel reserves remained healthy. Maintenance margins remained comfortable. Emergency systems showed no concerns, but the safe survey boundary was approaching. They could continue. The ship could handle it. The crew wanted to know what waited ahead. That did not make continuing the correct decision. Commander Hale noticed the return calculation. We're still inside the limit. Yes. By a reasonable margin. Yes. Juno looked toward Kai. But Kai highlighted the unresolved corridor ahead. We plan to verify the first stage, not solve the entire route. Mason leaned back slowly. We can survey one more interval. We can. Kai shifted the projection again. And if that interval reveals another? No one answered. He continued calmly. There will always be one more signal, one more station, one more answer just beyond our boundary. His gaze passed across the bridge. If curiosity decides when we turn back, then the boundary was never real. Silence followed. Not disappointment. Recognition. Lyra closed the forward route projections one by one. Survey objective status? Kai looked at the verified route segment behind Horizon. The maintenance beacon. The documented debris field. The corrected gravitational hazard. The partially operational traffic station. They had not reached the forgotten colony. They had not even discovered a complete road. But they had transformed uncertainty into usable knowledge. Achieved. Commander Hale nodded without hesitation. Agreed. Juno exhaled and leaned back. I hate responsible decisions. Mason looked toward her. You say that every time. Because they're always disappointing. Kai smiled faintly. They're less disappointing when everyone survives them. She considered that. Fair. Horizon rotated slowly. The unexplored corridor moved away from the forward viewport. For a moment, the ancient route remained visible on the central display. A thin golden path extending beyond everything they had verified. Then Lyra replaced it with the return course. The ship began retracing its journey. This time, the route no longer consisted entirely of questions. Confirmed navigation points appeared along the map. Known hazards, stable intervals, repair targets, observation zones. The corridor was still ancient, still incomplete, still dangerous, but no longer imaginary. As Horizon passed the partially operational station again, the Architect Repair Unit transmitted a narrow synchronization signal. The station's broadcast paused. Its rotating sensor arms slowed. For 3 seconds, every remaining light on the structure brightened. Then the navigation message changed. Previous guidance invalid. Route verification pending. Lyra stared at the translation. It updated its warning. The repair unit lowered its optical sensor. Correction accepted. Kai looked back at the station through the rear display. They had not repaired it. They had not restored the route. They had only prevented an ancient system from confidently giving dangerous instructions. For now, that was enough. Record the change. Lyra nodded. Traffic verification point no longer broadcasting unsafe guidance. Commander Hale allowed himself a rare smile. One less trap waiting for the next ship. Horizon continued homeward. The return journey passed more quickly, though nobody relaxed completely. Every confirmed marker was checked again from the opposite direction. Every hazard boundary was measured a second time. Every navigation correction was tested against the requirements of a returning vessel. Kai insisted on it. A route that worked only one way was not a route. By the time modern navigation signals reappeared, fatigue had settled across the bridge. No one celebrated, not immediately. Lyra waited until Horizon crossed back into reliable communication range. Then she reviewed the completed survey record. Outbound path verified. Return path verified. Fuel reserves above projected minimum. Maintenance margin stable. All personnel accounted for. Only then did the tension ease. Mason sank deeper into his seat. So this is what success feels like. Juno looked toward him. Tired? Mostly hungry. Commander Hale glanced toward Kai. The corridor? Kai studied the new map. Several stretches remained dark. But the first section now carried verified markings. Not copied from merchant records, not recovered from damaged archives, confirmed by Horizon. Real. He paused. Not ready. The crew accepted both conclusions equally. That mattered more than Kai expected. Months earlier, proof of the corridor might have created pressure to advance faster. Now nobody asked when they would leave again. They already understood the answer. When the next stage could be attempted safely, the cosmic exchange system appeared once more. Controlled survey completed. Historic corridor partially verified. Return doctrine maintained. Builder's reputation increased. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. Strategic reward deferred. Kai read the final line twice. Deferred, not denied. Somewhere within the system's hidden logic, the expedition had been judged. Yet no reward was released. No new ability appeared. No convenient solution presented itself. Only acknowledgement that the road had advanced by one careful step. Kai dismissed the message. Horizon had returned with something more useful than a reward. Evidence. Across the bridge, Lyra transferred the survey results into the expedition archive. The route projection changed as each verified section entered the official record. A narrow line of light now extended beyond civilized space. Short compared with the distance still remaining. Small compared with the network they hoped to build. But stable, repeatable, real. The architect repair unit watched the completed map. Its optical sensor brightened. Corridor status. It paused. Reopening. Kai turned toward it. Not yet. The unit remained still. Then corrected itself. Preparation for reopening. Kai nodded. That's better. Outside Horizon, the frontier stretched into immeasurable darkness. The forgotten colony remained far beyond reach. Ancient systems still waited along roads no living navigator fully understood. The greatest part of the journey remained ahead, but for the first time, Horizon possessed a verified path into the corridor, and an equally verified path home. The road had not opened. Not completely. It had only allowed them to take the first step. And somewhere deeper within unsupported space, another ancient navigation marker awakened. Its light remained too distant for Horizon to detect, too weak to reach modern civilization. It pulsed once toward the returning ship, then waited. Morning aboard Horizon carried the quiet satisfaction of work completed rather than victory earned. No celebrations echoed through the ship. No one spoke about becoming the first people to stand closer to the forgotten colony than anyone in generations. The colony still waited exactly where it had yesterday, patient, silent, unmoved by human ambition. On the bridge, the reconstructed corridor floated above the command table as dozens of navigation layers overlapped one another. Golden architect routes intertwined with Horizon's own survey records, while verified hazard zones pulsed in steady amber instead of uncertain red. Compared to only a few days ago, the map looked transformed. Compared to what still remained unknown, it was almost empty. Lyra slowly enlarged the outer edge of the verified corridor. The outbound route is stable. Another projection appeared beside it. The return route is equally stable. A third display unfolded. Current reserves after survey completion. Fuel. Replacement components. Medical supplies. Emergency oxygen. Food reserves. Maintenance margins. Every category remained comfortably above emergency thresholds. Mason leaned against the engineering console and grinned. If we ignored everything you taught us, he pointed farther into unsupported space, we could probably keep going. Juno looked toward Kai. I was wondering who would say it first. Commander Hale folded his arms. The question deserves an answer. Kai remained silent. His eyes moved from the reserve projections to the dark stretch of unexplored corridor waiting beyond their verified boundary. It looked close. Closer than it ever had before. Another interval. Perhaps two. If fortune favored them, maybe they would even glimpse the forgotten colony itself. The temptation was real. That was exactly why it had become dangerous. Project maximum operational range, Kai said. Lyra obeyed immediately. A pale blue sphere expanded outward from Horizon's current position. Then another calculation appeared. Safe return margin? The blue sphere shrank. Another variable entered the equation. Unexpected maintenance reserve. The sphere became smaller still. Juno's smile faded. I don't like where this is going. Elias quietly added another engineering projection. If propulsion efficiency drops by only 3%, the safe boundary retreated again. The safe boundary retreated again. Commander Hale nodded once. Now, include emergency towing. Lyra entered the value. The projection contracted another noticeable distance. Silence settled across the bridge. Nobody questioned the mathematics. Numbers possessed an honesty emotions rarely matched. Kai rested both hands on the command table. Now extend our current course. A thin golden line stretched beyond Horizon. It passed the survey boundary. past the partially operational traffic verification station, toward another cluster of uncertain route fragments. The projected path eventually reached a faint marker, representing the next unexplored interval. Then the blue safety boundary ended. The golden route continued alone. Mason stared at the display for several long seconds. We'd still have fuel. We would. Life support. Enough. He hesitated. So technically, Kai finished the sentence for him. Technically, we can continue. Nobody smiled, because everyone already understood the second half. Commander Hale spoke quietly. We can't guarantee coming home. Kai nodded. Exactly. He enlarged the section where the safe boundary ended. If we continue beyond this point, he highlighted the remaining reserve calculations. Every kilometer, the remaining reserve calculations. Forward consumes the margin designed for something unexpected. Another projection appeared. Engine failure. Medical emergency. Uncharted gravitational shift. Communication blackout. Each possibility carried its own probability. Individually, none appeared alarming. Together, they transformed the expedition. Not into exploration, into gambling. Juno let out a slow breath. We're so close. Kai looked at the distant projection of the forgotten colony. No, he shook his head. We're only closer than we used to be. Those aren't the same thing. The bridge became quiet once more. Outside Horizon's reinforced windows, the stars offered no opinion. They neither encouraged courage nor punished caution. They simply existed. The cosmic exchange system appeared at the edge of Kai's vision. Operational judgment verified. Return margin preserved. Strategic discipline increased. Recommendation: maintain controlled survey doctrine. Reward: unavailable. Kai dismissed the notification almost before it finished appearing. He had stopped expecting rewards for making responsible decisions. Responsibility was already its own requirement. Lyra looked toward him. So, what's the order? Kai looked around the bridge. Every member of the crew waited calmly. Not one face carried disappointment, only expectation. They trusted him to decide. He refused to betray that trust. We stop here, nobody argued. Mason merely nodded. I figured. Juno laughed softly. I hate how predictable you've become. Kai smiled. Responsible people usually are. Commander Hale rested one hand on the command table. The first objective, Kai turned toward the verified corridor. Completed. The second. Kai looked farther ahead. Hasn't begun. The distinction mattered. The forgotten colony remained exactly where it belonged. Ahead, not postponed by fear. Protected by patience. Lyra closed the forward exploration projection. One by one, the uncertain route fragments disappeared. Only the verified corridor remained visible. For the first time since Horizon entered unsupported space, every person on the bridge looked not toward the destination, but toward the road that would one day allow others to reach it safely. Kai studied that road for a long moment. Then he spoke again. We've spent weeks asking how Horizon reaches the colony. He touched the verified route. I think we've been asking the wrong question. Several curious expressions turned toward him. He enlarged the corridor until every confirmed marker floated between them. Maintenance beacon, relay debris field, gravitational hazard, traffic verification station, verified return intervals. Our ship can reach this point. He paused. But what happens after Horizon leaves? No one answered immediately. Kai continued. If another civilian ship follows our survey next month, he pointed toward the maintenance beacon. Where do they retreat if something breaks? His finger moved farther along the route. If communications fail, another marker. If medical supplies run short, then another. If engines need repairs. The bridge slowly fell into thoughtful silence. Kai lowered his hand. A route isn't built by proving someone can survive it once. It becomes real when ordinary people can survive it repeatedly. The words settled naturally over the room. Commander Hale nodded first. So we're not planning another expedition? Kai smiled faintly. We're planning the road before the expedition. The atmosphere aboard the bridge shifted almost immediately. Not toward excitement. Toward construction. Lyra opened an entirely new workspace. Instead of navigation routes, empty infrastructure nodes appeared across the frontier. Blank, waiting to be connected. Juno tilted her head. So, where would the first safe retreat point be? Lyra looked toward the verified corridor, somewhere far enough forward to matter. She selected the outermost confirmed marker. But not so far that maintaining it becomes another expedition. Commander Hale studied the projection. The traffic verification station? Mason shook his head before Lyra could answer. Too damaged. He enlarged the ancient structure's survey report. Stable core. Failing peripheral systems. 2 damaged sensor arms. Unreliable historical data. Juno pointed toward the updated warning signal. It can tell people not to trust it. That doesn't make it a shelter, Mason replied. Kai examined the surrounding space. The station occupied a useful position. It stood beyond the relay debris field, past the gravitational distortion, and close to the point where the corridor divided into several uncertain routes. Strategically, it was almost perfect. Operationally, it remained dangerous. What about the maintenance beacon? Elias asked through the bridge speakers. Lyra shifted the map backward. The degraded beacon appeared near the edge of the collapsed relay chain. Too close to civilization, she said. It would improve the first interval, but it wouldn't extend our safe operating range enough. Commander Hale pointed between the two locations. Then, somewhere here, a section of empty space brightened. No ancient station occupied it. No functioning beacon waited there. Only a stable region horizon had crossed twice without detecting dangerous interference. Lyra overlaid the outbound and return records. Low gravitational variation. Another layer appeared. Clear communication line toward the merchant support point. A third. Within emergency transit range of the maintenance beacon. Elias added engineering data. Far enough from the debris field to avoid interference. Mason leaned closer, and close enough to the traffic station for future repair operations. Kai watched the information gather around the empty region. It held no mystery, no forgotten technology, no dramatic landmark. That made it valuable. A fallback point did not need to inspire people. It needed to work. Test the location against worst-case conditions, he said. Lyra opened the operational models. Propulsion damage, 30% speed reduction, primary communication failure, medical evacuation, extended maintenance delay, navigation sensor degradation. Each scenario changed the projected route. Some pushed Horizon toward the support point. Others forced it back toward civilization. The selected region remained reachable in every model. Commander Hale nodded slowly. That's our position. Not yet, Kai said. Juno glanced at him. What did we miss? Everything that happens after a ship reaches it. The empty marker enlarged. Kai pointed toward it. A coordinate isn't a fallback node. It needs supplies, Mason said. Communication redundancy, Juno added. Repair capability, Elias said through the speakers. Lyra created separate sections around the marker. Medical reserves. Emergency power. Navigation records. Inspection schedules. Commander Hale looked toward Kai. And someone responsible for maintaining all of it. That final requirement remained on the display longer than the others. Infrastructure failed most often when responsibility belonged to everyone. Because then, it belonged to no one. Kai folded his arms. Let's build the requirement list before we decide who carries it. The bridge settled into motion. No one waited for further orders. Lyra divided the central projection into operational categories. Mason opened Horizon's inventory records. Elias transmitted engineering specifications from below decks. Juno reviewed communication coverage and merchant availability. Commander Hale began testing emergency scenarios against the proposed position. Kai stood at the center of it all. Only days earlier, their planning had focused on a single ship. How much Horizon could carry? How far Horizon could travel? What Horizon could survive? Now every calculation extended beyond them. The fallback node had to serve ships with weaker engines, smaller crews, less advanced sensors, captains without access to the memory transit archive, or an architect repair unit. A road designed only for Horizon was not a civilian road. Mason expanded the first proposal. Basic replacement components. Power regulators, coolant pumps, sealant compounds, universal connectors. Emergency fabrication material. We can't store parts for every ship design, he said. So we focus on failures that prevent retreat. Elias replaced several specialized components with adaptable materials. Temporary repairs, not full restoration. Enough to return to a proper facility. Kai nodded. The node keeps people alive and moving. It doesn't become a shipyard. Juno created the communication layer. One primary relay, one independent emergency transmitter. She placed them at opposite ends of the projected node. If the main array fails, the emergency signal continues. Commander Hale looked at the surrounding interference zones. Can either reach civilization directly, not reliably, then relay through the first merchant support point, Kai said. Lyra connected the proposed node to the merchant position. A thin line appeared between them. Then another line extended toward modern communication coverage. Juno tested the route. Delayed, but stable. How delayed? Under normal conditions. Less than 4 minutes. And during interference? Potentially 12. Commander Hale considered the number. Long enough to matter during an emergency. But short enough to call for help before reserves collapse, Kai said. Keep it. Medical. Planning came next. No permanent medical team could remain at an empty frontier point. The node would need automated equipment. Trauma supplies. Emergency oxygen. Stabilization medication. Diagnostic scanners simple enough for non-specialists. Juno looked at the growing list. People are going to steal half of this. Commander Hale raised an eyebrow. Optimistic. Realistic. Kai studied the access requirements. Seal the critical reserves. Emergency codes. Ship identification plus ship identification plus. Distress verification. Lyra considered it. What if their systems are damaged? Then manual access. Mason looked toward him. That makes theft easier. Yes. Kai did not hesitate. A locked medical cabinet that protects supplies from thieves, but kills an injured crew is a failed design. Juno smiled faintly. I knew there was a reason I liked your infrastructure rules. The thieves. The part where you assume people might still deserve help. The architect repair unit rolled toward the command table while they worked. Its optical sensor passed over the developing design. Golden symbols appeared briefly above its casing. Then the memory transit archive responded. A new projection unfolded beside Horizon's plan. Ancient. Incomplete. Several sections flickered with corrupted data. Lyra straightened. Historical expedition protocol. The repair unit rotated toward the proposed fallback position. Classification. Retreat continuity node. Golden markers appeared around the empty region. Emergency fuel. Mechanical recovery. Medical stabilization. Navigation verification. Communication handoff. The categories closely matched Horizon's developing framework. Mason gave the small machine a suspicious look. It could have shown us that an hour ago. Historical synchronization required compatible planning structure. The repair unit replied. Juno tilted her head. So it needed us to understand the idea first. Correct. Kai focused on the ancient projection. The architects had not placed everything at one point. Several smaller support functions had once formed a chain. Fuel storage at one location. Repair materials farther ahead. Communication redundancy behind both. If one node failed, the others preserved the route. Distributed support, Lyra said quietly. Commander Hale nodded. Same principle we reached with the merchants. Kai enlarged the surviving protocol. We're not recreating the entire system. Not yet. He separated the categories. But the first fallback node should be designed to become part of a chain. Mason studied the empty space around it. Expansion connections. Standardized docking points. Modular storage. Elias transmitted an updated structural outline. Independent power sections. If one module fails, the rest remain functional. The design changed. What had begun as a supply cache became something more deliberate. Still small. Still practical, but no longer temporary. A platform that could grow. A retreat point that might eventually become a maintenance stop. Then a relay. Then one part of a road extending toward the Forgotten Colony. The cosmic exchange system appeared before Kai. Infrastructure planning recognized. Historical doctrine compatibility increased. Distributed continuity principle confirmed. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. No reward followed. Kai read the message once before dismissing it. The system continued measuring choices it refused to explain. That no longer bothered him. Hidden judgment mattered less than visible consequences. Around the command table, the crew refined the node until every requirement possessed a responsible function. Emergency fuel sufficient for retreat. Repair material sufficient for temporary stabilization. Medical supplies sufficient to preserve life until evacuation. Communication systems capable of linking unsupported space to the merchant support chain. Navigation records containing only Horizon-verified information. No speculative routes. No unconfirmed shortcuts. No ancient data presented without warnings. Lyra placed the final restriction at the center of the design. Civilian forward authorization not granted. Juno looked toward Kai. Even after the node is active, the fallback node makes this section safer. It doesn't make the next section verified. Commander Hale gave a satisfied nod. Good. Mason leaned back and rubbed both hands over his face. So we've designed a station that helps people retreat from a route they're still not allowed to enter. Kai looked at him. Exactly. Mason considered that, strangely. That makes sense now. It shouldn't feel strange, Elias said through the bridge speakers. Most safety systems exist before they are needed. Juno glanced toward the engineering channel. That sounded almost wise. I spend most of my time preventing Mason from damaging expensive equipment. Wisdom develops naturally. Mason looked offended. I have never damaged anything expensive without a good reason. The bridge relaxed for several seconds. Not because the work had become less serious. Because it had become clear. They knew what needed to be built. They knew where it belonged. Most importantly, they knew why it mattered. Kaya looked at the final projection. The fallback node floated at the edge of the verified corridor. Behind it stood the first merchant support point. Ahead waited the partially operational traffic station and the unknown route beyond. not a destination. A boundary made useful. Record the design, he said. Lyra entered the final command. Fallback node framework established. Location verified. Construction requirements approved. Return function prioritized. The marker changed from empty white to steady blue. No structure occupied the space yet. But for the first time, the route contained a place specifically designed to protect those who turned back. Kai watched the marker pulse. Now we find out who helps us build it. The answer arrived sooner than expected. By the time Horizon returned to the merchant support point, free communication requests were already waiting. The two merchant vessels remained exactly where they had been assigned. Their engines operated at minimal output, while temporary cargo modules floated between them, linked by service lines and navigation lights. It was not a station, but from a distance, it already resembled the beginning of one. The older merchant captain appeared above Horizon's command table. His expression shifted when Lyra transmitted the fallback node proposal. You want to move the support position forward. Eventually, Kai said. Not before the node is ready. The captain studied the design. Fuel reserves, repair modules. Emergency medical storage. Communication relay. Modular expansion points. This isn't a supply cache. No, it's an obligation. Kai nodded. Yes. The second merchant captain joined the channel. A younger woman with closely cropped hair, and the direct manner of someone accustomed to making decisions without committees. Who owns it? Kai looked toward the projection. No one. Both captains reacted immediately. The older man's expression hardened. Then no one maintains it, which is why responsibility must be assigned without turning the route into private territory. The younger captain folded her arms. That sounds difficult. It is. Good. Her response surprised Mason. She continued before anyone asked. Easy arrangements collapse the first time profit changes. She enlarged the maintenance schedule. Who pays for inspections? Participants contribute by function, Kai said. Fuel providers maintain fuel modules. Engineering partners inspect repair stock and structural systems. Medical suppliers rotate expiring reserves. Communication operators maintain relay coverage. The older captain frowned. And if one participant withdraws? Lyra opened Thay. Redundancy model. No critical function depends on one contributor. Every essential category requires at least 2 support paths. The younger captain nodded slowly. Distributed responsibility. With visible records, Kai said. No hidden assault. Control. No exclusive access. No one can claim the node by contributing more than others, Commander Hale added. And no one receives permission to push civilian traffic beyond the verified route. The older captain remained silent. His eyes moved through the proposal again. Kai did not pressure him. This was not a contract that should be accepted through excitement. The responsibilities would persist long after the novelty faded. Finally, the captain leaned back. My ship can maintain fuel rotation, the younger woman responded immediately. We can handle communication modules. Juno looked up from her console. Primary or emergency? Both. Reimer? If your specifications use equipment we can service, they will. The older captain pointed toward the medical section. Neither of us can maintain that. We know, Kai said. We're contacting the colonies that offered support. As if summoned by the statement, another communication request appeared. Lyra accepted it. A colonial logistics coordinator joined the projection. Then an engineering representative. Then a medical supply administrator. No one offered unlimited resources. That was better. Each person stated exactly what they could provide. A rotating supply of emergency oxygen, monthly diagnostic checks, fabrication material, remote medical support, navigation database verification, inspection crews during merchant transit cycles. The node began taking shape through commitments rather than enthusiasm. Kai listened to each offer. When someone promised too much, he reduced the responsibility. When 2 participants volunteered for the same function, he divided the schedule. When an engineering representative suggested installing a permanent workshop immediately, Kai refused. Not until traffic volume justifies it. The representative looked confused. Wouldn't more capability make the node safer? Capability that cannot be maintained becomes another failure point. Mason nodded in agreement. Tools need an agreement. Power. Power needs cooling. Cooling needs inspections. Inspections need people. He pointed toward the compact repair modules already included. We build what the route can support, not what looks impressive. The proposal became smaller, stronger, more realistic. By the end of the meeting, every critical function had at least one confirmed provider, and one secondary support path under negotiation. The merchants would transport modular storage. Horizon would supply verified navigation records and initial synchronization systems. Engineering partners would provide repair equipment designed for temporary stabilization. Medical suppliers would prepare sealed emergency reserves with manual access safeguards. A rotating inspection schedule would prevent the node from becoming another abandoned relic broadcasting confidence long after its information became dangerous. Juno finalized the communication protocol. Routine status every 6 hours. Automatic warning if 2 reports are missed. Full emergency alert after 3. Commander Hale shook his head. Too slow. 4 hours 3. Juno adjusted the Quran. Interval. That increases power demand. Elias responded from engineering. Acceptable if the emergency transmitter remains dormant between checks. Lyra added another condition. Navigation records update only after two-way verification. No single update or outbound report can alter the route. Kai nodded. A route must work in both directions. The phrase entered the operational doctrine exactly as spoken. Outbound verification. Return verification. Only then could a route interval become approved. The same rule would govern every future corridor survey. Not because Horizon expected perfection. Because one-way success was another name for loss. Hours later, the first construction convoy separated from the merchant support point. It did not travel deep into the unknown. It followed the route Horizon had already verified. 2 merchant vessels carried modular storage and communication equipment. Horizon escorted them, continuously comparing their navigation performance against the original survey. The difference became obvious almost immediately. Horizon crossed the corridor with ease. The merchant ships required wider correction margins. Their engines responded more slowly. Their civilian sensors struggled to distinguish the edges of the relay interference. Kai watched the deviations accumulate across the navigation display. This is why we test with ordinary ships. Lyra nodded. Our route was safe for Horizon, not equally safe for them. She adjusted the approved travel corridor. The boundary widened. Several approach vectors changed. A turn in Horizon had completed comfortably became a slower staged correction for the heavier merchant vessels. No ancient archive could have provided that information. Civilian infrastructure required civilian reality. The convoy passed the degraded maintenance beacon. Its patient signal repeated through the darkness. Then they crossed the documented gravitational boundary. Finally, the selected fallback position appeared ahead. Nothing marked it except a blue navigation projection visible through Horizon's systems. Empty space. Stable conditions. A place chosen not for what it contained, but for what it allowed. Construction began without ceremony. Cargo modules detached from the merchant vessels. Small maneuvering units guided them into a circular arrangement around the central power section. Communication arrays unfolded. Emergency fuel containers locked into shielded frames. Repair material entered sealed storage. Medical modules were placed far enough from the fuel section to survive a containment failure. Mason supervised the assembly from Horizon's hangar control station. Module 3 is drifting. Juno checked the external feed. By less than a meter. In space, less than a meter becomes several kilometers if you ignore it long enough. She corrected the module's thrusters. There. Better. You could say thank you. I could. He did not. Juno smiled and returned to the communication alignment. Elias monitored the power network. The node possessed no single central reactor large enough to become a catastrophic weakness. Instead, each major section carried independent emergency power. Under normal operation, the modules shared load. During failure, they separated. The architect repair unit remained near the command table, silently observing the developing structure. When the final communication array unfolded, its optical sensor brightened. Configuration recognized. Kai looked toward it. As an architect design, negative. The drone projected several ancient symbols beside Horizon's node. Functional doctrine compatible. Not identical. Not copied. Compatible. Kai found that answer more satisfying. They were not rebuilding the past. They were learning why parts of it had worked. Lyra activated the node's first system. A narrow communication pulse traveled backward through the corridor. The merchant support point received it. Relayed it. Civilian communication coverage confirmed reception several minutes later. Juno watched the signal return. Two-way link established. Mason brought the repair modules online. Emergency fabrication ready. Medical storage confirmed stable temperature. Fuel containment reported nominal pressure. Fuel containment reported nominal pressure. Navigation records synchronized. The final system remained inactive. The emergency warning beacon. Kai looked across the bridge. Begin failure test. Juno deliberately disconnected the primary relay. The node's communication vanished. 3 seconds later, the secondary transmitter activated. A sharp warning reached Horizon. Primary communication failure. Emergency channel active. Commander Hale checked the elapsed time. Acceptable. Elias disabled shared power. Individual modules separated from the network. Fuel storage remained stable. Medical refrigeration continued. Navigation records preserved local access. One by one, they tested every function. Not by proving it worked under ideal conditions. By forcing it to fail. The node survived, not perfectly. One communication delay exceeded projections. A repair module lost synchronization. A medical access panel refused a manual override until Mason physically corrected the control logic. Each problem entered the maintenance record. Each failure made the node more trustworthy. By the time the final test ended, the structure floated quietly against the stars. Small. Modular. Undramatic. A ring of practical equipment surrounding a stable coordinate. No civilian would travel across the galaxy to admire it. A frightened crew with damaged engines might one day see it as the most beautiful place in existence. Lyra opened the official route registry. Designation? Kai considered the question. The structure had no need for a grand name. A dramatic title would make it sound like a destination. It was a promise to those who needed to retreat. First corridor fallback node. Mason glanced toward him. Very creative. It tells people what it is. Juno nodded. And what it isn't. Lyra entered the designation. The node appeared on Horizon's verified map. First corridor fallback node. Status: operational. Civilian forward authorization. Restricted. Emergency access: active. Maintenance responsibility: distributed. The older merchant captain appeared through the communication channel. Fuel rotation schedule confirmed. The younger captain followed. Communication inspection responsibility accepted. Additional acknowledgements arrived from the engineering and medical partners. No speeches accompanied them. Only names, dates, responsibilities. Kai watched the confirmations settle into the registry. The node did not belong to Horizon. But Horizon had helped give it a purpose no one could quietly redefine later. Return first. Expansion second. Discovery only when both remained possible. The cosmic exchange system appeared. Frontier infrastructure established. Fallback continuity verified. Distributed responsibility confirmed. Return doctrine formalized. Builder's reputation increased. Hidden evaluation progress updated. Percentage hidden. Strategic reward deferred. Again, no reward arrived. Again, no reward arrived. Kai dismissed the message. This time he did not even pause at the final line. The work in front of him mattered more. Commander Hale stood beside the command table, studying the new marker. One node won't carry us to the colony. No, Kai said. It will carry us home for the next step. Hale smiled faintly. Good enough. Across the bridge. Lyra updated the expedition framework. The old return doctrine had existed as a principle. Now it became procedure. No expedition could advance beyond a verified fallback range. Every new interval required outbound and return confirmation. No historical guidance could be treated as current without independent testing. No functioning station could receive civilian authorization until its data and physical systems were verified. No destination, regardless of importance, could justify consuming the reserve required to bring everyone home. The crew reviewed each rule. No one objected. Months earlier, they might have seen such restrictions as obstacles. Now they understood them as the reason progress could continue. Mason closed the engineering report. So when do we go farther? Kai looked toward the outer edge of the verified map. The forgotten colony remained beyond it. Still distant. Still unresolved. But the road no longer ended where Horizon had turned around. It ended at a functioning fallback node. When the supplies are stable, Lyra checked the maintenance schedule. First full rotation requires 3 merchant cycles. When the emergency channel has passed repeated inspections. Juno nodded. And when? The node proves it can remain operational without Horizon watching it. Commander Hale looked toward the structure outside. Then we advance. One interval, Kai said. Not to the colony. To the next point we can verify and return from. Nobody appeared disappointed. That was the greatest change of all. The crew had stopped measuring progress by distance alone. Ahead, the first corridor fallback node transmitted its first routine status report. Power stable. Emergency supplies secured. Emergency supplies secure. Navigation records current. Communication link active. The message traveled backward towards civilization. Then returned with confirmation. For the first time since the ancient corridor had fallen silent, a new piece of infrastructure stood within it, not as a ruin from the past, but as a responsibility accepted in the present. The architect repair unit watched the blue marker pulse on the map. Corridor continuity. It paused, restoring. Kai looked toward the unfinished route, one safe return at a time. Outside Horizon, the fallback node continued shining. Behind it lay the road home. Ahead waited the forgotten colony. And between them, for the first time, there was somewhere to turn back without admitting defeat. Morning returned to the frontier with the same quiet patience that had watched civilizations rise and disappear. Outside Horizon's reinforced observation windows, the first corridor fallback node glowed with a steady blue light. Not bright. Not magnificent. Simply dependable. Modular storage sections orbited the central structure in disciplined formation, while communication arrays rotated slowly toward civilization. Emergency fuel reservoirs remained locked behind armored shields. Independent power modules exchanged status signals with one another before settling into their routine cycle. It looked almost insignificant against the endless stars. Kai regarded it for several silent moments. Then he nodded once. Looks like it's been here for years. Lyra smiled faintly. That's probably the highest compliment an engineer can receive. It means nobody notices it. Exactly. The bridge remained calm. No excitement filled the room. No excitement filled the room. No speeches celebrated another milestone. The forgotten colony still waited somewhere beyond the frontier, exactly where it had waited yesterday. The difference was that today there was finally a road leading toward it. Commander Hale studied the operational display. Merchant maintenance schedule. Juno enlarged the logistics network. First inspection completed. Fuel rotation confirmed. Communication relay stable. Emergency medical inventory verified. No maintenance delays. The older merchant captain's report ended with a single sentence. Node operating normally. The younger captain's report arrived seconds later. Communication latency remains within expected limits. Kai closed both reports. They're doing exactly what they promised. Commander Hale nodded. Which means we can finally do what we promised. Lyra looked toward him. The next interval. Kai answered with a quiet nod. The next interval. Nothing interval. More. No dramatic announcement followed. The bridge simply moved. Routine checklists appeared one after another. Navigation synchronization. Confirmed. Engineering readiness. Confirmed. Emergency reserves. Confirmed. Return projections. Confirmed. Return projection. The Architect repair unit rotated toward the command table. Its optical sensors swept across every active display. Fallback continuity. It paused. Operational. Elias' voice arrived from engineering. Propulsion systems green. Independent backup systems, Kai asked. Ready. Survey probes? Mason. Already checked them twice. A moment later, Mason answered over the internal channel. 3 times. Bridge. Before everyone returned to work, professional confidence had replaced anticipation. No one aboard Horizon believed the expedition had become safe. Only safer. Kai stepped toward the central projection. The verified corridor extended ahead in steady blue. Behind it, the first corridor fallback node pulsed calmly. Farther back still waited the merchant support position, linking unsupported space to civilization. The chain had begun. Now it needed another link. Departure authorization. Commander Hale acknowledged immediately. Horizon departing. Outside, maneuvering thrusters adjusted with slow precision. The ship drifted away from the fallback node. Behind them, the blue marker continued shining without ceremony. No one looked back for long. Infrastructure succeeded when it no longer required attention. Ahead, unsupported space welcomed them with familiar silence. Nothing about the stars suggested they had crossed another invisible boundary. Only the navigation display changed. Lyra overlaid 3 information layers. Modern sensor readings. Horizon verification records. Recovered Architect navigation data. Unlike previous surveys, the maps agreed far more often than they disagreed. She watched the synchronization percentage rise steadily. 89, 92, 95. Commander Hale looked toward her. Improving. The fallback node gave us another verified anchor. She enlarged the corridor. We're correcting accumulated navigation drift. Kai studied the changing projections. Every verified point reduced uncertainty farther ahead. Not because ancient records became more accurate, because Horizon understood them better. The Architect repair unit projected a narrow golden line extending beyond the current survey limit. Historical corridor. Compatibility increased. Kai examined the highlighted route. It did not lead directly toward the forgotten colony. Instead, it curved gently around several previously documented interference zones before reconnecting with the surviving Architect network. Mason frowned. That's longer. By distance, Lyra agreed. She expanded another calculation, but shorter by operational risk. Commander Hale folded his arms. The Architects weren't optimizing for speed. Kai nodded. They were optimizing for people returning. No one argued. That answer matched every surviving piece of infrastructure they had encountered. Relay stations, maintenance beacons, traffic verification points, fallback doctrines. None existed to impress explorers. They existed so explorers could become travelers. Horizon continued deeper into unsupported space. The journey unfolded with quiet discipline. Survey probes advanced ahead of the ship. One followed the reconstructed Architect corridor. Another remained slightly outside it. A third periodically crossed both paths, comparing gravitational conditions against Horizon's growing navigation database. Every discrepancy was examined. Every agreement strengthened confidence. Hours passed. No one complained about the pace. Each verified kilometer mattered more than 10 uncertain ones. Juno glanced toward the communication display. Merchant relay still holding. Signal delay, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Stable, so far. Kai nodded. If that changes, we stop. She smiled. I knew you were going to say that. I'm becoming predictable. The good kind. Outside the observation windows, another damaged relay fragment drifted slowly through the darkness. Unlike earlier discoveries, Horizon did not investigate it. Its position had already been documented. Its hazard classification already recorded. The crew continued forward. Verification no longer meant examining everything. It meant recognizing what required attention and what already possessed reliable answers. Commander Hale quietly watched the navigation map. You've changed the expedition. Kai kept his eyes on the corridor ahead. We all did. No. Hale shook his head. We used to chase discoveries. He pointed toward the blue route. Now we build certainty. Kai considered the statement. Perhaps that truly was the difference. The forgotten colony had once been the destination. Now it had become the reason. The road remained the priority. Several hours later, Lyra's expression changed. Not dramatically. Simply enough that everyone noticed. Long-range scan. The bridge grew silent. She expanded the sensor feed. At first, nothing appeared except scattered returns against the darkness. Then another layer unfolded. Weak geometric reflections. Not random, not natural. Commander Hale leaned closer. Artificial. Lyra increased resolution. The reflections multiplied. Regular spacing, consistent angles, straight structural edges impossible to mistake for asteroids. Juno slowly lowered her hands from the communication console. That's not debris. No, Kai answered quietly. It isn't. No celebration erupted. Nobody stood. Nobody cheered. Instead, Horizon's bridge became even quieter than before, because every person understood exactly how easy it would be to misidentify hope. Independent verification. Kai's voice remained steady. All systems. Immediately the bridge divided into practiced efficiency. Lyra redirected every long-range sensor Horizon possessed. Juno opened passive communication receivers across every monitored frequency. Mason compared structural returns against known architect construction methods. Elias transmitted precision power analysis from engineering. The architect repair unit rolled silently toward the center of the command table. Its optical sensor brightened. Golden symbols spread slowly across the projection. Not confirmation. Comparison. The first sensor package completed its analysis. Artificial construction probability. 96%. The second followed. Architectural pattern compatibility. 93%. Mason frowned. Still not enough. Kai nodded. Keep going. Nobody questioned the delay. If the forgotten colony had survived centuries, it could survive another few minutes of careful verification. The architect repair unit remained motionless for several long seconds. Its internal processors emitted a faint harmonic tone that had become familiar to everyone aboard Horizon. Golden markers appeared one after another across the projection. Architect construction profile. Matched. Settlement grid geometry. Matched. Historical transit registry correlation. Partial match. Memory transit archive synchronization. Partial match. The final result appeared without emphasis. Destination probability. Extremely high. Nobody spoke. Commander Hale slowly released the breath he had been holding. So, Lyra's voice remained almost a whisper. We actually found it. Kai never took his eyes from the projection. We found something. He looked toward Mason. Structural integrity. Mason enlarged the distant sensor returns. The image sharpened gradually. Rows of interconnected structures emerged from the darkness. Not towers, not fortresses. Buildings. Broad transportation corridors stretched between them in precise geometric patterns. Circular platforms occupied several intersections while enormous maintenance avenues radiated toward what appeared to have once been industrial districts. Nothing resembled military construction. Everything resembled a city built to support movement. Elias transmitted another analysis from engineering. No detectable reactor signatures. Residual power. Barely measurable. Lyra layered thermal scans across the settlement. Almost everything remained cold, except for several isolated locations where faint traces of energy still lingered. Not enough to suggest habitation, enough to suggest dormant systems. Commander Hale studied the readings carefully. No life signs? Juno folded her arms. At least none our sensors can identify. Kai nodded. We don't assume either conclusion. He pointed toward the lingering energy signatures. Treat everything as unknown. The bridge acknowledged the instruction without hesitation. Survey drones deployed silently from Horizon's forward bay. None approached the settlement directly. Instead, they spread into a wide observation formation. Each followed a different path. One remained high above the colony. Another circled along the outer perimeter. A third compared the reconstructed architect maps against visible structures. Every piece of information arrived independently. Every conclusion required confirmation. Minutes passed. The colony gradually revealed itself. Collapsed transportation hubs, maintenance depots whose entrances had long since sealed themselves, residential districts standing in orderly silence, open plazas untouched by obvious battle damage. Commander Hale frowned. "I don't see destruction." Mason looked up from his console. "I don't either." He enlarged several districts. Weathering, structural fatigue. Weathering, structural fatigue. Vegetation had never reclaimed the city. Neither had obvious explosions reduced it to ruins. It looked abandoned, not conquered. The realization settled quietly across the bridge. Lyra compared the layout against the surviving historical registry. The central infrastructure matches. She highlighted several districts. Transit administration, engineering support, civil logistics. Another marker appeared. Civics, coordination center. The architect repair unit rotated toward the display. Settlement identification. It paused, confirmed. No dramatic announcement followed. No triumphant music echoed through the bridge. Only that single word, confirmed. Juno smiled before catching herself. "We actually did it." Kai remained silent. His attention had already shifted elsewhere. Return projection. Lyra immediately replaced the colony display with Horizon's operational map. The verified corridor remained intact. The fallback node continued reporting normal operation. Merchant communications remained stable. Fuel reserves remained healthy. Maintenance margins remained comfortably within operational requirements. Commander Hale understood before anyone else. "You're checking whether we're still inside the plan?" Kai nodded. "We haven't accomplished anything if confirmation costs us the return." No one argued, because everyone aboard Horizon already understood that principle. Lyra overlaid the remaining approach distance. The colony itself is still beyond the fully verified operating boundary. Mason looked toward her. "Not by much, no?" She shook her head. "But enough." Kai enlarged the final interval. Ancient navigation data still covered portions of the approach. Modern verification did not. Several gravitational readings remained incomplete. Communication reliability beyond the current position remained uncertain. He rested one hand on the command table. "We stop here." Juno stared at the projection for several seconds before smiling. "I knew that answer." "So did I," Commander Hale admitted. Mason laughed quietly. "It doesn't make hearing it any easier." Kai looked once more toward the silent city. "We came here to prove it existed." He turned back toward the bridge. "We've done that. The next expedition comes here because we already know it exists. Not because we ignored our own rules. Outside Horizon's forward windows, the forgotten colony remains suspended in absolute silence, closer than any living expedition had confirmed in generations. Still waiting, patient, unclaimed, exactly as it had been when Horizon first began the journey. Lyra quietly began preserving every verified observation. No speculative annotations entered the archive. Only confirmed facts, settlement coordinates, structural layout, architectural classification, verified approach corridor, survey limitations, remaining unknown intervals. Every entry carried the same priority marker. Verified, nothing more. The distinction mattered. Commander Hale reviewed the completed report before approving its inclusion within Horizon's permanent navigation records. "Future expeditions won't need to rediscover any of this," Kai nodded. "They should spend their time answering new questions, not repeating old mistakes." The architect repair unit projected a final synchronization request. Golden streams of information passed silently between the drone and Horizon's growing database. Historical records, modern survey results, verified hazards, confirmed route corrections. One by one, corrupted sections within the reconstructed corridor shifted from uncertain amber to stable blue. Not because the ancient records had changed. Because Horizon finally possessed enough evidence to understand them correctly. The drone completed its synchronization, archive consistency. It paused, increased, then the projection disappeared. No further explanation followed. Juno stretched slightly before looking once more toward the distant settlement. "It doesn't even feel real." "It shouldn't," Mason admitted. "We've spent so long chasing fragments that seeing the whole thing feels..." He searched for the proper word, before smiling faintly. "Quiet." Commander Hale nodded. "I expected triumph. What I feel is responsibility." Kai looked toward the forgotten colony one final time. "I think that's the correct response." His hand moved across the command display. The settlement marker changed classification. Unknown destination, removed. Verified historical settlement. Confirmed. A second designation appeared beneath it. Civilian access, not authorized. Further route verification required. Lyra read the updated registry. No one can mistake what we've actually accomplished. We proved it exists. We didn't prove it's ready. Kai nodded. Exactly. He opened Horizon's operational doctrine. A new entry appeared beneath the established survey principles. Discovery never overrides safe return. Verification precedes access. Infrastructure precedes expansion. Civilian movement follows proven safety. Commander Hale read each line before quietly smiling. I don't think these are expedition rules anymore. They're civilization rules. No one disagreed. Outside the bridge, the forgotten colony remained silent beneath the distant stars. It no longer represented an impossible legend, nor did it represent a prize waiting to be claimed. It had become something far more important. A destination carrying obligations. Kai finally turned away from the observation window. Set return course. Lyra acknowledged immediately. Return course plotted. The verified corridor illuminated once more. Blue markers connected the forgotten colony to the traffic verification station. From there to the relay debris field, past the maintenance beacon, back toward the first corridor fallback node. Finally, the route extended toward the waiting merchant support chain and the safety of established civilization. Every segment had been earned. Every kilometer had been verified. Horizon rotated slowly. The forgotten colony drifted toward the rear observation displays. No one watched it disappear with regret. The crew had learned something more valuable than how to reach a destination. They had learned how to ensure others could someday reach it safely as well. As the ship settled onto the verified return corridor, the cosmic exchange system appeared once more at the edge of Kai's vision. Strategic verification complete. Long-term restoration objective confirmed. Hidden evaluation updated. Progress hidden. Reward deferred. Kai dismissed the notification without hesitation. Whatever judgment remained unfinished belonged to the future. The proof they carried home did not. It belonged to everyone who would one day follow the road Horizon had begun to build.